Chapter 580. The gloomy room was incomparably quiet. These figures hidden in the darkness were most likely all-important figures in the Federation. However, other than Vice President Byron, who was sitting at the head of the table, no one else could be seen clearly. Many years ago, this loose organization had already existed. At first, it was just a high-level association that focused on the exchange of academic knowledge. Later on, without anyone noticing, it secretly relaxed the standards for joining the association. It gradually began to have specific goals and became incomparably powerful. The association was incomparably powerful because every single one of its members was extremely powerful. These members, who could call the wind and summon the rain in different areas of the Federation, possessed intelligence and abilities that ordinary people could not imagine. Just like the wind, clouds, thunder, and lightning at the top of the dome of heaven, once gathered together, they would release extremely terrifying energy. Only this group of people dared to weave such a conspiracy with no expression on their faces. Only this group of people dared to borrow the power of the Empire to murder a Federation commander. In the entire plan, they had made meticulous arrangements for all possible contingencies. They had even noticed the problem of Su Li's sequence authority changing. However, everyone, including Cui Zedong, had still underestimated the severity of this problem. As a result, they had paid a disastrous price. Cui Zedong was the future director of the Bureau of Proclamation and the most important member of the association. Now that he was under investigation, in order to protect him, someone in the association had to sacrifice themselves without hesitation. A day later, a clear gunshot rang out from a certain room on the top floor of the Federation's Department of Defense building. A few years ago, in an adjacent room, a clear gunshot had also rang out. That day, the former Deputy Minister of the Department of Defense, Yang Jingsong, had committed suicide in anger because of the assassination at the Linhai State Gymnasium. He had left behind an angry will. The one who had committed suicide today was the director of the Department of Defense's Office No. 1, who was also the personal secretary of Minister Zhou Yingxing, Lieutenant Colonel Jiao. Secretary Jiao had also left behind a will. Minister of Defense Zhou Yingxing looked at Secretary Jiao, who had collapsed in a pool of blood. He slowly took off his glasses, lowered his head, and pinched the space between his eyebrows. He then handed the will in his hand to the officer beside him. In his last words, Secretary Jiao admitted that he had used the electronic code in the minister's office without permission and forged a secret military intelligence plan. He requested the Bureau of Proclamation to cooperate and temporarily stop the investigation of the seed of the Empire. As for why he had done so, there was no answer in his last words. At this point, the investigation of the attack on the ancient bell ship had finally made a breakthrough, but it was also put to an end by the cold death of this person. Cui Zedong, the assistant director of the Bureau of Proclamation, was cleared of most of the suspicion and left the investigation camp that night. What awaited him was an extremely long vacation. Minister Zhou Yingxing stood by the floor-to-ceiling window in his office and looked down at the capital special district. He was silent for a long time. His hands were behind his back, and he seemed to feel the blood stains from Secretary Jiao's suicide note between his fingers. In just one day, he seemed to have aged a lot. Both his body and spirit had suffered an extremely heavy blow. Secretary Jiao had been following him since he was the head of the department in the General Assembly base. The relationship between the two had long surpassed the relationship between a superior and a subordinate. However, who would have thought that this person had other intentions in his heart? Today, it was even more dismal. They are very powerful, and they're gradually becoming more powerful. Minister Zhou looked at the heavy rain outside the window expressionlessly and muttered to himself, "Who can stop them? Or should we stop them?" Over the years, the hardliners within the Federation government and the military were gradually rising. In the deepest undercurrent, there was even an extremely dangerous tendency of the military to interfere in the political affairs. Zhong Shouhu had noticed this serious problem, and Zhou Yingxing had naturally smelled this trace of smell. He could even vaguely guess who the other party was. However, he did not have enough evidence, nor did he have the power to change anything. because he did not know the real attitude of the president's residents and the people in Philadelphia toward this kind of ideology. Westwood's region, Sunset State. Dozens of dark green military vehicles were connected in front and back, moving slowly and silently on the streets. The red and white military license plates hanging on the vehicles were now covered by thick black gauze, allowing the people of the West Woods on the streets to guess the origin of this motorcade. There was no rushing to tell others, no joy, no sobbing. The people of the West Woods stood in the windows of the buildings, in the bushes by the streets, and in the back of the small trucks, silently and sorrowfully watching the silent and sorrowful motorcade drive toward the old house in Latitude 2 District. In addition to the silence and sorrow, there was also endless frustration and emptiness that pervaded the streets and alleys. The little princess of the West Woods had finally returned home, but under such circumstances. Although the little girl in the motorcade had inherited the proud bloodline of the Jean family, she was still a little girl. How could her thin and timid shoulders bear so much pressure? In the back of the bulletproof military vehicle, Fatty Tion looked at the little girl beside him and said gently, "Don't sleep. Watch TV for a while. We're almost there." This strong man, who had been retired for many years, naturally took over the heavy responsibility of taking care of the little princess of the Jean family. Perhaps it was because of the pressure and anger that caused him to overeat. He appeared to be fatter than before. His eyes were slightly narrowed, like the cracks on a white wall. There was no mischievous or comical expression in those cracks, only cold and valiant. Zhong Huiyan's eyes were actually not as big as Su Lu remembered, but they were unusually bright and fresh. She sat quietly in the back seat, and under her black hair, that slowly rose and fell like a watermelon skin, there was a trace of melancholy and sorrow that did not match her age in her lovely crescent-like eyes. "I don't want to watch TV. It's all about father's documentaries." She bit her lip and said stubbornly, "Those are all fake." Immediately, she lowered her head weakly and stared blankly at the doll in her arms that was so old that it was about to break off. Her clear and childish voice trembled slightly, and her eyes were red as she said, "They all lied to me and said that they would take me home to see rabbits. Now that I'm back, where are they? Brother Su Lu promised me that Mom will be back soon, but now, even he can't come back." The little girl turned her head sadly, and her shoulders trembled slightly. She was like a sensitive girl who was too proud and mature to show her true emotions to others. Only when she tilted her head slightly and gently rubbed her cheek against the old doll did she reveal her true age. Mr. Tion silently looked at the back of the little girl, took a deep breath silently, and turned his head to the other side of the car window. He looked at the remaining burn marks on the car window, and a trace of palpitating emotion flashed across his round face. He took out his phone and asked in a deep voice, "Where are you?" "Just ahead." Traffic control had already been carried out on the straight streets of the capital of Sunset State. The dark green military vehicles steadily moved forward under the complicated gazes of the West Woods citizens. At this moment, a series of heavy mechanical rumbles suddenly sounded in front of the streets, and the vibrations caused the leaves on the streets to begin to tremble. Hundreds of armored vehicles surged in from all directions and quickly approached the military vehicles. The earth trembled. The two sides met in an extremely short period of time, and the order was extremely good. However, the overwhelming aura of iron still made the onlookers feel an uncontrollable panic. At this time, the dark green fleet finally tore off the exterior of the tarpaulin camouflage. The heavy firepower weapons in the rear compartments of dozens of military vehicles were clearly visible, displaying their power without any concealment. The thick, cold, black metal pipes were vigilantly aimed at the sky, the ground, and every corner of the streets. The heavily guarded fleet moved forward 3 kilometers, and another 70 or so black MX mechas of the latest model joined the fleet with a roar. Forward, forward, forward. The silent and valiant army escorted the little girl in the center of the fleet as they moved forward toward the old mansion in Way 2 District. At the same time, The two reorganized machinists stationed in the southwest military camp of the capital of Sunset State had already left their station. They silently, brazenly, and murderously entered the city. Tens of thousands of fully armed soldiers, thousands of various war vehicles, and hundreds of heavy alloy mechas became an irresistible iron stream, paralyzing the entire city's traffic and daily operations. Immediately after, the reorganized machinist master announced on behalf of a certain party that from that day onward, the capital of Sunset State, within a radius of 80 kilometers around the old mansion in Wei-Tu district, would become a military control zone. No entry without permission. The phone calls from the Westwoods office of the Department of Defense and the Westwoods Military Staff Department kept ringing, but the two machinists did not respond at all. Finally, these calls directly reached the dark green fleet that was slowly returning home. On the phone, the angry general sternly questioned Stick Tion what he was going to do. You know why? Stick Tion glanced at the little girl beside him, the fat on his lower jaw trembling slightly, and said, "This is for the safety of the little girl. If you don't dare to come and disarm, then pretend you didn't see this scene. I know, His Excellency the President will be here soon. I left half the city for you to prepare for the ceremony. Is there any other problem?" There was silence on the other end of the phone. No matter how angry the general was, after hearing this incomparably valiant announcement, he still could only remain silent. Because the one who said this was Fatty Tion. Even though this Fatty Tion had long retired from the army, even though he was only a colonel when he retired, he could still command the military strength of 3 divisions with just one phone call. No one in the West Woods dared to doubt this. After Stick Tion hung up the phone, he shook his head. He was not used to being arrogant, and letting 3 machinists ignore the military order of the Federation and enter the city in large numbers had long exceeded the meaning of arrogance on the surface. But he had to do this. Only in this way could those who had bad intentions be more honest. The commander was dead, so the little girl could return to the West Woods. This was very sad and very infuriating. But what was even more sad and infuriating was that on the way home, in the space station at the border of the region, they actually encountered an accident that was definitely not an accident. If the Special Task Force staff sent by the president had not gotten the relevant information, things might have been a little troublesome. He glanced at Zhong Huiyan, somewhat clumsily picked up the school bag beside her, and said, "Do you still have to do homework today?" Zhong Huiyan turned her head, and there was no expression on her young face. She nodded and said, "Yes, I have to study harder in the future because I have to take care of myself." Chapter 581. Stop. In a quiet and noble manner on the outskirts of the capital of the West Woods Sunset State, a cold shout rang out. On both sides of the road, under the cover of the trees, black gun barrels poked out and aimed at a few soldiers who were walking quickly along the road. In the face of the tight defense and deadly weapons, the soldiers did not stop at all. Even the determined expression on their faces did not change. They followed the burly figure at the front and approached the building. The few of them were not imposing, but they were as firm as a mountain. Li Feng's footsteps were firm. His military boots were shiny, and his military uniform was neat. There was no expression on his face, but there was a sense of ruthlessness between his eyebrows that made people's hearts palpitate. Hundreds of fully armed personnel rushed out from under the building hidden among the green trees, blocking in front of him and his subordinates. The black barrels of the guns were closer, but Li Feng didn't even look at these people. He waved his right hand and forcefully pushed away the barrels of the guns. He walked in with loud strides. Inside the building, the Zhong family was holding an extremely important meeting. The elders of the family and the people with real power needed to determine the distribution of power after the unexpected death of the head of the family as soon as possible. They needed to stabilize the internal situation and seek for the longevity of the family. However, Li Feng, an outsider, barged into the meeting without reason. Under the disbelieving gazes of the well-dressed people, he walked directly to the deepest part of the room. An old man of the Zhong family, who was presiding over the meeting, slowly stood up and frowned. He was about to say something, but his old and cloudy eyes suddenly shrank. Li Feng walked in front of the hesitant Zhong Ziki with an expressionless face. He took out the old-style gun at his waist. Without the slightest hesitation or a word, he directly pulled the trigger at Zhong Ziki's thigh. The crisp sound of the gunshot reverberated in the quiet meeting room, but it shook everyone's mind. Their ears were buzzing, and their minds were in chaos. There was absolute silence. There seemed to be no sound of tables and chairs overturning, no sound of Zhong Ziki screaming and falling to the ground, no sound of blood spurting out from his thigh. There was only the sound of a gunshot. This simple and straightforward gunshot shattered everyone's ability to think. The entire Federation referred to this young lieutenant colonel as Madman Li, because he was insufferably arrogant and crazy in battle, but no one thought that he was a true madman. Until now. He walked in with his chest puffed out and pulled out his pistol expressionlessly. As if he was waving his hand to swat away a fly, he pulled the trigger without hesitation and shot the second young master, who was most likely to become the head of the West Woods Zhong family, to the ground. The silence was broken by cries of surprise, curses, and shouts. The security personnel of the Zhong family in the West Woods rushed over, roaring with heavy weapons in their hands, but no one dared to shoot, and no one dared to stand in front of Zhong Ziki. This was because Li Feng was still holding a gun in his broad right hand. His light yellow calluses were firmly in contact with the patterned gun handle. The distance between the slender muzzle and Zhong Ziki's forehead was so short that even a needle couldn't penetrate it. There was another important reason why there wasn't an intense gunfight or a bloodbath. Zhong Ziki was clutching his thigh as he fell to the ground. His face was pale from the pain, and his facial features were contorted. His eyes were filled with horror, but he still didn't forget to shout loudly, "Don't shoot." He knew Madman Li very well. Even if the Zhong family security personnel blasted the officers into a bloody pulp, Madman Li would definitely rush to kill him first. What was even more terrifying was that the deafening gunshot clearly proved that if Madman Li wanted to kill him today, he wouldn't even need to think twice. I don't want to care about the bullshit matters of you aristocratic families, but fireworks are the only flesh and blood of a tiger. Li Feng stared at Zhong Ziki's contorted face under the muzzle of the gun. He enunciated each word clearly. If something like what happened in the space station happens again, if your sister loses a single strand of hair, I don't care if you did it or not, I will kill you. I didn't do it, Zhong Ziki shouted in pain. You can insult my intelligence, but don't overestimate my rationality. I've already said that I don't care if you did it or not. I'll settle the score with you. Li Feng used the muzzle of the gun to stab Zhong Ziki's forehead as he roared. If you want to be the head of the family, the West Woods will be yours. In the West Woods, if anything happens to your sister, who else would I look for if not you? I don't care what fucking evidence you have. After saying this, he put the gun back into his holster and glared at Zhong Ziki on the ground. He couldn't be bothered to say anything else. With a bang of his military boots on the ground, he prepared to turn around and leave. The Zhong family's big shots, who had been shocked and silent until this moment, finally reacted. The family elder who stood up shakily was so angry that his whole body was trembling. He pointed at the back of Li Feng's head and scolded, "How dare you? Arrest this lunatic." The Zhong family's armed men approached again with nervous expressions. A few heavy firearms even directly stuck to Li Feng's gradually losing childishness. One of the guns with a metallic luster was directly pressed against Li Feng's forehead. The soldier holding the gun had a ruthless expression. He wanted to use this action to return the humiliation that the family successor had suffered to him. His cheek made intimate contact with the cold barrel of the gun. Li Feng's eyes suddenly flashed with madness. With a muffled shout, he slammed his head against the barrel of the gun between his eyebrows. The moment he lowered his head, a huge force collided with the metal gun, causing it to suddenly change shape with a creaking sound. The hard gun but flew backward and directly hit the soldier's chest. The ruthless soldier couldn't react at all. Accompanied by the terrifying sound of his sternum cracking, he directly fainted. A micro-controlled gun can't even fake a misfire. Li Feng fiercely spat. He suddenly turned around and looked at the Zhong family's big shots. He rolled his eyes and said, "What I just said to Zhong Ziki is also what I said to you old men. If anything happens to Zhong Huiyin in the West Woods again, you all will be buried with her." He stretched out his arrogant index finger and pointed at the old man of the Zhong family, who was covering his chest and coughing. He said, "You old dogs only know how to hide behind a tiger and pick up rotten meat to eat. Since you don't dare to kill me because of my old man, then be more honest in the future. You must be very eager for my old man to die early so that you can deal with me. But I have to remind you that when the day comes that you dare to kill me, maybe I will be very willing to kill all of you in advance." Li Feng's face was ferocious. He looked around at the several generations of elites of the Zhong family and said coldly, "So you'd better pray that my old man will live forever, or that Zhong Huiyin will always be healthy." The expressions of the people of the Zhong family were extremely complicated and embarrassed. They had to admit that what Li Feng said was true. For these thousand-year-old families, the Li family by Lake Feiqing was just the condensation of brilliance that occasionally bloomed in the long river of history. However, in the past few decades, the Li family, which was sparsely populated, had become more powerful than the seven families because the highest mountain in the Federation was still spreading light and shadow in the universe. The military boots stepped on the ground paved with precious stones, making clear and firm footsteps. Li Feng walked out of the venue indifferently with his subordinate officers. His voice was not loud today, but when it gushed out from his burly and magnificent chest, it was as deafening as heavenly thunder. Until his back disappeared at the door, these words still echoed in the venue and fell on the heavy hearts of people in the ground, smashing countless bloody holes. Just like Zhong Ziqi's miserable thigh, the most important thing in the world was life and death, and the most common thing was also life and death. When an ordinary person died, it would often make the hearts of relatives linger in grief for a few days, while the unrelated people would only care about their own happiness. But the death of a big shot was different. The length of the human mourning seemed to be proportional to the weight of the dead person. The sudden death of Zhong Sihu and his wife, in addition to triggering thoughts of mourning in the Federation and the continuous sad weather in the West Woods for many days, would inevitably lead to more complicated and more serious problems because they left behind a jaw-dropping legacy, including the huge industrial cluster of the ancient clock company, but more importantly, the right of the head of the Zhong family to dispose of the family property and the military power of the West Woods, tacitly acknowledged by the Federation. So far, no will have been found, so how should the legacy be dealt with? Two partners of the largest law firm in the West Woods chose to resign because they could not bear the huge pressure. The West Woods troops in several galaxies were also anxiously watching. According to the laws of the Federation, the only daughter of Commander Zhong and his wife, Zhong Huahua, had the unquestionable right of first inheritance. But the problem was that the legacy could not be inherited completely according to the laws of the Federation to a large extent. For example, the exercise of military power was not allowed by the Federation laws at all. Also, the family property of the Zhong family that had existed for thousands of years, the head of the family had the absolute right to dispose of it, but it did not mean that it was the personal property of the head of the family. How could these troublesome legacies, which made the relationship between the Federation and the West Woods, be inherited by a little girl? At this time, many people in the West Woods thought of Zhong Ziqi, the nephew who was most doted on and even spoiled by Commander Zhong, in the hearts of many people over the years, the next head of the family. Gradually, there's a great difference of opinion between the Zhong family and the troops, and cracks were gradually forming. In the face of such a crazy legacy, all kinship, love, and friendship were all bubbles, and all kinds of tricks were possible. Fortunately, Li Feng used his madness and Big Stick Tian used his strength to suppress this trend before the frightening and dangerous situation descended into total madness. The people and soldiers of the West Woods anxiously waited for the result. The continuous heavy rain carried the cold wind through countless tall buildings. At this time, the president of the Federation, Mr. Pabre, arrived in the Sunset State of the West Woods region. The funeral was about to begin. Chapter 582. The melodious military music gradually stopped, and the crisp sound of gunshots echoed in the air, shuttling through the dense raindrops, startling the birds that were grooming their wet feathers around the square. It seemed that the weather during a funeral was always bad, and the cold rain was like God crying. In the cold rain, President Pabre's speech in front of the battlefield cemetery was probably the only warm color. His speech touched many people, comforted many people, and made many people cry. After the West Woods Tigers' funeral ended, the president did not rest. He immediately met with the real power figures of the Zhong family and had lunch with them. In the middle of the night, he summoned Big Stick Tion and a couple of young officers from Silin's military. The meeting lasted an entire 3 hours. The next day, 2 of the 3 divisions of mechanics that forced their way into the capital of Sunset State and announced that they were under military control retreated back to the military camp. The old house in Latitude 2 district finally opened its door again. The people who had received some kind of promise from the president chose to compromise in peace. After President Pabre's tireless mediation, the situation in the West Woods that was about to explode finally eased. Ensure the stability of the West Woods. The Zhong family, whose people were unstable, had to be appeased. Some interests could be sacrificed, and some limits could be compromised. After all, those interests that were compromised never really belonged to the Federation government. The Federation would never give a clear suggestion on who would inherit the Zhong family's huge family business. They only showed a slight inclination in the dark. For a long time in the future, the fight for the Zhong family's property would become more complicated. It would definitely be brought to court, and it would be a grand and long-lasting battle. There would be an uproar, and there would be a lot of ugliness. However, as long as the military was not used and the matter was resolved in a relatively peaceful way, it would not affect the Federation's rare goods situation, and it would not affect the galactic war that was about to start. Then it would be fine. Compared to the ownership of the Guzhong Company and those industrial clusters, the real problem was the selection of the commander of the West Woods military region. The Zhong family had controlled the military power in the West Woods for thousands of years, and this was their biggest reliance and bottom line. Although the Zhong family, which was gradually splitting up, needed the support of the Federation government, they would not give up this bottom line. Perhaps he could seize this opportunity to change some things? The people of the West Woods would never agree to let Du Shaoqing serve in the West Woods military headquarters. So who should they send? President Pabre stood silently by the window, looking at the blue sky silver sand under his feet and the drizzling rain, thinking about his trip to the West Woods. The top floor of the Golden Star Hotel was silent, and the world outside was equally silent except for the sound of the rain. This planet far away from the capital ring finally had a moment of respite after that tragedy, but the most powerful man in the Federation still could not find a moment to relax. No matter what the situation is, a politician should remain absolutely calm. Only then can they ensure that they are not defeated by weakness and that their decisions are correct so that they can seek happiness and benefits for the majority of the people. I don't know if it's because of Commander Zhong's funeral. President Pabre said in a deep voice as he looked at the rain outside the glass curtain wall and the faint reflection of the shadows. A hand gently patted his left shoulder, and the president's wife comforted him. Sometimes there is no other way to make some compromises. President Pabre knew that his wife must have misunderstood that he was frustrated because he decided to support the other side of the Zhong family. He could not help but smile bitterly, gently patted the warm hand on his shoulder, and whispered to himself in a low voice, "Sometimes the sacrifices we are forced to make may be far more serious than compromises." The president's wife looked at his back worriedly and found that her husband seemed to be in a bad mood, so she quickly changed the topic and said quickly, "My daughter called again yesterday. She is very concerned about Lieutenant Colonel Su Li's situation. How should I answer?" President Pabre thought of his daughter, who was still troubled by depression, and thought of the young man whose fate was unknown. A trace of sadness flashed across his tanned face, and he said in a sincere tone, "I can only pray for that guy's good luck." It was also raining in the capital special district of S1. Teacher Du Xiaoqing watched the live broadcast of the funeral with a somewhat complicated expression. After a long time of silence in the dark room, he walked to the bookshelf, took down the violin case, and began to play the violin. The refreshing violin melody became somewhat different in the hands that were no longer stable and were slightly trembling. The notes that were flowing, struggling, and colliding in the space gathered together and then separated resolutely, revealing a faint sadness, deep panic, and speechless confusion. The emotions were extremely complicated. The melody stopped without warning. Du Xiaoqing stared blankly at the green leaves outside the window that were being tormented by the heavy rain. His usual straight posture seemed to be somewhat stooped. His military posture, which had never had anything wrong with it, seemed to be somewhat gloomy. He suddenly roared and smashed the expensive violin hard on the window lattice, smashing the glass into pieces and splashing everywhere like rain. That night, Du Xiaoqing hastily wrote a report of the preliminary investigation results, and at the same time attached his resignation letter to the office of the president's residence, suggesting that the Parliament Hill continue to investigate the attack of the ancient bell. In the early morning of the next day, he returned to S3 with several orderlies to prepare for the war with the Empire. As long as the situation in the West Woods was stabilized, the federal forces would launch a large-scale attack on the Empire. After the Empire shamelessly attacked the ancient bell, no force or faction in the Federation dared to stop the determination of the president and military. Otherwise, the anger of the people would directly burn them to ashes. Before boarding the warship, Du Xiaoqing suddenly turned around, took off his sunglasses, and revealed his cold and proud face. He looked at the capital special district in the morning rain with a complicated expression and suddenly asked, "Is there any news from Sulu?" Reporting to the commander, "There is no news." Du Xiaoqing put on his sunglasses again and remained silent. From the time he put on this pair of sunglasses, he was no longer so obsessed with the starry sky above his head and some things deep in his heart. Once he started to compromise, he might be forced to continue to compromise. It was his cognition that made him think of Sulu, the young man who made him very unhappy. Now that the hardest stone in the Federation had died, it seemed to be a pity. Somewhere far away from the ordinary people's living area in the Federation, there was a secluded manor deep in the mountains and blue lakes. This manor belonged to the Nanxiang family, the most low-key of the 7 families. However, looking at the manor's vast area and luxurious furnishings, how could it be considered low-key? I heard that someone from the government said that the official residence is very happy to see Zhong Ziki inherit the position of the head of the Zhong family. Nan Xiangmei clenched her fists, opened her bright eyes, and looked at her mother in shock. Her beautiful cheeks were stained with a few strands of black hair that were wet from the rain. In order to pacify the situation in the West Woods as soon as possible, Mr. President made such a hint in advance. After all, the little girl of the Zhong family is too young, and she has been living in the Xixia state, and Zhong Ziki has the support of most of the Zhong family members. Mrs. Nan looked at her daughter with a smile. She knew very well why her daughter, who insisted on living an ordinary life since childhood, suddenly came home today and raised doubts about the situation in the Federation. This was naturally because the young man had an extremely close relationship with the little princess of the Zhong family. But Zhong Huiyan is the legal heir. Nan Xiangmei shook her head in disbelief. Everyone in the West Woods knows that Commander Zhong dotes on Zhong Ziki very much. Many people see that young man as the future head of the Zhong family. In fact, in our view, that tiger seems to have some kind of intention. He wants the heir of the Zhong family to have to die in S1. In this case, the government's choice of Zhong Ziki may be in line with the tiger's last wish. I don't believe it. Nan Xiangmei shook her head firmly. The government is not a kind person, and I know that the Tai family, the Li family, and even our family have sent people to the Westwoods. Everyone's reaction is very strange. After a moment of silence, Mrs. Nan calmly replied, "You're right. Zhong Ziki can't become an excellent family head in a short period of time. The Zhong family has no leader, and now there are signs of division. The government is secretly adding fuel to the fire. Maybe this is the precursor of the first collapse of the 7 families. In this case, the 6 families must be the first to enter the West Woods to seek benefits. If the Zhong family is destroyed, what good will it do to the other families? Nan Xiangmei asked sadly. The relationship between lips and teeth, don't the elders of the family know better than I do? The Zhong family has always been on the edge of the 7 family system. They have no marriage alliance with us, and there are no deep interests entanglement. More importantly, if the Zhong family is really going to decline, we can't just sit back and watch the government absorb the energy released when the Zhong family scatters like a black hole. Nan Xiangmei frowned, looked at her mother, and said sadly, I heard that you and Mrs. Zhong were very good friends. Can't you do something for her daughter? You don't understand. Everything is for the sake of interest for survival. Mrs. Nan slightly closed her eyes, and after a long silence, she continued, for a giant family like the 7 families, even if they decline and collapse, it will not be a matter of short period of time. This long process may last for a whole constitutional era. It is also possible that the Zhong family will suddenly rise halfway, just like the history of the East Woods when they were almost destroyed. But in the face of this unprecedented situation, everyone must plunge into it to seize benefits and strengthen themselves. Otherwise, it may be our turn to decline next. Nan Xiangmei didn't express any more opinions on this issue, and just looked at her mother with some disappointment and sadness. She looked up and worriedly looked at her daughter, who had obviously lost a lot of weight. She knew where her disappointment and sadness came from. This was because of the love. This was because she was looking for the last bit of hope. However, Mrs. Nan didn't say anything in the end. Nan Xiangmei returned to her own small courtyard behind the lake. She sat quietly and sadly by the window, looking at the countless small circles created by the rain hitting the lake. She thought of the similar circles she saw on the pond in the forest garden that day. These days, it seemed that the entire Federation and the land of countless planets was raining, and the patter made people feel depressed and gloomy. Nan Xiangmei glanced at the phone in her hand and dialed a string of numbers with trembling fingertips. After getting this phone number from Li Xiaotong, she hadn't dialed it even once. Today was the first time, but there was no sound from the other end of the phone. Crystal tears fell from the front of her eyelashes, and more, forming a bead curtain and dripping to the ground. She reached out to wipe them, but more tears poured out from her fingers. Chapter 583. Mr. President personally stepped in to mediate, and the government and parliament exerted a lot of pressure. Finally, the situation in the West Woods did not get out of control. At least for the time being, the 2 sides of the family did not have an intense and uncontrollable armed conflict. Some of the fights that revolve around big interests dived into the depths of the sea, brewing endless pressure, while some surfaced above the blue waves and began to move toward legal solutions. Among the huge industries, including the Gu Zhong Company, which belonged to the Zhong family, and which belonged to the private property of the old mansion in the Weifang district, countless complicated legal terms and definitions of authority were enough to make the judges of the entire West Woods a headache. Many people thought that this lawsuit might go all the way to the Supreme Court. The Federation government and the military did not want to see this situation go on for too long. After all, the universe war was coming soon. The various forces faintly sent out vague messages, but it was enough for the parties involved to be very clear. These messages were not good news for the little girl in the old mansion in the Weifang district. The government hoped that the chaos in the West Woods would end as soon as possible. The military hoped that after the civil issues were resolved, they could immediately deal with the jurisdiction of the troops in the West Woods. The 6 families hidden in the shadows watched indifferently and waited for the aftermath of the Zhong family split. The few most powerful forces in the entire Federation pushed the situation to develop in a certain direction for different reasons. Although the Federation's judicial system was claimed to be absolutely independent, in the face of such terrifying pressure, the so-called independence could only guarantee some procedural fairness on the surface. The three jurisdictional disputes that started one after another in more than 10 days were extremely unfavorable to the old mansion of the Zhong family. The old mansion's legal counsel, those famous lawyers in the West Woods, could not help but feel a little powerless in the face of such a situation. Under such circumstances, on an ordinary street in the Sunset region in the afternoon, a law firm called Shizhou quietly opened for business. No one noticed that this law firm, which only had 3 shared offices and was not well known in the industry, only had one office. No one knew that the first business the Shizhou law firm sought after its opening was to come to the old mansion of the Zhong family in the Weifang district. If I'm not mistaken, you mean that this law firm called Shizhou wants to represent Ms. Zhong Huiyan in all her legal affairs in the future. The staff of the Zhong family's old mansion looked at the young lawyer, who had obviously just graduated from university. His expression was extremely strange. The young man opposite him was a little restless. He probably knew who Miss Zhong Huiyan was and what kind of situation the Zhong family was in. The other party actually wanted to represent Miss in all her legal affairs. This was a ridiculous request. Was the boss of this law firm out of his mind? Was he trying to make a name for himself with such a clown request? Do you know how many barristers serve the young lady? Do you know what kind of status these great lawyers have in the Westwoods? Do you know that even the famous lawyer he from S1 is currently on his way to the Westwoods? The staff member of the Zhong family looked at the young lawyer opposite him and frowned. Your law firm has just been established. What gives you the confidence to let us choose you over these famous lawyers? The young lawyer rubbed his hands nervously and explained in a trembling voice, I know. It seems to be impossible to explain. It's just that the partner of the law firm asked us to get this business. He suddenly thought of something and hurriedly took out a plant fiber business card from the inside of his clothes. He respectfully handed it over and said, We are a small law firm. The boss has no intention of recruiting partners for the time being. The staff member of the Zhong family took the expensive business card and looked at the name on it. He frowned slightly and turned to leave. In less than a minute, the staff member hurriedly came back and looked at the young lawyer in disbelief. He said, Colonel Tion said that he hopes to meet with the boss of your law firm as soon as possible. As for the matter you just mentioned, from today onwards, all the legal affairs of the old mansion will be handed over to the Shizhou law firm. Tai Yuan stood in the narrow office of the law firm and looked at the traffic outside the window. There was a smile on his thin and slightly pale face. A month ago, he came to the West Woods and quietly watched the tragedies, comedies, and clowns, but he didn't make a sound. According to the life plan that his mother had suggested and the self-awareness that he had cultivated since he was very young, he should have stayed in the army at this time to seek military exploits in the war against the Imperium in the future. Then, he should have joined the grassroots to accumulate experience and finally officially enter the political world. He should have chosen an important and symbolic state and become a member of that state. He should not have opened a small law firm in the quiet civilian district of the Sunset State, as he was now. He didn't give up the first step of his life plan, to become the youngest president of the Federation in history. He just went against his mother's wishes and chose another path that might be more difficult to take. He admitted that he was indeed influenced by the life experience of the president to become a successful lawyer and then enter the political world. In order to become a successful lawyer, one would need to fight a significant lawsuit. Throughout the entire Federation, was there any lawsuit that was more important than the lawsuit of the Zhong family in the past few decades? Winning or losing this case didn't depend on the case. The sudden appearance of the Shizhou law firm was undoubtedly a strong warning to the Federation government, to the other forces of the Zhong family, and to the other families, because it seemed to represent the attitude of Macho Back Mountain. In fact, this was the first time that Tai Yuan was independent of Macho Back Mountain and made his voice heard to the entire Federation. He completely went against the decision of his mother. Tai Yuan looked out of the window and smiled, but didn't say anything. Perhaps no one in the universe could defeat his mother, but he wasn't worried about anything. He was the only son in the family for 7 generations. His mother couldn't watch him waste his life out of anger. In this battle between mother and son, the son would always win. Of course, in order to gain the understanding of his mother and the full support of his family, he also made a great compromise. The date of the engagement was finally set for the autumn of the year after next year. He was still the clear-headed, calm, and naturally proud prince. But he suddenly changed his life plan and made such an important decision. Even he himself didn't know if it was some kind of inexplicable sense of responsibility that emerged from the depths of his heart, some kind of desire to complete what he wanted to do for his dead friend, or just he wanted to experience the feeling of living like that guy. Tai Yuan looked up at the sky and sighed softly. He said softly in his heart, "You finally became a damned hero. But do you know how many people in the Federation are mocking your stupidity, your vain individualism, and even angrily accusing you of taking revenge for no reason? I really don't understand why these people are angry. Have they never found out that you are mentally ill?" Tai Yuan coughed softly, took out a bottle of medicine, and swallowed it. He didn't drink water, and then he held his chest and breathed rapidly for a moment. He finally calmed down, and his cheeks gradually became rosy. In fact, all these years, he hadn't been very close to that guy. The fake gentleness and indifference nurtured by the family since childhood, the natural aura nurtured by the glory of the royal family, and that guy's stubborn and sharp personality were somewhat conflicting. Even if they didn't see each other, they wouldn't miss each other. When they occasionally met, peace would slowly spread like a small stream. But once they never met again, when he thought about how his only friend in this life was gone, he would always feel sad, but he thought that was all. "I want to eat scallion pancakes today." Tai Yuan turned around and said to Butler Jean, who was standing respectfully at the door of the office. Then he subconsciously paused and smiled inexplicably. Plain porridge and scallion pancakes, the battle in the library, seemed to be something from many years ago. Recently, the Federation's news channel broadcasted the footage of the Bureau of Proclamation's heroic and valiant revenge on the Empire. The value of the Federation's war heroes should be maximized even after death. The funerals of Commander Zhong and his wife were held, as were the funerals of the soldiers who died on the Ancient Bell. However, Su Li's funeral was not mentioned due to the strong opposition of some people. The tentacles of the glory of the Charter that passed through the space channel could no longer find Su Li's chip pulse and determined that this person was dead. However, many people in the Federation were still waiting hopelessly for some kind of miracle to happen. But if miracles happened too many times, it couldn't be called a miracle. Different seasons passed on different planets, but there was still no news from the other side. In order to prepare for the grand space war that was about to begin, the Federation was making careful and intense preparations. Under such circumstances, under the strong pressure of the fanatical collective consciousness of the Federation people, many disputes were temporarily suppressed. Fatty Tian, Madman Li, and the Crown Prince of the Tai family who were in the West Woods had to make all kinds of compromises. An atmosphere of harmony and sacrifice shrouded countless galaxies. At this moment, it was easy for some people to easily think of a certain person who seemed to never know how to compromise and didn't know how to look at the big picture. On the shore of Lake Feiqing, Jianshi, whose black hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, stood quietly in the morning light behind the old man who was standing in the morning light. After a long silence, she slightly raised her beautiful face, and with a trace of aura that was unknown whether it was inherited from her father or her birth mother, she said seriously, "I know why the Federal Fleet rejected my application, and I can also guess why you were so serious about preventing me from even having a slight chance to enter the Empire. It must be related to my background. There are many things that I don't understand about the military operation on planet 5460. Sula promised me to investigate it, so I didn't ask you. But now that he is dead, I think I should have the ability to ask directly like he did." Li Pifu, the god of war of the Federation, blinked his turbid eyes and looked up at the towering mountain on the other side of the lake. A meaningful smile appeared on his wrinkled face, as if he was somewhat gratified by the girl's courage to ask questions. However, he did not answer the question in the end. After a moment of silence, he changed the topic to another aspect. "I also have a question that I don't understand. How can a person like your father raise a child like Su Lo? This revenge from morning to night should have nothing to do with his impulsive personality. It's just that sometimes even I don't understand the decisions he made. The child's actions are so calm, but why is the love and hate hidden under his face so obvious? I feel very sorry about his death. Lipifu's face was calm as he said slowly in a serious tone, I thought that in the years before my death, I would be able to watch him grow in a way that no one could have imagined, but I did not expect that he would die in front of me. However, the old man quietly looked at Jianshi, whose face was slightly pale, and said, all the people of the Federation who enter the Empire will undoubtedly die, but not him. Of course, it's just not necessarily. An asteroid shining with a metallic luster was suspended in the universe. This was the most important forward base of the Federation's star-field frontline. It gathered the painstaking efforts of several generations of engineers of the Nutshell Company and consumed an astonishingly huge budget of the Federation government. At this moment, it was officially put into use. With this large information node as the hub, it connected all the information nodes in this spacious star field to the other end of the space channel, providing a strong support for the Federation's attack on the Empire. The 1st Regiment of the new 17th Division had been stationed in this giant space base for 3 months. Da Vinci, whose face was covered in grease, climbed out of the twisted tube of the W-type engine. He spat a mouthful of black saliva on the ground, took a cigarette box from his comrade, and lit it up. Then, he began to seriously compare the technical manual to see if he had missed anything during the previous maintenance. Ever since that day when they were trapped in the escape capsule and helplessly watched the 3-winged spaceship leave, the members of Group 7 had become much quieter than before. Even though they were now disbanded and returned to their respective combat units, they were still silent, but they trained even more seriously. Although the men on the battlefield had long been used to parting with life and death, this time felt a little different. Although that guy did not speak much and was even somewhat inconspicuous, it was still a little strange to not have such a leader who would charge at the front and retreat at the back. Da Vinci suddenly saw Bai Yulan's figure from the corner of his eyes. He immediately stood up and gave a standard military salute, then respectfully took out a cigarette and handed it over. Bai Yulan shook his head, and the black hair in front of his forehead suddenly swayed. His voice was a little cold. I quit smoking. For this outstanding military assassin, quitting smoking and relapsing had a kind of self-hypnotizing symbolic meaning. Since that guy had died irresponsibly, the number 37 brand cigarettes seemed to have become tasteless. Bai Yulan did not turn his head as he spoke. His left foot habitually retracted back, as usual, and his head was slightly lowered. Under the cover of his black hair, his eyes were as sharp as knives as he stared at a certain spot. Over there, Shang Xiao was leading the staff of the Nutshell Engineering Department to carry out a complicated data calculation. This beautiful, genius female engineer did not seem to have changed much from before. Her expression was calm, but her cheeks were a little thinner, which made her look even more delicate. These days, Shang Xiao was working nonstop. Other than that, there was nothing else. Under the long stone steps of Parliament Hill, the vice chairman of the Green Dragon Mountain Committee, who had just finished a press conference and expressed his full support for the government's invasion of the Empire, hurriedly left under the protection of the Special Task Force agents of the Federation. Zhang Xiaoming, who was preparing to leave, was heavily surrounded by reporters. Madam Zhang Xiaoming, do you have any thoughts on the unfortunate death of Lieutenant Colonel Su Lo? He's only missing. Zhang Xiaoming paused for a moment, then calmly corrected them. The Federation is still unable to confirm his whereabouts. As for myself, I quite admire Lieutenant Colonel Su Lee's heroic actions. As for the reflection of some people in the Federation on the so-called heroism, I think it's rather rude and retarded. It was rare to see this beautiful spokesperson of the Green Dragon Mountain, and it was rare to hear her positive comments. Naturally, the reporters were overjoyed and countless questions flooded in. However, after Zhang Xiaoming's simple but direct comments, she didn't answer any more questions and walked in her office on Parliament Hill. The door to the office was tightly shut. Zhang Xiaoming sat quietly in the large chair. Her black-rimmed glasses were placed on the table. For a long time, she did not make a single sound or movement. Her body gradually loosened up, like a person who had worked hard for many days. Suddenly, she could no longer suppress the deep sense of fatigue in the depths of her body. This boring and hypocritical woman. In a Linyuan suburb of the Capital Special District, a young man and a young woman sat across the table from each other. They watched the scene in front of Parliament Hill that had just been broadcasted on the TV screen, and at the same time made the same disdainful comments. Then, the two of them were stunned at the same time. Shi Qinghai's charming peach blossom eyes flashed with a trace of luster. Under the accompaniment of the violin outside the restaurant, he said to the woman across the table, "You see, after all, we can still find many things in common. Don't you really want to consider it? Or we could try to have some more intimate contact and find the feelings of youth. Although I'm already a mother, I've never felt that I'm old." Zoe looked at him coldly and said, "What disgusts me is that you're still in the mood to chase a woman when we don't know whether that guy is dead or alive. Is the friendship between you men as disgusting as the friendship between those rich young ladies?" After saying this, she lowered her head and earnestly fed the delicate food into the little boy's mouth. Today, Zoe wore a red, loose flowing cloud dress. The smooth skin of her back revealed a large part of her beauty. As usual, there was a bright red flower in her hair, but it didn't look tacky at all. Shi Qinghai glanced at the little boy across the table, who was as beautiful as a porcelain doll. He smiled slightly and immediately said with great sincerity, "It's because he's dead that I have to live well for him like I promised him before." After saying this, the two of them fell silent at the same time. Then they began to drink continuously. The amber liquor was paired with 2 or 3 crystal ice cubes. Zoyu's eyebrows gradually blushed, which was extremely charming. Suddenly, she had an idea. She picked up 2 drops of liquor with the tip of her little finger and brought it to the little boy's lips. Zhou Liuhua, who had inherited his parents' excellent biological markers and stubborn temperament, had not yet mastered a rich vocabulary. Therefore, when they were outside, the little boy was always stubborn and refused to speak much. He curiously looked at the tip of his mother's finger that was brought to his lips and carefully stuck out his tongue to lick it. Zoyu felt a little ticklish, but her heart was filled with warmth. She smiled happily as she thought of the time when she was drunk in the nightclub. She used her cold appearance to hide her loneliness and unwillingness. Once again, she confirmed that giving birth to this little boy was the best thing she had done in her life. "What are you doing?" Shi Qinghai reprimanded somewhat angrily. Zoe didn't pay attention to him at all. She just kept teasing her cute son who was frowning because of the spiciness, but refused to cry. Shi Qinghai couldn't help but feel a little bored. He said self-deprecatingly, "That's right. We are the sons of 2 drunkards. In the future, we will be drunkards too. Let me remind you again." Zoe raised her head and stared at him. The charm on her beautiful face gradually disappeared. "The name on the column of Liuhua's father is Su Lu. I've never fought with a dead person for anything." Shi Qinghai spread out his hands. Suddenly, he said in a low voice, "But if this guy is still alive, fighting with him might be fun." The two of them fell silent again. Shi Qinghai thought for a long time and finally said, "I am a professional skeptic. From the beginning of the Macklin Project until now, when the ancient bell was attacked, I feel that there is still a big problem. Brother Jiao, Secretary Jiao's suicide is indeed very suspicious. You better check the files. I will provide you with what I can." Zoyu didn't hesitate and replied, "But I believe that my father has nothing to do with this matter. And I have to remind you that the Bureau of Proclamation has already stopped the investigation. This matter may be more complicated than you think. We have to check eventually. It's just that in the past, there were 2 of us. Now that that guy is dead, I'm the only one left. But I believe that if he could still speak, he would definitely shout, 'Continue the investigation. Continue the investigation.'" Mr. Shi smiled and said, "That would really make him look like an idiot. But we can't let that idiot die in vain, right?" After hearing the word die so many times, Zoyu finally couldn't suppress her depressed mood anymore. She put down the wine glass and stared into Shi Qinghai's eyes. With her unique charm, she said, "He won't die even if you die 800 times. Maybe you know him better than I do." Sure, Qinghai stood up and was ready to leave. He smiled and said, "You are right. The guy is either fighting or preparing for a fight. How could he die so easily? Maybe he is starting a new journey somewhere else." Of course, Zhou raised her beautiful face and said proudly. Chapter 584. In the boundless and vast universe, it was hard to find a word to describe the stars that shone eternally in the farthest reaches of the universe. There was a nebula that had just condensed and extended its first spiral arm. There was an ancient galaxy of unknown age hanging like a silver belt. The deep red and white coldness looked at each other from countless light years away in the dark background. The coldness and indifference of each other made all the onlookers feel that they were small and insignificant, giving birth to a sense of awe that made their bodies tremble. The staff on a red rose were already somewhat numb to the scenery outside the transparent dome. After years of working on various spaceships and the long and boring journey, they did not have the extra interest and energy to look at the starry sky outside the transparent dome. No matter how beautiful something was, it could not withstand the wear and tear of time and immutability. When they first met the girl who was like their first love, she was so beautiful that it was soul-stirring. After looking at her for a long time, she gradually became as boring as an old wife. In comparison, the interior of this extremely luxurious spaceship was still able to shock the people who had just joined the team after passing the review. Especially the blue artificial lake. It was even more unbelievable. The spaceships of the Empire had always been designed with the best performance and the least amount of materials. Before seeing this lake with their own eyes, who would have thought that a spaceship would be so extravagant and even crazy to accommodate an artificial lake? Faint starlight sprinkled down from the glass dome, accompanied by additional light inside the spaceship. It passed through the spacious and huge space and mixed with the metallic luster of the tall cabin walls. It fell on the surface of the water, illuminating the tens of millions of tons of seawater. It was so deep that the bottom could not be seen. The waves moved slowly, giving off the feeling of a vast ocean. The tens of millions of tons of seawater came from the most famous summer resort of the Gamma Coast in the southern hemisphere of Tianjin planet. It was said that there was the purest seawater in the entire empire there. At the edge of the artificial lake or sea inside the spaceship, the silver sand from Bansha Prefecture was laid. It was said that the sand grains there were the most well-proportioned and delicate, and the skin of the soles of human feet felt wonderful when stepping on it. On the artificial beach, there were hundreds of tropical plants swaying gently in the convective wind. There were hammocks between the trees, parasols made of large green leaves, and the faint sound of birds chirping could be heard. For such a beautiful scene to appear inside a spaceship in the silent universe, it was a bit shocking. This was the Red Rose, the top spaceship of the Emperor of the Empire. But no one knew why it appeared in the border star field far away from Tianjin planet, in the deepest part of the sea, where the pressure of tens of millions of tons of seawater was the most concentrated. It was deathly silent. Unlike the beautiful scenery above the water, the silence here was filled with a suffocating aura of death. On a layer of fine sand at the bottom of the water, there was a naked man struggling and twisting. He wanted to shout out his pain, but he was suppressed by the heavy water from all directions, so he couldn't make a single sound. The powerful muscles on his back twitched, showing how much strength he was using at this moment, but he couldn't get rid of the heavy metal piece tied to his ankle and the black clue above it. There was no air to breathe, no straw to hold on to. There was nothing here, only water. The deep blue, cold seawater that pierced the skin like needles, the seawater that was everywhere, the seawater that was originally gentle but gradually became as heavy as lead, emitting a fishy smell of death. There was also no sound. The man in the depths of the water struggled as if he was crazy, and the water he stirred up couldn't be seen in most of the water. It was like watching life and death through a window, but clearly conveyed the despair and pain of suffocation that person was in. A normal person who couldn't breathe for such a long time would have suffocated to death. But that man persisted for a much longer time. But he was only a human, not a god. So in the end, those unwilling and desperate struggles gradually subsided. His legs that were tightly tied to the clue kicked powerlessly, and the soles of his feet glowed with a trace of a tragic white. Finally, he stopped. He was like a pitiful dead fish that flipped over and vainly tried to look at the sky with its belly facing the ground before it died. The faint sound of an engine rang out from the surface of the water. The black clue was quickly pulled upwards, pulling the heavy metal piece and the naked man, who was unknown whether he was alive or dead, away from the fine sand at the bottom of the water. Along with a few fine waves of sand, it moved towards the surface of the water. On the beach, on the other side of the giant lake, someone was currently fishing. With a light splash, a red koi fish was pulled out of the water by the thin line. It struggled with all its might to shake off its tail, but no matter what it did, it couldn't break free from the fatal hook. The naked man was pulled away from the surface of the lake by the black rope. Water flowed in reverse from his body, flowing along his wet black hair and pouring onto the surface of the lake. According to the calculations, the pressure at the bottom of the lake and the deep suffocation are already level 6 pain. Moreover, this type of pain and fear cannot be said to be tolerable at all. Why is this guy still smiling so happily? An expert from the Empire dressed in white overalls looked at the completely naked man on the workbench. He took out a towel and carelessly wiped this person's shoulders. He said in confusion, "Could it be that there really is a so-called near-death experience?" Before he died, he saw the scene he wanted to see the most. You have to wait until he wakes up before you can ask him. Another slightly older expert said with a smile, "I believe this hero of the Federation shouldn't mind sharing it with you. If he isn't willing, perhaps you can also enter the water and give it a try." Let's not. Thinking of the interrogation work in the past few days and the terrifying water torture in the large space, the expert couldn't help but shiver slightly. He picked up the nutrition needle beside him and inserted it into the body. The action of the expert of the Empire was very simple and rough, as if he was vaccinating a pig. The long and sharp needle pierced deeply into the body, but the man on the workbench who was covered in water didn't have any reaction. It seemed that he was in a deep coma. There were 2 flesh holes on his shoulders, inside of which were high-strength golden ropes. The wounds had already formed scabs, and they had peeled off after being soaked in cold water, revealing the tender flesh, which looked extremely horrifying. There were also dense scars on his skin after the torture. After experiencing hellish experiences, he probably wouldn't have much of a reaction to such a rough needle, even if he was awake, right? 500 milliliters of awakening injection. Yes, the expert in white started to mix the medicine, but his eyes fell on the left wrist of the man on the workbench. He said in confusion, "I'm still very interested in this bracelet. The material is very interesting. It's actually difficult to sample. When did the Federation develop such a high-strength metal? The problem is that it doesn't look like an alloy, and even X-rays can't penetrate it." The other expert shrugged and replied, "I'm more curious about what material this guy's body is made of. His physiological data is ridiculously strong. Is it true that the hero promoted by the Federation is really made of special materials? The interrogation has been going on for so many days, and we haven't gotten any useful information." After the 2 experts of the Empire's side, they looked at each other and shook their heads at the same time. We still lack professional equipment. The Red Rose was the personal spaceship of the Emperor of the Empire. Its space firepower and hull armor were naturally very strong, but it was not equipped with enough advanced detection equipment and torture tools. After all, no matter how perverted and cold-blooded the Emperor was, he would not be interested in enjoying the bloody scene on his own vacation spaceship. His Highness has ordered that if there is still no progress tomorrow, we will cut off his left arm first. The expert smiled and said, "This way, we can analyze the bracelet properly. Besides, I don't think this guy's mind can be strong for much longer." "Good idea. I made this suggestion a long time ago." The other person shrugged and slapped the research subject on the workbench hard. His palm fell on the wet stomach of the man, making a crisp sound, as if he was slapping a piece of fresh pork in the market. The breathing and heartbeat frequency collected by the physiological monitoring equipment started to sound the alarm. The man on the workbench woke up, but his eyes were still closed. Only his thick and straight eyebrows, after being soaked in the salty water for so long, were still as calm as a knife in its sheath. The question was unoriginal, and the silence was unoriginal. The buzzing of the machine sounded again. The black thread lifted the man on the workbench, and the heavy metal piece tied to his foot moved horizontally out of the glass partition and came to the surface of the lake. Then it suddenly released, stirring up a cluster of waves, and sank again. That IT was getting deeper and deeper. He slowly opened his eyes. The skin at the corner of his eyes had already festered due to being soaked in the salty water, but his eyes were still bright and clean. Looking at the water that was getting darker and darker, looking at the approaching fine sand at the bottom of the water, listening to the slight sound of water in his ears, and feeling the tingling pressure from his eardrums. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 1, 2. It should be earlier than last time. 13, it's time. He counted silently in his heart, and then his facial features began to twist in pain. He began to struggle again, unwilling and desperate. Opening his mouth wide, he tried to breathe the air that he could never breathe. Feeling the double torture of suffocation and silence, his lungs were burning. A string of pearl-like bubbles poured out from his lips, fleeing toward the surface of the water in panic. Falling into unconsciousness again, the man's body was stuck to the fine sand at the bottom of the water. Because of the struggle before falling into unconsciousness, the upper half of his body had sunk to the bottom of the thin layer of sand. The artificial lake formed by tens of millions of tons of seawater went straight to the bottom of the spaceship. Below the fine sand at the bottom of the lake was a transparent material cabin wall of the Red Rose spaceship. On the other side of the cabin wall, there was naturally an endless, boundless, and quiet space. In the dead and quiet space, the spaceship was moving at a steady speed. If someone looked closely from space at this time, they might be able to see a pale face on the other side of the glass. It was creepy. At this time, the pale face suddenly opened his eyes. He slightly narrowed his eyes, greedily looking at the universe that was right in front of him, but could never be touched. Chapter 585. The first time he sank to the bottom, the second time he sank to the bottom, the third time, Sulu could no longer count how many times this process had been repeated. That day, when he was captured on the Empire's battleship, he was knocked unconscious. When he woke up, he was already on this strange spaceship. Before the difficult torture process, he had carefully observed his surroundings. He was shocked by the spacious interior of the spaceship and the unimaginable facilities. However, when the torture officially began, he no longer had the extra energy to look at these blue lakes, silver sand, and green trees that appeared in space. He was forced to devote all of his physical strength, spirit, and willpower to the process of resisting the water. He had known before that when any ordinary thing exceeded a certain limit in front of a creature, it would always cause a great impact on the creature's nerves. For example, some visual effects were extremely disgusting. However, he had never thought that the weak water that could not be separated from at any time, silently pressing in from all directions, could make people feel such fear. The thin line between death and the cold feeling of being in a silent dead zone was something that no one would want to experience a second time. He had experienced it countless times. At the beginning of the cruel water torture, Sulu was in extreme pain. It was as if his lungs were about to explode, as if his skin was about to split open, as if his eyeballs were about to pop out, as if he was trying to breathe, but could only feel the salty water pouring in. When mixed together with the absolute silence of the environment, it was very terrifying. Just like in Master Schiller's plays, where the audience's spirits were lifted and they established the correct view of good and evil retribution, the potential of human beings was always unexpected. They could always see hope in the midst of despair until they found it. His nerves were much thicker than normal people. This was not only a conclusion of physical anatomy, but also a manifestation of a strong spiritual willpower. In such a desperate situation, he bitterly held on. His mind would occasionally be in a trance, but he never collapsed. Never collapsing was boring repetition. This kind of repetition made people numb. Before the catastrophe, there was an ancient torture called death by 1,000 cuts. At the end of the 1,000 cuts, the prisoners on the wooden frame who were on the verge of death probably would not feel any pain when the sharp knives fell on their pectorals. Sinking to the bottom of the water and then being pulled up, his physiological indicators were monitored. He was injected with nutrition injections, awakening injections, and routine interrogation. Every day after he was captured, he repeated this process. In this numbing and cruel process of torture, there was finally a change. One day, when his naked body was once again thrown into thousands of tons of cold and hard salty water, he was once again in a state of suffocation and unconsciousness. The mysterious lines that were severely damaged in his body seemed to have been awakened by something and began to gradually connect with each other. The weak heat completely ignored the cold, salty water around him and began to slowly flow within those lines. Although the speed was extremely slow, it finally moved. Ever since he discovered this fact, Su Li's fear of suffocation had lessened a lot. Only in the depths of the water could he slowly recover his strength without worrying about being discovered by the Empire's people. When the mysterious power in his body gradually recovered to a third, he even looked forward to falling into the water more than 10 times a day, because the bottom of the water was not only death, but also hope at the same time. Su Li began to pretend to be unconscious with the help of his engineer's meticulous calculation ability and his innate sensitivity to time scales. He tried to use the mysterious power in his body to deceive the sensitive monitoring equipment of the Empire's people. He did not know why the Empire's people did not kill him, but as long as he was alive, there was hope. However, without Tai Ziwan, Zhou Yu, Magnolia, and the omnipotent charter computer, he still could not find a complete and feasible escape plan. Inside the Empire's spaceship in the silent space, even if he suddenly killed the 2 interrogators of the Empire, where could he escape to? The sand under his feet may be delicate and soft, but it was extremely painful when it rubbed against the skin of his face that was about to fester because of the water. Su Li's pale face buried in the sand did not show any expression at all. He just narrowed his eyes and looked greedily and sadly at the vast and endless black space outside the transparent cabin wall. Inside this extremely luxurious giant spaceship, there were all kinds of monitoring equipment, but the designer did not think of monitoring the cabin wall from the perspective of space outside the spaceship. Only at this moment in the sand could Su Li open his eyes. The black clue under his feet suddenly tightened, and the sharp pain from the rough metal wire rubbing against his festering ankle woke him up from his thoughts of fleeing and looking into the distance like a lookout. He immediately closed his eyes and relaxed his entire body, allowing the black clue behind him to pull him and the heavy metal block to quickly rush to the surface of the water. Floating at high speed, the cold, salty water was like an inverted waterfall that kept washing his naked body full of wounds. The pain was so painful that it penetrated his bones. He still closed his eyes and said silently in his heart, "Fight." He had once tried to learn the Empire's language when he was in Group 7's camp in Sunset Province. However, there were too many dialects in the Empire. During the interrogation, just now, he could only understand an extremely small portion of what the 2 Empire torture experts had said. However, it was precisely this portion that caused him to tremble in fear and decide to bring forward his escape plan. The secret in the bracelet could not be known by the Empire, and his left arm could not be chopped off by the enemy. So, other than fighting, what other choice did he have? There was no struggle because things changed again. When he lay on the cold metal platform again with water dripping all over and was about to assume the unconscious and paralyzed posture that he had practiced countless times, he discovered that someone was wiping his body. The very soft, semi-long fiber cloth had excellent water absorption properties. The person wiping his body was definitely not that perverted expert. That person would not be so gentle and meticulous, Sulu analyzed silently in his heart with his eyes closed. Immediately after, someone began to treat his wounds. Of course, it was only an extremely simple treatment of the ugly, festering skin on his face. There was no in-depth treatment at all. It looked more like makeup, as if the person just did not want his face to be too ugly. A large robe-like garment was put on his body. The electrocardiogram on the monitoring device was as steady as before. Sulu, who was pretending to be unconscious, had countless shocked questions in the depths of his heart. For these cruel and cold-blooded people of the Empire, whether it was cutting off hands or heads, there seemed to be no need for them to put on clothes. Something like dignity before death had never happened between the soldiers of the Federation and the Empire. There was an injection in his neck. It should be an injection to wake him up, right? He thought to himself. Then he discovered that he was being lifted onto some kind of mobile device and pushed out of the interrogation room toward an unknown place. The grinding sound of rolling wheels grinding against the ground was extremely ear-piercing. Chapter 586. In the quiet room, Sulu closed his eyes and pretended to be unconscious. He tried to figure out which part of the spaceship he was in, but it was all in vain. No one from the Empire had appeared for a long time, so the effect of the awakening injection should have taken effect. But he still didn't open his eyes because he didn't know if there was any monitoring equipment on him, and also because he didn't know how to act when he woke up. But at this time, the disguise had become a disguise that everyone knew. Soft and steady footsteps sounded, and someone walked to his bedside. Feeling a warm finger pressing on his wrist, Sulu became vigilant. The relaxed muscles on his body slowly gathered strength, but the double fiber cells of his muscles were still in a relaxed state. At this time, a strange power gushed out from the finger and rushed to his wrist along the skin that was in contact with the finger. No matter if it was the Federation or the Empire, if ordinary people were to face this moment, they would definitely be confused and feel a sense of mystery. How could the human body produce something like electricity? But Sulu was no stranger to this feeling. Many years ago, after practicing the 10 postures with the uncle, this similar power cycled back and forth in his body. It was just that the burning power in his body was gentle, and once it burst out, it was like a knife. But at this time, the power that was gushing out from the finger of the person beside his bed was violent and tyrannical to the extreme. After entering his wrist, it began to invade his surroundings. Suli's willpower was extremely strong, and his ability to withstand pain was abnormally strong. But in the face of this power, he couldn't help but groan in pain. The power spat out by the finger on his wrist suddenly exploded. It was as if it had turned into countless scalding hot knives, wantonly cutting the mysterious power channels in his body. A kind of bloody feeling in his mind, a kind of unbearable feeling of the tender flesh inside his body being torn apart, made the hair on his arms stand on end. If this power was allowed to invade and cut, perhaps the mysterious lines that he had been practicing for many years, but didn't know the reason why, would break inch by inch in the next moment. Sulu didn't have much knowledge in this area, but that kind of hair-raising sense of crisis made him subconsciously urge the muscles beside his vertebrae to twitch abruptly. A scorching power suddenly burst out and passed through his body at high speed, along his arm all the way to his wrist, colliding with the power of the finger that had pierced into his body. The scorching torrent that had been accumulating for many days was only a trickle when it started from the back of his waist. However, when it reached his arm, it was already a vast river. When it reached his wrist, his power had turned into a giant beast formed from the icy, cold seawater. It roared, and bit down fiercely. The room was still quiet, but there was a gust of wind. The bedsheets were swept up with a whistling sound and shattered into pieces. However, on the extremely small area of skin between the finger and the wrist, a scorched black color suddenly appeared, as if a tiny star was being reborn there. That terrifying finger was bounced a few centimeters away from the power of the collision. The owner of the finger let out a light hum, revealing a hint of surprise that he had long expected to suddenly encounter the situation. However, that finger pressed down even faster. The wrist, the middle of the forearm, the elbow, the upper arm, the armpit, the chin, and all the way to the head. Every finger strike was as soft and fast as the wind, unpredictable and as fierce as the ancient spear, unstoppable. Su Li's body was unable to react effectively in the face of the high-speed finger attacks that were as dense as raindrops, as well as the terrifying power that was spat out between the fingers. He could only instinctively activate the scorching power in his body to incessantly burn and transform, while he retreated quickly and passively. It was extremely difficult for him to resist the fierce force that was even stronger than the previous one. In some kind of religious language in Master Schiller's play, how many seconds did it take to flick a finger? And in this extremely short fraction of a second, how many times did the person beside the bed flick his finger? With a puff sound, like a steel pillar fiercely smashing into the muddy ground, Su Li finally raised his other hand and blocked the most dangerous strike of that finger. His eyes suddenly opened, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His extremely taut body bounced up from the bed at almost the same time. His right hand that was spread out like a fan retracted, grabbing that steel-like finger. At the same time, his right knee fiercely slammed outwards, smashing towards the outside of that person's thigh. That person's finger suddenly retracted and turned into a fist. It seemed unreasonable, but in fact, it accurately avoided Su Li's right hand. It drew an arc and blasted towards the area below Su Li's earlobe. In an instant, Su Li bent his body, lowered his head, and raised his left arm close to his cheek, like an iron door that was tightly closed. The fist fiercely smashed into the arm, and the tip of the knee fiercely smashed into the thigh. The two people's attacks arrived at the same time, and at the same time, the sudden burst of power produced two loud, muffled sounds. Without the slightest pause, the two people, whose figures could no longer be seen, quickly closed in again. The trembling left arm and the slightly stiff thigh no longer existed at this moment. What existed was a ruthless straight finger strike, a clean choke snap of the hand, a simple and clear stagger of the crotch, a sharp and sinister bending of the joint technique, and even more so, a pair of fists that were incomparably fast and fierce. What was even more frightening was that in these powerful close combat techniques, every movement was mixed with an enormous strength that was absolutely unimaginable to an ordinary person. The two figures dodging at high speeds caused the air in the room to vibrate and whistle, followed closely by an ear-piercing tearing and shattering sound. The sturdy bed was shattered into pieces by the overflowing power, and the bed sheets and torn clothes were swept up by the strong wind. In the midst of the mess, a figure flew out in a dispirited manner. Su Li fell heavily onto the hard ground. He immediately turned around and used his right hand to support his body, but was ultimately unable to stand up. He confirmed that his sternum was somewhat dislocated, and more likely, it was fractured. What made him feel even colder was that the scorching power that had been accumulating in his body for a long time was actually showing signs of dissipating. His slightly squinted eyes appeared slightly dim, but there was no despair, only unwillingness and stubbornness. He fiercely stared at the young imperial soldier not far in front of him, and somewhat strangely cracked a smile. The blood that seeped out of his gums and his mouth full of white teeth made his smile appear to be filled with an uncoordinated bitterness. His opponent was a young imperial soldier. He had a thin figure, and his skin was neither bronze black nor noble white. It was just a yellowish-brown in between. Just like the feeling he gave off, he was extremely ordinary. If he were to be thrown into the crowd of people on Tianjing Planet, there would definitely be no one who would discover his abnormality. However, to Su Li, who had fought with this person twice, no, 3 times, this young imperial soldier was definitely not simple. If Brother Zeng, who was by Li Xiaodong's side, was like a dangerous gun tied in cloth, then this young imperial soldier did not need to deliberately emit a powerful and intimidating aura. His body itself had an indestructible hardness and strength. He was a real gun forged from steel. Just like the alloy multi-layer forging gun that had fiercely pierced into the black MXD's cockpit that day, cutting off Su Li's hopes of returning to the Federation. Su Li sat weakly on the ground, His eyes narrowed as he stared at the Imperial soldier not far away. He could feel the valiant and dangerous aura that was close at hand. He had previously guessed this person's identity in shock, but due to his ordinary appearance and gender, he did not dare to confirm it. Huai Chaoshu coughed softly and raised his arm to wipe the blood flowing out of his mouth, only to discover that the sleeve on his arm had been shattered and flown away like a butterfly during the battle. Then, he noticed the smile on the Federation soldier's face. "I've read the report. You were smiling every time you suffocated and passed out." The interrogators were very curious as to how the smile came about in such a state. Huai Chaoshu covered his chest and coughed again. Looking at Su Lu on the ground expressionlessly, he asked, "Now that I think about it, I understand that you have the ability to hide from the surveillance equipment, recover in secret, and be ready to escape at any time. So, you can't help but feel happy in your heart. But I'm very curious. You can't keep up the disguise anymore, and more than half of the dirty spiritual gas in your body has been dispersed by me. Why are you still smiling?" Su Lu moved his body with difficulty and leaned against the wall. His smile gradually faded, and he squinted his eyes and said hoarsely, "I'm smiling now because I've confirmed one thing. The reason why I lost to you on the warship that day was because I was seriously injured. If my body was intact, I should have had a chance to defeat you." The two bloody holes on his shoulders were bleeding non-stop. New flesh split open. It was a horrible sight. Huai Chaoshu turned a blind eye to it. After a moment, he said, "You assassinated Keaton first. The mecha was damaged too much, the cockpit was destroyed, and your body was wounded. Your close combat ability was greatly reduced. But after 2 battles, I'm sure that even if you were intact, you would still be no match for me. You won't know until you fight me." Su Lu spat a mouthful of bloody saliva to the side and replied straightforwardly. A trace of mockery flashed across Huai Chaoshu's usually expressionless face. He said, "I allow the loser to carry out a mental battle. I only hope that you can hide the trace of fear in your eyes better." The road to death was in front of him. A powerful and young opponent was in front of him. As a soldier of the Federation, Su Lu had to put up a brave front. However, after enduring the torture of millions of tons of water for so many days, after enduring for so long, because of such an unreasonable enemy, the sudden change of events, everything went up in smoke. His mood was sinking into despair, and his unwillingness was rising. Su Lu raised his head, squinted his eyes, and said hoarsely, "I admit that I am indeed frightened by your great strength, but you also seem to be somewhat afraid, or perhaps worried that I will recover my health. A little. You, a member of the Federation, seem to have the tenacious vitality of beetles." Huai Chaoshu said expressionlessly, "That is why I am thinking of a method to destroy that laughable desire to live of yours, or perhaps destroy the foundation of this desire. This body of yours is not bad." After saying this, he picked up a metal chair that could barely be considered intact in the room and walked in front of Su Lu. Without any hesitation, he raised the chair over his head and then smashed it down forcefully. Blood flew everywhere. The sound of bones cracking rang out. Flesh was torn apart. When the Imperial officers in the monitoring room saw this bloody scene, they all couldn't help but frown. Several streams of warm blood slid across his face. Su Lu stared with his pair of not-so-large eyes at the young Imperial officer in front of him and said hoarsely, "I am not threatening you. I also don't know why you all haven't killed me yet, but I suggest that you do." Chapter 587. Not a threat. In reality, it was still a threat. It had been many years since anyone dared to speak to Huai Chaoshu like this. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the Federation soldier in the pool of blood at his feet. His lips curled up into a smile. This person could endure torture for many days without uttering a single word. He was as silent and stubborn as a hot rock. Now, he began to speak harshly. Was it because he was slapped in the face? One interesting guy. Huai Chaoshu took a step forward and raised his right foot to kick down. His military boot kicked Su Lu in the stomach, making him curl up in pain like a drunk river shrimp. Huai Chaoshu didn't have a special love or hate for this Federation officer in front of him. Since he was very young, he didn't like this boorish and obscene guy, but because of the needs of the royal family's rule, his father needed Keaton to live. Now that Keaton was dead, he was even happier. As for the person who killed Keaton, he naturally didn't hate him too much. But the other party was from the Federation, so he could only live in pain or die in humiliation. The door of the room slid open silently. The Empire's experts and soldiers rushed in and quickly took Su Lu away from the scene. They cleaned up the messy room as quickly as possible. Huai Chaoshi sprayed his favorite light orange air freshener around. Then he sat by the window in silence for a moment and connected to planet Tianjing. "Great Master, is there any news from Fan Manor?" he asked expressionlessly into the communication device. The Empire's Royal Intelligence Agency officer on the other end of the communication device replied with a trembling voice, "We brought His Majesty's electronic seal there. Great Master Fan Manor finally opened 3 doors, but we really couldn't find the name list." The officer paused and said respectfully, "Your Highness Su Meng, regarding the last name list, His Majesty has been ordering the Royal Intelligence Agency to try to recover it all these years, but we haven't been able to find any clues. The name list copied in Great Master Fan Manor is also incomplete. I know." Huai Chaoshi lowered her gaze and looked at the royal hibiscus flower symbol on the communication device. She said coldly, "I won't blame you for not being able to find it after so many years. However, Her Majesty is also very concerned about this matter. Therefore, I hope that you can make some progress. Even if it's incomplete, it would be good if you can recover some keywords." The senior officers of the Royal Intelligence Agency nodded repeatedly and promised that they would continue to investigate and work hard. After the call ended, Huai Chaoshi sat in a room filled with the faint smell of orange and fell into silence again. Leaving Su Lu alive for the time being was not only because of the Empire's political needs, but also because the Empire's military wanted to obtain more information from him. However, what he was more interested in was Su Lu himself. The 8 rice true qi cultivated by the remnants of the Lees of Philadelphia was a great humiliation to the entire empire, especially to the high and mighty imperial family. Therefore, even if Su Lu was going to be cruelly executed, the imperial family still wanted to destroy the true qi in his body while he was still alive. It could be considered as another form of recovery. Previously, he had personally destroyed the true qi in Su Li's body. At the same time, he had confirmed that this person was indeed one of the remnants of the Lees of Philadelphia and walked the path of the Xiantian realm. However, the Royal Intelligence Agency and the military confirmed that this person was not Li Pifu's illegitimate son. Then, how did he manage to cultivate the 8 rice true qi of the Xiantian realm? Based on certain considerations, he had already asked for instructions from the Tianjing Imperial Palace and was forced to alert Great Master Fan Manor, who had been in seclusion for decades. However, there was still no clear answer. A small probability event was equivalent to an impossible event. Huai Chaoshi frowned slightly and laughed self-deprecatingly. Then, her expression changed slightly. She covered her mouth with her fist and coughed a few times. Intense, heart-wrenching coughs echoed in the room. Su Lu, who was lying in the corner, had a pale face. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead like soybeans. Previously, he had already noticed that the spaceship had changed its course and was flying towards a blue and yellow planet in the distance. However, at this moment, most of his mind and will were controlled by the coughs. It was difficult for him to divert his attention to think about his next plan and action. Coughs were usually related to colds and unhealthy eating habits. It was not a big deal. However, for the current Su Lu, if he did not solve his coughing problem, his future would be bleak. His originally hopeless escape route would be completely cut off. After the young Empire officer destroyed the power in his body that he had been accumulating for a long time, and after his ability to pretend to be unconscious was exposed, he was once again locked up in a solitary cell. At first, he did not despair. On the contrary, he did not hesitate to start cultivating again with a strong will. However, When the mysterious burning power in his body moved along the familiar channels to his chest and abdomen, it would be blocked by some invisible thing, making it difficult to move forward. If he forcibly moved the burning lines and tried to turn them into countless sharp blades to break through the invisible barrier, the net-like channels in his chest and abdomen would shrink at the same time. It was like a thin film pipe that tightly bound the blade. It was extremely painful to be cut. It could even be said that he was in so much pain that he wanted to die. At this time, his own burning power became as terrifying as the power that the young Empire officer spat out from his fingertips. Now, there were two paths in front of him. If he could not break through the barrier that the Empire officer had magically set up, the power that had accompanied him for many years and saved him countless times during life and death situations would become a dead pool behind his waist. It would no longer be able to play any role, and he would become an ordinary person. No one could endure the pain of the blade cutting through the sensitive passageways. Even if Su Lu suddenly gritted his teeth and completed this action before he fainted from the pain, he was also clear that after those passageways were cut, he would probably end up in a very miserable state, worse than even an ordinary person. As an ordinary person, it was not difficult for Su Lu to accept this fact. He had a good enough psychological foundation. However, now he was imprisoned in the distant empire, facing death and a future more terrible than death at all times. He could not just be an ordinary person. The Red Rose Royal spaceship was quietly parked at the edge of the transit base outside the atmosphere of Libenstar. The giant spaceship was close to 20 kilometers long, making the three-dimensional, six-directional space base next to it look extremely small. In the next few days of docking and refurbishment, the space base would continuously send the materials on Libenstar to the Red Rose. It looked like this giant royal spaceship was like a big insect that greedily sucked the blood of herbivores. The fleet of Libenstar took off one after another, lining up in the vast universe outside the atmosphere, escorting the three light battleships that flew out from the Red Rose royal spaceship and flew down. Chapter 589. Liban, an unremarkable second-class administrative planet in the vast territory of the Empire, gradually became different due to the two edicts from the Tianjing planet a few years ago. The establishment of the Empire's special tourism zone, the exaggerated investment by the Ministry of Finance. Countless nobles and wealthy merchants came to join in the fun, and the Emperor's strict implementation of the interracial education experiment made this planet the center of the Empire's discussions. Being able to become a special tourism zone and help the Emperor justly divide the wealth of the nobles, the Liban planet naturally had enough beautiful scenery. Regardless of whether it was the spectacular Crimson Hill in the Western Hemisphere, the fog that covered the sky of Pinecone Ridge, or the tens of thousands of stone peaks that pierced the sky of Yellowstone, they were all rare beauties that fully demonstrated the godlike carving ability of nature. The Liban planet also had the most beautiful scenery, and that was the mulberry trees that spread across the flat plains. Tens of thousands of square kilometers of mulberry trees were artificially divided into countless work areas. The rustling of the mulberry trees when the wind blew through was breathtaking, and the quiet night was endlessly quiet. The mulberry trees and the moth larvae that accompanied them were the most famous specialties of this planet, apart from the natural scenery and the newly built universities in the various states. Many years ago, the silk spat out by the larvae of these moth larvae became the most beloved luxury of the Empire's nobles. What was very strange was that, apart from the Liban planet, there were countless planets in the Empire that were completely suitable for these delicate larvae. The unusually expensive silk entered the Federation along with some great collision in the universe. For decades, the only goods that were qualified to take the risk and enter Bermuda with the Royal Special Forces mecha warriors was silk. The Empire used this smuggling to seize a large amount of wealth from Bermuda and the upper echelons of the Federation. Although this wealth was far from enough to offset the Empire's military expenditure, perhaps because of some emotional and childish considerations. What we have, you don't, you have to wait for us to provide. So we're superior to you. The Empire's royal family had always condoned and even strongly supported the silk smuggling. The Federation had tried to win this childish dispute, But the strictest wildlife protection laws and the HTD Bureau officials who liked to wear iron masks in public prevented the Federation from planting mulberry trees and using warm water to cook the white silk balls woven by the larvae. The Federal Academy of Science had also tried to use biological methods to restructure, but without the technical support of the Bureau of Proclamation in terms of biological proteins, they found that this attempt would cost a lot of money. So they had to stop the plan and continue to buy silk underwear, silk quilts, silk bras, silk chest pads, and everything that was made of silk and hidden in private places. Two skinny young tourists were walking on a street in the southern district of Planet Leaspan. The silk clothes they were wearing were not particularly eye-catching, but compared to the local residents, it was easy to expose their identity as tourists. However, there were too many tourists on Planet Leaspan these past few years, and these two people with ordinary faces would not attract much attention. In addition to the hundreds of well-trained professional soldiers in the 4 blocks around them, the soldiers in charge of secret security were watching the two people's every move with a heavy expression, vigilantly watching the wind and grass in the surroundings. These two young tourists did not look like close friends who were traveling together, because when one of them coughed uncontrollably and closed his eyes to fight back tears, the other did not show any concern at all. He continued to walk indifferently, his slightly narrowed eyes full of coldness. Sulu felt that his lungs were full of hot smoke, and his throat was full of red-hot gravel. It was extremely difficult to cough, and it was very uncomfortable. Half squatting on the ground, he breathed rapidly for a long time before finally calming down the pain in his chest and abdomen. He forced himself to stand up. The wound on his shoulder had temporarily stopped bleeding, but the strange power that the Imperial officer had wedged into his body was still tormenting him incessantly, preventing him from using his power to heal his body. Like a slowly rotating rock, it kept grinding and grinding, trying to grind all of his hopes into pieces. It was very strange. After coming to this strange Imperial planet from the Red Rose Royal spaceship, he still did not die, nor was he thrown into the dark prison where he could not see the light of day. Instead, he was temporarily free from the cruel water torture that made people wish they were dead. He began to follow the young Imperial officer and enjoy the scenery on this beautiful planet. In a few short days, he stood on the spaceship and looked down at the magnificent Crimson Mountains in the Western Hemisphere. Those waves that were nearly 100 meters high were as thick as blood, and they swayed his hard heart up and down. He wore a breathing device that was specially used by the Imperial military, and he climbed through the fog in the depths of Pinecone Ridge for an entire night with difficulty before he finally broke through the fog. He stood on the ridge and saw the first ray of morning light. The damp morning dew moistened his painful lungs and made him feel slightly comfortable. He even tied a small jet device to his back and flew like a natural bird among the indescribably steep stone peaks of Yellowstone. During the Tide Dynasty, prisoners would always have a good meal and drink before they died. Now that he was in the Empire, although it was also an imperial society, Sulu did not think that these were the benefits before he died. It was too ridiculous. He stroked his chest that seemed to have been cut by a spear tip, shook his head, and exhaled. He stood up and looked at the young Imperial officer who had already left more than 10 meters away. He stretched out his hands and rubbed his somewhat stiff face until a few traces of indifferent smile appeared on his face. Only then did he chase after him with big strides. On the street, a brown-haired man with messy hair was holding a little girl's hand and saying something. They were probably father and daughter because they both had a pair of beautiful sky-blue eyes, and the curve of their jawline seemed to have been carved by the same sculptor. However, for some reason, they were arguing. Some of the tattered clothes were wrinkled and torn by the big hand and the little hand. The little girl was crying. On the right side of the back wall of a restaurant, a black dog was running quickly. Its sharp mouth held a simple and honest bone. The black dog was running very resolutely, and its goal was very clear. It bypassed the beggar who was lying in the shadows and lifting his lapel to check for his next meal. It jumped over half of the broken wall and ran towards the mulberry forest in the suburbs. It was silent all the way. It probably also knew that if it shouted happily, the food would fall. At the turn of the road in front, A person who looked like a boss wearing silk clothes was talking to a farmer. The reason why he was talking to the farmer was because the farmer with a box under his arm was getting lower and lower as he spoke. It seemed like he was about to kneel. Beside the two people, the listless middle-aged man should be a soldier. The tourist further in front was also a soldier. The driver of the carriage that had been following behind them for half an hour was also a soldier. This seemingly peaceful street was filled with their people. Sulu walked behind the young military officer of the empire. He walked silently and observed the surroundings. If he didn't know what the people of the empire were thinking, then he shouldn't think about it anymore. His best ability was to simplify complicated things. He simply thought of himself as a real tourist. It was rare for him to go deep into the territory of the empire. Looking at this strange world, listening to the strange language of the people in the streets and alleys, and looking at the animal-drawn cars that surprised him, he vaguely understood why the uncle said that he was willing to wander in the universe. However, he still couldn't clearly explain this feeling. In front of a vast sea of green mulberry trees, Huai Chaoshu stopped and slowly put his hands behind his back like an old man. His cheeks were slightly raised, and he narrowed his eyes and took a deep breath of fresh air. Where his eyes fell, the leaves of the mulberry trees were gently swaying in the wind. It seemed that he could hear the rustling sound with his sight without his ears. Rustle, rustle, rustle. It was the sound of mulberry leaves being blown by the wind, and it was also the sound of silkworms nibbling on them. A gentle smile suddenly appeared on the face of a young man with the noblest status in the empire, which had never changed. He seemed to have thought of some interesting childhood memories. His smile gradually disappeared. Huai Chaoshu only allowed the memories to occasionally flood into his mind. Occasionally, he would be moved by the four seasons, but he would immediately return to absolute calmness. Although I really don't understand, I still have to thank you for taking me to see so many beautiful sceneries. Sulu coughed twice and looked at the sea of mulberry trees in front of him in surprise. Right now, he was standing side by side with Huai Chaoshu. He didn't have the consciousness of a condemned prisoner at all, and he didn't notice the anger in the eyes of the plain-clothed soldiers around him. Huai Chaoshu glanced at him coldly from the corner of his eyes. He didn't answer, but a strange light flashed through his eyes. If there were no accidents, this Federation person beside him would be tortured to death after all of his value was squeezed out, unless he agreed to defect. He definitely didn't have any sympathy for this. He was just a little curious about Su Li's current behavior. The flames of war continued for decades. The Empire had captured many Federation soldiers and even high-ranking officers. Among the Federation soldiers who knew that they were going to die, some passionately scolded the Empire's emperor, some cowardly cried and knelt on the ground to beg for their lives. Some remained silent, and some pretended not to care. However, there were very few like this person who could actually immerse himself in the scenery in front of him before his death. The Red Rose was temporarily resting, and Huai Chaoshu was like a tourist hiding in the Liban Star. He wasn't in a hurry to return to Tianjing Star because the political situation in the Empire had been surging with hidden waves recently. He needed to be outside the situation and help his father see the situation clearly. Furthermore, as the person involved, if he returned to Tianjing Star Day later, it would be helpful for his father to deal with the situation. As for why he brought Su Lu along for sightseeing, there were two very simple reasons. One of them was that a dangerous person like Su Lu would not find any chance to escape only if he personally watched over him. I've checked your details. You seem to be a person with perfect morals, an existence similar to a saint. Huai Chaoshu said with slight sarcasm, "Don't be in a hurry to reject me. Your government has been building you up according to a saint." Huai Chaoshu slowly took a few steps forward, then turned around on the mound and looked down at him. "I really want to know if you're really a saint. Would you feel ashamed because of the morals in your heart? Would you recognize your sins before you die?" "Sins? I'm not a person with perfect morals. When I was young, I also peeked under the skirts of female police officers. However, when it comes to sins, other than some innocent people that I accidentally killed, I would recognize them." However, Su Lu replied, "This definitely doesn't include people from the Empire." Huai Chaoshu was expressionless and suddenly asked, "What do you think of the Empire's scenery?" "It's very beautiful and spectacular," Sulu replied honestly. "You try to invade our country and turn these beautiful scenery into a hell of war. As a Federation soldier, shouldn't you feel guilty?" Chapter 590. Standing on a gentle slope by the sea of mulberry trees, Su Li's thick, ink-like eyebrows seemed to be about to twitch when he heard the young Imperial officer's question. However, he eventually calmed down amidst a series of hurried coughs. Decades have already passed. There's not much meaning in arguing about who started the war. Sulu rubbed the itchy wound on his shoulder through his silk shirt and suddenly said, "But if I remember correctly, it was you who insidiously blew up the Federation's research spaceship. Regarding who started this bloody and long-lasting war in the universe, and who should bear the responsibility of opening the Devil's Box, both the Federation and the Empire had their own firm narratives. Due to the distance between the two star systems, the flames of war raged, and the isolation of communication, there were no overly lively academic wars." Huai Chaoshu looked at him coldly and unexpectedly did not express her opinion. Instead, she walked down the slope with her back to Shanghai and headed into the city. Sulu looked at the sea of green mulberry trees with some reluctance. Listening to the graceful rustling sounds, he turned around and followed her. Huai Chaoshu then went to a few other places. During this process, he remained silent. Sulu knew the identity of this young Imperial officer. Although he had some guesses in his heart, he lacked sufficient evidence. However, he could already guess that this person's status in the Empire was rather high. Therefore, he did not understand why this person wanted to bring him, a prisoner who was destined to die, to continue this absurd sightseeing tour. Could it be that the Empire really wanted a hero created by the Federation to admit to the sins of the Federation in front of the entire universe? This kind of speculation did not make any sense. If Su Lin knew of some of the changes in the Empire's political scene, if this Imperial officer was really the legendary figure he had guessed, perhaps he could understand why the other party was deliberately delaying the date of his return to Tianjin. In the afternoon, two skinny young men and over 100 disguised plainclothes soldiers formed a strange visiting team, arriving at Li Banstar Songji State University. According to the special decree of the Emperor, Li Banstar became the only administrative planet in the Empire that implemented indiscriminate education. That is to say, on this planet, no matter if you are a noble or a commoner, or even a serf at the lowest level, as long as your children work hard enough and are outstanding enough, you can get a fair opportunity for education. Even the most outstanding people can get special scholarships provided by the imperial family. This plan was called the Interracial Education Pilot Program. As soon as it was launched, it attracted the angry opposition of the entire noble class of the empire. Every time they thought about how they were the 38th generation heir of a certain glorious family and had to learn in the same classroom as the son of a certain bumpkin, the nobles of the empire felt that they smelled something fishy and felt that their dignity had been greatly humiliated. As nobles, how could they live with those commoners and even slaves? In this matter, the emperor, who had always appeased the nobles in a gentle way and suppressed the lowly commoners in a bloody way, showed a surprising persistence and strength. Under the strong suppression of the emperor, the nobles of the empire's council of elders looked at the soldiers and the officials of the Imperial Intelligence Agency at the gate, and only then did they swallow their anger and pass the law, confirming Li Banstar as the Interracial Education Pilot Program area. Even so, when the son of the first serf walked through the gate of Li Banstar's Yellow Mountain Academy with a face full of nervousness and fear, he still needed the protection of the armed soldiers of the empire. On that day, the principal of the Yellow Mountain G Academy resigned in anger. In the following year, the nobles of the Li Banstar sent their offspring to other planets. They would rather spend a huge amount of wealth so that their children could receive a pure aristocratic education, rather than endure the abominable actions of the emperor on the Li Banstar. For the continuous wealth of their territories, these nobles would certainly not leave Li Banstar, but this could not change a certain trend. As more and more commoners entered the new universities, the atmosphere of the planet became more and more active or more dangerous. Of course, these young people, who had become more capable and confident because of their exposure to more knowledge, were incomparably loyal and fanatical to His Majesty, who had bestowed upon them all. In the center of the first floor of the largest building in Sangji State University hung a huge portrait of His Majesty, Huai Fuchai. Every time a student passed by, they would immediately stop their fierce academic debate and stand at attention with a solemn expression on their faces. Su Lu withdrew his gaze from the portrait and listened to the quarrel behind him. He could not help but frown slightly. His empire's language was not good, so he could barely hear that the students seemed to be discussing the control of engine output power. The extent of the discussion was relatively shallow, but he still felt a strong sense of vigilance. It should be known that when he was in the Federation, no one would have thought that in the Empire University there would be so many commoner students discussing academic issues in a relaxed atmosphere. He had always believed that the Federation's greatest advantage over the Empire was not in terms of economy, but in terms of education, technology, and the most fundamental way of thinking. Now that the Empire seemed to be quietly making changes with the Empire's terrifying population base, it might not be too difficult to catch up to this gap. Huai Chaosher noticed him and frowned. She maintained her expressionless silence and led him to the third floor. In the conference room at the top of the third floor, there was a history class going on. Hundreds of plainly dressed Empire youths were quietly and eagerly listening to the professor on the podium. The courseware playback equipment, the line-by-line scanning light filter screen, the old-fashioned laser stylus, all of these were somewhat shabby in Su Li's eyes. Not to mention the first military academy, or Yue University. Even compared to the university conditions in his hometown of Donglin, the Empire was far behind. But he listened very carefully because the professor from the Empire was emotionally lecturing about the cause of the war many years ago. The professor used the standard language of the Empire's nobles, and he could barely understand most of it. The history professor of Mulberry State University did not know that there were two special young listeners in the crowd listening to the lecture today. He did not expect that the history he was lecturing at this moment would have any impact on the future history. He was only using the standard teaching materials of the Empire's Royal Education Department to describe the cruelty and treachery of the people of the Federation to the youths of the Empire. For a shameless coalition of politicians like the Federation controlled by businessmen, what could make them spend a huge amount of military funds to start a long-term war? The glory of the country? No, they never know how to write the word glory. The professor waved the laser stylus on his finger excitedly. The red light dots danced quickly on the ceiling of the conference room, just like the heroic dance of the most common butterfly on this planet before its death. Its benefits. Only benefits can make this coalition of businessmen crazy. It's crystal mines. Only crystal mines can sustain their limitless expansion of the star domain, and thus alleviate the deep internal conflicts. 200 years ago, the Federation's crystal mines were already close to exhaustion. There were only two paths placed before them. The first was to find or invent a new type of energy source as soon as possible, and the second was to immediately find new crystal mines. Otherwise, their spaceships that used crystal mines as a foundation would all be paralyzed, and their space weapons would all become ineffective. In other words, the Federation could collapse at any time. However, the Federation's people spent more than 100 years, yet they still couldn't find new crystal mines. All of this time that could have been used to develop new energy sources was also completely wasted. Why? Because one of the families of businessmen who controlled the Federation's political power had the legal right to exploit crystal mines, and through this authority, they obtained a large amount of benefits. If the Federation developed a new type of energy source, this family's special status would be completely gone. There was no way they would allow this type of situation to happen. Why would the Federation's government allow this type of thing to happen? Because you all must never forget that the government is actually controlled by these families. The Federation doesn't have crystal mines, but the Empire does. When those supposedly cursed Federation exploration spaceships accidentally entered the Empire and discovered this fact, war was no longer avoidable. Bandits came to our doorstep. They don't need a reason to rob. So what we must do, is also very simple. The history professor no longer had his initial calm. Clenching his fists tightly, he said angrily, "Beat these bandits to death." Sulu had no doubt that if his identity as a member of the Federation was discovered, he would definitely be torn to pieces by the several hundred angry Empire students in the conference room in the next moment. Fortunately, his black hair and black eyes were the same as those of the Empire officer beside him. Although they were somewhat eye-catching, they only attracted slightly respectful gazes. After listening to this history class, Sulu followed the other out of the campus. Outside the door, he was silent for a moment, and then he made a rare request. He asked for a cigarette. Amidst the waves of smoke, he said to the Empire officer, "This is very similar to our history class." In the history books I've read about this period, it says that the Empire's emperor brazenly launched a war in order to alleviate the racial and class conflicts within your country. Silence and cigarettes were good companions for thinking. The reason he was thinking was because Sulu had to admit that this Empire's history class, for him, was indeed a different angle to look at the origins of the war back then. This was especially the case regarding crystal mines leading to the war. This was the first time he had heard of this. The family that could control the government was naturally the Thai family in the back of the mountain behind Macho. Chapter 591. Those trashy officials in the bureau. Huai Chaosher was not in a good mood. The Federation soldier named Su Lu in front of him was completely different from the description in the intelligence. He was tough, but he was not the pedantic saint who truly carried the banner of morality in his heart. He had never believed that such a person existed in the universe, and now it seemed that it was indeed so. If Su Lu was really a freak saint, perhaps the actions of the Empire in the past few days could have really touched him. To be able to make the war hero that the Federation had spent the most effort to cultivate betray. No. Even if it was just to make him doubt himself from the depths of his heart, it would definitely be of great help to the Empire's propaganda in this war. Was it a pity? A little, but it was nothing too pitiful. It was just that there would be another dead body of the Federation in the Empire's territory. In the face of death, many people of the Federation would kneel and beg for mercy. But I've studied you and know that the possibility is not high. The reason why I brought you to see the scenery and let you listen to this specially arranged history lesson is to strike a blow to the moral superiority of you hypocrites of the Federation. Huai Chaosher walked out of the campus with his hands behind his back like an old man. His face was expressionless, hiding the pity deep in his heart extremely well. Moral superiority is indeed a very boring thing. Su Lu replied, "But I am really interested in this period of history. Before I die, can you satisfy my request and let me see the relevant files of the past? If you want to strike a blow to the moral superiority of the Federation people, this is very necessary." Huai Chaosher was silent for a moment and nodded. His subordinates, disguised as civilians in the crowd behind him, immediately left to arrange this matter. The Empire's history textbook was translated into the Federation's language. It took 1 hour and 17 minutes, showing extremely high efficiency. An hour and a half later, Su Lu moved his eyes away from the e-book screen and rubbed his pale face due to weakness. He suddenly opened his mouth and asked, "According to your logic, this is the Federation's scheme. But in reality, the previous war, the first space war that you mentioned, we had already prepared for it. If we really had a conspiracy, why would we appear so unprepared?" According to the records of the Empire's history books, the Empire had always been cautious when they first came into contact with the Federation. They would never think of attacking the scientific research ships of the Federation. In their opinion, the explosion of the scientific research spaceship was definitely a scheme of the Federation. They even provided relevant evidence to prove that the spaceship could only have been blown up by the Federation themselves. Because in the eyes of the Federation, we are just a bunch of monkeys with outdated technology. Huai Chaosher coldly replied, "You guys are too impatient and underestimate the monkey's ability to resist. It was strange to say that Su Lu should have been enduring endless torture in the Empire's black prison, just like what he had experienced in the past 10 days. However, at this moment, he was in the highest class club on planet Libin, having lunch with what was definitely the most respected figure of the Empire. This was a high-rise building in the shape of a deformed mulberry tree. It sparkled under the sunlight. The restaurant on the top floor that had long been cleared was empty. Looking around, one could clearly see the sea of mulberry trees beneath their feet like a green carpet. That's all for the discussion of history. The beginning of a story does not determine the color of the entire story. Even if it is a war related to profit, it is not beyond the scope of my poor thinking. However, in the end, in my opinion, you are a group of beasts that slaughter civilians, women, and babies. This is something that cannot be changed. Sulu picked up the knife and fork and began to cut the beef on the plate. His trembling right hand that held the knife showed his current weakness. He lowered his head and asked, "Because of certain reasons, you temporarily did not kill me. I can understand. However, I still do not understand why you are willing to grant me such enjoyment. The you in the intelligence report does appear to be somewhat stupid and absurd in certain matters. However, someone who can develop the MX Mecha must have enough wisdom to understand certain facts." Huai Chaosher gently wiped the corner of his mouth and indifferently said, "As long as you do not work wholeheartedly for the Empire, then no matter what, no matter sooner or later, you will die in the end." At this point, this special young Imperial officer emphasized, "But you only need to give me a satisfactory answer to two things. I can guarantee that you will die with great dignity. And I think that this answer should not harm the interests of your government. What is it?" The first question: you are not Li Pifu's illegitimate child. How did you manage to cultivate Yada Jinchi? Huai Caosher's eyes flashed with a trace of biting cold. Yada Jinchi? Sulu confirmed that this was the first time he had heard of this strange term. What was Yada? What was Jinchi? Was it a wonderful setting in one of Master Schiller's plays? However, it seemed that the scorching heat in his body was very similar to the setting in the Master's plays. Huai Chaosher did not mind his silence and continued calmly. The second question. This time, you passed through the space channel and ambushed the Ghost Fleet. You're infinitely close to success. It could even be said that you have succeeded. I cannot understand. How did you manage to follow us in the Empire's star sector by controlling a light, tri-winged warship? At this point, he waved his hand. The subordinate who had been waiting in the distance hurriedly ran over and set up the relevant equipment by the table. With a light, beeping sound, countless fine beams of light shot out from the equipment and gathered into dense light spots in the air, forming a three-dimensional star map of the Empire's border star sector. Even if you have the star map drawn by the Federation years ago in your hands, you can't do this alone. Huai Caosher's slender finger drew on the imaginary three-dimensional star map in the air and pointed at the obvious sailing trajectory. Frowning, he said, "Your sailing route was too perfect. Even if I had thought more thoroughly, assuming that you had the authorization of the Bureau of Proclamation before the crazy revenge operation, with the remote support of the charter computer, it would not have been enough to complete such massive calculations. Besides, every time your tri-winged warship accelerated or hid, it just happened to avoid the detection range of the fleet. How did you do it?" He looked at Su Li's eyes and asked solemnly, "According to the intelligence, you don't know how to pilot a warship at all." Su Li was silent. The first question involved the uncle, who was known as the #1 traitor of the Federation, who knew what kind of relationship he had with the Imperium. Also, this story involved the loophole of the Federation's The Glory of the Charter and his last hope of survival. Naturally, it was impossible for him to tell the other party. As for the second question, it was related to his greatest secret, so it was even more impossible for him to tell. Therefore, he could only remain silent. Huai Chaosher raised his extremely ordinary face and said indifferently, "I won't ask you to reveal the Federation's newest technological secrets. I just need a general answer." A moment later, Su Lu replied, "I can't tell you anything. I can only say that this revenge plan that seems impulsive is actually not impulsive at all. It's just that I didn't expect you to be on that flagship. If I hadn't met you, I would have successfully returned to the Federation by now. Still not getting an answer, Huai Chaosher narrowed his eyes, and a dangerous aura gradually enveloped the dining table. There's good news. The Imperium has already successfully developed a high-power dedicated signal output device. In the last experiment, it has already successfully connected to your civilian network. Huai Chaosher looked at Su Lu with narrowed eyes and said slowly, "The video that humiliates the Federation's war hero will probably be the first document we send over." Su Li's right hand that was holding the knife suddenly tightened. He knew that the humiliation the other was talking about was definitely a humiliation that ordinary people would find difficult to endure. What truly made him nervous was the Empire's following arrangements. He wasn't a narcissistic person, but he had to admit that he was now important enough to be able to affect even more people and matters, and on a much larger scale. The Federation government had spent a huge amount of money to film and broadcast the documentary Team 7. Together with the media that covered everything, it was only then that he and his troops were molded into a brand new military idol. If that video that hadn't appeared yet was widely spread through the civilian network, it would undoubtedly be a heavy blow to the Federation's public and the military's morale. If such a situation really did occur, the Federation government would definitely hope that this Federation hero would simply die in battle rather than be captured and humiliated by the Empire's people. Sulu also thought the same. This is very interesting. It's just like playing cards. We killed Zhong Suehu, which is a trump card. You chased after us and killed Keaton, which can be considered as returning a hard card. Then, I captured you, the successor of the war god. I'm very curious as to what kind of trump card the Federation can return. Huai Chaosher's tone didn't contain any deliberate mockery. He raised an exquisite silver fork and sent a piece of tender beef into his mouth, slowly chewing. Why isn't a live broadcast of me being killed, letting the entire universe watch you die, other than stimulating the Federation's desire to fight and calming your internal conflicts? What good does it do for the Empire? I can let myself die, Sulu said with a serious tone. The department I'm in has a lot of drugs that can be used. Huai Chaosher frowned, picked up an exquisite white porcelain salt jar, and lightly sprinkled some salt on the steak. Also, I understand people like you very well. You are not afraid of death, but before death truly arrives, you will stubbornly want to live on. You have strong confidence that you can live on. Therefore, unless you are certain that you will definitely die, you will never commit suicide. Su Lu blinked, feeling that his eyes were a bit dry. Only now did he realize that this seemingly ordinary young officer of the Empire in front of him not only had inexplicably powerful combat strength, but also had an extremely strong ability to read people's minds and to coerce them with force. The dining table was silent. Only the sound of the silver knife and fork lightly touching the porcelain plate, and the juicy and tender sirloin touching the tongue and teeth could be heard. Huai Chaosher was waiting for Su Lu to make a decision and give an answer. Su Lu knew that he wouldn't give any answer. He was like he was in a bottomless, dry well, looking at the trace of light that perhaps didn't exist. He was unwilling to fall into eternal darkness, but he couldn't find any solution. Right at this time, an Empire officer walked into the dining room with a serious expression, holding an electronic spectrum record book in his hand. Huai Chaosher narrowed his eyes and looked up. Sulu narrowed his eyes and looked up. Chapter 592. Huai Chaosher narrowed her eyes and looked up. Sulu looked up and narrowed his eyes. During the past few days of sightseeing, the Imperial soldiers who appeared in the open with the two of them were all wearing plain clothes. This was the first time he had seen someone wearing a military uniform, and he immediately thought that this officer should be a member of the security department hidden in the dark. "Sir, there's indeed a problem with the intelligence feedback received last night." The Imperial officer stood beside Huai Chaosher and reported respectfully and concisely. "We have increased the surveillance. Just now, the electrical detection room detected a low-energy waveform curve. It seems to be a civil electrical appliance, but the curve is a bit strange, and the spectrum exclusion is unable to obtain a result." Huai Chaosher frowned slightly and took the spectrum analysis electronic manual. Looking at the quivering curve on the top, she asked, "Weapon, Military and civil mecha heat start has been excluded, and the reference frequency of long-range weapons is also different. Analysis is being conducted. It should be safe, but the location of this restaurant is too exposed, so please leave immediately. The Imperial officer said directly, and he had no intention of avoiding Su Lu at all. Although he, like many of his colleagues, did not understand why the Honorable Sir would bring this lowly Federation captive with her. In their eyes, this person was already a dead man, and it did not matter even if they heard some confidential information. Huai Chaosher looked at the curve on the electronic manual, and the angle of her thin and black eyebrows furrowed a little wider. She was a little self-deprecating in doubt. Was there anyone in the Empire who dared to harm her? Su Lu heard the Imperial officer's conversation, but his pair of black eyebrows did not helplessly furrow into a ball, but suddenly raised like a knife because he saw a very familiar curve in the corner of his eyes. His pupils suddenly constricted and brightened. He felt a chill coming from his neck, causing the hair on that area to stand on end. This was indeed not the heat start waveform curve of a mecha, nor was it the warm-up curve of a fighter jet. In fact, the entire surveillance department of the Empire should not have seen this curve, and there were very few people in the Federation who had seen this curve. But he had seen it before. In the glacier of 5460, Shi Qinghai, he and Gu Shifeng had discussed many times what electronic means should be used to destroy this terrifying weapon's only flaw that not many people had discovered. But because of the tight time, he and Gu Shifeng only found a direction, but did not succeed in putting it into practice. It was ACW. This curve was the redundant overflow waveform created by the activation of the ACW electric pulse ignition device and a magnetic resonance auxiliary effect. It sounded ridiculous that a gun could actually alarm an electronic monitoring device, but when it was placed on this big gun that gathered the wisdom of countless weapons experts in the Federation and was so expensive that the former Minister of Defense cursed for 3 days straight, it seemed reasonable. When this terrifyingly powerful king of single guns first appeared on the Chiolin slope outside the S2 Foundation building, it blasted apart Macklin's well-trained subordinates and powerful Special Task Force agents. When it reappeared in the snowy world at the front lines of the West Woods, it was like a ghost that took the lives of more than a dozen high-ranking Imperial officers in succession. In the entire Federation, only 3 ACWs had ever been produced, and one of them had always been in the hands of his best friend, Shi Qinghai. Therefore, he knew better than anyone else just how terrifying this great gun was. Due to the scarcity of manufacturing costs and materials on the battlefield, the ACW was an extremely poor sniper rifle. However, if it was used for assassination, it was definitely the most despairing choice. There was a slight breeze of fresh air in the restaurant on the top floor, but the little goosebumps on the back of Su Li's neck were about to freeze. Where's that sniper? The ring-shaped restaurant surrounded by transparent glass was empty, and there was only a mountain ridge in the distance that looked like a black line. He should be there. Who was the sniper's target? Him? But if the Imperial people wanted to kill him now, it would be too easy. Why would they go through so much trouble? And it was obvious that the young and noble Imperial officer across the table did not know about this matter, let alone that there would be 3 high-speed tungsten alloy bullets flying towards him. Could it be that the sniper's target was the other party? In certain dangerous moments, the speed of human thought could even appear faster than the speed of light. In a very short period of time, Su Lu thought and analyzed many things, but he still did not have time to judge the situation clearly, and he also knew that there was no time to continue thinking. No matter who the sniper's target was, the only thing he had to do now was to fall down as fast as he could and look for something hard enough to cover his body. With a whoosh, the silver knife, fork, and white-bone porcelain tableware splashed everywhere with Su Li's movements. He was not a saint, and he did not care about the life or death of the Imperial officer across the table. So naturally, he would not stupidly jump over to the other party. He just fell down, resolutely and fiercely, as if he was heavily shot down by someone. His body was almost close to the ground. The silver knife, fork, and white-bone porcelain tableware had just jumped off the beautiful stone table, twisting their bodies in the air. The Imperial officer who came to report the situation opened his mouth, but he did not have time to show a vigilant expression. The words that he wanted to shout were still brewing in his chest and lungs, but they had not turned into airflow, and he had not strummed his strings like vocal cords. In this frozen moment of time that seemed to have stopped, Huai Caoshur's eyes suddenly lit up. He understood something from Su Li's movements, feeling an unprecedented sense of danger approaching him at high speed. There was no time to jump up, no time to fall down. In front of that bullet that was tearing through the bright air of Mulberry Orchid Province at high speed, even someone as powerful as Huai Caoshur did not have time to make too many movements. He only had time to raise his right palm, and, as if he was swatting away the beef juice in front of him, he simply slapped down on the beautiful stone table in front of him. No one could calculate what kind of terrifying reaction speed Huai Caoshur needed to make such a simple movement in this instant. When his right palm slapped down on the edge of the beautiful stone table, the beautiful stone pattern that was known as the hardest stone material actually deformed slightly. His palm's deformation was even more severe. The pale white part of his palm that was in contact with the edge of the table squeezed out a rosy red, and also strangely squeezed out countless jets of air. The 8 rice jinshi in Huai Caoshur's body was released at full force. The silk sleeve on his right arm shattered into pieces, about to fly away. The chair beneath him silently shattered, about to fall. His body, under the influence of this powerful and tremendous force, instantly began to move backwards. A flower suddenly bloomed on the hard wall of the ring-shaped restaurant. The petals were pieces of concrete that had been blasted open. The core of the flower was alloy tendons that stood up like angry hairs after being cut open by a high-speed object. The color of the flower was light, the heavenly light that seeped in from outside the wall. The light outside the building shot in through this flower-like hole. While moving forward, it lightly brushed past Huai Caoshur, who was moving backwards at high speed like a shadow. Then there was a loud, buzzing noise that sounded like muffled thunder. The speed of this life-reaping bullet was too fast, faster than sound, as if it was going to surpass light and shadow. In an instant, 2 more holes that seemed to have been carved appeared on the wall. The muffled sound of gunfire tore through the deathly silence, shattering the frozen time. With a muffled bang sound, Huai Caoshur's thin body fell heavily against the wall. Her Highness is under attack. The Empire officer who had been watching this scene in shock finally woke up. His entire body trembled as he screamed out. At the same time, he threw himself towards the corner of the wall, instinctively placing his body in front of Huai Caoshur. The life-reaping bullets that came from the distant mountain ridge were still being fired continuously. The luxurious decorations in the restaurant were torn apart like fragile pieces of paper. They floated up, landed on the ground with difficulty, and were sent flying again. The sound of broken porcelain and silver tableware rang out endlessly. Smoke and dust flew everywhere. It was chaos. Sulu hid behind the hard and beautiful carved stone tabletop. His face was a bit pale. At this moment, he confirmed that the sniper's target wasn't him, but he didn't relax in the slightest. This was because he discovered that the ACW used by the sniper was a high-speed, armor-piercing hard-ink bullet. Moreover, after the first 3 burst shots, the sniper began to fire in a wide range. It looked like the sniper didn't care about killing him while he was at it. The high-speed, armor-piercing hard-ink bullet could penetrate the normal alloy plates of military mecha. How could the supposedly hardest carved stone tabletop in front of him block it? The next second, Sulu was slightly relieved. This was because the Empire soldiers in the restaurant reacted extremely quickly. The ring-shaped glass adjusted the angle of light refraction in the shortest amount of time possible. Although this definitely couldn't block the sniper's bullet, it could make it a little more difficult for the opponent to shoot. Immediately after, even more Empire soldiers flooded into the spacious restaurant. These soldiers seemed to not be able to see the mournful lines of bullets. They carried the pop-up alloy shields and bravely charged towards the corner of the wall. 4 or 5 Empire soldiers fell on the road, but in the end, they still managed to successfully construct a simple shielding corner. Sulu didn't expect those Empire soldiers to provide him with the same treatment. In fact, he thought that this was a good opportunity for him. Under the cover of the smoke and dust, he half lay on the ground, using his heels to rub against the mess on the ground, quietly and slowly moving backwards. Ox, 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 ox. Right at this moment, in the corner surrounded by the Empire soldiers' alloy shields, a loud Empire language suddenly rang out. At this moment, this voice still sounded extremely calm and powerful. It was actually not drowned out by the whistling sound of bullets tearing through the air. Sulu could understand some of the Empire language. At the very least, he could accurately understand this sentence. Keep an eye on that Federation person. He stopped his slow retreat, frowned, and cursed fiercely in his heart. He didn't expect that in such a tense moment, that person still hadn't forgotten about him. That sniper actually didn't kill this person who was clearly the strongest enemy of the Federation. This made him feel a little regretful. The gunshots suddenly stopped. In the silence, there was a sudden vibration. The floor-to-ceiling windows that were already shattered beyond repair began to buzz. Sulu, who was hiding behind the table and covered in dust, and Huai Chaoshi, who was anxiously surrounded by his subordinates and half covered in blood, couldn't see each other, but they did the same action at the same time. They narrowed their eyes, raised their heads, and cursed in a low voice, "Fuck." There was a wisp of cloud outside the building. A dark green Empire fighter suddenly broke through the cloud and rushed over at high speed. What was even more terrifying was that the missiles under the wings of the fighter had already been detached and were spitting flames high in the sky. Chapter 593. Did he always see something inauspicious every time he raised his head and narrowed his eyes? Sulu's eyes were wide open as he stared at the rapidly approaching aircraft in the air outside the building, as well as the 4 dazzling missile jet streams that filled his nose with the smell of death. In the Federation's understanding, the Imperial family should be a supreme existence in their star field, an existence that no one dared to look down upon. But how could there be someone who dared to assassinate that young Imperial officer? They even sent out fighter jets. Death was about to arrive in an instant, but Sulu was still unwilling to give up. He hurriedly breathed in the air mixed with smoke and dust as he ran a few steps toward the corner of the building. The beam structure of the building there should be able to increase the chances of survival after the building collapsed. Even if it only increased the chances of survival from 1 in 10,000 to 1 in 1,000, the chances were still higher. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Countless densely packed sounds rang out as hundreds of white streams of air rose from below the high-rise building where the restaurant was located. They quickly swept past the ring-shaped glass window and then abruptly turned, heading toward the 4 missiles. The Imperial Defensive Bomb Cluster Formation? Right before the explosion, Sulu recognized these things. In a flash, a thought appeared in his mind. To have the qualifications to have these battlefield weapons protect the team, the identity of the young officer should not be far from what he had guessed. The rapidly rising dense bomb cluster successfully intercepted 3 extremely powerful missiles in the shortest amount of time, but missed the last one. The violent explosion, the dazzling flames, the flying debris, and the pungent smoke instantly occupied the entire restaurant. A huge hole was blown in the wall in front of the right. The wind from the outside whistled in and was licked by the burning flames. The temperature was boiling hot. The slender and elegant high-rise building shook like a young girl who had been slapped on the back of her head by a naughty boy. However, for the people inside the building, it was like they had experienced a terrifying earthquake. The floor shook violently, and no one could stand still and fell heavily to the ground. As for the soldiers of the Imperium who were close to the center of the explosion, many of them were blown out of the building by the airwaves before they could even make a sound, turning into black spots that rapidly fell from the sky. Some of them crashed into the wall on the opposite side and died while spraying blood. Some of the soldiers were set ablaze, screaming miserably before they fell to the ground and twitched, unable to get up again. Sulu was very lucky. The missile that wasn't intercepted exploded very far away from his body. Other than the rubble that flew up from his brow bone, his body was unscathed. In the corner a few steps away from him, Huai Chaoshi, who was surrounded by the soldiers of the Imperium and their alloy shields like a cocoon, was naturally not dead either. The soldiers in the corner quickly dispersed. Huai Chaoshi stood up with a cold face. Half of his body was dyed red with blood. Combined with the ruthlessness that flashed across his cold face, it made people shudder. In the blink of an eye, the emotions on his face suddenly became abnormally heavy. It was unknown what he had thought of, but this young expert of the Imperium, who had remained calm in the face of an assassination attempt, only angry and not frightened, also felt somewhat bewildered and at a loss. However, these emotions were only temporary. Huai Chaoshi coldly glanced at Su Lu, who was not far away, walked over with large strides, grabbed him by the back of the neck, lifted him up, and threw him to a subordinate officer behind him. Then, he quickly left with the crowd. This was a shameful treatment like catching a chicken. However, Su Lu knew very well that as a prisoner of the Federation, he could not expect to receive true respect. The so-called sightseeing and the so-called imperial cuisine were only because the other party had a request. Right now, the environment was dangerous. So, how could the other party still care about psychological attacks? That special Imperium officer was heavily injured, but the movement of his hand reaching out and grabbing was still as strong as before. His palm wasn't large, but it was harder than steel. The blood that flowed down this person's arm turned his shoulder wet and sticky. The Imperium soldiers protected Huai Chaoshi as quickly as possible, pushing and even dragging Su Lu to the bottom of the building. There were already more than 10 bulletproof military vehicles waiting by the side of the street. However, those who dared to carry out this crazy assassination had no intention of letting this group of people leave just like that. The Imperium soldiers in charge of security and surveillance had some ugly expressions on their faces. Just 3 blocks away, there was a mechanized unit approaching at high speed. At this very moment, a mechanized unit without any electronic communication verification represented absolute danger. Meanwhile, the surveillance confirmed that this unit's combat strength was at least greater than that of a reinforced battalion. There is absolutely no way these 100 or so soldiers could contend against them. "Sir, please leave first." The Imperium's military officer in charge of security gave Huai Chaoshi a military salute with a flushed face, and then loudly said to the surrounding soldiers, "Stop them on the spot. Immediately set up temporary fortifications." The Imperium's soldiers responded in unison, quickly moving into action. They shouted loudly, blowing down the giant electronic signboards on both sides of the street, blocking the center of the street as a fortification to stop the enemy's mechanized vehicles. At the same time, they drove over the military vehicles that they had decided to leave behind, also blocking the street. Even though they knew that this was a mission to stop the enemy, these Imperium soldiers didn't hesitate in the slightest. Their faces didn't show any fear, instead full of valiant fighting spirit. In order to protect the Imperium's pride, their most respected officer, they truly did not fear death. Huai Chaoshi nodded at his subordinates, turned around, and sat on the military vehicle. During this entire process, his face was still cold, not saying a single word. As a soldier, at this very moment, any sadness of parting was a waste of emotion and hypocrisy. Accompanied by the ear-piercing, grinding sound of wheels, several military vehicles quickly drove away. Sula looked at the young military officer in the front row, who could make countless Imperium's soldiers willingly give up their lives. His brows furrowed slightly, and he coughed twice. He didn't understand where this person's grave and worried expression came from. This freakish expert who didn't even frown when half of his body was covered in blood, what was he worried about at this time? It shouldn't be that he was worried about the pursuit from behind or the lives of his subordinates. People like him should have long since become indifferent to such things. Suddenly, concentrated gunfire and explosions rang out in the streets behind them. Sulu turned back to look, only to see flames and smoke rising into the sky in order to cover for Huai Caoshi's departure. The Imperium soldiers engaged in fierce and even bloody battles with the enemy in the streets of Mulberry province. Over 100 soldiers gradually died in silence. Of the several military vehicles that drove away, only 2 were left behind to carry out a desperate suicide attack. White Sausher's group finally managed to temporarily shake off the pursuit of the enemy and arrive at the outskirts of a quiet residential area. The door to the underground garage slowly opened and 3 military vehicles filed in. As the door closed once more, no one was able to discover the abnormality of this place. In the dim underground garage, White Sausher's expression was still heavy. He looked at the electronic map and said, "Cut off all contact with the outside world and stay here for 20 minutes to observe the situation." "Yes, sir," a soldier replied. "This is the latest meeting point set up by the Bureau. As long as those traitors are unable to infiltrate the royal palace, they should not be able to find this place." They had some guesses as to who dared to carry out the assassination, but no matter who it was, if they dared to assassinate the emperor, then they were, without a doubt, traitors. Huai Chaoshu made a sound of agreement. For him, the most important reason for choosing this meeting point was not because it was hidden, but because it was the source of his confidence in moving unhindered through the universe. The history of the empire was written with blood. He knew this very well since he was young. However, ever since the emperor inherited the throne, the empire and the noble class were unprecedentedly united. At least it was on the surface. No one dared to challenge the dignity of the royal family, much less carry out such a crazy action. Who dared to assassinate him? White Sausher's expression was unusually heavy. Just as Su Lu had analyzed, he was not worried about his own safety. Instead, he thought that if those people dared to assassinate him, they would definitely know how angry the emperor would be. Then would the emperor's safety also be threatened at this moment? Suddenly, the alarm rang. The Empire officer looked at the data feedback on the screen with a face full of shock. He said with extreme guilt, "The whistle left outside confirmed that the rebel army suddenly changed direction and is coming this way. Sir, this place should be exposed." As he spoke, the Empire officer's hand was on the gun at his waist. He swept his cold gaze over the people present, trying to find the traitor hiding among his own people. "Don't move." An officer at the front, right suddenly took out a metal gun from behind him and shouted at the crowd, "Otherwise, I will immediately kill the emperor." The cold gun barrel trembled slightly as it aimed at Huai Chaoshu. The officer's voice was also trembling. It was obvious how much pressure he was under at this moment. "Rossi, you traitor, put down the gun. Otherwise, I will kill you." The Empire officer from before roared angrily. He wanted to rush forward and use his chest to block the muzzle of the gun, but because he was afraid that the opponent's bullet would hurt the Emperor, he did not dare to move. "Our people will be here soon." The Empire officer named Rossi laughed somewhat crazily and said in a shrill voice, "When the time comes, I will kill all of you." "Rossi, why is this? Have you forgotten the kindness that the Emperor has shown you?" Huai Chaoshu looked at this subordinate officer expressionlessly. He could no longer remember when this officer had entered the bureau to work and when he had become his direct subordinate. He did not listen to the angry questioning of his loyal subordinate. He did not even look at the trembling gun barrel. Instead, he took a step forward without any warning. Half of his body was covered in blood. It was as if he was stepping on the wind. In an instant, he moved forward 2 meters. He slapped down with his palm, bending the gun barrel and breaking the traitor's neck at the same time. With a crack, the traitor fell to the ground. His head was horribly tilted to the back. Su Lu, who was standing behind the crowd, narrowed his eyes. He was shocked. The emperor was seriously injured, but he was still so strong. Chapter 594. The dark underground parking lot, the dangerous guns, and the escape. This kind of familiar environment made Su Lu feel a little uncomfortable. The internal strife of the Empire had nothing to do with him, a soldier of the Federation. Ever since he entered the underground parking lot, he had been standing silently at the back, watching everything unfold, trying his best to listen to the Empire's language, which was difficult to understand. Assassination, traitor. He felt that the conversation of these Empire people was very much like a clumsy script, but he had never thought that such a clumsy script would have such a seemingly natural understated, and yet extremely sharp ending. The Empire soldiers looked at the traitor officer lying in a pool of blood with disdain, walked to the side of the underground parking lot, pulled open the cement wall camouflage outside, and then tore off a large piece of blue electronic dustproof cloth. With a whoosh, a new Empire mecha in black and green revealed its true appearance amidst the flying dust. Its armor glowed with a faint metallic luster, its body slender like a demon, and strange metal boxes hung from each of its joints. Sulu narrowed his eyes, his pupils constricting. This was the peach miasma that had brought him to a dead end. Huai Chaosher coughed twice and silently boarded the mecha, while the rest of the Empire soldiers quickly dispersed. All the lights in the underground parking lot suddenly went out, and in the darkness, the low and powerful sound of multiple engines suddenly rang out, cutting through the silence and stifling atmosphere. Just before the rebel army surrounded the street, the peach miasma mecha broke through the door at high speed, turning into a ghostly shadow under the light of day. It crushed the cement road, knocked away the tanks in its path, and roared as it ran away. Its speed was swift, and its momentum was heroic. It did not look like it was fleeing at all, but leaving proudly. And then it threw itself into the sea of mulberry trees. Inside the dimly lit cockpit, only the green sea of mulberry trees on the monitor screen could soothe the nervous nerves and somewhat dry eyes. Those tender twigs and leaves fluttering in the wind flashed past the screen at high speed, gradually becoming countless green lines. It was possible to infer just how astonishing the speed of the mecha was at this moment. Sulu slightly lowered his eyes, no longer looking at the picture of Shanghai on the light beam that lasted for almost half an hour. His eyes fell on the officer of the Imperium next to him cautiously. The person beside him had sustained significant injuries in the attack at the ring-shaped restaurant. Blood had dyed a large portion of his body red, but this person's expression did not change at all. He continued to operate his mecha steadily, skillfully, or even exquisitely, dodging at high speed through the sea of mulberry trees, avoiding what seemed to be an increasing number of enemies. Could it be that the Imperial family were all monsters with endless blood flowing through their bodies? This should be a nervous escape, but to Sulu, he thought of himself as an outsider, so he had enough calmness to observe everything that was happening, especially this peach miasma mecha. This was the latest generation of mecha that the Empire had successfully developed. It walked the path of multi-joint micro-engine acceleration. It was different from the Federation's development of the new mecha, but it was very similar in essence. Sulu had not expected that in such a tense moment, this young Imperial personage would actually bring him along. However, this just so happened to provide him with a rare opportunity to observe the Empire's new mecha up close. He used his eyes to observe all the devices in the cockpit of the mecha, doing his best to memorize everything he saw. Although the chances of him returning to the Federation alive were slim, if he had the chance to send back this first-hand information, it would definitely be of great help to the Federation. Other than the internal structure of the Empire's new mecha, he was more interested in the way this young Imperial officer beside him operated it. After a long period of silent observation, he confirmed that this person's method of operating the mecha was extremely similar to his and Li Feng's. They were also using a device similar to the simulation system, directly transferring the power in their bodies into the internal sensors of the mecha. It was just that the other's device was clearly more compact, with only the connectors at the cuffs of the mecha visible. During their escape in the Mulberry Sea, this Imperial officer had operated the Peach Miasma mecha to easily break through the enemy's encirclement. In several thrilling encounters, he had killed several enemy mecha like a tiger tearing rabbits apart. Sulu had been watching his operation all this time, once again feeling the terror he had personally experienced on the battleship. In the process of breaking through the encirclement, this Imperial officer had displayed an unparalleled level of mecha control. This was especially true of the calm and sharp senses that radiated from his bones, as well as the exquisite micro-operations that danced between his fingers. What looked like the simplest input of commands, the most standard mecha movements, when combined at a certain frequency, would become so powerful. Sometimes, without waking up in the middle of the night, Sulu would privately analyze himself and feel a little satisfied and proud. Other than his talent in mecha maintenance, what he was most proud of was his mecha operation skills. In just a few short years, even if he could not say that he was invincible in the military, at least no one had dared to challenge him. However, after the battle on the battleship today, he could not help but admit with some desolation that this Imperial officer beside him was indeed far more skilled than himself. Admitting that he was inferior to the other did not mean that he would always admit defeat. His personality determined his way of thinking, especially when he thought about how this Imperial officer beside him was really that legendary person. If he was really that person from the legends, then losing to this person would not be considered too shameful. At this moment, he missed dearly that black MXD that had self-destructed on that flagship. The Mulberry Sea in the middle of the night was like the sinister grasslands of the giant kingdom. Starlight cascaded down from the dome above, and those dense branches and leaves that swayed gently in the night wind were like the countless tentacles of a monster, ready to bind and devour the people who were trying to escape at any moment. Those dense rustling sounds were like demons eating with a smile on their faces, making people shudder in fear. The Peach Miasma Mecha, covered in metal boxes, was currently lying on its side in an empty space in the forest like a giant pile of metal trash. The temperature of the mecha had already dropped significantly, so in the cool night, it should be able to hide from the infrared scanning systems of the pursuers. Sulu leaned against a mulberry tree. The weeds beneath him were somewhat damp and cool, making his lungs feel uncomfortable. He used his hand to cover his mouth, stopping all the coughing, his face showing an unhealthy flush. The dog-eat-dog of the Empire had nothing to do with him. Those pursuers had heard the coughing and rushed over. Killing that Empire officer did not make him feel the slightest bit of guilt, but for the sake of his own safety, he still needed to be a little more careful. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the empty space beside the mecha more than 10 meters away. The night was dark, but his eyesight allowed him to see everything clearly. That Empire officer seemed to have tried to contact someone earlier, but had failed. The Empire officer's expression was rather heavy. After using a first aid kit to treat his wounds, he had been sitting silently under another tree, eyes closed, resting. From that somewhat shocking amount of HP, it was possible to determine that the opponent had suffered a very serious injury. However, Sulu did not have the urge to help the opponent. Even for the sake of his own safety, he was willing to let this powerful opponent be a little weaker. Moreover, this kind of freakish human resembling madman, Lee probably would not die so easily. In the darkness of the mulberry forest, the two of them did not speak, each thinking about their own concerns. Earlier in the dining hall, Sulu had been puzzled as to why this Empire officer had such a heavy expression. Now that he was more and more certain of the other's identity, he could more or less understand. Thus, the only question that truly troubled him was that gunshot at the beginning of today's assassination. Why would the ACW secretly developed by the Federation appear within the Empire's borders? Why would it appear in the hands of those assassins? Sulu pondered in silence for a long time. He could only think of one explanation, and that was that in these past few decades, the Federation had never stopped infiltrating the Empire, and might even be secretly collaborating with certain Empire factions. The night gradually deepened, the stars gradually shifted, and the temperature gradually dropped. Under one of the mulberry trees, Sulu narrowed his eyes and looked at the Empire officer under the other tree. Seeing that his breathing was gradually calmer and his shoulders naturally shrunk inward, he understood that under the condition of blood loss, this person should be feeling somewhat cold. Other than shivering clothes, humans also had a way to resist the cold. Although this kind of sleep was often fatal, it was always hard to resist the instinctive choice. The wind was still blowing the branches of the mulberry trees, rustling them in a monotonous manner that induced sleep. Sulu remained motionless. He silently looked in that direction, counting the other's breathing rate. Only after counting for nearly an hour did he lower his gaze and slowly take off his shoes. Immediately afterward, he took off his dusty and blood-stained silk jacket, gently wetting it in the small hole under the tree and tying it around his neck. Then, he silently stood up and carefully took a step back. His bare feet stepped on the soft, wet grass without making any sound. Not even the insects in the grass were startled. He took a second step and once again approached the mulberry forest behind him, forcibly suppressing his heartbeat and controlling his breathing. Then came a third step. As long as he entered the sea of darkness behind him, who could catch him? However, at this moment, a silent vibration suddenly came from his shoulders, causing his footsteps to freeze in place. Lowering his head to look, the bracelets tied to the two bloody holes above his shoulder blades weakly lit up 3 times. After a moment of silence, Su Lu inwardly sighed and lightly shook his head. Under the mulberry tree, 10 meters away, Huai Chaoshu slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were abnormally bright as he looked at Su Lu and said in a hoarse voice, "I always thought you to be a smart person. Now, it seems that you have made a few mistakes in your judgment." His voice was suppressed to an extremely low level. The night birds resting in the forest were still in their sweet dreams, undisturbed. However, he knew that Su Lu should have been able to clearly hear his words. "The enemy of my enemy is not necessarily my friend. Those people who want to kill me are probably also very willing to kill you." Huai Chaoshu said with an indifferent expression, "The Empire is covered in chip detection equipment. Do you really think you can escape?" Su Lu was silent for a moment. Naturally, he would not explain his final card to his opponent. He walked back to his own mulberry tree and somewhat tiredly sat down, as if he had done nothing. "In addition, this time, I don't know if I can survive." Huai Chaoshu looked at him and said, "But before I die, I will definitely kill you first, so you had best pray that I can survive." Chapter 595. What followed was silence. The forest was silent. Su Lu and Huai Chaoshu were like 2 statues, sitting silently under their respective mulberry trees. Only when the willow trees began to turn white on the horizon did they suddenly open their eyes at the same time. It was not because they were startled awake by the light, but because they had smelled a dangerous scent coming from the mulberry forest at the same time. Su Lu placed his palm on the ground and focused on feeling that faintly discernible vibration. Huai Chaoshu, on the other hand, came under the peach miasma mecha. Looking at the external sound wave monitoring equipment on the side of the mecha, she slowly frowned. "Let's go," Huai Chaoshu said briskly. Su Lu did not hesitate. He got up and walked toward the mecha. Accompanied by the clear sound of electricity, the peach miasma mecha stood like a god, crossing the branches of the mulberry trees to face the rising sun. The two of them climbed up the mecha, coughing loudly as they climbed. The coughs were hoarse and dry, like dried mulberry leaves being torn apart by angry silkworms, but they also carried a sense of unbridled joy. The injured and tired duo had held back their coughs for an entire night. Now that they had confirmed that the enemy had caught up, they naturally did not need to hold back anymore. Of course, they would cough to their heart's content. The rebel army more than 10 kilometers away should have heavy armored vehicles or mecha. Otherwise, they would not have left such clear curves on the surveillance equipment. The peach miasma mecha's hatch closed, and its engine roared once more. The crystal ores that made Su Li's heart ache underwent primitive atomization, powering the heavy body of the mecha to become a giant bird in the morning. It swept up at an angle, cleverly bypassing the dense mulberry trees and advancing at high speed. 10 minutes later, a loud roar came from outside the mulberry forest that had regained its peace. The entire ground began to tremble. The forest birds that had just woken up and the insects in the grass fled in all directions in fear. Almost 20 black and green Imperial Night wolf mechas surrounded them. Their heavy alloy bodies crushed the grass and the forest into a mess, sending mud and stone tumbling. After confirming that the target had once again left, this mecha troop did not blindly scatter in all directions. Instead, they stopped temporarily. The cockpit of one of the mecha opened up, and an Empire military officer with the rank of colonel walked out with a gloomy expression. He crouched down under a mulberry tree and carefully searched for any traces. The Imperial officer's fingertips gently slid across the tree trunk, touching a smear of blood that was about to solidify. His gloomy expression seemed to relax a little, but no one noticed that his fingertips were trembling violently. In front of his subordinates, this officer had to maintain absolute calmness and confidence. But in the depths of his heart, to carry out such a terrifying mission, to hunt down that important figure, his heart had long been endlessly terrified. In the next 10 days or so, in the sea of mulberry trees on planet Libin, 7 or 8 teams like this mecha troop appeared. These Imperial troops of unknown power silently and patiently pursued that mecha. No reinforcements came. The Peach Miasma mecha was alone in the sea of mulberry trees, dealing with these rebel troops. Even though the 2 people in the mecha's cockpit were the strongest mecha warriors in the universe, facing the pursuit of almost 200 mecha, they could not actively choose to fight head-on. Moreover, Su Li's internal strength was completely destroyed, and Huai Chaoshi was heavily injured. The situation was very critical. Fortunately, the mulberry trees on this planet were shockingly large, giving the Peach Miasma mecha enough space to escape. In the process of escaping, the Peach Miasma mecha braved the danger of being monitored by the enemy and finally succeeded in contacting a certain intelligence source. However, Huai Chaoshi still had no way of fully grasping the current situation on planet Libin. Right now, he could only try to find a safe escape route as quickly as possible. The Imperial Mecha Squad conducting this pursuit clearly knew who their target was. Even those soldiers who had not dared to believe their ears at first were able to confirm this fact after more than 10 mecha had fallen tragically at the hands of the Peach Miasma mecha. All of the Imperial soldiers were incomparably fearful of that Peach Miasma mecha, or more accurately, the person inside the Peach Miasma mecha. However, since they had chosen this path of rebellion from the very beginning, there was no turning back. Instead, because of the trembling fear in the depths of their hearts, they became even crazier. In the last few mecha encounters in the Mulberry Forest Sea, the rebel army's mecha had become crazier each time, more reckless than the last. They knew that defeat was certain, but they continued to surround the Peach Miasma mecha like moths to a flame, attacking the Peach Miasma mecha at all costs. It was as if even if they had to pay the price of destroying their mecha and losing their lives in exchange for the malfunction of one of the Peach Miasma mecha's most important sensors, they felt that it was worth it. Watching silently from the sidelines, Su Lu gradually understood the intentions of those rebel mecha. His face grew paler and paler, but he continued to operate the Peach Miasma mecha like an emperor. The undefeatable Huai Chaoshi also understood the rebel army's intentions, but he had no way of changing the situation. The Peach Miasma mecha moved as fast as lightning, unparalleled in its evasion and retreat. Its close combat spear was swift and fierce. Not a single rebel mecha could last more than 10 seconds against it. On a normal battlefield, this mecha battle would have undoubtedly ended with the Peach Miasma mecha's victory. This was because it could move around like a shark, cruelly searching for opportunities to attack shoals of fish and then retreating again. If this simple cycle continued, the rebel army's mecha horde would eventually be wiped out. However, in this mulberry forest, the Peach Miasma mecha could not do this. This was because there was no supply base here, and there were no components and materials needed to repair the mecha. The rebel army's mecha horde chased relentlessly and relentlessly, all because they wanted to force the person they respected the most to never have time to rest. Their injuries and exhaustion would continuously eat away at that person's strength. At the same time, they also wanted to continuously wear down the Peach Miasma mecha's body. In this primitive agricultural area, if the mecha could not be repaired, then it could only be nibbled to death by shoals of fish. During the process of their escape, Su Lu had been diligently observing or studying the mecha controls of this Empire elite. Even if tomorrow morning or the next moment, this innocent fish in the pond would be burned to death, he still devoted a great deal of energy to this task. This was because the other's level of mecha control was truly very high. From the perspective of someone at his level, he was able to experience much more, even gaining a certain sense of fierce beauty. What shocked him the most, or perhaps more accurately, terrified him, was that even though they had been on the run for more than 10 days and nights, this Empire officer beside him had actually been able to maintain a valiant combat prowess, as well as a vigorous desire for battle that he could not comprehend. Although this person's cheeks were becoming thinner and thinner, the light in those small eyes had never once dimmed. However, just as the several mecha units in pursuit had hoped, the heavily injured and bone-deep, exhausted Huai Chaoshu held on valiantly. Meanwhile, the Peach Miasma mecha could not withstand the increasing wear and tear of its components and metal fatigue, finally collapsing at some quiet dusk. In the blood-red twilight, the heavy and massive Peach Miasma mecha crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dirt and dust. Fortunately, the dense mulberry trees around it blocked the dust from reaching into the air. Not too far away was a row of simple and crude village houses. Judging from the row of hydraulic gears behind the houses, this should be a mechanical mill used to process mulberry trees. This row of mills was bathed in the golden light of the setting sun, glowing faintly with a bright red light. The emergency hydraulic valves activated, and the Peach Miasma mecha's cockpit opened up a little. The new model mecha, lying diagonally on the ground, now looked like a patient gasping for air, waiting for death. Huai Chaoshu and Su Lu crawled out from the open cockpit. The two of them were covered in small wounds, looking rather haggard. However, from the silent expressions on their faces, not a trace of it could be seen. An hour ago, when Su Lu had been considering whether or not to remind this person that the mecha's components had already passed the critical threshold and that it could shut down at any moment, the central control computer of the Peach Miasma mecha had blared out a shrill alarm. Huai Chaoshu had silently operated the mecha to begin the fastest ambush they had made since their escape, all the way to this stretch of red mills. The rebel mecha should still be 20 kilometers away. Huai Chaoshu stood under the overturned mecha, narrowing his eyes slightly as he looked up at the setting sun on the horizon, silently calculating the time. Then, he coughed twice and led Su Lu towards the row of red mills. The two of them entered the red mill to get some water, but they found no trace of anyone. It seemed that the faction that had betrayed the imperial family had at least taken control of the Mulberry province. They had cleaned up this vast farming region of mulberry forests very thoroughly. After drinking, Huai Chaoshu walked to the west wall of the red mills and narrowed his eyes to look out. The red rose still had not been contacted. Right now, he only had sporadic feedback from the crows in the bureau. He had no idea how dangerous the current situation was, but there were more than 200 Imperial mecha chasing after him. It was easy to imagine that the situation on this planet was very bad. Would there really be a problem this time? Huai Chaoshu narrowed his eyes. He looked like an ordinary Imperial military officer, but in reality, he was definitely not ordinary. He had never doubted himself in his life, but he had never experienced something like this. As long as he was in a mecha, he was an undefeatable god. However, at this moment, the Peach Miasma mecha had become a pile of alloy garbage outside the mill. In the entire sea of mulberry trees, there was no way to find the parts needed to repair it. What was waiting for him? Being killed by his own subjects in his own planetary sector? A self-deprecating smile appeared on Huai Chaoshu's face. He suddenly felt that the red setting sun on the horizon was fake. Otherwise, why would his body feel so cold? Narrowing his eyes, he looked at the flowing water in the tunnel below the mill. After a long silence, he suddenly asked, "What do you think?" At this time, there were only two people in the red mills, so the person he was asking this question was very clear. Su Lu frowned and looked over, looking at the pale face of the Imperial Royal in the twilight. He did not expect that this seemingly ordinary but actually extremely arrogant person would ask for his opinion. Chapter 596. No opinion, Su Lu replied in a low voice. This is an internal matter for you Empire people, and I am a member of the Federation. If you are referring to the method of escape, I believe you have seen my file. My level of tactical deduction has never been high. These two people in the red mill were both extremely cold and ruthless. For different reasons, they were used to silence. However, for some reason, Sulu became more talkative in front of this person. For a second, he thought of his own childhood. Back then, he had lived with his parents and sister. He seemed to have a lot to say. Even when he was an orphan, he still spoke a lot. Perhaps it was because he later met a nagging uncle that he became less and less talkative. Actually, I think the key question now is whether or not your emperor will survive this assassination attempt. Sulu woke up from his momentary daze. He looked at him and said, "If he dies, even if you escape this planet, you won't be able to survive." Huai Chaoshi frowned. She did not expect this Federation member to see the most fatal part of the situation so quickly. Sulu paused for a moment. He looked at the Empire officer and continued, "Your Highness, those people even dared to assassinate you. Naturally, they will kill your father first." Hearing the words, "Your Highness," Huai Chaoshi narrowed her eyes. A glint flashed through her eyes. After a moment of silence, she still did not give any response. Sulu looked into her eyes and said, "Rumor has it that you passed Mecha Level 6 at the age of 12. I have a proud friend who has you as his goal. After these days of escape, I can confirm that you are indeed the most talented and powerful pilot in the universe. So, I don't understand why you didn't choose to break out of the encirclement at the beginning of the attack. Instead, you chose to enter this mulberry sea." The proud friend he was referring to was Tai Ziyuan. This Federation's Shadow Prince had once said that there were only 5 people in the entire universe who were his goal. "I don't know the situation outside. Mulberry Sea is suitable for guerrilla warfare and escape." Huai Chaoshi replied expressionlessly, "I didn't expect that so many Imperial soldiers would dare to betray the Imperial family. First, they would use the ACW, which no one in the Empire knew about, to launch a long-range attack. Then, they would use a missile attack. Finally, they would use a mole. Finally, they would tear off the disguise and directly use the heavy armored forces to launch a frontal attack." Sulu knew the power struggle within the Empire, but in his opinion, this assassination plan was very reasonable. If he was not so familiar with the activation curve of the ACW, perhaps the pride of the Empire in front of him, the powerful princess, would have died under that terrible big gun. However, this kind of assassination arrangement also revealed some kind of information. The force that dared to betray the royal family obviously only wanted to solve the problem in the simplest and fastest way in the beginning. They didn't want to make too much of a commotion. It was only later that they were forced by the situation that the whole incident gradually escalated. From this, it seemed that the force that betrayed the royal family didn't completely control the situation on this planet. "You should contact a reliable subordinate on this planet," Sulu suggested. "I can't contact Red Rose. There are too few sources of information. I can't judge who is trustworthy." Huai Chaoshi glanced at the watch on her wrist and said, "The traders will need at most 3 hours to see through my last disguise and find this red mill. I hope you can provide some meaningful suggestions." Sulu lowered his head and coughed twice in pain. He squinted at the princess and couldn't help but shake his head. Why did the princess ask for help from him, a member of the Federation, and make it sound so natural? I think the Empire's satellites should also have a micro-positioning system. He looked up at the blood-red sky outside the window and said, "The fact that the traders haven't been able to surround you means that they can't use the satellite positioning system. So it's very simple. Whoever has the authority of the satellite positioning system is your people." Huai Chaoshi said, "The authority of the satellite positioning system is in the hands of Governor Ku Bowning." After a pause, she continued coldly, "Even if you can contact this person, you can't escape without a mecha right now." Seeing this person's attitude, Sulu felt a little strange. The traitors wanted to kill him, but why was this princess so cold and calm, as if it had nothing to do with her? "I don't think it's impossible to escape without a mecha. You are one of the most powerful people I've ever seen." Sulu looked at her pale cheeks and suddenly said, "Of course, if you think I'm a burden, you can let me go. After all, I can't escape the Empire. I can only stay in this sea of mulberry trees." Huai Chaoshi narrowed her eyes. She was about to ask who this person was, but when she heard the last sentence, she almost laughed coldly. She said, "Don't try to leave my side. Then maybe you can put that Jinchi in my body? Take it back. You should be able to judge that having a fighting force like me will be very helpful for your escape. 1. That's impossible. Huai Chaosher looked at him coldly. 2. Your tactical deduction skills are really bad. In this kind of flat, non-man-made forest, facing more than 20 military-use mecha, no one can rely on their own physical strength to escape the encirclement. Just now, when you were staring blankly at the sunset, I checked this mechanical mill. After a moment of silence, Su Lu suddenly said, I found a lot of mechanical farming tools below. This should be the farm owner's warehouse. Farm owner. Huai Chaosher corrected him expressionlessly. She frowned and asked coldly, and, I can fix the peach miasma for you, Su Lu said, staring into her eyes. Huai Chaosher looked back at him silently, as if she was looking at an idiot. I'm a designer of the MX Mecha. I'm the Federation's most talented mechanic. No matter how good a mechanic is, it's impossible to use a bunch of farming tools to fix an intricate military-use mecha, replied Huai Chaosher coldly, clearly not believing him. When the war god traveled thousands of miles to assassinate your grandfather, he had been using parts from your empire's mecha to repair himself. As far as I know, that M37 mecha also used a lot of civilian machine parts in the end. Sula looked at her and said, I may not be as good as you in terms of mecha combat. Of course, I'm definitely not as good as Lord War God. But when it comes to mecha repair skills, the two of you combined won't be as good as me. Of course, with just these farming tools, it's impossible for your peach miasma to become invincible again, but it can at least make it output 30% of its original power and run again. Hearing the two words War God, Huai Chaosher's gaze suddenly sharpened, but she was somewhat convinced by Su Li's words. However, she believed that this Federation member must have some ulterior motive for voluntarily displaying his strength at this time. What do you want? She asked directly. I want freedom, replied Su Lu. Impossible. Huai Chaosher's answer was extremely concise and powerful, like a long spear coldly cutting through a piece of metal, so firm that it made one's heart palpitate. Inside the Red Mill, it was silent. The two of them both knew that their pursuers were getting closer and closer, that the footsteps of death were getting clearer and clearer, but neither was willing to be the first to back down. They only stared calmly into each other's eyes, engaging in a battle of mental wills. It was like two battleships flying at high speed in a narrow waterway, seeing that the explosion of death was about to arrive, but each gripped the rudder firmly, unwilling to back down. The water below the Red Mill flowed silently and quietly. Suddenly, a leaf clamped between mechanical gear fell down, lightly hitting the water with a soft thud, breaking the silence. You give me the mecha, and I'll give you a dignified death, said Huai Chaosher expressionlessly. Su Li's eyes narrowed. He knew that this was the princess' bottom line. If the other party was willing to keep her promise, then at the very least, he wouldn't have to worry that the Empire would use this method of humiliating him to strike a blow to the morale of the Federation's citizens and citizens, causing those friends he cared for and loved to grieve once more. He blinked lightly and said in a monotonous voice, I want the authority of the peach miasma. I want to see the internal blueprints. I wanted to open them all to me. Repairing the mecha doesn't require full authority, said Huai Chaosher coldly. I insist, said Su Lu. Huai Chaosher's eyes narrowed, her voice somewhat strange. You want to obtain the blueprints of the peach miasma so that you can escape back to the Federation in the future? You're very confident, even a little arrogant. As long as you have that doglet-like chip behind your neck, you won't be able to escape. Su Lu looked into her eyes and said, Whether or not I can escape is my business. I'll keep my eyes open and see just how you'll escape. Huai Chaosher expressionlessly gave him the secret key to the highest authority of the Peach Miasma Mecha Point 3 hours later. 60 to 70 Imperial Moon Wolf mechas crushed the surrounding mulberry trees, crushed the tranquility, and crushed the shadow cast by the Red Mill on the water. With a roar, they charged in from 3 directions, tightly surrounding this row of houses. Unlike the crazy pursuit of the past dozen days and nights, today, these Imperial rebel mechas finally surrounded their revered highness. However, They did not immediately launch an attack. Instead, they silently guarded the perimeter. The dirt on the metal belts gave off the smell of rotting leaves under the starlight. This assassination operation had been going on for so many days. The rebel mecha squad had already confirmed that their Highness Terrifying Peach Miasma Mecha's weapon system had been completely destroyed under their continuous and frenzied attacks. Moreover, in this vast Mulberry Sea agricultural area, there was no way to repair it. Colonel Na Song of the Imperial Military's Special Mecha Brigade walked down from his mecha with a complicated expression. He looked at the red mill, not far away, and hesitated to give the order to attack. After a long internal struggle, he walked alone toward the row of red mill houses. With a thud, he knelt on one knee and said in a trembling voice, "Your Highness, you are the pride of the Empire. We don't want to hurt you. As long as you are willing to leave with us, I will guarantee your safety on the honor of the military and the family." Chapter 597. In one of the most heavily guarded manors on the Libyan Star, the light from the broken lamps, which imitated the starlight of the night sky, refracted and fluctuated inside the spacious building like flowing water, making the exquisite jade carving on the black sandalwood table seem as if it was about to come alive. The jade carving was of a spring silkworm. Below the white curve was a thin piece of jade that resembled a mulberry leaf. In contrast, the jade silkworm's body was round and cute, completely without the disgusting feeling that ordinary insects gave people. The mulberry tree and silkworm had an important symbolic meaning to this planet. So when this manor was being renovated, the most famous sculptor of the empire chose it as the object to carve, which won the appreciation of the manor owner and all the nobles. A young noble wearing a black silk coat gently stroked Jade Silkworm's body. His slightly gloomy face suddenly twitched as he coldly said, "His Majesty is already old and muddle-headed, but the Empire and the royal family have no reason to pay the price for his old and muddle-headed behavior." For decades, in the Zwitian Star region, no one dared to criticize the high and mighty emperor like this. Those poor rebels on the remote planets may have angrily preached similar words in front of the fire, but their stinking heads had been piled on the ancient city wall, and their corpses were burned to ashes and thrown into the stinking puddles. After the young noble said this, he still appeared very calm. Looking at the night sky outside the manor, he raised his arm and said with a cold smile, "Look at this planet. The emperor actually allowed those lowly people to eat together with us in the same school. What was he trying to do? Did he forget the noble bloodline of the royal family? Forget the oath of the nobles? And this time's hunting plan?" A cold smile appeared on his face. The 3 technological breakthroughs of the Empire that are most likely to change the situation of the universe were actually used by him to kill a commander of the Federation. Think about the West Woods Expeditionary Force 2 years ago that was destroyed because of his reckless orders. What kind of crazy emperor would do such a crazy thing? The luxuriously dressed middle-aged man behind Jade Silkworm had been silent and did not answer these treasonous accusations. It was not until now that he raised his head and said with a frown, "The time travel hunting plan was drawn up by the military ministry. As for the destruction of the West Woods Expeditionary Force, I don't know what His Majesty thinks." The middle-aged man was Coop Bowning, an important minister of the Empire's famous liberal faction. He was also the governor of Libanstar. Because of his ability and charming demeanor, this person had a very good reputation in the aristocratic circle. Moreover, he also had a strong appeal among the commoners of Libanstar. However, in these dozen or so days and nights, Governor Coop Bowning had already found it difficult to maintain his composure. With a heavy expression, he stared at the young noble in front of him and said, "Speaking of madness, His Majesty ignored the staunch opposition of the Council of Elders and your father and made you a duke at such a young age. Is this not madness? But the young duke was actually covered in explosives and trapped me in the governor's mansion. Isn't that crazy? If you were really so loyal to His Majesty, when I expressed my intentions, you should have chosen to summon the troops to kill me, even if it meant dying together with me." A trace of mockery appeared on the young duke's face. "But you hesitated. For His Majesty and that powerful prince, Hesitation means betrayal. If His Highness was allowed to live, do you think you would still be able to survive? Governor Ku Bowning's expression became even darker. After a moment of silence, he said, I really can't believe this was your father's intention. How could His Highness betray His Majesty because of these things? No, Father's vigilance didn't last long. If it wasn't for the tragic death of County King Carlton, how could he have the courage to fight his brother? The young noble lowered his eyes slightly and said slowly, I don't understand what you mean, Governor Ku Bowning said in a low voice. How much did Uncle Carlton do for the Empire, for His Majesty? The young noble said with a trace of emotion. Back then, the entire Empire's West Star Line was dyed red by his troops. For the stability of the Empire, he killed countless lowly people, but he only received the title of Butcher. Those people who hated him to the core, who would have thought that he was actually just a knife, but the knife has always been in His Majesty's hands. He turned around, stared into Governor Ku Bowning's eyes, and said coldly, Right now, the most brutal and persistent untouchables in the Empire have all been killed by this blade. Our Emperor is carrying out interracial education on this planet and the Great Class Harmony movement. He wants to play the role of a benevolent and fair king in front of billions of untouchables. How can he allow this blade to continue appearing in front of people and remind those untouchables how many of their family members the royal family has killed? What are you talking about? Governor Ku Bowning stared at the young noble and said loudly, County King Carlton sacrificed himself on the battlefield for the Empire. What does this have to do with His Majesty? Died on the battlefield? The young noble's pupils slightly dilated, with a trace of crazy mockery. With your intelligence, do you think you'll believe this? Or does His Majesty think that the intelligence of all nobles has dropped to this level? A spaceship of the Federation, a member of the Federation, forced his way through the space channel, and then, in the Empire Star region, faced with a powerful ghost fleet, he easily killed the commander of the fleet and blew up the flagship. Is this possible? Is that member of the Federation Li Pifu? The young noble widened his eyes and said coldly, The most chilling thing is our invincible highness was on the flagship at that time. Who could kill Uncle Carlton in front of him? Governor Ku Bowning was silent for a long time, and then said with a pale face, You think this is all a scheme? Of course. The young noble's voice gradually calmed as he said coldly, No one knows when the butcher's knife in His Majesty's hand will be swung again in order to please those lowly commoners and to create his image as a benevolent ruler. Who will die under his butcher's knife next? Father, me, and many people in Tianjing understood everything. We didn't want to sit and wait for death, so we had to stand up and face the battle. Although the flagship exploded in the end, and there weren't many videos left, there were many witnesses. The military also investigated and confirmed that there was no problem with County King Carlton's death, Governor Ku Bowning said with a frown. With His Majesty's power, I'd believe it even if there were 4 million witnesses. As for Father's investigation, Her Highness controls the Intelligence Bureau, so she wouldn't let the military find anything. You think Her Highness killed County King Carlton? Yes. Watch your words. Your speculation is baseless, Governor Ku Bowning said sternly. I won't allow you to insult Her Highness' character like this. Burning like the sun, warming the entire empire, was Her Highness when she was young. She rarely appeared in front of people these years. Who knows what she's become? For a future empress, what kind of cruelty and viciousness wouldn't she do? The young noble said coldly. Governor Ku Bowning took a few deep breaths to suppress the anger in his heart. He stared at the other and said, What did you do to His Majesty? The young noble didn't answer him. He stroked the smooth jade silkworm and stayed silent for a long time until a dark shadow appeared between his brows. He then raised his head proudly and said to himself, Even if we can't do anything, as long as we kill the heir he appointed, I believe that the Empire can go back to the right path in the future. At this moment, the watch on his wrist vibrated slightly. He lowered his head to look, and a strange smile appeared on his lips. He said calmly, Governor, let me tell you a piece of good news. You don't have to worry about me torturing you to get the satellite authority anymore, because our Highness has been surrounded. The Red Mill was not dark in the night. Instead, it was eye-catching. When White Sausher's expressionless face appeared at the window of the Red Mill, it was even more eye-catching. It attracted a slight noise from the surrounding mechas. At this time, there were dozens of Imperial Moon Wolf mechas surrounding the Red Mill. These mechas only needed a simple sweep of their cannons to turn this row of crude mills and her into red powder. No matter how powerful she was, she could only welcome death. However, these Imperial soldiers who dared to betray His Majesty maintained a temporary silence. Through the screens in their mechas, they looked in that direction with complicated emotions. Because the person who appeared at the window of the Red Mill was the idol of all the Imperial soldiers. When she was still a young girl, she had already received the adoration and love of countless subjects. Because she was Her Highness. Na Song, who sent you? The military or your family? Your sickly father. Does he know that you participated in this treason? Huai Chaosher looked at the Imperial officer kneeling on one knee in front of the room and asked calmly. Although she had not recovered from her injuries, if she wanted to, she could still kill this person or take him hostage at any time before the rebel mechas attacked. However, this was meaningless. These rebel mechas dared to take the risk of having their entire family executed to participate in this assassination. Naturally, they had already placed life and death outside of their scope of consideration. A calm conversation, maintaining the demeanor of a royal highness, could temporarily alleviate the tense situation. However, she knew that, as the noble officer in front of her said, if she did not surrender, the military mechas in front of the Red Mill would move. White Sausher's ears trembled slightly. She listened to the faint noise behind her that was covered by the sound of flowing water. She silently calculated the time, not knowing if she could delay until the Federation person completed his mission. Your Highness, Father did not know. Please forgive our actions because we only want the Empire to return to the right path. The Imperial noble officer named Na Song knelt on one knee and said loudly, "The Federation is already preparing to attack. We need a stronger leader. If your Highness is willing to accept what has happened and forgive the nobles who were forced to participate in this matter, I am willing to be your personal soldier and accompany you to win this war." After saying this, Na Song felt much more relaxed. He took a deep breath. Just as he was about to continue persuading, his pupils suddenly shrank and he became nervous. The ground under his knee suddenly trembled slightly. Chapter 598. Truth? What truth? White Sausher's eyes suddenly narrowed. Soon after, she said lightly, "There is no truth. The nobles only know how to show greedy eyes in the dark night. How can they hurt His Majesty the Emperor?" Na Song didn't hear Her Highness answer clearly. His rapidly narrowing pupils had been tightly grasped by the scene in front of him. In the beginning, he didn't know where the nervousness in his heart came from. It wasn't until the ground under his knees suddenly began to tremble slightly and a faint buzzing sound came from the Red Mill, shrouded in darkness, that he finally understood what was happening at this moment. Impossible. After more than 10 days of crazy and reckless mecha pursuit, Her Highness Peach Miasma Mecha couldn't possibly hold on. There were no military bases in this vast mulberry sea, no factories, and not even an automated assembly line. Before they surrounded the Red Mill, his mecha unit had carefully monitored for a period of time and confirmed that Her Highness Mecha had lost all mobility. In fact, Her Highness new mecha, which left a deep impression with countless metal boxes hanging from its joints, looked like a pile of metal trash. It had been lying quietly and helplessly on its side by the stream behind the Red Mill just now. It was like a pile of metal trash. Why did this pile of metal trash suddenly move? He was stunned in place, still in a kneeling position. He raised his head to look at the tall shadow in front of him. This shadow was as heavy as millions of tons of steel. His body suddenly stiffened. This was the last question the Imperial officer Na Song asked before his life ended. In the middle of the night, in the Red Mill by the stream, the rebel army's mecha stared in shock at the terrifying mecha that looked like a demon. It woke up from its deathly stillness and returned from hell. It stood up at high speed with a loud roar and smashed through the shabby houses, causing dust and debris to fill the this critical moment when the situation suddenly changed. There was a moment when time stopped. In this short period of time, in the dim cockpit of the Peach Miasma mecha filled with the smell of inferior engine oil, Su Li's eyes were abnormally bright. His gaze pierced through the light screen in front of him and stared at the back of the figure in front of the crumbling red mill. That person's back was a little thin. She, who usually gave people a feeling of invincibility, appeared so small and weak under the heavy metal mecha's feet. As long as he gave the command, the Peach Miasma mecha would raise its gigantic mechanical legs and stomp the opponent into meat paste. The Federation's most powerful and dangerous enemy had suddenly become an ant that could be easily stepped on because of such an opportunity that was hard to replicate. This kind of temptation was hard to resist. The Peach Miasma mecha had been repaired, and its power output was now at 37%. If he could kill this person in front of him in one blow, Su Li had a 60% chance of avoiding the encirclement of these traitors and driving the Peach Miasma into the dark night. However, the person he wanted to kill the most had his back facing the Peach Miasma mecha, but his hands were behind his back the entire time. A remote control device was emitting a faint light between the pair of hands that didn't seem to be strong, but rather delicate. With just a glance, Su Li suddenly felt the two bloody holes above his shoulder blades begin to hurt. It was as if his blood and bones would explode in the next moment, turning him into a miserable corpse. The other party hadn't pressed the remote control, but just the thought of it made him feel cold. Even though they were surrounded by danger, Su Li in the cockpit and Huai Chaoshi in the shadows of the mecha still managed to make a bet in such a short amount of time. They were betting on who was faster, and the chips were each other's lives. Su Li's bright eyes abruptly dimmed. Expressionlessly, he suppressed that impulse. His right hand quickly entered the mimicry command and opened the hatch of the Peach Miasma mecha. The Federation's mecha horde had reacted quickly enough. By the time they noticed the abnormality, the Moon Wolf mecha, which had been in a state of alert all this time, began to howl and pounce forward. At the same time, the long-range weapons on its mechanical arms were ready to fire. However, they were still faster than that mecha and that person. The Peach Miasma mecha burst out of the red mill, abruptly becoming a shadow. Huai Chaoshi stood expressionlessly in front of the window. The window frame gradually shattered, the walls crumbling. The scene around her seemed to accelerate in time and then rapidly crumble. She coldly looked at Na Song, who still hadn't managed to retract his stunned expression. Her feet pushed off the ground, and in a dense gust of air, her body quickly flew backwards. After more than 10 days and nights of pursuit, the large patches of blood-stained silk clothing were severely damaged. As she flew backwards, it scattered in all directions, like the ancient robes of a god fluttering in the starlight. The hatch of the Peach Miasma mecha behind her had already opened. She was like a monarch returning to the throne that represented power, returning to her seat. The howling and sharp sounds of gunfire rang out. The mulberry trees in 3 directions in front of the red mill were viciously cut down by the sharp shrapnel. The white stubble jutted out sharply, splinters flying in all directions. Suddenly, the rebel mecha horde were attacked, and the muffled sound of gunfire was deafening. It was only then that the rebel soldiers in the mecha realized that although they had done a lot of preparation work, they still had no way of getting access to the data of the ammunition ratio of His Highness's mecha. It was even possible that the data of the ammunition they had was fake data deliberately sent out by His Highness's intelligence department. Because of this fatal error in intelligence, the rebel mecha horde had never imagined that Her Highness Peach Miasma mecha would have such a shocking amount of ammunition. Instantly, a small opening appeared in the encirclement. Of course, the most fatal reason for this situation still puzzled them. This had nothing to do with intelligence. This Peach Miasma mecha had clearly been severely damaged and could not be activated. Why did it have to be activated again at the most critical moment? Amidst the flying shrapnel, there was the ear-piercing sound of the heavy mecha stomping through the ground at high speed. After the Peach Miasma mecha's sudden display of power, the rebel mecha, and even Su Lu, who was in the Peach Miasma cockpit, all thought that Huai Chaosher would choose to retreat quickly after this wave of fierce attacks. She would leap over the small stream behind the mill and throw herself into the darkness that could hide everything. Thus, the 10 mecha flanking the rebel mecha horde rushed towards the small stream. They knew of Her Highness' near-invincible mecha battle strength and the terrifying mobility of the Peach Miasma mecha. If they didn't advance in advance, there was no way they could stop the other. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Huai Chaosher, who had quickly taken over control of the Peach Miasma mecha, valiantly chose an even more direct path. When the two flanking rebel mecha advanced towards the small stream at high speed, the Peach Miasma mecha charged straight ahead. The red mill collapsed to the ground. The walls were reduced to dust under the concentrated attack of bullets. Under the starlight, the dust on the walls actually looked a little like the miasma formed by the dew on pink peach blossoms. The Peach Miasma mecha whistled through the red miasma. The alloy body of the Peach Miasma mecha was wrapped in wisps of dust. With a speed that the naked eye could not see clearly, it coldly attacked the rebel mecha horde in front of it. With a hiss, a 5-meter-long multi-layered forged alloy gun was pulled out of its case. It spun at high speed in the mechanical arms, dancing with the starlight and red dust. It was like a giant and terrifying peach blossom. The Peach Miasma was poisonous. The peach blossom petals could not be blocked. Upon contact, one would die. The rebel mechs that were blocking the path of the Peach Miasma mech all fell to the ground in a flash of red, their mechs exploding. In the mulberry forest filled with the smell of burnt flesh, 6 Empire Moonwolf mecha lay wretchedly on the ground. Their outer armor was damaged and curled up. Sparks flew in all directions. There were 2 mecha that had been knocked down that did not completely lose power. Their metal joints crackled, causing the mechanical arms to contract futilely and even sorrowfully like patients on their deathbed. The night wind blew past. The red mill had already been reduced to ruins. The dust gradually settled. The Empire officer named Nason had been crushed to death by the falling wall. His eyes were wide open and unwilling to close. The Peach Miasma mecha had long disappeared without a trace. The cockpit of the Peach Miasma mecha was silent. The lights were dim, and only the rising and falling of the mecha indicated that it was running at high speed. After breaking through the encirclement of the mecha swarm, Huai Chaosher did not take revenge on Su Lu for the trace of killing intent that had leaked out from the Peach Miasma mecha behind her. After a long period of silence, she suddenly said, "If you can repair the Peach Miasma mecha for me like you did today, even if it can only maintain 30% of its power output, I can still clear out all the rebel mecha in this sea of mulberry trees." Humans were the #1 machines. Hearing Huai Chaosher's calm and confident judgment, Su Lu suddenly remembered what the uncle had once said. This princess seemed to never feel tired. The strength in her body was inexhaustible. Her mind could always maintain a high level of concentration. She was like a coal machine, but she was still human. There is no such possibility. After coughing twice, he replied hoarsely, "You have to admit, your luck this time was too good. There just so happened to be enough parts in that storeroom, and the core components of the Peach Miasma mecha were not damaged. The miniature repair arm is also still functional. But even if you can find enough parts in this agricultural area, this kind of repair cannot be continued indefinitely. Using agricultural machinery to replace precision military mecha, even if it can be activated, as long as the mecha's engine is running, the severe wear and tear between the components will continue, and it will only worsen until the structure explodes." The cockpit once again fell silent. As a mecha combat genius, although Huai Chaosher was far inferior to Su Lu in the field of mecha repair, she must have done some research. She knew that Su Li's judgment was correct. This person's repair skills were indeed shocking, but in the end, it could only be a temporary replacement and support for a period of time. After a long period of silence, she spoke again and asked coldly, "A few hours ago in the Red Mill, you once told me how Li Pifu assassinated my grandfather." Su Li's eyes narrowed. Looking at the side of her face, he said, Back then, the war god traveled thousands of miles, hiding along the way, attacking the Empire's lone mecha. Then, he used these broken mecha parts to replace and repair them. Can this method still be used now? Huai Chaoshi asked. They are all Empire mecha. It should be easier to use, Su Lu replied with a smile. Then let's do it this way, Huai Chaoshi said. I will be responsible for hunting down those traitors' mecha. You will be responsible for repairing them. Chapter 599. A cold, powerful, and greedy specter of a mecha was floating in the sea of mulberry trees. In order to encircle and annihilate the specter, the rebel army, which had already arrived outside the Libyan planet's atmosphere, had sent a large number of mechas and heavy armored troops into the Sea of Green. While the Governor-General, who controlled the most powerful military on the planet's surface, had been forced to remain silent, the rebel army could sweep through the entire planet. However, in front of the Spectre mecha, in the sea of mulberry trees where day and night alternated, the mechas and heavy armored troops suddenly felt like they had changed from being hunters to being hunted. They were confused and panicked until their hearts were shaken and they were secretly trembling in fear. Between dawn and dusk, the cold rainy night, and the scorching sun at noon, the mechas and heavy armored troops of the rebel army seemed to be under attack all the time. The mulberry leaves swayed in the wind, dispersing the shadows. A few cunning rabbits fled in panic among the weeds. The mechas that were carrying out reconnaissance missions or were alone were instantly destroyed by the Spectre mecha. Then, they were miserably torn apart into wreckage. It looked like their internal organs had been devoured by primitive barbarians who believed in demons. The main army of the rebel army had approached the Spectre mecha many times, but the Spectre mecha had used some unknown method to silently disappear from its original spot, leaving behind only the monotonous sea of mulberry trees, which was so dull that it made one's eyes go numb. It made a rustling sound, as if it was mocking the futility of these people. More and more mechas of the rebel army were destroyed in the encirclement. Not a single mecha could escape or even withstand the sneak attack of the Spectre mecha for a few seconds. Once they encountered the Spectre mecha, they would die. This shadow, which was like a curse, shrouded the entire encirclement army. When they thought about the identity and legend of the person in the cockpit of the Spectre mecha, the rebels could not help but feel extremely tense. The mecha was called Peach Miasma, but its body was painted with the black hibiscus flower that represented the imperial family of the Empire. It moved like a specter through the dense, green mulberry forest. Most of the metal boxes hanging from the joints had been destroyed, and 70% of the original alloy armor had been destroyed. Instead, it had been replaced with armor that had been picked up from somewhere. There are still clear traces of the use of high-temperature cutting guns and welding guns on the armor plates. The outer armor, which looked like beggars' clothes, was sprayed with oil sputtering lines. Together with the damage marks left behind by the fierce battle, it looked like a painting of the galaxy sect, which was famous for its ugliness and fury. The Peach Miasma mecha, which had never contributed anything in terms of aesthetics, now looked more like a walking pile of metal garbage than ever before. The internal components of the mecha had already been repaired countless times. Who knew how many parts had been swapped out? Those temporary replacement parts were helplessly wearing themselves down, letting out a sad, low grinding sound. The two slender mechanical legs, nearly 3 meters tall, were unable to ensure an absolutely precise dynamic balance because they had collected the spherical joints of two different mecha. Every time it moved forward at high speed, the Peach Miasma mecha would always tilt its body, like a walking pile of metal trash. Suddenly, it looked a little like a poor, crippled metal patient. To make this mech that looked like it would fall apart at any moment move, to the point where it was close to going on strike countless times, only to once again let out a low rumble, and even to the point where it could continue to fight for many days and nights in a row. To be able to do all this was naturally thanks to the mechanic jointly cultivated by the Federal Nutshell Company and Uncle Fengyu. The joys and sorrows of humans were not the same. The joys and sorrows of the people of the Federation and the people of the Empire were diametrically opposite. Fortunately, Both sides had absolutely similar thinking patterns and the same baffling units of measurement and design concepts. Even the operation of the simple maintenance arm seemed to be the same. Even with Huai Caoshi's translation, Su Lu could not fully understand the technical parameters on the Imperial Mecha's components. However, when his hands touched the cold handle of the maintenance arm and pressed the switch, he very quickly began to familiarize himself with all the machinery, or rather, everything related to metal. And he fixed it. He even used the limited components to modify a Rebel Army electronic mecha station that the Peach Miasma mecha had destroyed. Although he did not succeed in infiltrating the Rebel Army's command system, he greatly improved the Peach Miasma mecha's electronic shielding ability. In the instant he completed the modification, Su Lu thought of that truly amazing electronics expert he had met. Thinking of Gu Shifeng's 10 plump fingers, he silently assessed that among the ranks of normal combat forces, the Empire's electronics technology level was far inferior to the Federation's. The Rebel Army encirclement and suppression forces in the Mulberry Tree Sea were shocked and even terrified by the fact that the Peach Miasma mecha was like a specter, as if it would never have any mechanical problems. No matter how many intense mecha battles it experienced, the next time it appeared, it would still be in perfect condition. Although this Spectre mecha seemed to be becoming more and more tattered, the combat strength it displayed did not decrease in the slightest. The Rebel Army could not understand how the other had done this. Even though the staff officers had deduced some things from the pieces of the Moon Wolf mecha, they still found it hard to believe that there was someone in this universe who could complete this kind of repair work that required expensive and heavy equipment in this absolutely agricultural region. Moreover, the other party had completely used the parts of the Moon Wolf mecha to repair it. The Rebel Army officers gradually developed a misconception that the Highness they were currently encircling was not fighting alone. In this vast sea of mulberry trees, there seemed to be a large logistics base operating continuously, providing an unending stream of powerful support for the Highness's Spectre mecha. However, this sea of mulberry trees had already been swept clean by the Rebel Army. Where could there possibly be a large logistics base? Huai Caoshi had not made any comments regarding the level of mecha repair Su Lu had displayed these past few days. That ordinary face of hers did not even reveal a trace of emotion. But deep down, she was already deeply shaken. She knew that this Federation man beside her was an extremely powerful soldier, even qualified to engage in a fair mecha battle with her. However, she did not care about any of this. Her valiant strength and self-confidence were enough to support her contempt for Su Lu. However, seeing how the Peach Miasma mecha had actually managed to hold out for so many days under this seemingly ordinary pair of hands, she could not help but feel admiration. Amidst the admiration was a strong sense of wariness. Amidst the wariness was confusion, the same confusion as those Rebel Army officers. The Federation's mecha research was not that far ahead of the Empire's. The level of the industry determined the level of operation. Huai Caoshi could not understand how this person had managed to develop such inconceivable mecha repair skills. Could it be that this kind of thing also required talent? Chapter 601. While Huai Caoshi was secretly shocked by Su Li's mechanical skills, Su Li's heart was also filled with endless admiration and even fear for her. He had never seen such a person in his life. Other than focusing on mechanical repair work, Su Lu had always maintained a normal rest because his weak body was constantly on the alert. However, Huai Caoshi, who was in charge of operating the Peach Miasma mecha, not only had to escape the pursuit of the rebel forces, she also had to constantly launch sneak attacks on the enemy's mecha. She had no time to rest at all. During the many days of tense escape, Su Lu had never seen this Highness be able to maintain a high level of concentration, even if she closed her eyes once. There was not even a trace of fatigue to be seen. The rebel forces outside Li Ban Star's atmosphere, after taking control of the Red Rose, continuously released troops into the sea of mulberry trees. It was like an endless wave, constantly slapping against the black reef, each wave higher than the last, each wave stronger than the last. However, Huai Chaoshi, who did not have the slightest time to rest, controlled the Peach Miasma mecha to calmly and almost indifferently withstand all of these attacks. Humans are the first order of machines. Su Li's heart once again rang out with the uncle's words. The more time he spent with them, the more shocked he became. So there really was an existence like steel in this world. The tattered mecha moved at high speed through the dark forest. A young man and young woman in tattered clothes were silent in the dark cockpit. The roaring Peach Miasma broke through the heavy infantry barrier of the Xianma Hills. Under the torrential rain, the encirclement only left behind violent battle shadows. A certain Empire Rebel Army division that had urgently parachuted into the sea of mulberry trees was suddenly attacked by the Peach Miasma as soon as they arrived on the ground. The division commander died, tragically in a decapitation plan, for the promise of dying with dignity, for the responsibility of the country. For some completely different reasons, Su Lu and Huai Chaoshi worked hand in hand. Day after day, they continued to escape and counterattack. Tense repairs and fierce battles became their entire lives. The nobles who had betrayed the imperial family could not have imagined, nor could the madly searching for Her Highness the Princess in the Mulberry Sea. In truth, no one could have imagined that once the two most extraordinary individuals of the younger generation of the Federation and the Empire joined hands, they would erupt with such astonishing battle strength and accomplish an almost inconceivable goal. In the wee hours of the morning, the Peach Miasma mecha, which had narrowly escaped the first aerial attack of the rebel army, welcomed a rare moment of temporary rest. The powerful highness, like a demon, did not need to rest, but the soldiers of the rebel army could not endure this kind of intense battle. The morning light was dim, unable to spread across the entire land. The fog around the stream greatly reduced visibility. The tattered Peach Miasma mech silently crouched on the rocky ground beside the stream. Su Lu crouched beside the stream and splashed a handful of stream water on his stubbled face. The cold stream water flowed down his tangled dirty hair, spreading from his neck to his naked upper body. It made his body tremble, and he felt much more awake. He could not help but smile happily. Looking back, Huai Chaoshi was silently looking at the electronic manual in her hands, the pen between her fingers moving incessantly. She should be conducting some kind of communication. The silk coat she wore had long been torn to shreds, and she had changed into a mecha combat uniform. It had not been washed for many days, and the sour smell seemed to be coming from it from afar. Paired with that face full of dust, she did not look like a noble princess at all. Through hunting the rebel army's mecha, they knew some of the situation on Liban Planet, especially after Su Lu successfully repaired the electronic mecha's equipment. Huai Chaoshi contacted even more of her loyal subordinates. She had a better understanding of the current situation and the inside story of this shocking assassination. The rebel fleet had already taken control of the outer space around Liban Planet. Although they lacked long-range attacking battleships and were unable to control the situation on the entire planet, they had successfully cut off the connection between Tianjing and Liban Planet. Now, no one knew what exactly had happened on Tianjing Planet, or whether the Emperor, who was in that vast and magnificent palace complex, was still doing well. This was the first rebellion led by the nobles in the Empire's 100 years of history. Compared to the rebellion of the commoners and slaves, the nobles' rebel army had more resources and more powerful military force. The situation on Liban Planet was dangerous and strange. A few great lords had already successively surrendered to the rebel army, but the numerous mechanized divisions under the control of the governor's office, the most powerful army on the planet, had maintained a strange silence, as if they did not know what was happening on the planet, nor did they see the fleets showing off their prowess outside the atmosphere. Through the information sent by the Intelligence Bureau subordinates, along with Su Li's previous analysis, Huai Chaoshi guessed the reason for the current situation. The governor's office should have been controlled by the rebel army, but Governor Coup Bowning did not surrender. The rebel army was worried that killing him would trigger a counterattack from the governor's office, so they left him alive. Probably only an idiot like Lewis would do such a stupid thing. He succeeded in ambushing the governor's office, but now he's stuck in the mud. Huai Chaoshi thought expressionlessly. Then her eyebrows slightly furrowed as she thought of the key information sent by her subordinates. It was from these few pieces of information that she found out something that she did not understand after she was ambushed. Even though the empire's reforms in the past few years had harmed the interests of some of the great nobles, under the powerful pressure of her father, these nobles still dared to launch a rebellion so hastily. They actually think that I killed Duke Carlton. Huai Chaoshi subconsciously looked at the stream. That man from the Federation was currently bathing in the stream with his upper body naked, revealing a mouthful of neat white teeth, smiling somewhat irritatingly. If he knew that he killed Duke Carlton and caused such a huge disturbance in the Empire, would he still be so carefree and happy? No, he would be happier. Huai Chaoshi thought unhappily with her eyebrows furrowed. Su Lu felt her gaze and scratched his head in confusion. He walked out of the stream, his bare feet stepping on the hard stones, and walked in front of her. He calmly stood in front of Huai Chaoshi, not in a hurry to grab clothes to cover his naked upper body, because after that luxurious silk coat was turned into silk, there was not a single piece of clothing on him, and he also did not have the habit of taking off clothes from the dead rebel soldiers to wear. The more important reason was that Su Lu found it very difficult to see this princess in front of him as the opposite sex, so there was nothing unnatural about it. There was once a joke. A man resentfully asked a strong woman, "Why are you so unlike a woman?" That woman coldly replied, "Because you are too unlike men." In front of a strong woman like Huai Chaoshi, most men would probably have a hard time finding a clear sense of gender. The question you asked last time, I can answer you now. Huai Chaoshi looked into his eyes and calmly said, "His Majesty is not dead." The information channels in the direction of Tianjing were sealed. The people on Libenstar had no idea what happened there, and she, who was in the sea of mulberry trees, had no information to confirm. However, it was precisely this suffocating silence that allowed her to confirm the Emperor's safety. If the rebel army really succeeded in assassinating the ruler of Zhuotianstar region, how could it be so quiet? For you, this should be good news. After a slight pause, Su Lu said, "But it won't be of much help to our escape. I have to warn you again, this peach miasma mecha won't be able to last much longer. There's already a problem with the central wiring of the multi-engine storage room. I am a mechanic, not a magician. Once this type of core component is damaged, apart from replacing it, there is no other way. The problem is that we don't have any large-scale equipment that can be disassembled. Even if we do, in an entire sea of mulberry trees, there is no trace of any new wolf Fong mecha." He spread out his hands, stared into her eyes, and asked seriously, "How many more days do we have to flee in this damned sea of mulberry trees before your people can come to our rescue?" Huai Chaoshi was silent for a long time. She didn't directly answer this question, only saying, "The longer, the better." Su Li's eyes narrowed, and he frowned. "You wanted to lay a little longer?" Huai Chaoshi smiled slightly. As long as the Emperor wasn't dead, the rebel army wouldn't be able to completely control the situation. As long as the situation on Tianjing planet stabilized, the powerful royal fleet would be able to easily solve the problems on Li Ban planet like a knife cutting through paper. Huai Chaoshi had persevered in this treacherous sea of mulberry trees with extraordinary perseverance and perseverance. Even though her subordinates had already prepared to help her escape 3 days ago, she still didn't leave. She was stalling for time. Only if she was alive and proved to the governor's office that she was still alive through battle would Governor Ku Baoning continue to persevere. So that's how it is. Hearing Huai Caoshi's calm explanation, Su Lu said, "If things really develop as you think, that Governor Ku Baoning will definitely be killed by the crazy and desperate nobles. I think that Governor Ku Baoning should have the self-awareness to sacrifice himself for the empire," Huai Chaoshi said coldly. Su Lu shook his head. He casually picked up a rock beside her and sat down. Using his hand to cover his mouth, he began to cough silently and painfully again. The desperate battle in the sea of mulberry trees came to an abrupt end on a sunny afternoon. The rebel army, whose hearts and minds were filled with excitement and fear, finally succeeded in forcing the ghost mecha to reveal itself. Under the encirclement of countless heavy weapons, the tattered peach miasma mecha was like a frightened metal statue, silently stopping in the middle of a farm. However, there was no one inside the peach miasma mecha. The spy from the Royal Intelligence Bureau who had infiltrated the rebel army, at the cost of his life, had successfully lured a small gap into the rebel army's encirclement. After receiving the latest information, Huai Chaoshi resolutely abandoned the mecha she relied on to shock the universe and sweep through the wilderness. She and Su Lu braved the great danger and followed the gap, following a secret path in the sea of mulberry trees to arrive at a silk processing factory in the southwest. Chapter 602. An official of the Imperial Royal Intelligence Agency, disguised as a foreign trader in a silk processing factory, or more accurately, a foreign trader in a silk processing factory who worked for the Imperial Royal Intelligence Agency, received two extremely skinny young men in tattered clothes at the sewers outside the walls of an unassuming silk processing factory. The merchant didn't dare to look directly at these two targets of his, nor did he dare to discuss them in his heart. He only dared to lower his head and respectfully lead them past the walls, arriving at a small, dark, and remote room. Only then did he dare to raise his hand to wipe the sweat off his forehead. He then turned around and knelt down. In a trembling voice, he said, "Your Highness, we have failed in our work, causing Your Highness to be in danger for so many days. We truly deserve to die." Huai Chaoshi didn't recognize this merchant. She hadn't been in charge of the Imperial Royal Intelligence Agency for long, and hadn't even seen all of the officials in charge of the various prefectural planets, let alone this merchant, who was only an unassuming fourth-rank liaison officer on Li Ban Star. They hadn't been able to discover the plot of the noble's betrayal in advance, and they hadn't been able to warn them in advance, causing Her Highness to be surrounded by the rebel army. This was the Imperial Royal Intelligence Agency's greatest humiliation, as well as its greatest fear. If Her Highness had really been harmed in this rebellion, the grief of His Majesty and the anger of the populace would probably cause thousands of officials to lose their jobs or even die. We'll investigate the responsibility later. What are the next arrangements? Huai Chaoshi didn't give any warm words of encouragement to her subordinates in this tense moment. She said in an extremely cold voice, "Has there been any news from Tianjing Planet? The information channel should have already been opened." The merchant wiped the cold sweat off his forehead again. "But this subordinate's rank is too low, so I'm unable to access the information." Huai Chaoshi clearly wasn't satisfied with this answer. The merchant continued respectfully. "The Li Ban branch office has drawn up 17 escape routes around the Mulberry Sea. All the preparations outside have already been made to receive Her Highness as she leaves. The problem now is how to withdraw from these routes." "Haven't the rebels been moved away?" Huai Chaoshi asked with a frown. "All the factories in Mulberry Sea are under the control of the rebel army, especially the commercial routes and air routes. The control is very strict. I used some methods to get into this place, but this basic silk workshop is still 7 kilometers away from the next meeting point." The merchant looked at her feet in fear and said, "Most of the rebel army's mobile troops have been sent away by the wrong information, but there is still a heavy infantry battalion on this 7-kilometer road." Su Lu had been listening attentively to the conversation between Huai Chaoshi and the Imperial Intelligence Officer. He noticed that the officer's tongue was always curled when he spoke. It was somewhat pleasant to hear, but his trembling voice made him seem particularly fearful. His proficiency in the language of the Empire was rather mediocre, so it was not easy for him to understand the heavily accented sentences. Only then did he realize that he was still in danger. "What do we do next?" he asked. Huai Chaoshi replied calmly, "Of course we're going to break through. That's a heavy infantry battalion, and we don't have mechas." Su Lu frowned and asked in unfamiliar Imperial language, "Why don't we try other routes?" "Because we don't have time." Huai Chaoshi turned her head and looked at him indifferently. Su Lu shrugged and did not express any more opinions. But when a merchant saw this scene, he was somewhat shocked. There was actually someone in this world who dared to use such a tone to speak to Her Highness. This person who spoke with a lisp as if he had not spoken for many years. What was his background? Is this a level 4 stronghold? Huaichaosher no longer paid attention to Su Lu and asked the merchant. The merchant lowered his head and replied, "Your Highness, this is a level 2 stronghold." Very good. Huaichaosher raised her eyebrows and said in a clear voice, "Since this is a level 2 stronghold, then you should immediately prepare your firearms." The merchant and Su Lu were both stunned at the same time. Looking at this person with a thin face, they both thought that she was really going to take a gun and rush into that heavy infantry battalion. "I want a lot of guns, big guns," Huaichaosher added. And no matter how many guns a person had on his back, it was impossible for it to be as dense as a forest. But if she had 3 Gatling guns on her back, then the bullets would be more dense and violent than a rainstorm. The high-speed and sharp bullets were shot out from the rough barrels of the Gatling guns, accompanied by a pungent, burnt smell and the strange smell of the cold system. The bullets tore the air above the grassy slope and formed countless terrifying rays, blasting the barracks in front of them into countless pieces of smoke and dust. With a pale face, Su Lu followed the moving, human-shaped barracks in front of him and quickly ran forward. Looking at this scene, he couldn't help but think of a prehistoric monster that kept spitting out flames, and it was a female. Huaichaosher was not very beautiful, but if she washed her cheeks clean, she could be considered delicate and pretty. She did not look like those terrifying prehistoric monsters at all. However, a skinny woman carrying 3 heavy Gatling guns and madly shooting while running, with clear muscle traces faintly visible on her arms under the military sleeves, such a terrifying woman could no longer be considered a woman, or even a human. "Motherfucker, what a monster!" Su Lu subconsciously muttered, but his voice was immediately covered by the deafening gunshots. In the eyes of the Federal forces and the Empire soldiers who had fought with him before, he was without a doubt a monster. But now, he realized that this princess was even more of a monster than he was. How could such a skinny body contain such terrifying power? The Empire's Gatling guns were as famous as the Federation's Darlin cannons. They were extremely heavy, and in addition to the huge amount of ammunition required to continuously fire, anyone could estimate the weight of the guns to be jaw-dropping. But Huaichaosher lifted them up as if they were light. Using her skinny body to carry a moving ammunition depot, she launched an attack at a heavy infantry barracks. "What did you say?" Huaichaosher's slender waist turned slightly, and the 3 Gatling guns on her back roared as they changed their angle, blasting the military vehicle 300 meters away into pieces, causing a small explosion. "I said, I have muscles too," Su Lu replied, loudly with some anger. At this moment, he thought of Xiong Linquan, the Xiong Linquan who was as strong as an overlord, but could only carry 1 Darlin cannon. The 3 heavy Terran heavy machine guns were thrown into the pond, creating a huge wave. The fishes in the pond fled in all directions in fear. When the hot gun barrels came into contact with the slightly cold pond water, a sizzling sound was heard, and a few puffs of white smoke rose. A few intelligence officers disguised as workers nervously removed the empty magazines from Huaichaosher's body, but they almost hit their own feet. After successfully breaking through, it should be said that they unreasonably destroyed the outermost line of defense of the rebel army in Mulberry Sea. Huaichaosher and Su Lu followed the intelligence officers who had been waiting for a long time on a single-track freight train and arrived at the next rendezvous point as quickly as possible. They boarded a small interplanetary spaceship. Chapter 603. Beep, 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 beep. Along with the piercing sound of the alarm, a startling red symbol appeared on the screen beside the cabin door. It was similar to a bug animation, alerting the people in the spaceship that the surveillance system had discovered a chip behind the neck of a Federation member. The Imperial Intelligence Bureau officers disguised as silk smugglers reacted quickly. In a fraction of a second, they pulled out the guns at their waists, blocking Huaichaosher and Wang Zhong behind them. The black muzzles of the guns aimed in all directions, while the communication system on their wrists rang with the sounds of data analysis and tracking. A few seconds later, the officers put down the guns in their hands with extremely strange expressions. Looking at the small-eyed man behind the princess, they realized that the source of the alarm was actually this person. This person was actually a member of the Federation. The officers thought back to the time when the spaceship was leaving Banban Star, and countless questions arose in their hearts. Could it be that the rumor of the aristocratic rebellion was true? Turn down the sound of the alarm system. Huai Chaoshi frowned slightly. Taking a step forward, she said in a cold voice, I don't want to hear these ear-piercing sounds on the way back to Tianjing. Su Lu followed her forward, shrugging his shoulders at the strange expressions of the imperial officials on both sides of the cabin door, expressing his innocence. He was slightly disappointed that the princess did not order her subordinates to turn off the chip scanning system. This also proved that although the princess was known as the most ferocious person in the universe, she was still cautious and meticulous in her actions. With her hands behind her back, Huai Chaoshi stared coldly at her subordinates as they replaced the electrically controlled explosives on Su Li's shoulders. She was still unwilling to relax until her subordinates painstakingly found a set of heavy, electrically shocked alloy shackles and placed them on Su Li's ankles. Only then did she truly relax and slowly straighten her body. Su Lu watched as her eyes slowly narrowed, like a book with a black cover that was about to be closed. Suddenly, his eyebrows jumped and he said, Don't fall. Huai Chaoshi suddenly opened her eyes and stared at him. What did you say? Don't fall. Su Lu acted as if he did not feel her sharp gaze and said firmly, Don't forget what you promised me. What did he promise? A dignified death or a dignified life? Huai Chaoshi frowned slightly. After a moment, he thought of something and a rare, gentle smile appeared on his lips. He pointed at Su Lu on the chair with his right hand and said to the subordinates around him, As long as he doesn't run away, treat him well. Yes, Your Highness, the intelligence officer on the spaceship answered without hesitation. Hearing this, Su Lu was truly relieved. His feet that were tightly bound by heavy shackles moved as if he was scratching an itch. Then, seeing Huai Chaoshi slowly narrowing her eyes again, he reminded the officials of the Imperium around him, Hold her. The officials of the Empire did not know what this person from the Federation meant. More importantly, they had never imagined that Her Highness, who was standing by the porthole of the warship, would fall one day despite her slim figure and the feeling that she was invincible. Her Highness, who was about to become great because of her strength alone, would fall one day. That was why their reaction was a step slower. Huai Caoshi's narrowed eyes finally closed gently. With the touch of her single eyelid, the eternally burning crystal engine furnace seemed to have been turned off. She still had her hands behind her back and proudly and calmly stuck out her chest. Maintaining this cool posture, she fell backwards. With a muffled bang, she fell head first onto the ground of the spaceship, making it tremble slightly. Cries of disbelief and angry shouts erupted from all around. The officials of the Imperial Intelligence Department rushed over as fast as they could. A moment later, they discovered with some lingering fear and some disbelief that Her Highness was not injured at all. She had just fallen asleep. The nervous officials escorted Her Highness to rest and hurriedly opened the healing pod. Meanwhile, the officials who stayed in the pod looked at Su Lu with strange expressions. On the surface, they did not understand the true relationship between this Federation member and Her Highness. On the surface, they did not understand why this person could see that Her Highness was about to fall. Su Lu lowered his head. His gaze followed the explosives on his shoulder and landed on the heavy alloy shackles. The corners of his lips curled into a smile. After fleeing and fighting for so many days in that sea of mulberry trees without a moment of rest, even a true metal body was probably about to collapse. After entering the spaceship, Huai Chaoshi confirmed that she was temporarily safe. Once her mind relaxed, the fatigue and injuries gushed out like a flood. How could she not fall? If she still did not fall, in front of such a terrifying enemy, Su Lu would really lose all hope. Fortunately, she fell in the end. The Empire was a society with a strict hierarchy. The 5 classes of royalty, nobles, commoners, peasants, and slaves were divided quite clearly. In a vast space era, the Empire was still able to maintain its imperial power. The Empire's royalty relied on the oppression from the top to the bottom and the incomparably bloody strength to maintain order. The history of the Empire was actually a history of suppression and resistance. The history of the Empire gradually turned the peasants and slaves into a class, the most miserable class. In recent history, the most miserable class in the Empire's Star region had already become the Federation members. Although the number of Federation members who were captured and brought into the Empire was extremely small, this type of object that even the peasants and slaves could spit and throw eggs at on the streets could only compete with pigs and dogs for the treatment they enjoyed. The Federation members were the best targets for the peasants and slaves to vent their dissatisfaction. They were the supreme weapon that maintained the stability of the Empire's society, the bright light that guided the Empire forward. Thus, they naturally became the most unshakable part of the Empire's strict order. Anyone, regardless of whether they were the peasants struggling in the slums or the slaves with their backs to the sky in the mines, had already been nurtured in instinctive hatred for the Federation members, a fanatical bloodlust. Their existence was not necessarily reasonable, but they definitely had reasonable needs. If Sulu had not snatched those words out of Huai Caoshi's mouth before she fell asleep, one could imagine how miserable his treatment on the disguised spaceship of the Intelligence Bureau would have been. Just like the two Imperial experts on the Red Rose, the officers of the Imperial Intelligence Bureau would not have minded slowly tormenting him as an experiment subject until there was not a single part of his body left unscathed, his organs and limbs torn apart, leaving only his last breath to swallow the past of the heroes of the Federation. Fortunately, at the top of the strict order of the Empire was the Imperial authority that could not be challenged. Since the princess had spoken, even the lowliest Federation member would instantly become a guest that must be treated well. No matter how unwilling the officers of the Imperial Intelligence Bureau were, they had to do it because the princess would wake up from her deep sleep one day. The disguised smuggler spaceship used some unknown method to break through the blockade of the star system by the rebel fleet. It traveled long and far in the dark and silent space, following the top-secret smuggling route shared by the Silk Smugglers and the Imperial Intelligence Bureau, getting further and further away from the turbulent planet. In these days, the standard meals in space, the delicious hand-ground coffee of the Empire, the language of the Empire became clearer and clearer, the novels of the Empire that were used to pass the time, and the sentences in the novels that were difficult to understand gradually became easier to understand. This was Su Li's life on the spaceship. If the heavy shackles on his ankles had not rubbed his skin to the point of bleeding, and if the explosives piercing through his shoulder blade had not been so painful, he would have been able to enjoy the journey. Other than that, he had been silently observing the actions of the officers of the Imperial Intelligence Bureau. He watched as the officers of the Imperial Intelligence Bureau dealt with the rebel fleet, talked to the smuggling bosses hidden in the darkness, and escorted Huai Caoshi away from danger seemingly dangerous, but actually casually. He could not help but feel more and more shocked. The Imperial Intelligence Bureau, an intelligence agency that was very similar to the Bureau of Proclamation but did not have a charter computer, displayed too much ability. The intelligence of countless spies was like the information feedback of the Federation's ubiquitous chips. If the Federation's the glory of the charter relied on the powerful computing power of the central computer and the ubiquitous information nodes, then the Imperial Intelligence Bureau used to rule the universe relied on people everywhere, people like the sea, people like the mountains, people like the vast ocean, people like the mountains, people like the mountains, people like the vast ocean, people like the mountains. 11 days had passed in the Empire's standard time, and Sulu was once again deeply shocked by the scene that appeared on the screen. Covering the sky and covering the sun was not enough to describe the fleet in space ahead. In fact, when this fleet of hundreds of Empire's battleships suddenly appeared in front of the interstellar passage, the entire universe seemed to be swallowed up by the densely packed fleet of battleships. The black hibiscus logo on the front of these battleships was so eye-catching that it made people shudder. The terrifying Empire's royal fleet finally left the space base outside of Tianjin planet. They brushed past the lone Imperial Intelligence Bureau's spaceship, leaving behind 10 battleships as protection, while the rest of the battleships all rushed towards Liban Planet. A few days later, images of space around Liban Planet appeared on the screen. Countless silent explosions and dazzling fireworks bloomed one after another in that area of space. Sula narrowed his eyes as he watched all this. He realized that the Intelligence Bureau's officers beside him did not have any excited expressions. Perhaps in the eyes of these officers, who were extremely loyal to the imperial family, this aristocratic rebellion was a joke. As long as His Majesty and Her Highness were still alive, these reactionaries would be torn to pieces sooner or later. "What are you thinking about?" A voice sounded behind him. Sulu subconsciously opened his mouth. He spoke in the Empire's language, but he immediately realized that the person behind him was speaking in the Federation's language. On this spaceship, there was only one person who spoke to him in the Federation's language. He turned his head and looked at the ordinary face that no one dared to underestimate. He smiled and said, "You're awake." "Yes." Hui Chaoshi carried a cup of coffee and walked to the side of the chair. She looked at the balls of flames on the screen and said, "It seems like there is something wrong with your mood. Liban Planet is a sea of fire. I don't know how many people will die. Can that governor survive? I just received bad news. Governor Ku Bowning has already died for his country." After a moment of silence, Su Lu said, "I thought of that officer who surrounded us in the sea of mulberry trees that day. Although I can't completely understand your conversation, I still feel pity for him. Your aristocrats seem to like posturing, but they don't understand that posturing can always easily lead to death." Hui Chaoshi put down the cup of coffee and said, "You don't understand. I really don't understand. For example, why did that Governor Ku Bowning, who clearly knew that he was going to die, persist for you and your imperial father? Your president is a puppet of vote politics, but over here, His Majesty is the Empire. This discussion ends here." Su Lu was silent again. Suddenly, he asked, "Can you explain to me the composition of the Empire's fleet that is going to quell this rebellion?" The two of them weren't the only ones in the room. Those officers of the Imperial Intelligence Bureau who were quietly working had actually been carefully listening to the conversation between Her Highness and that person from the Federation. Their profession meant that the Federation language was a compulsory subject, so they heard this conversation clearly. The first part of the conversation shocked them that the high and mighty Her Highness would speak to that lowly Federation citizen in a tone of equality, but the last part really gave them the urge to immediately kill Su Lu. The composition of the Empire's fleet, whether it was the crudest ratio of functional ships or the most subtle increase in firepower, was, without a doubt, top-secret information. Even the average aristocrat didn't have the qualifications to access this information, let alone ask a person from the Federation. The spaceship was silent. The officers of the Imperial Intelligence Bureau thought that Her Highness would perhaps fly into a thunderous rage, or perhaps unexpectedly not give any response. However, Hui Caoshi's following response was already beyond their understanding. This fleet is the Heavenly Thunder Fleet. It belongs to the First Royal Fleet. The flagship, Songlei, is powered by 21 sets of compound engines. Its armor is 3 layers of increasing thickness. Hui Chaoshi was silent for a moment before she began to calmly explain the Empire's military's absolute secret information. It was as if she had completely forgotten that Su Lu in the chair was a soldier from the Federation. The entire spaceship's officers were dumbfounded. Apart from her voice, there was a deathly silence. Even a night cat walking past could hear the thunderous footsteps. Only Sulu noticed the flash of light in Hui Caoshi's eyes. He was also the only one who understood why Hui Chaoshi dared to tell him these things. "What you're asking isn't anything important." Hui Chaoshi finished explaining the composition of the fleet and lowered her head to look at Su Lu with a smile, her face full of confidence. "Are there really laser weapons in the outer space bases of Tianjin? We've been guessing this all this time," Su Lu continued to ask without holding back. "You'll naturally find out when you have the ability to attack." Hui Chaoshi put her hands behind her back and said calmly, "However, I can give you a rough estimate of the firepower. According to the defensive capabilities of your fleet, they should be able to hold on for more than 17 seconds. What about the Wolf Fong Mecha? Although the micro-engines in the 47 spherical joints can avoid the interference of the electronic turbulence in the containment chamber, how can they achieve synchronization? Translator, Atlas Studios editor. Atlas Studios, the quiet smuggling spaceship headed towards Tianjin planet. The voices of two youths, who appeared ordinary on the outside but were, in fact, prouder and more confident than anyone else, rang out in the quiet cabin. This conversation lasted for an unknown period of time. They talked about the Empire's military deployment, Tianjin planet's culture, the most famous food among the Empire's people, and the most direct answers to the most direct questions. Between the questions and answers, there was an atmosphere like that of sword brewing. In the sea of mulberry trees, Su Lu and Huai Chaosher had already discussed this. This was just pushing the discussion one step further. You say that you want to escape, but you're just asking for trouble. She knew that he would definitely want to escape. She knew that the moment he escaped, he would cause even greater harm to the Empire. However, she insisted on saying this because she firmly believed that he wouldn't be able to escape. On the contrary, the more he knew, the more he wanted to escape but couldn't. This was a very interesting gamble. Su Lu, the man who was already hanging upside down on the gallows, had steel chips tied to his hair. With every sentence that Huai Chaosher said, the chips would increase until they were thousands of tons, tens of thousands, tens of millions of tons like seawater. Actually, you don't have to make this gamble with me. The royal battleships around the spaceship dispersed like ghosts, and a blurry nebula appeared in the distance. Sula knew if that was their destination. After ending today's discussion and gaining a preliminary understanding of the Empire's literary history, he suddenly spoke to Huai Chaosher beside him. I never gamble. Huai Chaosher narrowed her eyes at the nebula that was only the size of fingernail and said, since the start of the war, there have been a total of 27 Federation prisoners who pretended to surrender and then tried to escape. Among them, there were many who were much more cunning and powerful than you, but not a single one of them was able to escape more than 3 kilometers from the surface of the planet. Su Lu was silent, knowing the reason she was talking about. Huai Chaosher coldly glanced at the back of Su Li's neck, a hint of disgust appearing in her eyes. She said mockingly, just like how we can't enter the Federation, you guys can't either. To have a machine implant a dog's tail in your body, I really don't know what you Federation people are thinking. Sula laughed, not intensely arguing with the other over the issue of the chip. Instead, he said, this isn't something I can choose or decide. I sympathize with you and all of you. Huai Chaosher frowned slightly and said, that's why I really don't understand why a guy like you can still laugh so happily as death draws closer and closer. I don't believe that you really have the confidence to escape. Of course. Her pair of straight eyebrows raised slightly, and she said with narrowed eyes, I'm looking forward to the surprises you can bring me. Could this be the so-called loneliness of the experts? Su Lu scratched his head, his shoulder hurting a little, and his brows furrowed. Probably so, Huai Chaosher replied. In the magnificent interstellar era, the individual heroism supported by super strength had long since given way to the cold mechanical order. Under such a background, anyone who dared to express their feelings of invincibility to the princess by the porthole could most likely be classified as a lunatic or a pretentious idiot. However, history was so long, and the human population was so large, so there would always be peerless experts who had the qualifications to say such words. For example, Li Pifu, or the person who had his teeth smashed by Li Pifu. For example, him, her, and him. I'll do my best. Sula looked in her eyes and replied with the most serious tone he had ever used in his life. The spaceship landed on a huge planet, and the bulletproof limousine led the group out of the secret royal military base. After driving for about 70 kilometers, they entered a heavily guarded manor. Su Lu, who was wearing the helmet of darkness, could not see anything and could not even hear anything. All of this was completely based on the inference in his mind. The acceleration of gravity during landing, the speed felt by his body, and the time silently counted in his mind. Everything was just inference. Stepping on the protruding round stone road, Su Lu was dragged forward by the dynasty's soldiers. He suddenly said, "I still have a very important question to ask about that Ba Dao." He knew that Huai Chaoshi definitely had not left yet. If she wanted to leave, she would definitely say something to him. Sure enough, a moment later, he heard that person's cold and calm voice. "I'll tell you before you die." Sulu smiled and did not say anything else. Huai Chaoshi narrowed her eyes and looked at the back of the figure that disappeared into the underground passage. For some reason, she felt a little strange in her heart. Not because of this bet that she thought she would definitely win, but because of something else. On the way back to the core of the Empire on the Wild Rose, she needed to know Su Li's secret at all costs. However, after receiving a complete analysis of the information, she immediately withdrew the idea of chopping off this person's arm. This was because she firmly believed that with this person's seemingly dull but actually firm temperament, once faced with such a situation, he would definitely choose to commit suicide without hesitation. At that time, she did not want him to die too early, die too quickly, but the current situation of the Empire did not allow him to commit suicide. He could only commit suicide because the royal family still had to give a clear explanation and account to those neutral nobles that Su Lu was no stranger to the dark and silent prison cell. He had once endured an entire half-year in such an environment where he would die in solitude. The Fox Fortress was once as intimate as his second home, but at that time, he had the old thing playing. What could he have now? He could only constantly think, secretly experimenting, and gently stroking the metal bracelet on his left wrist. His life in the black prison did not last long. He welcomed the high-ranking judge of the Empire's judicial organization and the merciless executioner. After seriously listening to the Empire's sentence with a Tianjin accent, Su Lu finally understood that he would be executed in public at the entrance of the palace tomorrow. He furrowed his itchy brows, scratched his itchy hair, and rubbed his itchy instep. The electronic devices on his shoulder blades and the heavy shackles on his ankles clanged, making him feel a little uneasy. "Where is the dignity you promised?" He looked at the darkness outside the black prison and asked very seriously. "No torture, no death by 1,000 cuts, no humiliation, dying by a metal bullet. For a soldier, is this not dignity?" Huai Chaoshi appeared at the entrance of the black prison and spoke coldly with her hands behind her back. "I don't understand why you have to do such an unnecessary trial. However, my Empire's words are correct. You seem to have said that I am Li Pifu's illegitimate son." Su Lu stared at her who was standing by the door. For people of the Federation, isn't it an honor to die with such an identity? Of course not. Su Lu shook his head and said, "I have a name, a father, a mother, a sister, a teacher, and friends. I don't have such a hobby." Huai Chaoshi was silent for a moment before saying, "Before the execution, I will tell you about Ba Dao." After saying this, she silently turned around and prepared to leave with her hands behind her back. "It's a pity that I won't have the chance to hear the secret I want to know the most." Sula looked at her back and grinned. His white teeth were as bright as his eyes at this moment. Huai Caoshi's pupils constricted rapidly. Her body whistled through the air as she flew backwards. Her finger went straight for Su Li's chest. However, when the fingertip was still a few centimeters away from his chest, the smiling, small-eyed man suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood and then fell straight down. Chapter 604. If a person wanted to kill themselves, they could choose countless ways. The variety of choices far surpassed the Federation's protein meat. A straw rope, a fruit knife, or a golden chain were all enough to end a person's life. Even if one didn't have a straw rope, one could still pick up a rusty nail without a fruit knife, or a piece of metal without a golden chain. Moreover, this world was full of tall buildings, low buildings, deep pits, and shallow pits. The height and depth of the trees were enough to kill. Even if one's luck was so bad that they couldn't find anything at the moment of death, one would still have a tongue. Biting one's tongue to commit suicide might be too much of a grudge, but in the face of death, all methods were equal. Therefore, suicide was not a difficult matter. Huai Chaoshi was a dazzling red sun high up in the Empire when she was young. After puberty, She hid her splendor and walked between the imperial palace and the military department. In recent years, she silently presided over the work of the Royal Intelligence Agency in secret. She had seen the surging waves and swallowed mountains and rivers, seen the filthy, vicious, and cruel darkness. As always, her heart was as strong as her body. For such a person, something as simple as suicide should not have caused her too much trouble. However, when she saw the scene of Su Lu vomiting black blood and falling straight to the ground, her valiant heart could not help but palpitate a little. Because the timing was wrong. After carefully studying all the information about Su Lu, Huai Chaosher had never doubted that this person had the courage to kill her. However, why would he so resolutely choose to end her life before the last moment? You should still have many questions that need answers. Why are you willing to commit suicide? She looked at the Federation man, surrounded by medical personnel, and narrowed her eyes. Your Highness, the Imperial Medical Officer reported in a low voice, according to the results of the examination just now, his lung hematoma is very serious. His respiratory failure is severe. If he is needed alive, we must immediately send him to the ground for rescue. Then what are you hesitating for? Huai Chaosher frowned at the medical officer and said, what is needed on the execution ground is a living Federation war hero, not a corpse. But the problem now is that even if we are lucky enough to save this person, he won't be able to stand up again. The medic wiped the sweat on his forehead. His medical team was equipped with enough examination equipment, so he knew very well how serious the injuries of this Federation captive were, and how strange they were. The nerve bundles in his body are perfectly fine, and there is no problem with the nerve hub under the double fiber bond. But for some reason, his nerve connection seems to have lost its function, like it has been broken. We cannot find the problem, so there's no way to fix it. What's the best outcome? Huai Chaosher lowered her eyes and asked. Paralyzed, the medic replied in a low voice. Huai Chaosher was silent for a moment, then walked to the bedside. The busy Imperial military doctors hurriedly made way for her. Hearing the beeping sounds of the instruments, she slowly put her hands behind her back. Looking at the dying Su Lu, her straight eyebrows slightly furrowed. Suddenly, her fingers shot out like lightning and forcefully tapped Su Li's chest. With a muffled thud, the severely unconscious Su Lu didn't react at all. You actually ignored my warning and tried to reconnect the broken meridians. You really aren't afraid of death. You really have guts. Huai Chaosher retracted her fingers and lightly rubbed them, confirming that the medic's judgment was correct. This small-eyed man in front of her probably wouldn't stand up again in this lifetime. She thought of those continuous escapes and battles in the mulberry tree sea. But she didn't feel sentimental or sad because she never had the slightest bit of sympathy for her enemies. She only felt that it was a pity. There weren't many people in this universe who had the qualifications to fight side by side with her. And the only one who had ever fought side by side with her was Su Lu, who had vomited blood and fainted. The cooperation between the world's #1 mech fighter and the world's #1 mech mechanic was such a breathtaking and satisfying battle scene. From today onwards, there probably wouldn't be another. Send him to the first Imperial Hospital and transfer him to the Royal Special Forces to guard him. Huai Chaosher closed her eyes and thought for a moment, then made a decision, try to save him. The first noble rebellion in the Empire in 100 years started from the shock and suspicion of the royal family. And this feeling also started from the strange death of County King Carlton. Now, this rebellion was about to disappear, but to completely eliminate the fear and suspicion of the huge noble class, especially the neutral noble class, the royal family really needed a living Su Lu, and then let him die for everyone to see. Many popular science and science books would mention near-death experiences, saying that at the moment of death, human beings would look back at the past at the fastest speed, feel the present, and look forward. Sorry, there was no future here, only a high-speed retreating hole condensed by a black wall, and on the other side of the hole was a pure white world, completely different from the bloodstains when human beings were born. Su Lu had never believed in this saying. This semi-literate, who didn't finish the Federation's legal education, was filled with mechanical principles and a mechanical worldview. In his opinion, there was not much difference between human beings and the stray cats that ate leftover beef outside the mine, except for aesthetics. How could they have the privilege to reread their lives before they died? Then what would the near-death experience of the stray cats be like? Countless fat, big-eared rats? Even though the uncle had taught him the 10 postures, and a scorching, magical, trembling power was running through his body like countless fat rats, he still maintained an absolutely simple view of materialism. He sorrowfully and stubbornly believed that there was no heaven above his head, only the sky and the stars. Heaven could only be found in life. Sure enough, there was no black hole or holy white light, but there was a black dream, a very unoriginal black dream. However, the old charter computer didn't appear in the dream, wearing an old butler's uniform or really wearing a black silk skirt to talk about some mysterious things. In the black dream, there was only the painful tearing of the halo, the scattering of the breath, and no rebirth, gradually quieting down. Suicide was a very simple thing, and surviving was also a very simple thing, especially for a young man who had experienced countless life and death situations and whose body muscles and organs were extremely strong. All he needed to do was to try hard to open his eyes. Sulu opened his eyes with difficulty, and the light in the gap of his eyelids gradually dimmed and became clear. There was a majestic oil painting on the wall, and the signature below, it was so messy that no one had any impulse to identify it. He's awake. Along with this surprise shout, there were dense and chaotic footsteps in the ward and the nervous voices of the treatment team. All kinds of advanced medical equipment were connected to his body. The metal contact should be very cold on his bare skin. Sulu, who had a very unpleasant past in the Federation Army General Hospital, thought silently in his heart, and then his body subconsciously prepared to tremble. However, he couldn't tremble. He didn't even feel a trace of coldness. Only now did he realize that his body was completely out of the control of his brain, and he couldn't feel anything. He furrowed his brows. Fortunately, he could still move his brows, so he should be able to close his eyes. Lying on a hospital bed, Sulu opened his mouth and smiled happily. This smile that came back from death instantly shocked the people of the Empire in the ward and made them collectively speechless that a few days later. I warned you, your Jinchi has already been scattered by me, and the meridians in the upper circulation have been blocked. If you try to force a breakthrough, only death will await you. Huai Chaoshi stood by the bed with her hands behind her back. She looked at Su Lu on the bed, looked at his extremely thin cheeks, and said expressionlessly, I really didn't expect that you would actually use this as a means of suicide. Su Lu smiled and didn't say anything. Now his entire body was paralyzed, and he could only move above his neck. Other than speaking, he could only use his expression to express his thoughts. He could no longer imitate President Pabre and forcefully wave his right arm to help his emotions rise. A human's expression could only choose between laughing and crying, joy and sadness, happiness and depression, calmness and depression, and these two opposite camps. So, Su Lun naturally chose the former. According to the judgment of the doctor and me, you will never be able to stand up again in this life. Huai Chaoshi looked at him and said indifferently, How does it feel to be paralyzed? You can no longer carry the prosthetic arm to display your talent. Do you regret it? Why do I feel like your highness has more regrets than me? Su Lu, with his thin cheeks, finally opened his mouth to speak. His voice was extremely hoarse and weak. He said, The feeling of being paralyzed is a bit fresh. From the file, I can't judge that you are a hopeless optimist. Huai Chaoshi turned around, poured herself a cup of coffee, and said casually, That's because I have never fallen into hopeless despair, so I can't display my talent in this area. Huai Chaoshi turned around with the coffee cup in her hand. After a moment of silence, she suddenly asked, If you had died that day, and now you are paralyzed, would you really be willing? Hearing this, Sulu was silent for a long time. He stared straight at the snow-white ceiling until the corners of his mouth lifted into a trace of a complicated and indescribable smile. Only then did he reply in a low and hoarse voice, Of course I wouldn't be willing. I still have a lot of things I haven't done, a lot of secrets I don't know. For example, Huai Chaosher took a sip of coffee. You have seen my file, so you should know about Zhang Xiaoming. Your first love. That's right. Su Li's eyes narrowed. He sighed softly and said, I used to always want to make love with her one more time before I die. Now it seems that I don't have the chance. This is probably the biggest unwillingness. Hearing this unexpected answer, Huai Chaosher was moved. She asked, why not your national girl Jian Shuier? Of course, in my opinion, among those ambiguous women in the Federation, only that female engineer nutshell is worth dating. Without waiting for Su Li's reply, this imperial princess, who had never been in a relationship before, thought that she understood something. She shook her head and said, stupid first love complex. Su Li smiled and didn't explain. In the entire universe, probably only the prince of the Tai family knew the real reason for this kind of unwillingness. Since you are unwilling, why do you want to commit suicide? Since you are a hopeless optimist, I always thought that you would persist until the end, at least until the execution. The Federation's proverb says that if the Grim Reaper tells you to report at 3 o'clock, you will never see the first ray of sunlight again. But I am a soldier. Even if I am facing the Grim Reaper, I have to compete with him in terms of strength. After a moment of silence, Su Lu replied, you want me to go to the execution ground and let a lot of people watch me die. I don't know the specific reason, but if you want something, I will make sure that you don't get it. At least I can choose the method of death and the time of death. Until the moment of death, soldiers should fight. Suicide is actually a kind of battle. Chapter 605. The three sentences were like three hard stones that jumped out of the air, smashed into the ground, and then bounced up. Even if they eventually shattered, they refused to be deformed in the slightest. Their valiance and stubbornness were hard to describe. Huai Chaosher was silent for a moment. She, who was confident and arrogant under her ordinary face, did not care about the impassioned Su Lu on the sickbed at all. However, when she heard the three stiff sentences, she could not help but feel a sense of vigilance. If the soldiers of the Federation were all tough people like this, the war that was about to come might not be easy to fight. I promised you that I would let you die with dignity. She put down the coffee cup in her hand, looked at his unusually thin face, and said slowly, since you believe that this way of dying is not dignified and have decided on another way yourself, I can only accept it. If a completely paralyzed captive cannot provide the corresponding benefits for the Empire will naturally not keep you for nothing. I can't say that I look forward to the arrival of that day, because there is no one who is not afraid of death. However, since that day is bound to come, there is actually not much meaning to what you're saying. Far away from his home galaxy, alone in the depths of the Empire's enemy territory, Su, whose life and death were unpredictable, or perhaps destined to die, seemed to have found some of the shadow of the orphan on the clock tower street back then in his last moments. He raised his eyebrows, looked at Huai Chaosher with a rather playful smile, and said, however, it seems that you have won that bet. The bet between you and me was not fair from the beginning. Huai Chaosher replied. Then she took out a small booklet and asked, this is what we found on you when we captured you. Can you explain it? Su Lu glanced at the old booklet, and his thoughts instantly returned to the planet full of ice and snow before the new year like a movie. After being captured and brought to the Empire's Tianjing planet, he had never seen the sky above the enemy's headquarters. He had only seen the endless darkness and the snow-white ceiling of the ward. The people around him were all enemies, and the air was filled with the smell of a foreign land. He missed the past more than any other moment in his life. The subordinates of the 7th Division, the small team of the Nutshell Engineering Department, the mecha group that silently advanced in the snow. He even missed the monster Iron 7th Division trained by Du Shaoqing, the Highland Valley at 3,320 meters, the Glacier Forest at 5,460 meters, the road lost in the snow and the deep pits beside the road, the corpses of countless Federation civilians in the pits, the diary of an Empire officer, and the gray eyes of a little Federation girl that couldn't close. I believe you have already read this booklet. Su Lu replied. This officer named Arthur was executed by your own people, because he was unwilling to carry out the expeditionary army's order to kill. I have to say, he's the first person from the Empire that I wouldn't describe as a beast. Huai Chaoshu narrowed her eyes, and the coldness gradually grew, but she didn't say anything. Su didn't seem to feel that pair of cold eyes at all. He continued to frown and said, "You asked me earlier about my unwillingness. In fact, I really do have a lot of unwillingness." He calmly looked into Huai Chaoshu's eyes and said, "You are the butchers of the universe. It's a great regret that I can't completely destroy you." Huai Chaoshu was silent for a moment, then shook her head and said with slight mockery, "I thought that after taking you to Li Ban to read our textbooks, you would have a relatively objective and clear understanding of history. I didn't expect you to still be a piece of trash that was brainwashed by the Federation. Don't you think it's a bit ridiculous for the Empire's princess to say the words brainwashing to a Federation citizen? Or do you think that the role of the Imperial Expeditionary Force's Royal Supervision Group is only to direct the chorus?" Su Lu refuted without any trace of politeness. "This is war," Huai Chaoshu coldly said. "There has never been a just war in the history of the universe, especially when this war is between the Empire and the Federation. You have even less of a moral chip to take out. War is naturally only war. George Carlin has said this many times." Su Lu stared into her eyes and said, "But war is definitely not about slaughtering civilians. Your Federation's army isn't all a model of morality like you." The mockery on Huai Chaoshu's lips grew even stronger. If you flip through the history of the Empire's resistance against invasion, you can find countless examples that show that your comrades are actually no different from wild beasts. Su Lu was silent for a very long time. Then he slowly replied, "What's wrong is wrong. This has nothing to do with who's wrong or which camp they belong to. If you encountered this kind of situation in the army, how would you deal with it?" Huai Chaoshu looked at him like she was looking at an idiot. "I don't know," Su Lu replied very honestly. "But don't misunderstand. I'm playing the role of a moral pretentious prick right now. I've always lived according to my habits. Whether it was assassinating Macklin or fighting you on the front lines of the Westwoods, I simply thought that these things should be done. So I did it. Prince Macklin is the most outstanding member of the royal family in the history of the Empire, and he is also my uncle," Huai Chaoshu said calmly. "Thank you," Su Lu said very seriously. With these two simple sentences, he understood the true identity of the seed of the Empire who had died under his pen. He also understood that for him to have killed Macklin with his own hands to have a relatively dignified death, this princess by his bedside must have put in a lot of effort. Huai Chaoshu gently placed the diary of the Empire's military officer on the table, then looked at the old diary cover in silence for a long time. Perhaps she was imagining everything that had happened in the Westwoods that year in her mind. The temperature in the ward is not bad. She woke up from her thoughts and looked at the beads of sweat on Su Li's forehead. She said calmly, "Do you feel very hot?" At this moment, beads of sweat the size of soybeans were continuously pouring out from the roots of Su Li's hair and then dripping down from the corners of his eyebrows, instantly wetting the entire pillow. His thin cheeks were abnormally pale, and his tightly pursed thin lips were trembling nonstop, but the smile in his eyes was still so natural. "Not hot." Su Li's voice became more and more hoarse. Huai Chaoshu finally could not help but frown and shake her head. She said, "Why hold it in?" After saying this, she turned and left the ward. Just as the ward door closed, Su Li's spirit suddenly relaxed. Although his paralyzed body could not show anything, the sweat pouring out of his thick black hair suddenly increased. His brows were tightly furrowed, and there was no longer any smile on his face. His lips were painfully pulled open, revealing a mouth full of white teeth. Blood continuously seeped out of his gums, making him look extremely wretched. Ever since he woke up from his near-death coma, he had been enduring immense pain. His body could not move, but his internal senses had become even more sensitive. The collapsed power channel had become countless sharp fragments, wantonly cutting in all directions. His nervous system had been severely damaged, but he could very sadly clearly feel the pain of these small knives cutting into his flesh. There was also the mysterious burning power that had finally broken through the barrier. Although it was no longer suppressed by the power of Huai Caoshi's finger, it could no longer be controlled. It ran up and down his body chaotically, turning into thousands of tiny scalding whips that lashed at every cell in his body, making him feel even the tiniest sensation. It was not a death by dismemberment, but it was even worse than that. Su Li's pain was unbearable. Even if he gritted his teeth until they were broken, he could not hold on for much longer. If Huai Caoshi had not left just now, he might not have been able to hold on any longer. In order to die with dignity, one must first ensure one's own dignity. He insisted on this, so he smiled and mocked the conversation, refusing to let the muscles on his cheeks twitch because of the endless pain. Sweat flowed down his body like a river, wetting his pillow and bedding for an entire night. It was only when the unfamiliar morning light of Tianjing seeped in through the window that he, whose face was extremely pale and weak, realized that he had been fighting that kind of pain for an entire night. How many people in this world could endure this kind of pain? To be able to endure something that ordinary people could not, they were naturally not ordinary people. This kind of person would most likely achieve great things in the end, as long as they did not die in an accident in their career. This was because they had too strong of a willpower and will that supported them to fight to the death against something that they could not endure. Su Li could endure it because he was unwilling. He had not worn his general's uniform and returned to the dark and boring Donglin mining area to take a look at the cafe, the pub, the library, the big recuperation center, the long-legged policewoman, and the police officer called Bao Longtao. He had not seen the men and women on S1 complete their stories. Tai Ziyuan had not gotten married. How was Miss Bai going to wrap things up? Would Zhou Yu carry little Lu Hua and stand under that building to wait for someone to return home? He had not personally caressed Jian Shuayer's black hair. He had not once again used Shang Qiu's greatness to warm his lonely right hand. He had not yet returned the kindness of that beautiful girl. He had not yet found out the truth behind that uncle's death. He had not yet driven the turbocharged MXD to the road in the middle of Lin Mountain to have a crazy race with that bunch of idiotic sons of the senators. He had not yet concealed his identity and gone to some crazy place to dance and have fun. He had not yet forced by Magnolia to cut off that annoying strand of hair that floated in front of his forehead. He had not yet brought Xiong Linquan to carry to Lin's gun to help the Wincy snatch his sister from the 13th floor. He had not yet gotten sick of singing that song with Shi Hai. He had not yet had the time to tell everyone that he was Su Lu, the orphan of Donglin Su Lu, and not the soldier Su Lu. How could he be willing to die? Suicide was a battle, but it was also a new gamble. In a situation where he had nothing to lose, he could only gamble with his own life on this last gamble. With difficulty, he turned his head to look at the first ray of morning light from the willow tree outside the window. Su Lu breathed rapidly and tiredly. An abnormal blush appeared on his pale face. In the Empire, this ray of morning light should be called the white belly of fish. Only a dead fish would show its ugly white belly to fishermen or tourists. He was not dead yet. This was good. Chapter 606. The maple trees outside the window were moving, and the wind was blowing through the treetops. The morning light shone in through the window and onto the hospital bed. The nervous system in his body was fine, but the complicated and elusive energy channels that flowed around the nerves were broken. The injury, which was indescribable, had successfully interfered with the transmission of information from the nerves. As a result, there was an additional paralyzed and weak patient on the hospital bed. The ants that rose in the morning under the old trees, the birds that sang in the breeze, the cracks in the sturdy building walls, and the people who were watching from behind the walls. Everything on Tianjing planet seemed to be moving, except for the frail and weak body on the hospital bed. Fortunately, his heart could move. As long as his heart could move, it was fine. As the thoughts in the deepest part of his mind revolved, the paralyzed body on the hospital bed seemed to move in a space that was connected to reality, yet was completely separated from it. Raising his knees, extending his arms, twisting his waist, lowering his hips, bending his elbows. The 10 strange postures that were imprinted in his mind were slowly displayed one by one. The familiar burning and trembling sensation finally appeared once again. Although it only appeared in his mind, it still made him feel extremely relieved. The barrier that Huai Chaoshi had struck into his body with a strange method was shattered because he had gambled with his life. The burning power that had been blocked for many days was like a flood that had suddenly been freed. It fiercely surged out, smashing the dam and scattering to every corner of his body without any sense of direction. Then it transformed into sharp knives and thin whips that whipped and cut his sensitive areas, bringing him endless pain. However, at this moment, following the postures in his mind, the speed at which the flood spread around his body seemed to have slowed down a little. The sharp knives that were cutting everywhere seemed to have become a little blunt, and the thin whips that were whipping randomly seemed to have become a little shorter by an inch. Although this change was extremely subtle, it was extremely clear to Sulu, who had to constantly resist the unbearable pain. He didn't know how all of this had happened, but he knew that changes were ultimately good things. However, it seemed that the scattered fragments of power had some kind of innate resistance to this kind of request. Every time he tried to pull back the fragments of power that were far away from the fixed channel, his spirit would be greatly depleted. Moreover, it was like holding a sharp blade with one's bare hands. It was so painful that it was dripping with blood, incessantly and vividly, to the extent that it was unbearable. Sulu, who was lying on the hospital bed, was well aware of this principle. He closed his eyes tightly and cautiously experienced this feeling. He valiantly and resolutely endured the more and more terrible pain. This pain made his pair of dark eyebrows deeply furrow, like an idiot thinking about a philosophical problem. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans converged into a river and flowed down, instantly drenching the clothes and sheets. After an unknown amount of time, Sulu finally opened his eyes. His eyes, which were usually sincere, amiable, and bright when he was in the Federation, were now filled with endless exhaustion. There was even a trace of fear and regret that was rarely seen in him. This kind of pain was too terrible. It wasn't like using a bare hand to hold a sharp blade. To be more precise, it was like a newborn baby's delicate hand holding a sharp blade that had been burned red. Every time his mind came into contact with the scattered power in his body, it would produce a similar feeling. During this process, how many times had he come into contact with this kind of thing? Again, how many people in the world could endure this kind of pain? He was the most persevering Donglin stone of a younger generation. However, under this round of increasingly painful torture, the moss on the stone surface had already peeled off, and cracks had already appeared on the stone surface. It was about to collapse and scatter. Under the influence of his will, the scattered, burning fragments in his weak body gradually slowed down the speed at which they spread. It was like the universe in the later stages of the Big Bang, suddenly ushering in a long period of peace. However, this kind of change was, after all, a minute. Sulu didn't know how many more times he had to endure this kind of pain before he could achieve his goal. He didn't even know why he was doing this. Why was his will able to gather the scattered power? Or was this just his own hallucination under the pain? As an engineer officer who had received a materialistic education from a young age, and whose dream was to become a mechanic officer, this was indeed a very big problem. During Seng Shuhai's escape, Huai Chaoshi, in order to ensure that this Federation mechanic genius could maintain his ability to move and keep up with her pace, had once seriously warned him not to attempt to break through the Jinshi restriction she had planted in his fingertips. Reality proved that this warning was true. However, Sulu had no other choice. The next day, he was to be executed in front of the royal palace. He had to take this risk. If he didn't succeed, he would become a ghost. At the very least, he would become a ghost with dignity, a combat ghost who made it difficult for the Empire's people's political ideas to be realized. If he succeeded, once he recovered the mysterious power in his body, then he would have a much better chance of escaping the Empire's control. He had no choice but to throw himself into this gamble, and he had to throw himself into it completely. Unfortunately, The result of a suicide attempt to break through the Jinchi restriction couldn't be said to be success or failure. He didn't die, but he also couldn't recover his strength. His entire body lay paralyzed on the bed, but he still didn't despair. Feng Yu had once taught him that the human body was a machine of the first order. He didn't know what ate rice was, what Jinchi was, and he didn't know that the empire's royal family had meridians. However, he could describe the channels of the burning power in his body with his eyes closed. He could describe the flow of power with extremely precise numerical differences. He could accurately draw countless three-dimensional structural diagrams in his mind, just like how he deconstructed the MX mecha. Perhaps the three major systems of the human body were more complicated and even difficult to understand compared to metal, such as mecha and battleships. However, he was Su Lu, a mechanic genius that even Feng Yu secretly sighed with emotion. Just like repairing a mecha, he began to repair his own body. However, repairing the arm became a thought in his mind. In the past, probably no one had ever thought of such a solution to the problem. Li Pifa didn't, Feng Yu didn't, the strong people of the empire didn't, no one. Because they weren't Su Lu, they weren't the guy who had lived with a mechanical arm since childhood and dealt with machines all his life. There were many body cultivation halls in Philadelphia. Did body cultivation halls mean to repair the body? However, it seemed that he had never heard of a body cultivation hall cultivating someone like him. Even Mr. Tian only had amazing skills and strength. Sula looked at the snow-white ceiling and thought silently. Huai Chaoshi hadn't been here for many days. As the imperial princess and the highest-ranking officer of the Royal Intelligence Agency, she definitely had to deal with countless affairs, especially when the rebellion of the nobles had not been completely quelled. Several imperial doctors were quietly analyzing the state of his body beside the bed. The pain in his body was still constantly invading and destroying his will. If he didn't force himself to remember the past, he was really worried that he would faint from the pain. Other than recalling the past and secretly repairing his body, he spent most of his time thinking. He thought about the Federation Constitution, the computer problem, and his own problems. After all, the more he thought about it, the more confused and inconceivable he became. According to his personality, he usually didn't want to spend too much time thinking about things that he couldn't understand. However, he was paralyzed in bed right now. There was too much time and too much pain, so he didn't want to spend his days without thinking. The Imperial medical team didn't notice the subtle changes in his body. They only found that this captive of the Federation often had problems with the electrolyte balance. If they didn't save him in time, there were many times when he almost died due to excessive dehydration and circulation problems in his body. During these dozens of days, there were often nobles of the empire who came to visit. Occasionally, there would also be people from the Imperial Military Department who came to torture some information. Fortunately, because of Huai Caoshi's promise, he didn't suffer much. In fact, compared to the endless pain in his body, he didn't mind drinking some spicy water to distract himself. Other than that, no one in the hospital dared to talk to him on the bed, including the two female nurses from the Empire who had lush hair but were still beautiful. Only the snow-white ceiling and the pungent smell of antiseptic accompanied him. The maple trees outside the window were red, but Su Lu couldn't see them. He could only infer this result from the faint light reflected from the snow-white ceiling. He didn't know how long he had stayed in this hospital. At the beginning, he still had the mood to count the days and take deep breaths to welcome the morning light every day. However, the repeated pain made him numb, and the overlapping loneliness made him depressed. The counting of days didn't last long. Sula knew very well that this kind of days wouldn't last long. Once the Empire confirmed that he couldn't be squeezed out anything from him and couldn't stand up again as a target to explain to the nobles, he would naturally be killed. No matter how rich the nobles of the Empire were, they wouldn't raise a useless captive of the enemy. On a very ordinary day, the door of the ward was opened. A team of fully armed elite soldiers of the Empire walked in and took control of the entire ward in silence. Was it time? Sula watched this scene with narrowed eyes. He took a deep breath and waited calmly and weakly. His right index finger covered by the bedsheet trembled slightly. At this moment, several nobles of the empire in luxurious clothes walked in. One of them was about 40 years old. He looked at him on the bed expressionlessly and said, "Although a disabled person shouldn't be able to grasp the relevant etiquette, I still hope that you can learn something. Otherwise, you'll definitely know that being paralyzed is not the most painful thing in the world." The Federation language this person spoke was extremely awkward. Sulu replied hoarsely, "I can understand the Empire language." "Very good." The official raised his eyebrows in surprise and said, "You should be mentally prepared. His Majesty wants to see you." Hearing this, Sulu was extremely surprised. Why did the Emperor want to see him? But he immediately calmed himself down. After a moment of silence, he said with difficulty, "I don't think this is an honor." This was not an honor, but an opportunity. The index finger under the bedsheet slowly relaxed and then became motionless. Chapter 607. It was around autumn. Red and yellow leaves covered the streets and alleys of Tianjing Planet. For light green jet cylinders flew past the treetops at a low altitude, like the tip of a pen brushing past the bright colors. Then, they landed at an airport outside the center of the capital city. The group changed to military vehicles and headed toward the center of the city along the spacious high-grade roads that extended in all directions like a spider web. They arrived at their destination in the afternoon. The majestic and cold side door of the palace slowly opened, and a group of guards wearing royal military uniforms walked out. They silently took a moving, self-restraining bed from the fleet and headed into the depths of the palace. The white restraints were like spider silk, tightly binding the thin, weak, and paralyzed young foreigner on the moving bed, making him look like an insect that was about to be sucked to death. Along the way, the Empire's people didn't use equipment to control Su Li's vision and hearing. He was finally able to take a look at this city that only existed in the imagination of the Federation people, the Empire's capital city of Tianjing Planet. The vast maple forest on the outskirts of the city, the extraordinarily wide highways, and the unique architecture all brought him a great shock. It must be known that although the Federation had paid a great price to obtain an image of this huge city, very few people were able to see it with their own eyes. However, all the Federation people who had seen the capital city of Tianjing Planet should be dead, right? Sulu was very clear that no matter what the Emperor's intentions were for summoning him, death was already very close to his body. Being able to see the Empire's capital city before his death and feel the atmosphere that the Federation people would rarely experience in their entire lives, according to his inherent nature, his eyes should emit a greedy and emotional glow. However, there was only calmness in this pair of small eyes today. Even though his heart was shaken when he saw this majestic palace that was known as the most magnificent human building in the universe, he controlled his facial expression extremely well. The Empire's soldiers who were pushing the bed into the depths of the palace noticed the calmness of this Federation captive and couldn't help but have a strange feeling. Sula narrowed his eyes and looked at the huge, cylindrical alloy building that pierced through the clouds in the distance. He guessed that it was probably the palace where the Emperor lived in the rumors. He was shocked again, but the expression on his face became colder and colder. How many truly important moments in a person's life could there be? Marriage, childbirth, funeral. Today, he, a soldier of the Federation, was going to meet the Federation's greatest enemy, the warmongering, arrogant, and cruel Emperor of the Empire. If he didn't pretend now, when would he? At this moment, he missed the wide sunglasses that Zhou had given him. He felt that he should be Du Shaoqing, riding the maglev elevator that had long been forced to eliminate by the Federation's Energy Management Committee because of its huge energy consumption. It did not take long for them to reach the sky from the ground of the palace that was full of flowers, trees, and surveillance equipment. It was really the heavens. The sun in the distance moved slowly toward the horizon. The clouds just had a hint of sunset aura. Golden light rose, red, and people seemed to be floating outside the building. It gave people a feeling that they were within reach. Those who lived here day and night, no matter how firm and steady their minds were, would still be moved higher and higher by the distance from the ground and the drifting clouds around them. They would become more and more indifferent. They would become more and more used to looking down on the common people and take it as a lifelong pleasure. With a hint of criticism, the tightly bound Su Lu turned his neck with difficulty and retracted his gaze from the clouds outside the palace. He narrowed his eyes and looked into the darkness in front of him, looking at the back figure in the depths of the darkness. That figure belonged to a middle-aged man. He wore a robe and sat on a soft couch. He held a golden sword in his hand and did not look back. A screen blocked in front of the soft couch. There were golden sunflowers painted on it. At this time, the sunset outside the building reflected the golden light, making the screen seem like it was going to burn. The sunflowers seemed like they were going to come alive. However, all of the dim light fell on the middle-aged man's back and became dim. It was because he was the emperor of the empire, the man with the greatest power in the universe. No one in the Federation had ever seen the emperor's true appearance. They only knew that he was called Huai Fuchai, the 79th emperor of the empire's White Hibiscus dynasty, the unmatched monarch of the entire Left Sky Star region. In reality, not even the empire's ordinary nobles and commoners knew what their emperor looked like. Ever since he ascended the throne, he had never appeared in any of the empire's media, nor were there any images leaked out. The Federation's research concluded that this emperor was deliberately maintaining a sense of mystery in front of his subjects. This was to facilitate the protection of the imperial family's shaky rule. In many relatively strange discussions, people even called this emperor and the intelligence chief of the Green Dragon Mountain Anti-Government Army as the two most mysterious people in the universe. Sulu did not believe this. In his opinion, that uncle with a mouth full of rotten teeth was the one who truly deserved the word mysterious. But as a soldier of the Federation, to be able to see the emperor of the empire with his own eyes and come into contact with him at such a close distance, how could he not be excited? As the screen of golden sunflowers grew closer and closer, that robed figure grew clearer and clearer. Sulu grew more and more nervous. Ever since he fled Donglin, he had seen many powerful figures with extraordinary auras. He was also a frequent guest at the presidential residence's private banquets. However, for some reason, he always felt that the emperor under that robe gave him a particularly strong sense of oppression. Was it the smell of power or the smell of death? Was it the identity of the emperor or this person himself? Sulu could not tell clearly, but he could be sure that in his entire life, it was probably only when he first saw the war, godly Pifu, in Qingqing's military prison that his mind would be shaken like this. Behind the screen stood Huai Chaoshi. In front of the soft couch, there was a white-haired aristocrat of the empire. He was half bowing and softly saying something. The emperor under the robe slowly raised his right arm. This simple movement was enough to stop the millions of soldiers at the same time. The faint mist outside the palace seemed to have paused for a moment. The aristocrat's narration came to an abrupt end. The emperor's voice was a bit low, like a thick book being blown by the wind. "Did you kill Prince Delin?" "Yes." Sulu did not look at Huai Chaoshi behind the screen. Narrowing his eyes, he stared at the back of the emperor and answered calmly, as if he was answering a small question in a cooking program. "Did you activate the charter on 3320? "Yes." "Did you kill Prince Carlton?" "Yes." The emperor did not turn his head. His eyes should have fallen on that old aristocrat. He let out a few strange laughs. "What's the relationship between you and Nasri?" "Never heard of him." "Well, I heard that his last name was Fengyu over there." The emperor slowly turned around. His face was cold and graceful. Hearing the last question, Su Li's pupils suddenly shrank. He felt that the band around his neck suddenly tightened, making it difficult for him to breathe. Chapter 608. Sulu had always thought that other than the few people in the Lees of Philadelphia, no one in this world knew about the relationship between him and Fengyu. Who would have thought that in the empire countless light years away from his homeland, the emperor in front of him could reveal so many secrets with just one sentence? Huai Chaoshi, who was standing beside the golden sunflower screen, and the white-haired aristocrat in front of the soft couch had a bigger reaction than him. After hearing the name Nasri, Huai Chaoshi, who had always been calm, raised her head in shock. The aristocrat's eyebrows were raised extremely high, and then quickly fell. The empire's military minister, Prince Barou, was the emperor's brother. The disputes between the royal family and Master Fan's manor were not secrets to him. He knew very well what the name Nasri meant to the emperor. While he was shocked by the relationship between this Federation soldier and Nasri, he also thought sadly that since the emperor let him hear these things, he had probably already made a decision in his heart. Emperor Huai Fuchai slowly stood up, his long robe pouring down like flowing clouds. He ignored the shock of the three people in the room and looked at Prince Barou expressionlessly. I originally didn't need to explain Keaton's death to you, but I didn't think that you would be so stupid. You all always said that no one in this world could kill Keaton under such circumstances, so his death must be my scheme, Huai Saosher's decision. But now, Nasri's descendant has personally admitted that he killed Keaton. Do you have any new doubts? Prince Barou was silent for a long time. Finally, he no longer humbly bent his body and slowly stood up straight. His back was as straight as a pine tree. He looked at Huai Fuchai and said calmly, "Actually, I really don't need to explain. You should know very well that I have always been afraid of you. Keaton's death made my fear into rare courage. But I really didn't think that Nasri was actually still alive and actually had a son. There are many things in this world that people can't imagine," Huai Fuchai replied coldly. Prince Barou smiled bitterly and said, "In the end, you just want to convince me. You can rebel against me and try to overthrow my rule. In fact, ever since father chose me as the crown prince, you've been doing this for decades." Huai Fuchai put his hand behind his back, his gaze distant as he gazed at the distant clouds. He said slowly, "But I find it very difficult to accept that you would act because of such a stupid reason. I'm even more unwilling to bear moral responsibility for something I have never done." Prince Borowski didn't answer anything. He silently tidied up his clothes and then walked to the railing. At the end of the railing, several soldiers were waiting to arrest the mastermind behind the nobles' rebellion. Prince Bo Wu smiled and touched the railing with his wrinkled hand. Then he shook his head and fell down into the sunset. Huai Fuchai coldly looked at this scene. Seeing his own brother commit suicide by jumping off a building, his expression didn't change at all. Only his eyes, that seemed to be able to see through the clouds, looked down, as if he was chasing after the figure in the air. The tightly bound Su Lu silently watched all of this. He knew that he had personally witnessed a page of the history of the empire. He didn't know what the truth of this noble's rebellion was, what kind of dangerous assassination the emperor encountered, what kind of valiant suppression of the rebellion, who that old noble was, but he could guess that with the death of that noble, this rebellion finally came to an end. The emperor probably tied him up and brought him into the palace to make these rebellious nobles believe that he had nothing to do with Keaton's death. Su Lu pondered in silence, but he was startled by the burning gaze of the two people. He thought that question again. From that sentence, it was obvious that the emperor knew the uncle. Could it be that the uncle was really a traitor? He looked up at the middle-aged man in front of him, narrowed his eyes, and asked hoarsely, "Can I know who Nasri is?" The emperor didn't answer his question. Instead, he looked at his face with a complicated expression and asked, "Where is he now?" "He's already dead," Su Lu replied. The emperor was silent for a long time. He waved his sleeve as if to drive away an extremely unpleasant memory and a green fly. He said, "This kind of person should have died long ago. How do you know my relationship with him?" Su Lu suddenly thought of a very fatal problem. If the imperial family knew Feng Yu's ability very well and knew that he had the means to take out the chip behind his neck, then how could they not guard against his escape? Li Pifu, this kind of person, will not have an illegitimate child, Huai Fuchai said indifferently. And you're also a person of the Federation who knows 8 rice, so you are naturally Nasri's son. Thinking of the conversation between the emperor and the nobleman, Su Lu felt more and more strange. Why did the people of the empire insist that he was Feng Yu's son and not a student? Could it be that, as Huai Chaosher had once said, this strange thing called 8 Raishenshi was really a boring existence of blood theory? This is a very simple inference. What is very interesting is that in the entire universe, there are probably only a few people who can infer it. Huai Fuchai's face was cold and did not appear to be interested. Now my question is, since he is dead, who should I vent the anger that has been accumulating for more than 20 years? A wind came from outside the building, not fierce, not gentle, just cold. Such was the atmosphere of the scene. Standing by the screen, Huai Chaoshi, who had been silent all this time, suddenly raised his head and looked at his father. It seemed that he wanted to say something, but in the end, his lips were tightly pressed together, and he did not say a word. I don't know what happened back then. Su Lu did not explain to the other the true relationship between himself and Feng Yu. He looked at the emperor and narrowed his eyes. As for what you think, it does not have much to do with me. Right now, I am only one of your captives. Huai Fuchai held his hands behind his back and stood silently for a long time, as if he did not hear what he was saying. Then he slowly lowered his body and picked up the old rattan at his feet. The rattan was held tightly, and there were faint traces of old black blood on it. The rattan fell heavily. It did not dance like a flower, but viciously split open the air and then tore at the bandages and restraints on Su Li's body. It tore at his flesh, carrying endless resentment and anger, venting the hatred of a monarch that came from who knew where. Pa! 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 There were countless small metal hooks hidden in the rattan. Each swing was like the terrifying kiss of a tiger's tongue, scraping off a thin layer of flesh, causing extreme pain. Huai Fuchai silently and forcefully swung the rattan like a calm madman, whipping the completely paralyzed young man. The sound of wind breaking and the sound of cloth being rolled up mixed together in the palace. Su Li's face was abnormally pale, his eyes abnormally bright. Paralyzed, he should not have felt pain, but this kind of humiliating torture seemed to hurt his heart. The wind whistled past, and a miserable wound appeared on his chin. He did not close his eyes. His bright eyes were round with anger as he stared at the crazy monarch in front of him. He spat out blood and roared, "I'll fuck your mother." Chapter 609. People who were humiliated, tortured, and hurt would occasionally cry out in despair. Pain would make people sob, make people toss and turn, make people bite the corners of their quilts, break out in cold sweat, and lean against the corners of their chairs with yellow faces. Sometimes, it would also make people unable to help themselves from cursing out vulgarities that they would never have cursed under normal circumstances. The merciless and humiliating whipping of the thorns, the bloody marks on his chin, and the flying red bandages stimulated Su Li's heart. Therefore, he angrily shouted out a profanity about the emperor's mother. Fuck your mother. In the vast universe, who dared to say such words to the emperor of the empire? Not being afraid of death was far from enough. That person had to clearly understand that they were going to die. Coincidentally, Su Lu met these two conditions. Therefore, he wantonly said those words, pleasing his cold and angry heart and balancing the fear before death. The four words that the paralyzed and weak person seemed to have used up all of his strength and energy to burst out were like a clap of thunder, instantly spreading throughout the entire palace. The servants of the empire in the distance looked up in shock. The golden sunflower on the screen nearby turned around and pretended not to hear it. Huai Chaoshi opened her eyes wide and looked at the pale-faced person under the flying thorns in disbelief. She stared at the bloody foam in the air. These words must have clearly reached the ears of the emperor, but his expression did not change in the slightest. The hint of madness in his indifferent and graceful appearance continued, and the thorns in his hand continued to fall down one after another, landing on Su Li's body, venting his many years of frustration. The emperor stared at Su Lu, who was tightly bound, but the gaze in his eyes seemed to pass through his face to the face from countless years ago, the two faces. The thorns in his hand swung down slowly and steadily in a gentle but heart-palpitating rhythm, breaking through flesh, splashing blood, and bringing pain. That person was already dead, and the resentment of the past could no longer find a target for revenge. Just like the rosy clouds in the sky, the bright moon in the water, and the sunflower in the mirror, how could they be satisfied without any real feedback? As a result, He placed all of the resentment that no one knew about on the thorns, landing on the body of this Federation youth in front of him, turning them into blood that splattered everywhere. Because you are his descendant. The vines fell directly, as if to whip some kind of cowardice in the heart. The Emperor Huai Fuchai's expression was indifferent, the madness in his eyes gradually receding, becoming increasingly cold. Fuck your mother. Su Lu also widened his eyes and stared at the Emperor of the Imperium who was right in front of him. Every time his body was hit by a thorn, his grayish-white thin lips would open and repeat the same profanity. Compared to the first time, his voice was much weaker, but it was still clear enough for the Emperor in front of him and Huai Chaosher beside him to hear it clearly. With a bang, the ratchet fell down. Fuck your mother. With another bang, the ratchet fell down again. Fuck your mother again. As many as the ratchet fell down, I'll fuck your mother again. Fuck is a kind of attitude towards life. This is a kind of attitude of not lowering one's head, not blinking, not narrowing one's eyes, only staring at you, unyielding, unavoiding, and fearless. Even if you're the most powerful person in the universe, even if you can make millions of people shed blood into rivers with a single word, you still can't not let me fuck you. You can use a red iron needle to sew my mouth shut, but I can use my finger to write a large fuck character. You can cut off all of my 10 fingers, but I can still silently chant the bright fuck character in my heart. Of course, you can kill me, but since death is already here, why not fuck me a few more times before death? The Emperor didn't have anyone seal his mouth, only lowering his head slightly, as if he was carrying out some kind of ritual, slowly and forcefully whipping his body. Su Lu also lowered his head slightly, staring straight at his face, as if returning some kind of courtesy, slowly, softly, and forcefully uttering a curse. Pa fuck your mother. 8t the time. The situation in the royal palace was like this. The great emperor and the brave Federation hero, because of the unique part of each other's temperament, became two seemingly expressionless but, in reality, unusually crazy fighting cocks with black and red coxcombs raised their necks and looked with disdain at the world and the other side, carrying out a childlike confrontation with each other using one curse word after another. The trembling imperial servants and female officials kneeling outside the palace would find it difficult to forget the scene they saw today for a long time in the future. In reality, at the time, they thought that after hearing the countless dirty curses of the Federation madman toward the Emperor's mother, they would certainly be immediately executed to prevent the filth from spreading to more people's ears. Unexpectedly, the Emperor didn't execute them afterward. Perhaps it was because the Emperor was too tired. The blood-soaked bandages fluttered in all directions like the feathers of a bird. They then fell and spread out around Su Li's body in a large area. Some of the blood had solidified into black paint, while others were as bright as new blood. There was even more blood that flowed out from the large and small wounds on his body and dripped down his thighs to the ground. It was an unusually terrifying sight. Su did not faint. Because of the excessive blood loss, his cheeks were unusually pale. A trace of indifference and ruthlessness still hung on his face. His head drooped weakly, but his eyes were still forcefully open. He stared viciously at the Emperor in front of him. It looked like he was rolling his eyes in disdain. Huai Fuchai's right hand held the whip tightly. There was a trace of loneliness in his cold expression. Under the robe, his chest rose and fell continuously. The long period of whipping seemed to have used up a lot of the Emperor's strength. His gaze was still calm, but there was an additional trace of complicated and indescribable emotion in his expression. He looked silently at the bloody man in front of him and listened to the last curse word that was so slightly hoarse that it was almost inaudible. Suddenly, his brows furrowed, and he let go of his right hand. The blood-stained whip fell into the pool of blood and bloomed with a few blossoms of blood. Huai Fuchai silently turned around and walked past the giant golden sunflower screen. He walked back to the dark and noble soft couch. Gently brushing his robe, he calmly sat down. He stared blankly at the large classical brick wall. He seemed to be somewhat tired. Then he raised his hand and waved it tiredly. 2 fingers cut through the air, deciding Su Li's life and death. In the sea of mulberry trees, you gave me some surprises, but compared to that, today, I feel even more admiration. Outside the maglev elevator, Huai Chaosher looked at the blood-covered Su Lu. After a moment of silence, he said, I am very sorry. The dignity I once promised has been a little unexpected today. However, I can guarantee that you will die by execution and not by torture. The half-lying Su Lu struggled to open his swollen eyes. He wanted to say something, but in the end he could only weakly spit out a few drops of blood. He could only helplessly smile. Huai Chaosher took a handkerchief from a subordinate's hand and helped him wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth. The Empire's medical team had already rushed over. Large doses of cardiac stimulants and muscle relaxants were injected into Su Li's body. The smell of the medical glue, for a short time, actually covered up the fragrance of the flowers in the royal palace. After a period of treatment, Su Lu finally recovered some of his energy. In a raspy voice, he said in a low voice, Just now, seeing your emperor's hand gesture, I should be immediately executed. Why are you still treating me? I said, I will let you die with dignity. Huai Chaosher furrowed his brows slightly and replied, I cannot stop the emperor's anger, but before you die, you will certainly enjoy the treatment a soldier deserves. I won't say thank you. Su Li's eyes were so swollen that only a slit remained. He looked at Huai Chaosher's face through the slit and suddenly remembered a derogatory proverb from the Federation. In a raspy voice, he said, Because I won't express any thanks to those who want to kill me. If you had the chance to kill me, what would you do? Huai Chaosher asked. Of course I would kill you. Su Li's reply was very honest. In the foreseeable future, the princess in front of him was, without a doubt, the most powerful and terrifying enemy of the Federal Army. If there was a chance to eliminate her from history ahead of time, no Federation soldier would hesitate in the slightest, even if she was a young woman. Huai Chaosher smiled. To be able to prove one's ability from the mouth of the most outstanding enemy officer, one's mood was not too bad. Before you die, what words do you have to say? In the future, when the Empire occupies the Federation, I can pass on your words to the people of the Federation. The Empire occupies the Federation? The weak Su Lu was not in the mood to continue arguing with her. He blinked with difficulty and asked, Are these my last words? When did the Empire treat the captives of the Federation so well? This is to thank you for bringing back the diary of that officer, Huai Chaosher replied. Was he going to give out his last words again? Su Lu thought of the conversation he had with Bai Yulan on the summit of White Cliff Peak at 3,320 years ago. A trace of emotion appeared on his wounded and miserable face. After a long silence, he looked at Huai Chaosher and said in a raspy voice, I don't have any last words. I just want to know what Feng Yu, that Nasri you all speak of, what is his relationship with the Empire? He is one of the people closest to me in my life. The government said that he is a traitor, and the charter determined that he is the #1 wanted criminal, but I don't believe it. Su Lu painfully coughed a few times. He gasped for breath and said, Your emperor hates him very much. This is very good. He supports my rebellion. This matter is truly very important to me. Hearing Su Li's last request before his death, Huai Chaosher was also silent for a long time. The fingers behind her moved slightly, chasing away all of the doctors and guards. Only the two of them were left in the secluded corner of the royal palace. The Federation believes that he is a traitor. An extremely strong trace of mockery appeared at the corners of her lips. Things in this world are truly very strange. In my opinion, your father and Li Pifu, this pair of brothers, are without a doubt the most shameless pair of traitors in the history of the Empire. Su Li's body should be very weak after being crazily whipped by the thorns. His hearing was somewhat damaged. The blood that flowed down his temples gradually coagulated when it entered his ears. The sounds of the outside world seemed even more indistinct. He tilted his head slightly with difficulty, wanting to clearly hear what Huai Chaosher was saying. Uncle Feng Yu and military god Li Pifu were traitors to the Empire? Or did he hear wrong? Fuck. Chapter 610. A few years ago, in the mech combat training room in Section H1 of the Yue University Library, Su Lu used the channel of burning energy to replace the nerves and veins in his body, transmitting the instructions from his brain to every part of his body. From that day on, he became one of the most thick-skinned people in the universe. Until now, when the channel collapsed, the burning energy was still wandering in his body, and his nerves were even thicker than before. Therefore, many things that could shock ordinary people to the point of prostrating themselves on the ground or even trembling all over could not shake his stubborn heart that was as dull as a stone. Being whipped crazily by the emperor was a rare treatment, but it didn't shock him. He was weak and paralyzed, and he was brutally beaten until he was covered in blood. His wounds were so horrible that even Zoya might not be able to recognize him, but he was still able to smile. He didn't care, and he wasn't shocked at all. Even when the emperor revealed the secret he had buried for a long time, the secret between him and Uncle Fengyu, the surprise in his heart calmed down, and there wasn't much shock left in him. Until now, when he heard Huai Caoshi's words full of mockery and resentment, he was finally shocked and could not speak for a long time. The god of war, Li Pifu, galloped in the universe, shining brightly and reaching the peak of personal strength, almost like a god. Uncle Fengyu's body shook, fighting against more than 10 military mechs with his bare hands. He was so strong that it was dazzling. No one knew when this pair of brothers suddenly appeared in the Federation, showing their extraordinary strength in different fields and light and shadow, fighting against the glory of the Empire and the Charter. However, their ability was not passed down. No matter how many close combat masters there were in the Philadelphia Cultivation Gym, even geniuses like Mr. Tian, no one could approach the level of the brothers. According to Huai Caoshi, the Jinshi that Uncle Feng taught him should be called 8 rice, and this Jinshi was the secret ability of the imperial family. It seemed that this was enough to explain many things. They are from the Empire? Sula did not need to squint his swollen eyes to express his inner feelings as usual. He stared at Huai Caoshi in front of him and asked in an incredulous tone. After a long silence, Huai Caoshi narrowed her eyes and said, "Fortunately or unfortunately, the people of the Empire can hardly learn the ingratitude of the people of the Federation." Su Lu understood this sentence and suddenly felt a wave of relief mixed with lingering fear. If the Federation's war god and his teacher were really brothers of the Empire, he really found it hard to accept this absurd fact. However, following Huai Caoshi's denial, even more questions poured into his mind. If the brothers Li Pifu were not from the Empire, where did they learn their amazing abilities? Why was the imperial family so familiar with Uncle Fengyu's incarnation? It was almost evening, and the red clouds were flying diagonally outside the high palace walls. The faint golden afterglow shone through those unknown trees and sprinkled on this quiet corner. They came to the Empire to study? When did that happen? Su Li's mechanic mode of thinking was calm enough and precise enough to immediately grasp the core of the problem. Nasri definitely came to the Empire when he was young, but the story between him and His Majesty should not be known by anyone in this universe. As for Li Pifu, there is no evidence to prove that before he led the army to invade the Empire, he came to planet Tianjing to study. "I don't understand," Su Lu said hoarsely, his voice extremely weak. Huai Caoshi glanced at him, shook her head, and said, "You're about to die. Why are you still concerned about this?" "It's because I'm about to die that I have the urge to know these secrets." Su Lu coughed and replied, I don't want to die with 800 question marks in my head. A hungry ghost is uncomfortable, but a curious ghost is even more uncomfortable. "Yes, you're about to die." After a moment of silence, Huai Caoshi said, "There's no harm in letting you know about the past of your father and uncle. Maybe you'll understand why the Empire is angry." "This must be a very long story." Su Lu smiled with difficulty. "I don't know if I can finish listening to it before I die. I don't know much about the details of what happened back then." Huai Caoshi looked at him and pressed the electric button beside the self-restraining table. She said expressionlessly, "This is a very simple story. It's always good to have a story to listen to before you die." Huai Caoshi returned to silence and walked toward the corner of the palace. The self-restraining table that bound Su Lu made a low electric sound and followed his back as he moved forward, walking further and further away under the bright red sunset. The Empire's military officers and doctors behind did not hear the conversation between the two of them. They looked at the two long and narrow backs that were gradually moving away and could not help but look at each other. Then they quietly followed from afar. This scene was very interesting. A death row prisoner wrapped in restraints, bandages, and medical glue like a Namling specialty brown rice bag was like a paralyzed old man who could not walk. He leaned against the self-restraining table and followed the young man in front of him who had his hands behind his back. His body was thin but gave off an aura that was more valiant than the huge palace. They slowly walked under the high palace walls in the twilight. It was like two people who appreciated each other were saying goodbye. It was a farewell. Do you see that building? Huai Chaoshu stood on the high palace wall and squinted at the civilian district in the west, shrouded in the twilight. She pointed at a completely white courtyard in the midst of the low residential buildings. Su Li's eyes were swollen. He looked with difficulty for a long time and then nodded. He did not know what the little story before his death had to do with that inconspicuous courtyard. That is the most sacred place in the entire empire other than the imperial palace. Huai Chaoshu had a leisurely expression. The great master fan manner. The great master fan manner. Su Lu silently repeated this strange name in his mind. He felt like he had heard of it somewhere before. The great teacher is the most respected title in the empire, but not many people know about it because they do not care about the reputation in the secular world. Huai Chaoshu slowly explained. Every great teacher is a rare genius. Perhaps it is in the academic field, the economic field, or some other field. In short, they are the most secret and also the most important foundation of the empire. You mean? Su Lu was confused and asked. This position is hereditary. Correct. A family that always produces geniuses. After a moment of silence, Su Lu shook his head with difficulty and said, I am a member of the Federation. I believe in equality. I do not believe that fate itself will create this kind of unfairness. There has never been such a thing as innate fairness in the universe. Huai Chaoshu said indifferently. Only those with royal blood have the chance to master the 8 rice, true qi. This is unfair, but it is also the truth. So you have to admit that the Creator has chosen the royal family to lead the ordinary people of the empire from the beginning. The war god and the Nasri brothers are not people of the empire, so naturally, it is impossible for them to have royal blood. I'm also not from the empire, but we have both mastered it. Huai Chaoshu narrowed his eyes, seemingly troubled by this question. After a long silence, he said, Perhaps the Creator has chosen you and the Li brothers on your side. Should I feel honored? Su Lu shook his head. You should feel honored. Huai Chaoshu gave a simple comment and said directly, Now, let us begin this simple story. Please. After or before the Empire and the Federation met, an Empire spaceship passed through the space channel and entered the Federation's territory, landing in a place called Feiqing. Wait, there are many logical problems at the beginning of this simple story. Su Lu did not care about his weak body and firmly retorted. The Empire's space technology was even more backward than it is now. It was not enough to support a spaceship to cross the galaxy. Besides, even if that spaceship flew over, it would not have been able to hide from charter and silently land in the capital ring. As I said, I don't know too many details. I just want to tell a simple story. Huai Chaoshu stood in the twilight, frowning as if a fire was about to ignite. She was not used to this guy being so stubborn even before death. And I firmly believe that the spaceship can do it because this is the foundation of the story, because the passenger on the spaceship is the former great teacher. Su Lu was silent for a long time before saying, All right, what's the end of the story? The former great teacher of the Empire found a pair of brothers who could cultivate the 8 rice true qi in the Federation's Feiqing. So he taught them. At that time, the pair of brothers were still children. They were pure enough and talented enough. They grew up very quickly, so quickly that they surpassed the great teacher's imagination. The problem was that when they grew up, they were no longer pure. The older brother changed his name to Li Pifu and participated in the invasion of the empire, completely ignoring the fact that the empire was his teacher's hometown. Then one day, this man called Li Pifu assassinated the emperor of the empire. In that battle, he even used the 8 rice true chi he had learned in the empire to kill his teacher. And then? There's no then. The setting sun outside the palace walls was like a crack in Su Li's eyes, from which countless streams of blood flowed. White Saosher's simple words described a major event that had happened several decades ago. Perhaps this major event would never be recorded in history, but that great teacher who was far away from the empire, those 2 ignorant children who were learning true chi and feiqing, had personally written a few lines of words in history that could never be erased. In this simple story, there was the former great teacher's inconceivable journey into space, the integration and separation of races, the friendly teaching and ruthless betrayal, and the great psychological struggle and painful torment of races. There was also blood. This is truly an extraordinary story. Sula knew that she had no reason to lie to him at this moment. Although there were still countless questions that had not been answered, just this information alone was enough to make him shocked again and again, perplexed again and again. Chapter 611. Decades ago, even in the last constitutional calendar, an ordinary private spaceship swayed alone through countless stars and dust, through the complex and dangerous space channel of the Night Scorpion Nebula, and mistakenly entered a completely unfamiliar galaxy. Somehow, it avoided the omnipresent, the glory of the Charter, and came to the Federation, which had been in peace for thousands of years. It was so quiet that it was about to decay. At that time, the Federation, the first generation of anti-government forces without any political program, had just taken shape in the Green Dragon Mountain. The leader of Nanshui had not been born yet, and he should not have been born yet. This group of workers who escaped from factories in the 4 states around the mountains only had wrenches and heavy loading machines in their hands, and other weapons in their hands. At that time, the Federation, the 7,000-year-old families gradually hid their huge bodies behind the scenes of the historical truth. The government and the management committee became stronger and stronger, and the strength of the federal military was as scattered and weak as it had been in the past tens of thousands of years. Because there was no enemy, the West Mountain compound was a forgotten corner of the people. At that time, the Federation was a peaceful society. People enthusiastically praised the countless different styles of Master Schiller's plays, and were content to find excitement from those bizarre and strange stories to pass the time of their stagnant lives. At the same time, they also balanced the boredom caused by years of eating synthetic protein meat. At that time, in the Federation, the Zhong family controlled the 4th military region in the West Woods, carefully keeping a distance from the Federation government. In the more distant East Woods region, the lack of crystal resources forced the enterprises under the Tai family to increase the speed of excavation in the deep crust of the earth. From time to time, uncontrollable mining accidents accompanied by small earthquakes occurred in this troubled land. A spaceship from the Empire quietly landed in such a federation. The young man walked out of the spaceship curiously and excitedly looked at everything new around him. There was a small device in his jacket pocket that kept emitting faint blue light. The young man from the Empire hid his identity, avoiding the glory of the Charter and wandering or traveling in the Federation. No one knew where he went and how long he stayed. They could only guess that at some point in time, he saw 2 young boys under the reflection of the snow mountain in a place called Feiqing, a place that had now been designated as a forbidden area by the Federation government. The 2 boys' surnames were Li. The young man from the Empire was pleasantly surprised to find that the 2 boys could actually sense qi. For some reason that no one knew, he chose to stay in a foreign and incomprehensible city to personally educate the 2 boys. Many years later, the young man from the Empire became a middle-aged man with a green beard. Homesick, he returned to his hometown. Many years later, the flames of war between the Federation and the Empire continued. After a night of painful psychological struggle, the 2 brothers chose a completely different direction in life. Because the way they treated war and the way they treated their teacher was completely different from the way they treated betrayal of kindness, These two equally brilliant and moving brothers had an intense quarrel and even a fight. Their palms fell down, their teeth bit their tongues, and they were shaken to the ground with blood. Ever since then, they had fallen out. The elder brother wiped away his pained expression and changed his name to join the military. He entered the 1st Military Region as a 17 mechanic. He wore a military uniform and piloted a mechanical suit, beginning a dazzling career as a military god. The younger brother wiped away his lonely expression and quietly disappeared into the sea of people. From then on, the Federation had one less mechanical genius, but the capital university had one more historical and political scientist. After a few years of blankness, the Federation Society had gained many more extraordinary characters. When the Federal Army entered the Empire's territory, a fierce battle broke out. Lipifu rushed thousands of miles. That black M37 mecha was on the verge of collapse. Like a bolt of lightning, it blasted into the depths of the Empire's military camp that was heavily protected by countless Empire's royal mecha, causing an explosion that changed the direction of the battle. The explosion stirred up a cloud of dust. The Emperor of the Empire fell to the ground with an expression of disbelief. Beside him, an old man looked at the approaching shadow of the mecha with a complicated and inexplicable gaze until it was reduced to ashes. This old man had once been young. He had once traveled the universe. He had once taught 2 little boys in a puzzling city in the Federation. Many years later, he had inexplicably died at the hands of one of the little boys. At that time, in the dimly lit cockpit of the mecha, what kind of expression would Li Pifu have on his face? After knowing this, what kind of expression would Feng Yu have on his face? After a few more years, Li Pifu, who had already become the Federation's military god, led the Federal Army in a large-scale attack on the Empire. However, because of that strange explosion, all of his previous efforts have been wasted. What did this have to do with Feng Yu's expression back then? Was this how the #1 wanted criminal of the Federation, the #1 traitor of the Empire, was trained? In the blood-red twilight, Su Lu, bound by restraints, narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. His face, full of red and swollen wounds, looked somewhat comical, but at this moment it was shrouded in a layer of seriousness and even solemnity. Ink painting needed to be left blank. Life also needed blank. Huai Chaosher had told an extremely simple story, but his mind automatically filled in the blanks left behind. Countless scenes flashed before his eyes like they were real. He was inexplicably shocked, and his heart was filled with endless emotions. What was history? This was true history. Those secret scrolls of the magnificent era gradually unfolded before his eyes. Moreover, these scrolls were also related to him. How could he not be moved? Under the twilight palace walls, there was a long silence. Huai Chaosher quietly looked at the luster on his face, experiencing the emotions in his heart at this moment. She suddenly felt a faint emotion in her heart. The great teacher, he must be an extraordinary person. A hoarse voice finally broke the silence on the palace walls. Sula narrowed his eyes and looked at the conspicuous white courtyard in the distant commoner district. Someone who could enter the Federation alone and avoid the glory of the Charter was obviously not simple. What was even more frightening was that he was actually able to teach Li Pifu and Uncle Feng Yu, these 2 terrifying powerhouses. Huai Chaosher didn't answer with her hands behind her back. In the eyes of the Empire's royal family, those fellows from the Great Teacher Fan Manor never needed to be suspected. But I still have a question. There is no way to find the answer from this story. Sulu turned his head with difficulty and asked in a hoarse voice, "Why does your father hate Nasri so much?" Huai Chaosher slowly closed her slightly narrowed eyes. In the gradually cooling night wind, she pondered for a long time. She thought about the anger her father had when he launched the attack on the West Woods, the anger today, that Federation national girl, and the metal bracelet on her wrist. I don't know. She paused for a moment and suddenly said, "The Empire's royal family has been connected by marriage with the Great Teacher Fan Manor for generations. My mother is the youngest daughter of the former Great Teacher Fan, but I heard that she died many years ago." Vaguely, Sulu always felt that Huai Caoshi's words revealed a trace of quiet emotion, as if she wanted to say something but couldn't say it. The setting sun in the distance fell a little lower, but the sunset in the sky was a little thicker. The twilight on the palace walls was even thicker. He looked at Huai Caoshi's pair of black eyebrows that were about to completely burn on her delicate face and said, "Thank you for telling me this before I die. Yes, and thank you for telling me those secrets on the spaceship, although it seems that I can't win this bet." Thinking of the bet with Sulu without words, Huai Caoshi's eyebrows raised slightly, and she smiled but didn't say anything. When it was time to say goodbye to each other, the two of them were the best of the younger generation in the Federation and the Imperium. They were destined to be enemies who could not live under the same sky, but they had fought together, escaped together, and talked to each other. "After you die, I might be even lonelier. This is indeed a regret." Huai Caoshi narrowed her eyes and said calmly, "You won't be lonely for too long." Sulu understood what she meant. He also narrowed his eyes and looked at the sunset on the horizon. He said with a difficult smile, "In the future, you will meet a guy called Li Feng. He's younger than you and me, but when it comes to mecha combat, he's actually stronger than me. The legendary madman Li? With your endorsement, I don't think I'll be too disappointed." Huai Caoshi said expressionlessly, "But I regret that I can't fight with you. After you die, it'll probably be difficult to find another partner in this universe who can fight with me. Yes, the feeling of fighting side by side with Sang Shuhai is really not bad." Sulu paused for a moment and then smiled. "But the question is, if we work together, who has the right to be our enemy? No one. Humanity has never encountered a truly hostile intelligent species in the universe." Huai Caoshi suddenly raised a hand behind her back and stretched lazily in the twilight. She said calmly, "So we can only fight with ourselves. We're all humans. Both sides know this very well. But neither side will admit it unless one side completely defeats the other. Why bother?" Sulu shook his head. "Our generation probably doesn't have the wisdom to solve this problem. Let's leave it to future generations." Huai Caoshi also shook her head. The twilight was as red as blood. Huai Caoshi looked at his tragic face and nodded slightly. "Goodbye. I understand. This means we'll meet again in the next life." Sulu smiled and nodded. Huai Caoshi stood on the wall and watched the back of that figure being escorted away by the Empire soldiers. Her brows slowly furrowed. This fellow, who clearly knew he was going to die, did not have the slightest trace of madness. He was actually so curious about the past. After knowing the answer, he was so satisfied and smiled so sincerely. Unless one had a pure heart that had been washed by the clear spring of the snowy mountains for 1,000 years, who else could do this? Watching that figure disappear into the twilight, she suddenly thought of the words engraved on the stone wall of Great Master Fan's manor. The future of those with pure hearts is boundless. She had spent her childhood and the first few years of her adolescence in Great Master Fan's manor. She had never liked these words with a sour and literary tone. She had silently cursed them countless times, but today she suddenly felt that these words were somewhat reasonable. It was indeed easy for pure people to become strong. She stood in the night wind on the palace wall, silently thinking for a long time. Only when the twilight completely disappeared and the darkness enveloped the houses and the white courtyard did she slowly raise her head. At this moment, an imperial major ran over and heavily kneeled on the ground. With a trembling voice, he said, "Your Highness, he ran away." Chapter 612. In the instant that Huai Caoshi raised her head, she was lamenting over Su Li's death. In her noble and lonely life, there was one less opponent who was qualified to be her enemy. As a rare person with sufficient strength and qualifications to sigh so deeply that no one would feel disgust or ridicule, in an instant, this sigh of regret quickly transformed into a firm determination. The late emperor and the great teacher had both died at the hands of Li Pifu. My life's goal is to defeat Li Pifu. Even if he is old and bedridden, I must still defeat him. The night wind blew in her face. Just as she was filled with lofty aspirations, she saw the officer run over in a panic and fall to his knees. She heard the officer say in a trembling voice, "Your Highness," he ran away. Huai Chaoshi furrowed her brows and narrowed her eyes. Just like how Su Lu had doubted her hearing a few minutes ago, she also began to doubt her ears. Her Highness was naturally talking about her, but who was he? Who ran away? Her furrowed brows suddenly rose, and a trace of coldness appeared in her narrowed eyes. She had clearly confirmed that his meridians were all broken and his entire body was paralyzed. Today, he had been beaten to such a weak state by the Emperor. How could he run away under the escort of a group of fully armed soldiers? Huai Chaoshi walked down. Her military uniform was stiff and full of murderous intent. She slapped the officer heavily to the ground and scolded in a deep voice, "Useless thing." The officer struggled to stand up and once again lowered his head and knelt at her feet, not daring to make the slightest argument. Location. She quickly walked out of the palace and took the communication device from the hands of her subordinate. She knew that this news should have already reached her father's ears. Jingbo Lake, a spaceship has crashed. The escaping soldiers report that the prisoner is not in the cabin. The nearest guard battalion has already rushed over. The officer stood up and didn't even bother to pat the dust on his knees. He staggered behind her and reported in as concise and accurate a language as possible. Inform the Royal Transportation Department to close all docks and stations. Inform all district defense offices to turn on all chip scanning devices. Order the 2nd Royal Mecha Battalion to rush to Jingbo Lake as quickly as possible. Huai Chaoshi walked forward quickly. Using the equipment in her hands, she issued her orders to all the important departments on Tianjing planet. Her expression was unusually cold. She did not know why Su Lu suddenly had the ability to move, nor did she understand why the bomb on his shoulder did not explode. A faint worry surfaced in her heart. After a moment, she regained her composure. Thinking of the chip behind that guy's neck, she took a deep breath and said expressionlessly, "Send out all the ground troops in the Weishu district. I don't want to miss anything within a 40-square-kilometer radius of Jingbo Lake. The focus of the search is the forest in the south. Advance in echelons and kill them all." The chips on the back of the Federation people's necks were like lights in the dark night. The buildings in the Empire District were densely packed with chip pulse monitoring devices to guard against Federation spies. Under such circumstances, if Su Lu wanted to escape, the only way was to leave the city and enter the deep mountains and forests that a few minutes ago. The 4 jets at the belly of the near-surface spaceship developed by the Empire continuously spat out high-pressure air, driving the spaceship away from the setting sun quickly and steadily. It brushed past the tall, ancient triangular maple trees and flew towards its destination in the south of Tianjing planet's capital. The bright yellow and red leaves retreated quickly outside the window, blending into the last of the blood-red twilight and returning to darkness. Su Lu, who was completely bound, sat quietly in the middle cabin near the cockpit. He looked at the beautiful scenery on the ground through the glass window in silence. No one knew what he was thinking about. The Empire soldiers in charge of escorting him knew that this Federation captive was about to be executed, so they did not care about his silence at this moment. Although they knew that this person was completely paralyzed, the soldiers still strictly followed the safety regulations. For elite Special Forces soldiers stared at him from all 4 directions. There were no guns around them. At the front and back of the long and narrow cabin were dozens of fully armed soldiers. Even if the completely paralyzed Su Lu suddenly went on a killing spree, he would not be able to grab a weapon and would immediately be turned into a pile of meat paste by the dense rain of bullets. The spaceship vibrated slightly as it flew silently. The night outside the window grew darker and darker, especially when the horizon in the distance was already as dark as ink. Only the lake still shone like a beautiful gem. Su Lu quietly looked at the lake that was getting closer and closer. When he came, he had specially paid attention to this lake. He had calculated the difference between the spaceship and the lake, the speed of the spaceship, the reaction speed of the Empire soldiers, his own speed, and many, many other calculations. Calculating was for the sake of calculating, and risking his life was for the sake of survival. He would be executed in a moment. If he did not fight now, when would he? Thus, he narrowed his eyes and looked at the Empire soldier with a cold expression in front of him. He smiled and then lowered his head. The movement of lowering his head seemed ordinary and gentle, but just as his chin was about to touch his chest, he suddenly raised his head and pushed back. With a few shattering sounds, the restraint shattered. The back of Su Li's head smashed through the table and smashed into the forehead of the Empire soldier behind him. Almost at the same time, the bandages that tightly bound his body suddenly tightened. The hard synthetic fibers seemed to be affected by some kind of huge force and rapidly stretched as if they were about to break. Su Lu narrowed his swollen eyes and quickly lowered his head, slamming his head into the Empire soldier who was about to open his mouth and shout. Head to the left, head to the right. For dull and terrifying sounds of skulls shattering rang out. The 4 Empire Special Forces soldiers around him did not even have time to make a sound before their skulls shattered, and they slid to the ground limply. At this time, the restraints on Su Li's body finally broke. Countless snowflake-like fragments of the dense fiber bands sputtered like a huge snowball bursting open. Amidst the flying bandages, his body turned into a black shadow and pounced forward with a roar. His feet stepped on the cabin wall, leaving a faint footprint on the alloy wall. His right hand seemed to have casually swept, and the heavy metal chair that he had calculated beforehand was in his hand. With a shake of his right arm, the scorching power that was wandering all over his body suddenly converged into an extremely powerful force. Accompanied by a violent roar, he threw the metal chair in his hand over. His speed was already extremely fast. This throw that contained the power he had been hiding for many days turned the metal chair into a stream of metal light. It cut through the air with a shrill sound and rushed forward at high speed, smashing into the group of armed soldiers. Countless pieces of flesh and blood burst out. The power was comparable to that of a cannonball. The distance of 7 meters was covered in an instant. With a loud bang, the heavy metal chair smashed into the cockpit door, creating a cloud of smoke and dust. Su Lu followed closely behind and ruthlessly kicked down. Because he used too much strength, the wound on his face at this moment burst open a little. Drops of blood splashed out. His facial features were extremely ruthless and looked extremely terrifying. In the end, the Empire soldiers responsible for guarding him were too relaxed. No one would have thought that a person who was judged by His Highness to be completely paralyzed could actually go on a rampage and kill people. He clearly looked very weak before, but once he went on a rampage, he was like a crazy tiger. It was not until Su Lu violently blasted open a bloody path with the chair and kicked open the cockpit that the Empire soldiers in the spaceship finally reacted and raised the guns in their hands. It had to be admitted that the reaction of the Empire soldiers at this moment perfectly displayed excellent military training and terrifying discipline. Seeing that the target was about to enter the cockpit, all the Empire soldiers who raised their guns did not seem to have considered the consequences of firing in the spaceship that would cause everyone to die together. They pulled the trigger without hesitation. Pooh, 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 pooh. Some of the bullets penetrated the alloy walls, while others bounced off and poured into the narrow cockpit like a torrential rain. Even though they knew that they would die, they still had to open fire because Su Lu had already entered the cockpit. They could not give him any chance to control the spaceship to force a landing. Su Lu never had the extravagant hope of being able to steal a spaceship and escape in front of a group of elite Empire soldiers. From the very beginning of the plan, his goal was very simple. It was not to steal the spaceship, but to destroy it. He slashed the pilot who was taking out his pistol with one hand, smashed the autopilot with one elbow, and stepped on the bottom of the control stick with one foot. Under the high-speed rain of bullets, he completed these 3 actions with lightning speed. He immediately shrunk his body under the seat and firmly pressed his left foot down. After the control stick was stepped onto the bottom, the 4 jets on the abdomen of the spaceship instantly adjusted their postures, and the power was increased to the maximum. The spaceship shook violently, and its head fiercely accelerated downward. The violent shaking and the sudden dive caused most of the bullets fired by the Empire soldiers behind the cabin to hit the top. The sharp bullets easily penetrated the cabin walls, revealing countless small holes, like the stars in the night sky, like sesame seeds on a sesame seed cake. The subsequent development was completely in line with Sue Lee's calculations. The high-speed diving spaceship tore through the tall maple trees by the lakeside, and after two seconds, it resolutely rushed into the clear and open lake. The near-surface spaceship did not fly high, so the time between Sue Lee's violent jump and falling into the lake was extremely short. However, when a heavy spaceship suddenly collided with the cold lake water, it still caused a huge water column and a terrifying loud noise. Diving into the lake at such a high speed, there was not much difference between the soft water surface and the hard concrete floor. The heavy alloy hull let out a sorrowful sound as it twisted and sank to the bottom of the lake along with the turbulent waves around it. The spaceship was destroyed. The Imperial soldiers in the cabin were sent flying in all directions by the tremendous impact before crashing heavily onto the ground. Some were unconscious, some were groaning in grievous wounds, and some were staring blankly at the lake water pouring in through the shattered windows. An officer's eyes were full of despair. He used the last of his strength to press the electronic bomb button at his waist, but there was no explosion as he expected in the cockpit. The lake water instantly submerged his body, washing away the blood he spat out. There was no one in the cockpit. People were dead. Sula began to flee. Chapter 613. Like an arrow and a fish, a human figure drew a white line and plunged into the depths of the cold, dark lake. The tremendous force from the crashed spaceship was clearly reflected in this straight line. A few bubbles overflowed from the top of the figure did not have time to float before they were crushed by the fierce, invisible waves. At this time, it was already late at night. The autumn lake water was bone-chillingly cold, hitting one's face painfully. The medical glue was diluted, and there were traces of blood seeping out. However, like those bubbles, they quickly merged into the lake water, and no traces could be found. The tremendous pressure from all directions invaded him, but Sue Lee's miserable face did not show any reaction. He was very used to this environment. After sinking and suffocating in the hundreds of millions of tons of lake water on the Red Rose countless times, he was no longer afraid of water, only a sense of closeness with peace. He struggled to open his swollen eyes and swam to the bottom of the lake, holding the box he picked up from somewhere. He did not move, but his waist occasionally swayed like a fish, and his speed that was just slowed down by the lake water would increase again. When he touched a big rock at the bottom of the lake, he closed his lips and slowly adjusted his posture. He put his obviously stiff left leg into the crack of the rock and wedged his body so that he would not float up. Then he quickly opened the toolbox in his hand and took out a small device. He slowly turned his head and looked at the electrically controlled bomb ring in the bloody hole on his left shoulder. The high-speed rotating probe did not make any buzzing sound at the bottom of the lake, only a few beautiful water swirls. 10 seconds, 20 seconds. Sula looked up and squinted at the lake. He could vaguely see lights flashing and the huge spiral arms of helicopters dancing. The people of the Empire came quickly, faster than he thought. After the 4-cylinder floating spaceship crashed, the follow-up military aircraft in charge of escorting it did not land to rescue their colleagues. Instead, they directly began to search the lake, preventing him from escaping at the first moment. Then, more soldiers of the Empire came. He watched in silence for a moment, then lowered his head and continued his work. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes for minutes. In the depths of the lake, where there was no oxygen, he had forgotten to breathe. Faint wisps of blood seeped out of the wounds on his face and nostrils, rising slowly like red smoke. The scorching energy inside his body roamed freely like the bloody mist. It entered every cell of his body, nourished his lungs, refreshed his mind, and ensured his survival. A red light suddenly flashed on the electrical control strap on the wound on his left shoulder. Under normal circumstances, when the light of this color flashed, the plastic explosives locked in the alloy balls would directly blow his upper body into pieces. His injured and swollen eyelids had turned white from being soaked in the lake water. Sulu closed his mouth tightly and continued to operate with his head lowered. He did not even blink. In fact, from the moment the spaceship crashed into the lake, the electronically controlled bombs on his shoulders had flashed red many times. Miraculously, there was no explosion. His mutilated and ugly corpse did not float up from the tranquil lake surrounded by the towering, triangular maple forest, nor did a fish flip up its belly. The lake water in the depths of the lake slowly brushed against his black hair, like a clump of vigorous aquatic plants. He narrowed his eyes, silently and steadily disarming the bombs. From the moment he formulated this escape plan, the first thing he had to ensure was that the 2 bombs on his shoulders would not explode, and he had done it. Many days ago, lying in the intensive care ward of the Empire's 2nd Royal Hospital, his right index finger moved slightly under the clean white sheets. More than 10 days ago, the young nurse in charge of taking care of him lost a mobile phone. The corner of the bed was missing an inconspicuous metal screw and 2 even more inconspicuous steel wires. During those days and nights, he was like a real paralyzed patient, staring blankly at the snow-white ceiling above his head, the clean white sheets covering his thin body. None of the citizens of the Imperium could have imagined that, under the white bedsheet, his body could already move, but he did not. Instead, he turned the metal screws, wires, and mobile phones that had been dismantled into countless parts into slow-moving tools with his 5 fingers that were as nimble as a mechanic's genius. Disarming the sensitive electronically controlled bombs required very professional equipment. Even if the electronically controlled bombs could not receive signals, extremely precise tools were also required. However, for this Federation mechanic named Sulu, a phone, a metal screw, and a few steel wires were enough. There was still no sound from the depths of the lake. Sulu lowered his head to look at the electronically controlled bombs that were slowly peeling off from his shoulders. However, an extremely clear and pleasant click sounded in his heart. A hint of joy and relaxation flashed through his swollen eyes. After he was captured on the Red Rose, the electronically controlled bombs were bloodily tied to his shoulders. Even when he fought side by side with Huai Chaoshi in the Mulberry Sea, that Highness had never intended to remove them for him, because the Empire could not underestimate his ability. Once the burden of a serious threat to his life was removed, the mental pressure also disappeared. Sulu suddenly felt that his body was a lot lighter. He could not help but grin. However, his cheeks were full of red and swollen scars, and his white teeth had an unhealthy blood-red color. This smile could not help but be a bit strange. Still smiling happily, he reached out his hand and waved in the lake. He summoned a handful of lake water and splashed it on his face symbolically. He lightly stepped on the giant rock at the bottom of the lake, swayed his waist, and quietly swam to the surface of the lake like a big fish. He did not know how long he had held his breath at the bottom of the lake. Right now, he seemed to be able to survive without breathing for a short period of time. What was the difference between him and a fish? There was a bright light flashing on the surface of the lake. There was a faint vibration that went deep into the lake. The water waves refracted and reflected the light, turning into a strange mirror. He swam to this mirror. The spaceship crashed. The fugitive was a fugitive. Her Highness was furious. The Empire's troops around the capital of Tianjing planet moved at the fastest speed possible. In an extremely short period of time, thousands of soldiers firmly surrounded the lake. The high-powered searchlights were all turned on, illuminating the dark forest and lake as if it was daytime. Dozens of the Empire's latest model wolf Fong Mecha walked with heavy mechanical steps, closely patrolling the wetland by the lake. From time to time, huge maple trees would be knocked down, causing red leaves to fall all over the sky and startling countless nightbirds. On the surface of the lake, there were more than a dozen helicopters circling around. The strong wind of the spiral arms caused the lake water to splatter in all directions, as if a monster was about to drill out. Huai Chaoshi was personally on her way here. No matter how one looked at it, the Empire would definitely not allow Su Lu to truly escape. Moreover, he now knew even more secrets because of that ruthless and boring gambling game with Huai Chaoshi. Moreover, in the eyes of the Empire's emperor, his past was enough reason for him to die 800 times. On the western shore of the lake, in the low-lying water plants near the shadow of the forest, Su Lu slowly poked out half of his head. The lake water and sand silently slid down his face. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the bright, white lake surface. Looking at the light beams in the forest around the lake, he could not suppress his shock. The Empire's people really thought too highly of him. They actually set up such a large formation. Mournful dog barks came from several hundred meters away. Even closer to him was a military vehicle with an instrument's wave-receiving screen facing the lake water and slowly scanning. Su Li's pupils constricted. Without hesitation, he lowered his head and once again dove into the depths of the lake. The other party had actually mobilized military dogs and life detectors at the same time in such a short amount of time. Other than diving into the depths of the lake, there was nothing else he could do. Once he entered the depths of the lake, he was a fish that happily swam around. He was confident that the Empire's people would definitely not be able to find him. However, just as he began to dive, before he had time to happily swim, the movement on the lake's surface and the waves stirred up by the fierce wind attracted his attention. Looking at that enormous floating transport aircraft and the submarine hanging below it, Su Lu was tongue-tied. He was stunned speechless. Even a submarine was transported over. Huai Chaoshi, you really are ruthless. Su Lu silently praised in his heart. His body turned, and his legs quickly bounced as he swam toward the dark and safe depths of the lake in the instant he emerged from the surface of the lake, Su Lu saw many details. He saw the other party's valiant determination, saw the north and south he wanted to see, and saw the things he didn't want to see. Continuing to hide at the bottom of the lake wasn't a solution. Based on the Empire's people's crazy search, even if their target was a small river crab in a boulder at the bottom of the lake, it would still be easily dug out. He had to leave this lake as quickly as possible. The north side of the lake passed through a green park and was connected to planet Tianjing's capital city. In that heavily guarded capital city, every street, every apartment, and even every toilet had microchip monitoring devices specially designed to deal with Federation spies. The Federation's people entering that area was purely courting death. The south side of the lake was a lush red maple forest. This maple forest was artificially planted in the beginning. Under the deliberate protection of the Empire's royal family, under the long years of protection, it gradually became the rarest primeval forest on this planet. There were large trees and leaves that were large enough to cover one's body, and the difficult terrain that was most advantageous for escaping. Most importantly, there weren't many microchip monitoring devices in the primeval forest. The north side was dangerous. It was like a giant beast that had been silent for thousands of years. It was an ancient tomb full of traps, ready to swallow anyone who entered by mistake at any time. It wouldn't even spit out their bones. The south side was enticement. It was like a piece of white paper that anyone could paint on. A naked virgin attracted people to bravely move forward, using their own adventurous footprints to paint a beautiful picture. No matter from which perspective one looked at it from, Su Lu should choose to escape to the south. This had nothing to do with the inertia of his thinking. The objective environment of planet Tianjing determined that this was his only choice. The problem is that the Empire's people think this way, and so does Huai Chaoshi. Su Lu narrowed his eyes as he waved the ice-cold lake water. He silently swam towards the shore in the north. After an unknown amount of time, he unsurprisingly found the exit of the underground waterway at the bottom of the lake. A sincere smile once again appeared on his miserable face. Chapter 614. Where there was a city, there would be a lot of people. Where there were a lot of people, there would be a lot of garbage and wastewater. Regardless of whether it was treated or not, the filthy liquid mixed with vegetable leaves, watermelon peels, and feces had to be discharged. Due to the importance of sewers to human life, Many historians had always insisted that a perfect underground drainage system was one of the most important inventions in human history. The quality of a city's drainage system directly reflected the level of the city's social civilization. As the largest city in the left sky starfield, Tianjin, planet's capital city, undoubtedly had the most developed drainage system in the empire. Thousands of square kilometers of the city's concrete underground, complex sewer pipes extended like a spider web. Some of the sewers could only allow hungry rats to crawl through, while most of the main sewers were built to be incomparably huge, so much so that it felt like they could accommodate battleships in space. Su Lu crawled for a long distance in the pitch-black sewers, then walked silently for a while. Looking at the huge sewer system in front of him, he couldn't help but shake his head. The cheerful song of optimism in his heart also temporarily stopped. He was like a fish swimming freely in the water. After climbing out of Maple Lake, fatigue and pain quickly invaded his body along with the dry air. The large amount of blood loss caused by the cruel whip made his body extremely weak. What was even more frightening was that at the moment when the spaceship fell into the lake, his left leg that was supporting the front desk of the cockpit had suffered too much force. Even though the magical burning power in his body had been completely unleashed, his leg and knee were still severely injured. There were signs of fractures. Another problem was that he didn't know where to go. In the 3-story underground space in front of him, there were more than 10 holes. Some of the holes were pitch black, while some of the holes were faintly lit. No one knew which sewer would lead to which part of the city, or would it circle back to the heavily surrounded lake. The drainage system of Tianjin, planet's capital city, was first designed thousands of years ago. Countless generations of administrators had continuously modified it, and half of the city's underground space had been hollowed out. The cobweb-like pipes were terrifyingly complex. Even if the engineers of the Empire's city management department came here with all the historical drawings, it was very likely that they would be trapped in a maze, unable to leave, and could only starve to death. Not to mention a foreigner like him who didn't have any maps. He looked around at a loss. The 5th cup of wine. The youth is about to fly, passing through the layers of forests. This young master is drinking so beautifully. After pondering in silence for a long time, he took out a water bag made of leaves and grass from the edge of his underwear and greedily drank the 5th mouthful of water. Then he grinned and took a deep breath, as if he had drunk a mouthful of extremely strong wine. He took a few quick breaths to calm down the suffocating feeling in his chest and abdomen. His thin gray lips opened and closed silently, and he began to sing the familiar, sad melody again. The peaceful smile on his face was still there, and he actually sang a lot of happy feelings. The cold underground buildings around him and the imperial food bags and the sewage all carried the smell of hostility. In this lake, this forest, this city, this planet, and this universe, he could not get any help. He could only fight alone, a lonely and dangerous battle. He never knew where he would step next. If he did not have the heart to turn water into wine and sing sad songs into war songs, he would always fall into despair. But he was Su Lu, so he did not despair. After a short rest, he exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and moved his legs with difficulty, walking toward the complicated underground sewer in front of him. Since he did not know where to go, he just randomly picked a passage. Because a fugitive always had to go forward, and walking was the foundation of all behavior, in 01 in the Empire thought that he dared to escape to the city through the underground sewer, and Huai Chaosher did not think that either. So most of the troops chasing him were basically concentrated on the south side of Feng Lake. He quietly walked in the underground sewer for a long time, but he did not meet a single soldier of the Empire. Until now, like a wildcat wandering in the night, he quietly climbed up the rusty stairs to the platform in the sewer that was as high as 2 people and then stopped. In the dim light on the ground in front of him, there were a few dark figures. He could clearly see that these people were holding guns in their hands, and he could clearly hear them talking in a low voice in the Empire language with a dialect. The Empire's troops mainly focused on the forest on the south side of the lake, but they still sent people to control a few transit passages in the underground sewer. Obviously, both Her Majesty and Huai Chaosher felt endless anger toward his successful escape and did not want to leave any gap for him to fly out. It was very strange that the air in the underground sewer was very dry with the sound of water splashing. Su Lu stood in the corner and silently listened to the subtle sounds in front of him. He pursed his dry lips and slowly took off the leaf bag tied to his underwear. He squatted down and put it by his feet without making any sound. After falling into the lake, except for the very comfortable cotton underwear, Su Lu did not have a single piece of clothing on his body. The clear lines of muscles on his naked and thin body quietly hid under his skin. As he squatted, the lines slowly appeared, as if they were accumulating strength. A dry wind blew in the dark sewer. Su was like a hunting cheetah. Along with the wind, he was faster than the wind. He quietly bounced up and pounced toward the front left. His bare right foot continuously stepped on the dry ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His body seemed to have turned into a light smoke as he quickly killed his way to the front of the three dumbfounded Empire soldiers. These Empire soldiers who were responsible for guarding the entrance to sewer number 45 thought that it was just a very ordinary duty. They did not expect that the fugitive from the Federation would be so bold as to choose to sneak into the underground sewer. They also did not expect that the fugitive would dare to attack them with his bare hands. One of the Empire soldiers reacted extremely quickly. He raised his gun and aimed at the figure, preparing to pull the trigger. However, in the next moment, he discovered in despair that his right index finger could not pull the trigger at all. This was because Su Li's hand had already arrived first. With a crisp crack, Su Li's right hand bizarrely bounced out from under his left elbow with a whoosh. It ruthlessly smashed into the elbow of the Empire soldier who was holding the gun. The ruthless blow was directed against the joint, instantly shattering this person's elbow. Almost at the same time, his left hand quickly bounced out and pierced this person's throat like a bolt of lightning. Then his left hand bounced back at even faster speed. He did not even look at this Empire soldier who was helplessly clutching his throat. His 5 fingers spread out, and with his shoulder as the axis, he violently slapped down at another Empire soldier with incomparable ferocity. The second Empire soldier did not have time to shoot. He only had time to subconsciously block in front of him with his gun, blocking that incomparably violent palm. The palm wind howled fiercely. Su Li's eyes narrowed slightly. His face was expressionless as he unreasonably slapped down. Together with that ice-cold gun, he slapped down on the second Empire soldier's face. A terrifying muffled sound rang out. The face of the Imperial soldier was like soft cream, with a bloody gunshot mark and a palm print added to it. He didn't even make a sound before he fell stiffly to the ground. There was still one last Empire soldier. Su Li's right leg kicked forward, his right elbow raised diagonally, and struck viciously toward that person's eyebrows. This was the most commonly used move among the 10 powerful melee techniques that were deeply ingrained in his bones. However, to his surprise, this elbow was actually blocked by that Empire soldier. Su Li's eyes suddenly lit up. Without hesitation, his right leg went forward again, his left hand pulled back, and his fingertips went straight for the other party's throat. He flicked his finger, twisted his wrist, swung his elbow, and pushed his knee. The other party moved his finger, twisted his wrist, chopped his elbow, and kicked his leg. Bam, 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 bam. A series of dense sounds of flesh colliding rang out in the quiet underground sewer, producing strange echoes. In the gloomy underground sewer, it was almost impossible to see the two fiercely fighting figures clearly. The two parties in the battle had no time to think, no time to make a judgment. They could only rely on their battle instincts that had been honed for countless years to carry out absolute melee combat. At this moment, Su Lu vividly displayed the 10 stances that he had learned since he was a teenager. His eyes grew brighter and brighter, but he could not see that Empire soldier's face clearly. He only knew that the other party could not make any sound for help under his suppression. Two pairs of tough hands finally clashed together like two weapons from the cold weapon era, unable to be separated like cast iron. Every finger of both parties tightly clawed at the other party's wrist, blood spurting out. Without any warning, Su Li's injured left leg that had been dragging behind suddenly bounced up and violently struck the Empire soldier's ribs. With a muffled grunt, Su Li did not give the other party any chance to counterattack. Using the force of this kick, he bounced up. His hands are still firmly holding onto the other party's wrist. His right knee kicked out again, right in the middle of that person's chest. That extremely powerful Empire soldier finally could not resist this sharp chain of attacks. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell into the dirty water below, creating a splash. He either fainted or died with the waves. The heavily injured left leg landed on the ground with a sharp pain. Su Li's face suddenly paled. He staggered back a few steps, but he tightly pursed his lips and did not make any sound. After a few hurried breaths, he looked with a trace of lingering fear at the sewer below that had already calmed down. He then looked at his bleeding wrist. How could there be such a strong person among ordinary Empire soldiers? The details of the dangerous battle quickly flashed in his mind. Su Li's expression suddenly became a little strange. He always felt that there was a very strange atmosphere before, but the real reason for this atmosphere could not be grasped. He only remembered that when both parties were holding hands, his fingertips seemed to have touched an extremely hard thing. Was it a watch or a bracelet? He lowered his head and looked at his left wrist. The ordinary-looking metal bracelet was now covered in blood and looked extremely hideous. Subconsciously, a trace of expectation and doubt appeared on his face. His fingertips gently rubbed the edge of the bracelet. Chapter 615. Su Li's breathing became heavy, not because of his injuries, but because of the faint light emitted by the bracelet on his wrist. The surface of the bracelet flowed like mercury, and light suddenly shot out from within, condensing in the air not far in front of him. The starry dots converged into lines, and the lines converged into a structure. The structure glowed with a beautiful starry sky, and it clearly displayed a map. The several rough passages on the complicated map accurately matched the complex underground waterway in front of him. The map of the Federation's major secret prisons was hidden in the bracelet left by the uncle. This was confirmed a long time ago, and there were also some drawings in the bracelet that he didn't know where they were from. Only now did he confirm them. It was actually a top-secret map of the Empire's capital city of Tianjing. Phone, you must have been to the Empire before. From the Emperor's anger and the story told by Huai Chaoshi, this could be confirmed. However, the fact that such a treasure was hidden in the bracelet was still beyond Su Li's imagination. Since he had already encountered the enemy, the Empire should soon discover his whereabouts. Although he was shocked, he didn't have time to digest this emotion. Using his superhuman mental control, he calmed his rapid breathing, raised his black eyebrows slightly, and stripped off the Empire's military uniform and boots as quickly as possible. At the same time, he picked up the gun and the Empire's internal communication system. At this moment, he didn't need to force himself to be optimistic and sing the sad song of 27 glasses of wine in a half-crazy state. Wearing the ill-fitting military boots, he looked at the three-dimensional map in the air in front of him and walked in the direction indicated by the map without thinking. He gasped in his heart and made hissing sounds. The dark underground waterway instantly swallowed his figure, and only the faint light on his wrist flickered like a firefly. But it was exceptionally quiet. Breathing heavily, he opened the bracelet with his fingers. There were maps of the Federation's major prisons inside, and there were also maps that he didn't know what they were. Looking at the whole, he put them together and walked in. He was so shocked that he stopped singing. Wearing the ill-fitting shoes, he gasped all the way and walked into the dark tunnel. Hiss, 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 hiss that a convoy of armored vehicles and bulletproof heavy vehicles sped along the empty streets of the capital city. Due to the sudden incident, the entire city entered a state of emergency. The order of curfew was issued to every family. The nervous military police spread out like hunters at every corner of the city. No civilians dare to walk on the streets. All the streets and alleys were dead silent. This group of carriages tore through the thick darkness of the night and headed south. In this kind of night, the streets were like ghosts, causing people to feel fear in their hearts. Your Highness, orbital conversion number 7 is already in place. As long as the search team comes into contact with a target, we can immediately pinpoint its exact location. Jesse, the head of the Imperial Military Tactical Warfare Bureau, frowned as he spoke to his subordinates in a low voice. He raised his head to look at the young officer in the back and said in a deep voice, "The dense formation is ready to launch. As long as the precise positioning is successful, a dense bombardment will definitely destroy the target." Huai Chaoshi calmly moved her eyes away from the light screen in front of her. She glanced at the hardline subordinate who came from the military and coldly shook her head, rejecting this proposal. For some reason, she, who was angered by Su Li's bizarre escape, didn't choose to take the faster fighter to the Maple Lake area. Instead, she chose to go south by car. "Your Highness, I admit that the political situation is indeed not stable right now. The remnants of the rebellion of the nobles haven't been dealt with yet. At this time, it is indeed difficult to explain a big explosion in the suburbs of the capital city." Director Jesse tried to persuade her, but this person from the Federation is the murderer of County King Carlton and Prince Doring. His Majesty is very angry. Those nobles of the Senate who went to see him in the hospital. He looked at Huai Chaoshi hesitantly and said in a low voice, "A lot of people know that he was captured by you, but they also know the things that happened on Libenstar. If we can't get rid of him as soon as possible, I'm afraid there will be some unfavorable rumors about you." Huai Chaoshi looked at him and narrowed her eyes. Director Jesse suddenly felt that the temperature in the car dropped a lot. It was a bit cold and piercing to the bone. He hesitantly closed his mouth. "I know better than anyone how dangerous this person from the Federation is. His death is also very important to stabilize the mood of the nobles. If it is necessary, I am even willing to throw all the high-energy bombs stored by the military in a Maple Lake and blow up that big lake into a scorched pit." Huai Chaoshi looked at her most loyal subordinate indifferently. She didn't get angry. She slowly said, "But I don't think that the troops by the lake can accurately pinpoint his location in such a short time." Director Jesse frowned. Although he was incomparably respectful of Her Highness in front of him, Her Highness' words were equivalent to not trusting the ability of the Empire soldiers. He faintly expressed admiration for that fugitive from the Federation. He couldn't help but say, "That's impossible. Although the terrain of the South Coast Forest is complicated, I've already sent over 10,000 troops and several dozen Wolfang machines. Even if they can't kill him, finding him shouldn't be a problem." Huai Chaoshi raised her head and looked at the night sky outside the car window. She didn't answer her subordinate's question and asked, "Has there ever been a Federation person in history that could survive for an hour on Tianjing planet?" "No." Director Jesse's answer was very resolute and decisive. "So don't be too nervous. Once a person is chained, no matter how strong they are, they can only become a dog tied to a wooden stake. No matter how much they struggle, they can't run too far." Huai Chaoshi's gaze returned to the screen of light. She examined the situation map sent back from the surroundings of Maple Lake. A trace of a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. There was a trace of coldness in that smile. She silently thought of that fellow who was currently running for his life. "I'll let you bloom once more in the last moments of your life." The interior of the car once again sank into a deathly silence. After a long time, there was still silence. The search and capture team in front of Maple Lake still hadn't reported back with the latest situation. After Director Jesse contacted his subordinates again, his expression became even more unsightly. He hesitantly glanced at Her Highness, who seemed to be resting with her eyes closed, and said in a low voice, "We still haven't found the target. The majority of the South Bank's troops have been combed through. They haven't encountered any attacks. The detectors and submarines also haven't detected any abnormalities in the lake." Huai Chaoshi raised her head and narrowed her eyes. After a long period of silence, she suddenly opened her mouth and asked, "What's the situation in the north? Are there any movements in the underground tunnels?" Jesse was slightly startled. He thought to himself that although the plan had set up 3 interception lines in the North Bank, how could that fugitive from the Federation be so stupid as to walk into the city? According to your instructions, the microchip monitoring system in the underground tunnels has been completely activated at the first moment. It's just that there may be some small problems due to the equipment in a few nodes not being maintained for a long time. However, it won't affect the overall situation. Huai Chaoshi didn't say anything. She only narrowed her eyes even more, and her neat eyelashes flashed like sharp knives. Immediately after, bad news came. The troops in charge of searching for anyone in the underground tunnels were confirmed to have been attacked 3 times, and no one survived. Your Highness, I specifically moved Chi Dabin to the underground tunnels. In the end, even he was knocked down. Right now, we don't know if he's still alive. Jesse wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He didn't have time to express his shock. He quickly explained that he didn't underestimate Her Highness' initial order. Huai Chaoshi frowned. She knew that Chi Dabin was a powerful soldier from the Royal Special Forces. She didn't expect that even that person couldn't stop Su Lu. How can you move when you're supposed to be paralyzed? You've lost so much blood and suffered such heavy injuries. How can you still run so far away? You followed the underground tunnels to the capital. Don't you know that I can grab the leash behind your neck at any time? Looking at the night sky outside the window, Huai Chaoshi expressionlessly talked to the fugitive. Completely seal off the exit of the underground tunnels. Yes, Chief Jesse replied in a deep voice. Although he knew that it was impossible to completely seal off the complex and terrifying underground sewer system of the Tianjing planet, when he thought of the microchip on the back of the fugitive's neck and the monitoring devices all over the city, his confidence returned to him. The window rolled down, and the night wind blew in. There was a long period of silence, and there was no feedback. His confidence gradually collapsed. Jesse's face was filled with disbelief and nervousness. Huai Chaoshi narrowed her eyes and looked at the trees on the street that were swaying uneasily in the night wind. For the first time, she felt uneasy. Has there ever been a person from the Federation who could survive on Tianjing for an hour? She thought of the cold question she had asked earlier, and a bad omen suddenly appeared in her heart. Now, an hour had passed, and there was still no sign of Su Lu. Only then did she remember that she had forgotten something. Many years ago, that person from the Federation called Nasri had lived on Tianjing planet for a very long time, and had even lived there for a very long time that a burst of gunfire that was not beautiful was spat out. The muffled gunshot reverberated in the spacious and quiet underground tunnels for a long time before it slowly disappeared. In a dark corner, Su Lu held the standard gun of the Empire's military. He stared at the platform in the distance with a determined expression. After observing for a long time and confirming that the 6 soldiers from the Empire had all been killed by him, he started walking forward again. This was the 3rd batch of soldiers from the Empire that he had encountered during his escape in the underground tunnels. In a sudden exchange of gunfire, he used his eyesight that was much sharper than the average person's and the marksmanship that Bai Yulan had practiced to quickly eliminate the enemies. Old thing, even without your eyes, my marksmanship is still awesome. He dragged his injured leg and limped forward with difficulty. There was no expression on his tired face, but he was constantly cheering himself on in his heart. He had been on the run for more than an hour. He knew that even if the Empire had not discovered him yet, he would be exposed soon. More importantly, the closer he got to Tianjing along the underground tunnels, the more likely it was that he would encounter a chip monitoring device. It was time to take out the chip behind his neck. But he kept hesitating. Chapter 6:16. The sofa in the condominium in Wangdu was not too short. Su Lu liked to nestle on it and watch Channel 23 with snacks in his arms. This showed that his life was actually as warm and harmonious as many ordinary young people. However, many things that happened in the past few years were enough to prove that once he was forced into a corner by his environment or his own obsession, he would always squint his eyes and smash his way through with a straight face. He acted out the words decisive and ruthless in an exceptionally vivid manner. Removing the chip from the back of his neck and avoiding the surveillance of the Empire, he quietly entered the vast sea of people in the capital city. Using the prosperity of the common world to hide his tracks, he patiently waited for the Empire to reveal any gaps. He would find all possible ways to leave this planet, infiltrate the border star system, prepare to face the counterattack of the Federal forces, or directly pass through the passage of the Night Scorpion Nebula and return to his hometown. This was his initial escape plan. Once the plan was set, with his personality, he would resolutely carry it out without any hesitation. Therefore, today's hesitation was not because of the confusion of his identity as an artsy youth, or because his spirit was bleak after being severed from the past. It was because of a very simple reason. He was afraid of pain. To be more precise, he was afraid of fainting from the pain and becoming a pitiful unconscious prey under the iron hooves of the Empire's search and capture forces. In the autumn of the 65th year of the Constitutional Era, he began the first escape of his life, an escape that changed the trajectory of his life. At the beginning of that escape, he replaced the chip on the back of his neck. As a result, he was unconscious for an entire night in the green hills and autumn forest during the storm. Now, 5 years had passed in the blink of an eye, and he began to escape again. However, the pain that humans could not endure and could only passively resist by fainting was still fresh in his mind. He did not dare to forget it, and there was still lingering fear in his heart. If it was when he was in the Federation, he still dared to look for a secluded place to gamble. Now, countless Imperial soldiers were searching for him. Once he fainted from the pain, he would fall into the sea of death forever. Moving forward with difficulty in the underground sewers, with the help of the sewers map in his bracelet, he originally wanted to find a safe place to replace the chip on the back of his neck. However, he did not expect the Imperial armies to be so aggressive in their pursuit. There was no good opportunity at all. In the underground sewer that was as dark as the passage of time, he carried his gun and stepped on his military boots that were constantly wearing out. He looked at the map and moved forward in silence. However, the question kept echoing in his mind: to gamble or not to gamble? It took him a total of 3 minutes to come up with the answer. 300 meters away, in a dark corner without any light, Sulu took a deep breath as he looked at the iron gate of the outer passage in the distance. A fierce look flashed across his swollen and squinted eyes as his left hand, which was hanging by his waist, suddenly tightened. The metal wire in the bracelet slowly extended like a ghost and aimed at the bare skin behind his neck. The surroundings were pitch black, but the metal wire reflected the light from somewhere. The extremely thin and sharp metal wire swayed gently in his slightly trembling hand, as if it would snap with a crisp sound if it swayed a little more. Sulu took another deep breath and then closed his eyes. His left hand moved closer to the back of his neck again. When the metal wire was 3 centimeters away from the back of his neck, the sharp tip of the wire suddenly trembled strangely. It was like a hungry bee that suddenly smelled the scent of enchanting nectar. It quickly flapped its transparent wings excitedly. Tiny and invisible electric charges continuously condensed at the tip of the metal wire, and an extremely small electromagnetic field enveloped the area behind his neck. A small bump slowly appeared on his bare skin. Suli's face was expressionless, and his eyes were tightly closed. He could feel the strange feeling behind his neck, but he did not have any reaction. Although the last time he replaced the chip was 5 years ago, he remembered every detail very clearly. The sewage under the underground platform slowly flowed, and the dry air was full of the smell of decay. Suddenly, the tip of the metal wire extended automatically and accurately pierced the bump on the back of his neck. Then it kept vibrating and probing into the cervical vertebrae. The intense pain went along the nerve bundles in the cervical vertebrae and fiercely blasted into the brain. Suli's half-kneeling body suddenly stiffened. His tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and his face twisted in pain. The burning heat and the endless pain in his body intertwined, and it seemed that he was about to burn into ashes that a few minutes later, a trembling figure stretched out his right hand with difficulty and touched the heavy iron door. He walked out of the underground sewer and climbed up the old-style stairs to the surface. When he climbed out of the ground, he half-crouched in a bush to rest for a while. Then the figure painfully struggled to stand up again and continued to move forward. He looked like a dying, seriously ill patient who could fall to the ground and die at any time. Fortunately, he did not faint from the pain. Unfortunately, he needed to be awake to endure the increasingly intense pain. The joints where the chip was implanted in his cervical vertebrae were so painful that they were about to shatter, and his fingers were starting to feel numb. The night was dark, and there was not a single person on the streets in the southwest of Tianjin. Sulu, with a pale face, followed the green field by the street, moving his body that was constantly trembling because of the pain. His trembling body brushed against the bush, making a rustling sound. Fortunately, the night wind was strong, and the branches of the trees brushed against each other from time to time, covering the sound that could possibly expose his whereabouts. Because he did not faint, he could clearly feel the strange feeling and unbearable pain behind his neck more clearly than 5 years ago. He dragged his injured leg slowly in the grass, and his weak body that was about to be unable to support him anymore. He did not even notice that his teeth had bitten through his lips, and the small amount of blood that was originally not much dripped onto his military uniform. A person who was extremely sleepy would not be able to see the bed. A person who was extremely hungry would not be able to see the food, and a person who was in extreme pain would not be able to relax in the slightest. At this moment, Su Li's heart was filled with endless temptation. He wanted to collapse right here and now, so that he would never wake up again. He was not willing to endure this terrifying pain and torture. Other than the pain, there was also a strange feeling of emptiness. This time, he was not replacing the chip, but executing the program to remove it. Since he was born more than 20 years ago, this was the first time that there was no chip at the back of his neck. Although the people of the Federation could not feel the existence of the chip, their rationality told them that the chip was not there. That feeling was like one of their organs had suddenly disappeared, and it was inexplicable. The pain and emptiness of the frustration, the unknown danger ahead, and the desire to faint constantly assaulted him. Su Lu tightly pursed his lips, resisting with superhuman willpower. Perhaps it was because in the hospital, during the days when his entire body was paralyzed and he forcefully broke through his meridians, he had already endured too many levels of pain that were rarely seen in the world, so he managed to hold on, even though it was very difficult. Fortunately, the pain and suffering were worth it. After leaving the underground sewer system and entering the heavily guarded surface of the city, he did not alarm the ubiquitous monitoring devices of the Empire's chip. However, the danger still existed. After struggling for a long time in the gaps between the residential apartment buildings, a straight and empty road blocked his way. What was even more troublesome was that there were many military police at the entrance of the road, vigilantly watching the surrounding movements. The target of his plan was the chaotic slum area that lacked effective supervision a few kilometers away. If he had no choice but to stay in this residential area, it would be very difficult for him to avoid the military police's search during the day. The road in front of him was not very wide. If he was in his usual healthy state, he would only need to bend his body and take a few steps to pass by without alarming the military police at all. However, the problem was that he was in his weakest state right now and could collapse at any time. The dim street lights, through the bushes, fell on his pale cheeks. He narrowed his eyes and looked in that direction, waiting for the right time. However, he found that because of the pain and exhaustion, his vision began to blur. He could not hold on any longer. At this moment, a seemingly drunk Empire man staggered across the sidewalk at the edge of the bushes, mumbling something in his mouth, and rushed to the other side of the street. Probably only the extremely drunk Empire people could ignore the gloomy faces of the military police, and they did not know that there was a curfew tonight. The military police at the entrance of the road became nervous. They shouted and surrounded the drunk man. The military police, who did not move, also subconsciously looked in that direction. Sula did not let go of this fleeting opportunity. He struggled to take a deep breath of the slightly cold autumn night wind of the Empire. His throat that seemed to be smoking slightly moistened. His right leg that had already sunk deep into the mud suddenly exerted strength, and the military pants on his leg were torn apart. The last burst of strength caused his body to turn into a gray shadow and instantly swept across the street. He fell heavily into the mud. He did not dare to make the slightest sound. He continued to lie there for a long time, resisting the strong desire to faint from his brain. After confirming that the military police did not discover him, he carefully raised his body with his hands on the ground and looked back at the entrance of the road. The drunk man who could be regarded as his savior had been brutally beaten to the ground by the military police with a taser. He was rolling on the ground in pain. Sulu narrowed his eyes and was silent for a moment. Then he turned his head back. He struggled to walk through the alley with wet flagstones. He held onto the wall to pass through the small paths between the buildings. He painfully used his hands and feet to climb over the low walls. In this strange and foreign city, he slowly but firmly moved forward. His body was getting colder and colder, and his trembling was getting worse and worse. He felt like his left leg was broken, and he could not feel anything. His vision was getting blurrier and blurrier. The night was still so dark, and the main street of the city was still so dangerous. After rolling and crawling into the messy and dirty street, he still did not dare to relax his vigilance. His back was against a short wall mottled with gray stains, and his chest was violently moving up and down. There was a roof on the wall, and dew gently dripped down from the roof onto his face. He subconsciously raised his head and took a sip. The tip of his tongue slid across his dry lips. His spirit was slightly better. Sulu observed the messy environment around him. He followed the corner of the wall into a dilapidated small courtyard, and then used the last of his strength to climb up the dusty attic. Opposite the attic, there was a stray cat. It was curled up in the green grass that grew out of the corner of the roof. It curiously opened its eyes and looked at this strange guy. Chapter 6:17. Are you going? Of course I'm going. I heard that the best trees in the plaza were all taken by the student from the West City. If we are late, I'm afraid we won't be able to see anything. I don't want to go, but there definitely won't be any business in the market. Shoo, look at the officials at the management office. I shouldn't have said that. Let's go. Our empire hasn't had such a big event for many years. Who said that? I participated in the celebration ceremony after the big explosion 20 years ago. That scene, don't say so much. Everyone, let's go together. Let's go together. Let's go together. Let's go together. Listening to the excited conversations of the nearby people, a trace of disgust and helplessness flashed across Aunt Susan's chubby face. Looking at the people rushing out of the market like fish that had eaten drugs, she could not help but curse in a low voice in annoyance. Wiping the dust stains on her hands on her apron, she walked to the management office and took a small flag that was distributed to her. Stepping on the mud and cigarette butts, she joined the crowd. Today, the city's underground transportation system was all open for free. People from all over the city were continuously sent to the empty square of the Arc de Triomphe. It didn't take long for the people from the slums in the northwest to enter the sea of people that was faintly moving. Susan looked at the small flag in her hand. She felt that the black hibiscus flower on the flag was a little dazzling. The hand that was holding the flag was sweaty and uncomfortable. She was like a puppet, waving the flag mechanically along with the excited people around her. However, she kept cursing in her heart. Today was the 723rd year of the Empire's Hibiscus dynasty. The nobles' rebellion that caused a commotion a few days ago had been completely quelled. According to the imperial edict, a small number of ambitious nobles took advantage of the fact that the enemy of the Federation was closing in to launch a barbaric rebellion against the glorious imperial family. In this rebellion, the respected military minister of the Empire, Prince Baiwu, heroically sacrificed himself. Li Banstar's governor, Ke Bouning, bravely sacrificed himself for the country. Now that the rebellion had been quelled, it was time to punish the evil of those ambitious nobles. His Majesty, the Great Emperor, summoned the citizens of Tianjing Planet from all walks of life to the Triumphal Arch Plaza to witness this righteous trial. After a long period of silence and anxious anticipation, it was finally time for the gallows to be erected. looking at the primitive black gallows being lifted up by cranes and the noble criminals with black cloth covering their heads being escorted out by the soldiers, the sea of people suddenly let out the first wave of cheers. With the center of the square as the center, a wave formed by heads rose one after another and spread out. A pale-faced and haggard noble was escorted to the gallows. After taking off his black mask, he was not used to the light in the gloomy day. He narrowed his eyes and looked around in fear, but he was even more frightened by the countless excited faces of the civilians around the gallows. He wanted to say something, but no words came out. The Empire's chief judge passionately read the verdict, and then, without any pause, the crisp metal door opened. The noble fell straight into the circular hole, and the black noose around his neck was pulled taut. Since the start of the execution, the crowd of spectators in the square had maintained absolute silence. It had been many years since they had seen such a vivid and bloody execution scene. The crowd's expectations were high and did not fall. It was not until this scene that they seemed to have woken up. They seemed to have clearly heard the sound of the noose ruthlessly breaking the nobleman's vertebrae. They could not help but shout excitedly. Aunt Susan looked at the gallows in the distance with a complicated expression and couldn't help but close her eyes. The nobles were executed one after another. Their necks were broken by the black noose, and they stopped breathing. Every time the black noose was pulled taut, and every time the noble's body fell down heavily, it would cause the tens of thousands of people in the square to shout excitedly. Especially when the noble women were executed, the emotions of the people in the square were extremely excited. The sweaty male commoners, the poor, and the untouchables widened their eyes as they watched the noble women's jade-white calves kick in the air in vain, twitching until they became quiet, as if they were watching an exciting private performance in broad daylight. They couldn't help but sigh in satisfaction, but their faces immediately changed into a mask of shyness, timidity, and pity. Aunt Susan was pushed around by the excited crowd. Looking at the young ladies of the noble families who were hung, she tightened her grip on the black hibiscus flag. She pursed her lips tighter and tighter, and her thick eyebrows tighter and tighter. She let out a real sigh in her heart. The trial was over. Aunt Susan rubbed her slightly dizzy forehead and walked to the subway entrance listlessly. It was the imperial edict for the civilians to come to watch the trial, and the royal family flag that she was holding was an anti-distribution item of the Federation. She had to come. However, she didn't need to participate in the parade later, and she didn't want to. On the way back to the market by public transport, she saw tens of thousands of young men of the Empire marching outside the car window. Those boys were waving flags, shouting slogans like "Long live His Majesty" and "Punish the traitors." They were fanatically walking through the streets and alleys of the city. Aunt Susan walked into the muddy streets and bought a lot of cheap vegetables from the market. After paying the principal and interest for this month's quota, she carried the vegetables back to her shabby courtyard and handed them to the pair of hands that reached out from the side room. At the same time, she took a batch of goods from the pair of hands that needed to be sold and put them on her three-wheeled electric scooter. After carefully checking the quantity of the goods, Aunt Susan found that something was wrong. She finally couldn't help but burst out in anger. She put her hands on her bucket-like waist and scolded the person next to her. "You are so clumsy. You can't even do a simple job like assembling a few broken machines. Do you think I feed you for free? I don't know how expensive you are." Aunt Susan suddenly thought of something and stopped scolding. She glanced at the entrance of the courtyard vigilantly, spat on the ground, and started the electric scooter to drive out of the courtyard. Today, Aunt Susan was a rude woman who lived in the slums of the capital. She relied on selling pirated video players and the Empire's minimum wage to survive. Many years ago, she was also a delicate noble lady. She had a pair of jade-like legs like those noble ladies on the gallows in the square today. Her parents, who were middle-class nobles, were secretly executed because they were involved in a struggle between the 6 departments of the Empire. She, who was lucky enough to survive, and she and her brother depended on each other in the only house left by the family. Later, her firm and gentle brother bravely joined the Imperial Expeditionary Force in order to restore the glory of the family. However, many years later, Susan welcomed the bad news that her brother violated military discipline and was executed. The last house of the family could no longer be preserved. Susan, who had a hard life, fell into the slums. She was extremely lucky to meet a husband who loved her and cared for her. However, after only 3 years of marriage, her husband fell ill and died, leaving only her and her son to depend on each other. The noble lady who would frown when she stepped on small pebbles in her gorgeous dancing shoes, under the merciless grinding of fate, became an auntie with a shrewish character, a bucket-like waist, and hard-soled imitation military boots. She could step on the muddy water in the market and make the sound of splashing water. The strong or obese body pressed on the small electric scooter looked funny, but for some reason, it was also SAD. In the market, a fierce quarrel broke out again with the male competitors. Relying on her superior lung capacity and extremely filthy verbal attack, Aunt Susan won another victory. She successfully occupied the best mobile stall in the market, sold 2 pirated video and audio players, and then gave 60% of the profit to the market management office and the tattooed hooligans with both hands. She beamed with joy and offered 60% of the profit to the market management office and the tattooed hooligans with both hands. She wanted to live, and she wanted to live with her son. She needed to quarrel day after day. She needed to succeed day after day, and she needed to give her hard-earned money to those parasites with a smile every day. However, every time she returned to the dilapidated small courtyard late at night, the energy in her strong body would be completely consumed by these successful quarrels and smiles. Aunt Susan was extremely tired. In the dark alley, she leaned weakly against the courtyard door, thinking of the argument with the old guy in the afternoon, thinking of the dirty words that she didn't dare to let her son hear, and thinking of the reservedness of her teenage years. She couldn't help but raise her calloused hands, covered her weathered cheeks, and slowly squatted down. Oh, what a life it was! For a hard life, memories were a luxury that could only be found once in a while. Even sadness was a luxury, because it would make life more difficult. Aunt Susan stubbornly stood up straight, patted the dust on her big buttocks, murmured a few words in a low voice, and then turned around and walked into her small courtyard. Her life still had hope, and her well-behaved and sensible son, who was studying at the second university in the capital. Her difficult life was no longer all gray and black because of that boy. According to her income, it was absolutely impossible for her to pay the expensive tuition fees of the second university. Fortunately, His Majesty had promoted the Equal Education Program, which allowed excellent students like her son to have the right to study for free and equal. Because of this, Aunt Susan, who deeply hated the imperial family for half of her life, quickly forgave His Majesty. After parking the scooter, she climbed up the small attic with difficulty. She had become a rude but kind woman. With her arms akimbo and her index finger as thick as a branch, she angrily scolded the black-haired young man who was in a daze deep in the darkroom. "How many have you assembled in the past 4 hours? How can there be such a stupid person like you?" The black-haired young man bitterly rubbed his face. Those faint scars were no longer clear. He looked at the sturdy woman at the door and helplessly explained in a low voice, "I told you yesterday that the goods your boss gave you were not right. There was a problem with the model of the spinner on the bayonet, and I couldn't screw it at all. I had to polish them one by one. Of course, it took a long time." Chapter 6:18. The dim light shone on the black-haired young man's face. After hearing this sentence, his ink-like straight eyebrows suddenly trembled, but he didn't say anything. When Aunt Susan saw his reaction, she thought that her words had touched his sad soul. She couldn't help but feel a little regretful and hesitantly shut her mouth. She casually made some small talk and walked downstairs, patting the back of her head regretfully. 10 days ago, Aunt Susan, who had gotten up early in the morning to prepare for a day's work, was shocked to find a black-haired young man covered in blood lying on the dusty floor of her house in a deep coma. He looked abnormally terrifying. Aunt Susan was very bold. After confirming that he was unconscious, she dragged him to the straw mat and carefully sized him up. From this person's military uniform and boots that didn't fit his feet, She made her own judgment of this person's identity. During those days, the capital of Tianjin was filled with gloomy military police and plainclothes from the Royal Intelligence Agency. The royal family was wantonly searching for remnants of the aristocratic rebellion. Aunt Susan thought that the black-haired young man covered in blood on the straw mat was definitely a noble being hunted down. In the end, what confirmed her judgment was a corner of the black-haired young man's underwear exposed at his waist. As a young lady of the aristocratic family, she was very clear about the material of that underwear. Only the truly wealthy upper-class aristocrats were qualified to use it. Aunt Susan now seemed to have forgotten the tragedy of her family's destruction. She didn't have much hatred for His Majesty and the royal family, nor did she have the courage to involve herself in the aristocratic rebellion and capture a fugitive. At that time, her first reaction was to call the police. However, at that moment, the unconscious black-haired young man woke up for a brief moment. It was in that moment that his small eyes revealed a weakness that aroused endless pity, amiable sincerity, and sincere pleading. He didn't know what kind of struggle Aunt Susan had experienced at that time. He didn't know if she saw the shadow of her parents in this poor, fugitive nobleman, or if she remembered that her brother, who loved her the most, also had such a pair of clear eyes. She didn't call the police. She hid him in the attic of the small courtyard, hiding him in the dust. She fed him plain porridge and water, helped him clean his miserable body that was full of wounds, crushed the pills, and stuffed them into his mouth until he woke up. The black-haired young man's first words of thanks after waking up made Aunt Susan confirm her guess again. How many years had it been since she heard that standard Tianjin aristocratic, no, to be more precise, royal accent? This little guy's parents must be important figures. Aunt Susan was busy in the kitchen downstairs. The kitchen knife made chopping sounds on the plastic chopping board and muttered with a trace of annoyance. But what's the use of aristocrats? You can't eat it. You only know how to speak elegantly, but you don't even know how to turn a screw. The cheap vegetables bought in the market during the day were chopped into pieces by the old kitchen knife and thrown into the pot of porridge. Together with a few slices of meat and a spoonful of yellowish-brown spices, the pot of steaming, appetizing chowder was ready. Aunt Susan clapped her hands proudly. When she was about to put the food in the pot on the plate, she suddenly thought of the poor noble's pale face in the attic. After a long silence, she couldn't help but sigh deeply. She took out the black feather chicken and red oranges that she had prepared for her son on the weekend from the refrigerator and threw them into the pot. In the future, I can't be such a good person anymore. There's no benefit, and I have to live in fear every day. As she stirred the food, she wiped the sweat on her forehead and blamed herself. Black feather chicken and red oranges are good for replenishing blood. You picked them out and ate them. Aunt Susan angrily threw the small bowl in front of the black-haired young man and said, "Quickly take care of your body, woman, and then get the hell out of here." The black-haired young man held the bowl that was slightly hot. After a long silence, he slowly picked up the chopsticks and began to eat. After finishing the food in the bowl, he raised his head and looked at Aunt Susan, who had been leaning against the pillar. He seemed to want to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Perhaps it was because the food was too hot. That pair of small eyes that still had some traces of swelling were sparkling. "Don't look at me like a puppy. The remaining half of the chicken is for Paul. Don't expect me to cook it for you." Aunt Susan grumpily snatched the bowl away. The black-haired young man looked at her and chuckled. "But don't be in a hurry to leave." Aunt Susan couldn't stand the poor aristocrat's clean and harmless smile. She waved a rag in her right hand as if she wanted to wave the smile away. She said in a serious tone, "I heard that recently there were fugitives from the Federation who ran out." Of course, the Joint Defense Office didn't say anything. It's gossip from the underworld. The military and police are looking for people everywhere. You have to be careful. "I'm not from the Federation." "I'm not afraid," the black-haired young man replied. "Not afraid? If the military catches you, a fugitive aristocrat, I'm afraid your end will be much worse than that of the Federation's." Aunt Susan said in a rough voice, "Forget it. You can stay here for a while. The household registration check here has never been strict. Who knows how many fugitives are hidden in the 4 major markets. They won't be able to find you in a short time. You can say that you're a distant relative of my family, but Aunt Susan frowned and looked at him. You have to change your accent. This is an authentic royal accent. Sigh. She sighed and took the utensils to wash. Before she went downstairs, her rough voice sounded again. You have to be more familiar with the way of life. I don't expect you to make money for me, but you can't live off your parents in the future. You have to learn some skills to make a living, right? Seeing Aunt Susan turn out of the attic like a moving and rotating bucket, hearing the heavy footsteps below, and then hearing the familiar and kind cursing in the kitchen, Sulu rubbed his black hair. His heart was filled with endless warmth and gratitude. He had a lot of dreams and nightmares when he was in a coma. The most frightening dream was when he woke up and saw the cold muzzles of countless Empire soldiers pointing at him. The heavy wolf Fong Mek was guarding the periphery, and Huai Chaoshi was slowly walking toward him with a cold face. He didn't expect that when he woke up, he would be greeted by a bowl of warm porridge and a very kind and gentle aunt who looked fierce on the outside. This was really the luckiest thing in life. He was very grateful to this Empire woman named Susan, but on some issues, he had to lie to her and acquiesce to her guess. He pretended to be a poor young noble wanted by the Empire regime. The kind Aunt Susan could take the risk to take in a noble because of her past and her sympathy, but she was certainly unwilling to take in a person from the Federation. After waking up, he found that he was mistaken for a noble of the Empire, and this misunderstanding was very firm in his aunt's heart. Sulu also felt a little strange. It was not until now that he remembered that his Empire language was basically learned from Huai Chaoshi. With the standard royal language and pronunciation of the princess, it was difficult not to be misunderstood. Aunt Susan's son, Paul, was studying at the second university. Her daily life was very lonely, so she seemed to be a little naggy. And Su Lu deduced a lot of things from her nagging, some of which he had learned from Huai Chaoshi but didn't pay attention to. In the past, the Empire's social class division was very strict. The royal family, the nobles, the civilians, the lowly, and the slaves formed the layer structure of this abnormal society. And to distinguish whether a person was a noble or not, there was a not very reliable but widely spread method among the people. That was to look at the color of the person's hair and eyes. The closer the color of the hair and eyes were to black, the more noble the identity of the person was. Su Lu thought of Huai Caoshi's dark eyes that were always squinting and couldn't help but frown. That year in the Qingchang prison of the Federation, it seemed that the great old man said something vaguely related, but it was too long ago to remember clearly. It seemed that the old man said, "If you can remove the chip, you can go to the Empire and pretend to be a member of the royal family." Why? Could it be that the old man had already guessed that he could remove the chip from the back of his neck because of his black hair and shiny black eyes? Su Li's frowning brows gradually relaxed, but his eyes narrowed. He slowly moved his body and leaned on the windowsill, looking at the moon outside the attic that should be strange, but was similar to the Federation's moon. His mind drifted away. The sound of testing came from the dilapidated small courtyard below the attic. The ants seemed to be playing a war movie. The metal box hanging at the entrance of the small courtyard should be the chip monitoring device that the Empire distributed to all families for free. That box never rang. Su Lu subconsciously reached out and touched the back of his neck. The tiny wound had already healed. He understood that it was because the box never rang that Aunt Susan and Paul never suspected that he was a member of the Federation. But I am a member of the Federation. I have to leave the land of the Empire. What should I do? Su Lu narrowed his eyes at the moon in a foreign land and fell into contemplation again. I don't know how the Empire's search is going. They haven't found me for so long. Will they think that I am dead? No. According to the temperament of the princess, she will not give up until the body is found. This shabby little courtyard could be considered a decent building in this slum area, but because it was too close to the crematorium, not many people were willing to choose to live here. The surrounding buildings were all dark, and the silence was just like his mood at the moment. Su Lu withdrew his gaze, shook his head, and sat back on a straw mat. He dragged out a big box from the corner, picked up the rough tools, and began to seriously assemble the inferior and cheap pirated video player. The big problem of escaping from the Empire and returning to the Federation couldn't be solved in a short time, but he had to solve the most troublesome problem in front of him first. But this snapper is really the wrong model, Ant. He looked at the screws with a bitter face and found that this problem was more troublesome than escaping. Chapter 619. The next day, after a sincere exchange of technical terms, Aunt Susan finally acknowledged the young aristocrat's judgment. With the resentment of the palace above her head, she went to the upper house and exchanged the appropriate components with a verbal battle of words. Since then, Sulu, the war hero of the Federation, began his long career as an illegal assembly worker in the slums of the Empire's capital. He used the brain of a mechanic who designed the mech to design the wiring of the simple player, and used the fingers of a mechanic who repaired the mech to install the crude imitation components. Accompanied by dim lights and dark moonlight, he worked day and night without rest. This is a 6-jumper cable. The sensitivity value of the power induction brake switch must be adjusted according to the voltage stability of this block. If we follow the original design, I am afraid that we will have to restart 30 times to watch a movie. This yellow silicon particle box is the decoder stabilizing valve. The most critical part of the entire player is the decoding device. There are professionals responsible for the software. We don't have to worry about it, but we can expand the transmission rate of the storage channel as much as possible. Decoding rate? If it can be hard decoded, of course, the effect will be much better than soft decoding. But the problem is that even if we want to invade the computing frequency of the main chip, we still need a special hardware device. Cost. I'm not very clear about this. It will probably account for 7% of the cost. Sulu explained to the mother and son beside him while quickly flipping his 10 ordinary fingers. He easily and quickly assembled the player in front of him and then put in a basket on the side. Aunt Susan's eyes widened. She suddenly realized that she had misjudged the poor young aristocrat. His skill level was comparable to a skilled technical worker. Thinking of the hard decoding that this guy just mentioned, she scratched her head and asked in a rough voice, "I don't understand these technical terms, but if you can make the high-definition picture smoother, 7% of the cost should not be a big problem. Brother, your work is so beautiful. I can't learn it." Aunt Susan's son, Paul, was on vacation today. He rushed back home from his second university. Like his mother, this young man was also extremely kind and full of sympathy. He had never opposed his mother's move to take in this exiled aristocrat. Today, Paul wanted to learn how to assemble machines from this young aristocrat so that his mother's life could be easier. However, he didn't expect that the young aristocrat's 10 nimble fingers would greatly hurt his self-confidence. Sulu smiled, revealing his neat white teeth, and said, "I have some talent in this area." Although it was only the simplest assembly process, with the help of the talented exiled noble, the pirated video player produced by Aunt Susan's courtyard was more stable, smoother, and clearer than the players of other competitors. More importantly, the decoding rate was incredible. With excellent performance, the player assembled by Aunt Susan gradually made a name for itself in the market industry. There were more and more repeat customers. Even the butlers of some noble houses in the city center came to buy it for their young masters. It was said that those young aristocrats were completely obsessed with the perfect restoration effect of this set of players on 3D. They couldn't stop themselves, and their hands were sore and their backs were aching. The business was getting better and better, and the money she earned was getting more and more. Aunt Susan simply took out a large sum of money to bribe the market management office and the fierce ruffians. She rented a small shop in the market and hired a middle-aged woman salesperson. From then on, she officially bid farewell to the restless life of a mobile vendor. Nearly 2 months had passed, and the Empire had entered the winter rain season. The food in the dilapidated and clean small courtyard was getting more and more abundant. Aunt Susan's hearty laughter was getting more and more frequent. Paul returned home more and more often. However, Sulu had been staying quietly in the attic and had not stepped out of the small courtyard. It was windy and rainy outside, and the Empire's people certainly did not relax their search for him. He began to ask Aunt Susan and Paul about the movement outside from time to time, but he did not try to go out of the door. The cold, icy rain gently knocked on the window. The The small courtyard, which had paid enough heating fees this year, was as warm as spring. After dinner, the three people began to play cards in the attic to pass the time. This had become a routine program in the small courtyard. They were playing Imperial South Road flower cards. From time to time, Aunt Susan's laughter and Paul's morning voice sounded in the quiet attic. Sulu smiled and played cards with the mother and son, but he knew very well that the mother and son were worried that they would get sick if they were confined in the attic for too long. Paul lost this game. The young college student rubbed his brown hair angrily and began to shuffle the cards. At this moment, Aunt Susan suddenly said, "You don't have to worry about implicating us. The people in this neighborhood we live in have always only cared about their own family affairs and are not interested in other people's affairs." Sulu was silent. He didn't expect Aunt Susan to guess his worries. I went to the Joint Defense Office and quietly looked at the wanted document. There is no three-dimensional image of you in the Noble list. Maybe those officials have long forgotten about you, an inconspicuous little guy. Aunt Susan looked into his eyes seriously. You can't hide in the attic all your life. These days, you often look out of the courtyard. I know you want to leave, but Aunt wants to say that if you want to leave, it's best to leave when you're sure you can leave. Paul also stopped shuffling the cards, looked at Sulu and frowned. Brother, there are many speculations about the truth of this rebellion in the school. Mom and I have asked you many times, but you refuse to say. Naturally, there are reasons that are inconvenient to say, but Mom is right. You better not take risks. Aunt Susan was silent for a moment, and then said again with a smile, "Remember to at least tell us when you leave." "Sure," Sulu replied very seriously. The city in the winter rain was like silk, like the dilapidated buildings in the slums shrouded in smoke. These were all the scenes that Sulu watched quietly by the window. Although this small courtyard was so warm, he didn't belong here after all, and had to leave eventually. He didn't know what the situation of his hometown federation was now. Had the troops attacked? Had the guys in Group 7 already gone to the battlefield with guns? What kind of situation were those dear friends in? On the third day after that night's conversation, he carefully dyed his black hair in a light brown with the hair dye bought by Aunt Susan, carefully trimmed his eyebrows, put on the color-changing contact lenses bought by Paul, and walked out of the small courtyard for the first time. Gradually, the friends in the market who were familiar with Aunt Susan and the few neighbors in the streets knew that a poor relative had come to Susan's house to seek refuge. The people living in the capital city of Tianjin had a natural sense of pride. Even if they lived in the slums, it was still a slum where they could see the towering palace walls from afar. In the eyes of the country people, the slums where they could feel the aura of Her Majesty up close was still a great place. Such scenes of seeking refuge were played out countless times every day. Who would care about the strict household registration inspection system of the empire? In this quiet life, the continuous winter of icy rain passed, and the charming spring came and went. The life of the people in the slums repeated over and over again, as if nothing had changed. Suli's life was the same. He assembled pirated video players in the attic, accompanied Aunt Susan at night to talk about her emotional past, and occasionally gave Paul pointers on the difficult problems in the university's mechanical department. His life was as steady as a river that didn't flow, a lake that hadn't yet filled. In fact, he wanted to leave, but he couldn't. Under the cold gaze of those hidden in the winter rain and spring breeze, he couldn't leave through the normal route. The Empire's ordinary shipping system couldn't get close at all, so he could only try to get close to the Empire's underground society and use the smuggling channels of those dark forces to leave the planet. However, before his plan could start, he was stunned to find that this route had been completely cut off long ago. Through the idle chatter of the neighbors and the discussions that Paul brought back from campus, he knew the whole story. A few months ago, the Empire's military department suddenly sent a cold final notice to the underground world of Tianjin through the relevant channels, ordering those dark forces to immediately stop all smuggling operations immediately. Such a situation rarely happened in history, because the people in power knew very well that these underground worlds were in existence that the entire empire couldn't completely erase from the roots. These underground world smugglers often represented the secret interests of those great aristocrats and even members of the royal family. What's more, it was extremely difficult for them to immediately stop all smuggling transactions. Sure enough, with the support of those royal family members and great aristocrats, the underground world of Tianjin did not immediately stop the military department's request. What followed was a bloody massacre that made the entire empire's underground world tremble. All the smuggling spaceships that dared to leave the surface of the planet were coldly destroyed by the military fleet before they could break through the atmosphere. The warships that fired thousands of cannons didn't seem to care about what goods those spaceships were carrying or which family they belonged to. The biggest smugglers were secretly arrested by the Imperial Anti-Smuggling Department on the same day, and no one saw them again. As for their smuggling base, under the powerful firepower of the Empire's military, it was turned into a pile of broken building blocks made of countless corpses. The most shocking part of the rumor was that the royal family members and aristocrats behind the smugglers were unceremoniously invited back to the dark courtroom by the Imperial Intelligence Agency officials. No aristocrat dared to resist because it was said that His Highness personally led the team. Most people in the Empire's society didn't understand why the royal family would think of a bloodbath in the underground world and spend so much effort to crack down on smugglers. Some people linked this incident to the aristocratic rebellion not long ago, but one person knew very well that all this was just to cut off the possibility of him escaping. Huai Chaoshi, you're really ruthless. Sulu walked through the muddy market, haggling with the vendors who were covered in mud as he collected the fish in a basket with a smile on his face. Suddenly, he raised his head and narrowed his eyes as he looked at the majestic imperial palace in the distance, feeling helpless and disappointed in his heart. Chapter 620. An engineer's way of thinking was very logical. It was okay to make bold assumptions, but one had to be careful when seeking verification. When the object of research was a non-repeatable life, one would be even more careful when seeking verification. Before he was certain, Su Lu would definitely not take risks because of the desire in his heart and the vague hope that seemed to exist. The Federation should be in the summer or autumn of the 71st year of the constitutional calendar. It was spring on the Empire's Tianjin planet. While he was here, he was thinking about the summer and autumn on the other side. He lived quietly in the slums. Looking at the ordinary slums of the Empire who were busy day after day and thinking about his own situation, he suddenly seemed to be able to understand how they felt. The universe was so big and so beautiful that they could only stay on the surface for the rest of their lives unless they went to war. Just like the people of the East Woods district back then, they were still bound by heavy gravity and life even though they were in the magnificent space age. He was not very familiar with his neighbors, but he could exchange a few words with them. Not many people could remember his extremely ordinary face, but the vegetable vendors that he frequented had already started to leave vegetables for him. The longer he lived in the capital of the Empire, the stranger Su Lu felt. These extremely ordinary, irritable, and honest people of the Empire would occasionally talk about the distant space war. When they mentioned the people of the Federation, they would always become abnormally angry and want to eat all the men of the Federation alive and snatch all the women of the Federation to be their wives. Where did this anger and fanaticism come from? Was it an invasion in textbooks or a racial hatred that had been passed down for many years? These vegetable sellers, vegetable buyers, protection fee collectors, protection fee payers, old people, young people, men, women, and the ordinary slums of the Empire were all the Federation's irreconcilable enemies? Sulu really found it hard to associate these people with beasts. He could not understand. Was it this group of people who slaughtered the Federation's civilians like pigs and dogs on the Westwoods? War should not only make women go away, it should also make civilians go away. Leaving Aunt Susan's dilapidated courtyard more and more often, he walked further and further away at will. Often, he would subconsciously pass by the courtyard whose walls were painted all white. In fact, this was not a subconscious action. This courtyard occupied a very large area. The buildings in the courtyard were not tall and did not exceed 3 floors. Looking from afar, they were basically all luxurious wooden structures. Whether it was the walls or the wooden pillars, they were all painted white. It was so white that it made people feel solemn. The white courtyard was surrounded by tall trees, and there was a faint fragrance of flowers coming from inside. The streets outside the courtyard were extremely clean, and there were many soldiers in plain clothes looking around vigilantly in the shadows, which made them seem somewhat out of place in this slum that was full of dirt and garbage. Sulu would often pass through half of the alley. Every now and then, he would see ordinary citizens of the Empire kneeling on the flagstones outside the white courtyard, prostrating themselves on the ground and murmuring pious and fanatical prayers. Nobody dared to disturb them. One day, after buying 2 cans of metal adhesive in a hardware store, Sulu walked through the alley and came to a restaurant that sold caviar. He bought 2 packs of caviar, but did not leave immediately. Instead, he ordered an unknown light drink and sat on the seat facing the street on the 2nd floor. He drank the caviar and ate happily. The corner of his eyes drifted to the white courtyard that he had been observing for a long time. Master Fan Manor. Regarding this Master Fan Manor and the title of the great teacher, there was no record in the Federation's intelligence. He only vaguely remembered hearing the old man mention it once. But according to his understanding, especially the story told by Huai Chao Shi, he knew very well what this Master Fan Manor and the great teacher inside meant to the Empire. He did not know what kind of person the current great teacher was, but he knew that this courtyard was related to the imperial family of the Empire's Baijin dynasty through marriage for generations. A certain Master Fan had once crossed the universe and taught 2 students, Li Pifu and Feng Yu. To be able to teach 2 such heaven-defying existences, what kind of heaven-defying existence was this person himself? From a certain point of view, the previous owner of this white courtyard could be considered his Grand Master. Looking at this quiet and mysterious manor, even with Su Li's strong will, he could not help but feel a little uneasy. He knew that this place was definitely heavily guarded. He knew that there was definitely an extremely powerful existence in the Master Fan Manor. He knew that he should not have come here to take the risk, but in the end, he still came. This was because he had too many questions in his heart that needed answers. The secret of the bracelet, the secret of the chip replacement, the secret of the 8 rice shinshi, these secrets were very important to his life. More importantly, the great teacher had once crossed the universe and quietly entered the Federation. How'd he do it? Where was that amazing spaceship now? The star chart that the old military god had mentioned in prison. Was it the shortcut that Master Fan had taken back then? Sulu chewed on his caviar and narrowed his eyes as he looked over, not noticing that the crumbs were falling from the corner of his mouth. In the face of the imperial family's tyrannical and even somewhat crazy search and interception operations, he had to safely leave this planet, leave the Empire, and return to the Federation. It seemed that he could take the old path that his predecessors had taken, but this path might be even more difficult. Just a few days ago, the Imperial Military Police once again combed through the slums. Although they still did not discover his existence, it already made him feel uneasy. Time seemed to be running out, and he was getting more and more nervous. However, to break into this white courtyard and investigate the mysterious Master Fan Manor, from a rational point of view, was not a wise choice. It was more like a suicide mission. This decision was too hard to make. Right at this moment, a huge commotion suddenly came from the streets in the distance. Sulu was shocked to find that many of the Empire's citizens had put down what they were doing and were rushing over. Gradually, the earth-shattering commotion turned into orderly, angry shouts. Race not destroyed. Fight to the end. Kill the Federation. Long live the Empire. Long live the Emperor. Fight to S1. Kill. Autumn of the 71st year of the Federation's constitutional calendar. Spring of the 724th year of the Empire's White Hibiscus Dynasty's imperial calendar. The Federal Fleet, consisting of 1,400 warships, passed through the 2 giant warp holes in the Night Scorpion Nebula and Gary Corridor at the same time. The Federal Fleet easily defeated the Empire's border fleet and headed straight for the Virgo Galaxy in the southwestern star region of the Empire. The Third Cosmic War officially broke out. The vast sea of stars that had just calmed down was once again lit up by the flames of war. Chapter 622. That night, Paul rushed home from the second university. His clothes were full of traces of inferior paint. During dinner, he picked up 3 pieces of wheat vegetables in a daze. Finally, he could not bear the puzzled eyes of his mother and Sulu. He put down his chopsticks, lowered his head, and said, "I have signed up for military special training." Aunt Susan took a deep breath in surprise, covered her mouth, and did not speak. Sula looked at Paul's young face, hesitated for a moment, and persuaded, "Now the Federation has just passed through the space channel, and the situation is not so tense. You are a mechanical college student. How can it be your turn to fight? I have to be prepared at all times." Paul replied very seriously, "Brother, I know you have resentment against the Empire. In fact, we do too. The problem is that our country has reached a moment of life and death. Our compatriots are trapped in blood and fire. Brother, forget the hatred related to political conspiracies." He patted Su Li's shoulder and said with emotion, "We are not fighting for His Majesty, but for ourselves." Aunt Susan slowly put down the spoon in her hand, and a proud and gratified expression flashed across her chubby face. She put her hand on her son's thin shoulder and said in a gentle voice, "Do what you want to do." "Okay." Paul nodded hard. Sula was silent, looking at the young man of the Empire beside him and thinking that he might walk on the battlefield full of blood and fire. He was a little nervous. He wanted to teach him some life-saving skills on the battlefield, but on second thought, wouldn't this be too irresponsible to his compatriots? Sulu was a foreign young man who had saved his life and had a very good relationship with him. Now, he was about to enter the battlefield. Perhaps one day, he would hold a gun barrel and spit at him, and then cry as they bid each other farewell. Generally speaking, Sulu should be very depressed and struggling with a headache. However, since he had seen too many scenes of comrades dying or surviving by luck on the battlefield in the West Woods, especially this time when he was captured by the Empire, Su Li's personality changed, or it could be said that he returned to the psychological state of the orphan on Zhonglo Street in Donglin. For problems that could not be solved temporarily, not only could he not think about it, but he was also full of confidence with a sly aura. He believed that if that day really came, he would definitely be able to find a solution. Paul was busy with military training and parading in the streets. Aunt Susan was busy making money and then changing the money into hard currency that was not easy to depreciate. Sometimes, she would go to the management office to give wartime gifts. Sulu, a soldier of the Federation, did not have the consciousness of being their enemy. He still repaired pirated video players and polished all kinds of inferior metal devices as usual, living a quiet and warm life in the small courtyard and attic. No one knew that when he went to the hardware store every day, he would always sit in the restaurant in the alley next to the white courtyard for a long time. He silently and attentively observed the environment of the house and the movements around it. Then, he would memorize everything he saw in his mind. When he returned to the attic of the house, he would draw it on the map. The engineer's meticulous way of thinking made him unusually serious about his preparation work, to the point that he was so serious about every detail. Even so, he still felt that his impulse to enter Master Fan's manor was a little crazy. After all, it was an existence with a taste of history and mystery. And after so many years had passed, who knew where the amazing spaceship that the previous Master Fan had taken was? Was the star map of the third passage between the Federation and the Empire still in Master Fan's mansion? On a calm and impermanent night, the warm fragrance of bean paste buns was steaming under the attic. Aunt Susan was humming one of the most famous and most vulgar online songs in the Empire, happily waiting for her son's return. Paul had already finished the special military training at the second university. If the situation of the universe war in the future developed to be extremely unfavorable to the Empire, even the civilians of Tianjing had to join the battle. Paul, who had good grades in the mechanic department, would definitely become a reserve member very much needed by an armored division. Aunt Susan, who had a tragic life, couldn't have any good feelings for the Empire's royal family and those dignitaries because of the tragic death of her parents and brothers. In her opinion, this country was undoubtedly a tragic world. But as Paul said to Sulu, ordinary Empire civilians, and even slaves, facing the situation of the Federation's large-scale attack, simply put down their hatred for this society in an instant and filled their hearts with love for their hometown, supporting mothers to send their sons to the battlefield with laughter and tears. Su Lu was in the attic, smelling the warm aroma of food from the market below. He shook his head lightly and walked to the window. He glanced at the distant Fan Manor shrouded in dust and fog, and the new moon that had just risen above the white courtyard. He slowly closed the window tightly, not leaving a single gap. His left foot slightly stepped forward, his right foot pulled back horizontally, his knees bent at a 60-degree angle. His left hand clenched and retracted his waist, and his right hand stretched out horizontally, but his fingertips curled strangely. He silently maintained this posture for 10 minutes. Then, he retracted his feet and changed to another strange posture. These postures were obviously against the common sense of the human body. At the very least, he didn't like the reverse-jointed elbows and knees and the trembling thigh muscles and fibers. These were the 10 postures he had practiced since he was a child. Gradually, trembling was born from the muscles and fibers that were constantly being twisted, squeezed, and rubbed all over his body. Then, it turned into a magical burning power that was hidden under his wheat-colored skin. Following an irregular path, it was transmitted to every part of his body, every finger, every strand of hair, and the tiny holes under each strand of hair. The air in the attic seemed to feel some kind of attraction, and a gust of wind came out of nowhere, slowly flowing around his almost absolutely still body, intimately communicating with the invisible power that seeped out of those pores, rubbing together and then dispersing. The magical power that he had practiced for more than 10 years was silently called the tremor magic when he was a child. Only now did he know that this power actually had a name called 8 rice. However, just as he learned the name, the powerful power in his body was cut off by Huai Caoshi's even more powerful and irresistible power. With his life as a bet, Su Lu fearlessly broke through the seal of that finger, and all the meridians in his body were shattered, turning him into a paralyzed patient. After that, this Donglin stone endured pain that ordinary people absolutely could not endure, and actually forcibly picked up all the scattered power in his body piece by piece. Not only did he recover his original power, he even had a faint leap in some level. Su Lu felt this, but his body was too weak during the escape, and there was no way to know how big the scale of this improvement was. It was not until Aunt Susan saved him and allowed him to stay in the attic that he somewhat inconceivably discovered a lot of problems. He slightly narrowed his eyes, looked at the headphones on the straw mat, slowly raised his hands, and felt the scorching heat spewing out from behind his waist. It no longer followed the previous path, but rushed straight out from the inside of his body like a running bison, rushing over his chest, rushing over his shoulder, rushing over his upper arm, rushing over the tip of his elbow, and rushing into his palm. His palm was still the palm with calluses, but there was a real feeling of swelling filling it, and it seemed to be bigger than what he saw with his eyes. The scorching power was like the air in a balloon constantly pouring into his palm, making his 10 fingers feel swollen and sour. Especially the skin of the fingertips became very sensitive, as if he could feel the slightest flow in the air. Su Lu suddenly frowned, softly groaned, and stretched out his 10 fingers in the air, suddenly flicked. A series of slight crackling sounds suddenly sounded in the air, as if some kind of invisible power was penetrating the air, and the headphones on the straw mat 2 meters away from him strangely moved their position in a very strange way. A cool and refreshing wind reverberated in the attic, stirring up a few strands of dust that he usually did not pay attention to. Su Lu slowly opened his mouth wide, revealing a mouth full of neat white teeth. He pulled back his hands in front of him, carefully and seriously and shockingly and admiringly, like an engineer admiring the beautiful electron beam that he could never analyze with his intelligence. This was not the first time that he had discovered the so-called Jinshi overflow phenomenon, but he was still deeply shocked. Opening the window again, Su Lu looked at Master Fan's mansion in the distance under the moonlight, could not help but shrug his shoulders, put on the headphones, and carefully listened to the communication over there through the electronic pulse monitor. This electronic pulse monitor with a simple appearance was made by the parts he purchased in the hardware store in the past 2 months. With his mechanical skills, it was easy to complete this tool, and it did not let the Imperial Engineering Supervision find any abnormalities. Lifting the straw curtain, prying open the somewhat rotten floor, and taking out a pistol with a metallic luster, Su Lu silently did the final maintenance, and then stuffed the weapon that he hid before he passed out under his clothes. "You don't want to eat?" Aunt Susan looked at him walking down the attic in surprise, waving a spatula, and said, "You don't like bean paste buns? I also made a pot of chowder soup." "There's something that I need to take care of," replied Su Lu with a smile. Aunt Susan had always supported his courage to communicate with the outside world. He had to have the courage to treat the Empire's wanted list as shit, so she did not force him to stay. She continued to wave the spatula and shouted, "The curfew is not strict now, but there are a lot of people on the streets. You have to be careful and come back early." "Okay." Su Lu walked out of the small courtyard, walked through the alley, stepped on the mud and garbage, and narrowed his eyes as he walked toward the white building. As he walked, he became more and more nervous. "I'm not an ordinary person. Well, people who can use their fingers as engines are generally not human." Chapter 623. Su Lu was an ordinary person who did not take the usual path. However, as a fugitive from the Federation who was crazily wanted by the Empire, he actually dared to carry a gun and charge into the white courtyard alone. Even he himself admitted that the path he chose was a bit too steep. This matter was a bit too crazy. Based on this psychological expectation, when he arrived at the third side door of the Great Master Fan Manor, answered a few simple questions according to the information he obtained from the eavesdropping, and walked in without any obstruction, he could not help but feel a lot of absurd and indescribable feelings. "What are you doing here?" The white-haired butler of the Great Master Fan Manor asked expressionlessly. "I'm here to fix the heating lines." Su Lu swallowed a mouthful of saliva to moisten his somewhat dry throat, and handed over a crudely forged card that he had spent an entire night making. Somewhat unnaturally, he explained, "Last winter, the heating lines in the remote residence exploded twice. The Bureau asked us to hurry up and fix it so that there won't be any more problems when winter comes." There was still a long way until the next winter. Although it was true that the Bureau had recently sent engineers into the Great Master Fan Manor to do maintenance, Su Lu still felt that this reason was not very tenable, not to mention that the forge card was really easy to see through. Unexpectedly, the white-haired butler did not even glance at the card. He frowned and waved his hand, leading him in. The moment he entered the courtyard and closed the door, Su Lu subconsciously glanced at the dark shadows of the trees outside the Great Master Fan Manor. After observing for several days, he knew very well how many elite forces of the Empire were responsible for the security work in the darkness. If the Great Master Fan Manor discovered that there was something wrong with him, who knew how many bullets would shoot through him? But he just had to enter like this? Just like this, he entered the most mysterious Great Master Fan Manor of the Empire like a joke. Don't make any noise. There are many old scholars in the manor who do historical research. They hate metal, so they also hate the sound of metal colliding. The white-haired old butler clearly did not care about this brown-haired maintenance worker, coldly telling him what to pay attention to. "Don't cough. The people in the manor are all old. They like to cough, so they don't like to hear other people cough. Don't run around. There are no traps in the mansion, and there are no dogs. However, even a cleaner in the mansion has a license to kill. If you make too much noise when you run around, it will affect his mood." Su Lu obediently carried his toolbox and followed behind the butler. He seemed to be carefully listening to these strange and threatening warnings, but in fact his slightly drooping eyes were constantly sweeping around him. From the outside of Master Fan Manor, he could not see much of what was going on inside. Now that it was rare to enter, he had to carefully examine the terrain and analyze the functions of each area to facilitate his later search or escape again. "Don't look around." The white-haired old housekeeper seemed to know what Su Lu was doing without turning his head. Or perhaps it was because every outsider who could enter the Fan Manor in the past couldn't help but look around curiously, so he coldly added this sentence. Along the way, all he saw were corners and trees. He didn't see too many valuable things until he entered the pipeline control room in a remote corner. He was left alone. Gently placing the toolbox on the ground, Sulu looked at the complicated pipeline lines in front of him and frowned deeply. For a full 10 seconds, he did not move at all. He was not confused by the complicated pipelines in front of him. No matter how complicated the mechanical pipelines were, as long as there were corresponding external paint labels, he could sort out the pipeline structure in the shortest amount of time and find the one that needed to be repaired or not. The reason why he frowned and fell into deep thought was the process of entering this white courtyard. Closely related to the Empire's Hibiscus dynasty, the incomparably mysterious Master Fan Manor, he had entered so easily. This fact that had already happened made him feel somewhat inconceivable. There was no strict search, no multiple verification of identity, and even the toolbox at his feet had not been opened. What was the use of those elite troops of the Empire's military outside the manor? He narrowed his eyes and looked at the deep and peaceful night outside the window of the pipeline room and the tall trees swaying gently in the spring breeze. He felt that there was a problem somewhere, but he didn't know where the problem was. He felt that there was something strange hidden in the peaceful courtyard, but he didn't know where it was. Gently and silently exhaling, he squatted down and opened the heavy toolbox to begin his work. Since he had already entered this place, then regardless of whether there was a problem or not, he had to continue walking. He pulled up the historical data on the monitoring screen beside him and found a few pipelines with the least amount of sewage discharge. Then, he opened the central valve in the pipeline room and silently placed the high-carbon rods that were sampled and analyzed into each pipeline in order. Among them, there was one pipeline with the least amount of sewage discharge in history, and there was more flocculant inside. Su Li's eyebrows raised slightly and waited for the results of the high-carbon rods to appear on the light screen. Indeed, the sewage discharge from this pipeline did indeed contain the most K2 factor. He had already checked before. K2 was the most commonly used cleaning agent in the high-level libraries of the Empire. The question was, why were there so many flocculant? Could it be that the archive room of the Master Fan Mansion was still using plant fiber books? Although he was hesitant in his heart, there was no hesitation in his actions. He took out 2 rubber pads from the toolbox and stuck them on the pipeline. He pulled out a wire and connected it to a small metal box. Then, he took out a rubber rod and gently knocked on the metal pipeline. No one could hear the sound, but the shock wave produced by the collision between the rubber rod and the metal pipe quickly flowed into the ground along the pipe. It continued to move forward until it reached the exit at the end. Then, it turned back again and entered the rough sonar receiver modified by Su Lu through the 2 rubber pads. The Master Fan Mansion was very big. Sula had no way to confirm where the room he was looking for was, so he could only choose this way. After confirming the location of the archive room, he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he took out a low-end rotary screen workbench that was often used by maintenance workers from the bottom of the toolbox and connected it to the cable that he pulled out from the depths of the underground. He wanted to hack into the surveillance system of the Master Fan Mansion. No, to be more precise, he wanted to synchronize with the surveillance system. Although it was easy to enter, and this white courtyard was as unguarded as a brothel, Su Lu was extremely vigilant in front of his teacher's old residence and the most mysterious name in the Empire. He didn't dare to take too many risks, and he didn't believe that he could hack into the other party's surveillance system without being discovered. After putting on the earplugs, he hung the miniature light screen over his left eye, loaded the pistol, and took a deep breath to let the burning power surge through his body. He could use the power of a leopard's speed at any time. After finishing all the preparations, Su Lu tightly closed the door of the archive room. His body suddenly shrank, turned into a shadow, and went out through the window. Then, he hid in the shadows of the flowers and trees. With his current strength, or state, or the speed that he could burst out with, under the cover of the night, it was difficult for a normal surveillance camera to capture his figure. Once he stopped, even if someone walked past him, it would be difficult to discover his existence. He walked in the courtyard like a shadow, carefully avoiding all the dangers and moving towards his target. The Master Fan Mansion was much bigger than it looked from the outside. To reach the archive room, he had to go through a lot of places. On the way forward, there was the sound of the TV news, the sound of arguments, and a unique buzzing sound of tapping on the diaphragm keyboard. These sounds made him feel a little strange. It was as if this courtyard wasn't some mysterious high-ranking official's mansion, but rather a campus full of the smell of youth. On the way forward, he saw a lot of buildings, and the outer walls of these buildings were all painted white. Even if there were traces of time and wind and rain, it still gave a feeling of cleanliness that made people feel a little cold. He didn't know how many turns he took, but through the branches in front of him, Sulu suddenly saw a stone wall that wasn't white. His body slightly stiffened and stopped in his tracks. There were a few lines of scribbled words on the stone wall. A person with a pure heart has a boundless future. He narrowed his eyes, thinking that the guy who founded the Master Fan Mansion must have been an artistic youth who needed to be cured. The people of the Federation kept criticizing the big shots of the Empire, so he didn't notice that below the line of Empire characters, there was a line of smaller words. There was no trace of light in the room, no sound, and no one. There was only the faint smell of plant fiber and moisture resistance medicine and the unique, low electric current of the disk array. There should be countless old books and a huge amount of electronic data stored inside. Su Li's eyes narrowed again, and his eyelids were a little dry. He observed for a long time in the dark, and confirmed that this all-alloy room didn't have any overly heaven-defying security measures. Su Li used a tool to deactivate several of the triggering alarm systems. Then, he crouched before the dark door and spent 3 minutes unlocking the door. Slowly, he pushed open the door, revealing a small gap. Then he slipped in. He was more grateful than ever for the lock knowledge that the uncle taught him. At the same time, he confirmed once again that as long as he wanted to, he could become the most amazing thief in the universe at any time. Some pride and contentment surged into his mind, but it was immediately frozen by the scene in front of him. As far as the eye could see, the room was filled with black cloths. These thick black cotton cloths had a light blocking rate of about 100%. They hung from the ceiling and draped down to the ground. They were like black space partitions, forcibly cutting the three-dimensional space into countless small compartments. Sula looked at these black cloths in surprise. Looking at the books and discs in the grid formed by the black cloths, he vaguely understood that the black cloths were probably used as partitions, but he didn't know why they were like that. He didn't have much time. First, he quickly browsed through the paper books on the bookshelves and found that there should be many secrets of the Empire in them, but they were of no use to him. He flipped through 4 black cloths in a row, but the result was still the same. Somewhat relaxed, he casually lifted a black cloth again, but a light flashed into his eyes. Su Li's eyes narrowed, knowing that he wouldn't be able to put down the black cloth in time. His right hand pulled out a pistol like lightning, and his finger pressed the trigger tightly, aiming at the back of the figure behind the black cloth. It was the back of a middle-aged man. Chapter 624. Before entering Master Fan Manor, Su Lu had spent dozens of days observing and eavesdropping. From his disguise to a series of detailed problems, he had made ample preparations. The details decided everything, and the details seemed to have decided that he could enter so easily. Although he had made so many preparations, he still didn't have the slightest bit of confidence. This was because this white manor was unknown in the Federation, but to the Empire, it was too important. The smell of history was too strong. The bracelet he had come into contact with when he was young, and the story of Twilight in the Palace City made him particularly cautious of this place. Because of this kind of psychological preparation, even if there was an electromagnetic cannon hidden behind the black cloth, or dozens of invisible mecha that were far beyond the level of modern technology suddenly popped out of thin air, he might not be surprised. But the scene before his eyes shocked him so much that he could not speak, and his body stiffened. Whether it was the Federation or the Empire, their history was written by a combination of pen and gun. At this moment, his hand was tightly gripping the cold metal gun, and the muzzle of the gun was aimed at the man who casually asked about Schiller's novels. That was the content of the novel, the pen, and the words. It was very different from the current atmosphere, as if a wandering poet had suddenly appeared on a bloody battlefield. It was either pretentious or stupid. I've read many of Schiller's novels, but I don't have much of a literary opinion. Suli's footsteps were soft and silent, and he expressionlessly took 2 steps forward. The muzzle of the gun was pressed against the back of the man's head. The strange feeling made him subconsciously lower his voice as he answered. The middle-aged man wore an extremely ordinary thin coat. The hem was a little long, and it covered his legs and knees. The room was warm like spring, so he wasn't afraid of the cold. He didn't seem to feel the cold metal gun at the back of his head. He scratched his head, put down the pen in his hand, and turned back with a frown. Reckless men like you, who only know how to fight, have never studied comparative literature or genre literature. My question was a little redundant, but since you've read so much, quickly recite a few of my novels. The Empire's collection of information is still problematic. Those idiots sent by the military always think that novels are not serious business. They only know how to draw maps. There are still a few of Schiller's early novels that haven't been collected yet. Sula looked at the face of the middle-aged man under the muzzle of the gun. His finger on the trigger couldn't help but tremble slightly. He didn't know why, but he had a strong urge to blow this face into pieces. It wasn't because this face was too ugly, too wretched, or too frivolous. It was because this face was too beautiful. Sula had seen many handsome men in his life. There is no need to mention the delicate and pretty by Magnolia and the gloomy Li Qishao for the time being. Sure, Qinghai, who had a mesmerizing face and peach blossom eyes, was his best friend. He had enough tolerance for a man with a beautiful face, but at this time, he was almost unable to suppress the jealousy and hatred in the depths of his heart. This man from the Empire had a head full of white hair. He was not young, but his face was so perfect that it made people jealous. He was even closer to the category of monsters than Mr. Sure. It was enough to make all the men hate him and feel that the Creator was a bastard. Don't tremble with your fingers. The middle-aged man from the Empire tried to move the gun barrel away from his forehead, but he found that Su Li's hand was very tight. He helplessly gave up the idea and said innocently, "I know that many male animals have the urge to destroy my face when they look at it, but this has nothing to do with me. It's my parents. To be more precise, it's a biological mark passed down by some ancestor." He continued with emotion, "The greatest tragedy in the world is to destroy beautiful things and display the process for others to see. I admit that my face is the source of countless tragedies." Su Li's knuckles turned slightly white as he gripped the gun. He found that this mysterious man in front of him was not only ridiculously beautiful, but also nag in narcissism to an outrageous extent. "Who exactly are you?" He knew that his question didn't have much power because it was too cliché, but this was the question he was most nervous about at the moment. "This is Master Fan's mansion." The man from the Empire looked at him with a smile. His bright eyes were unusually charming, and even the few wrinkles at the corners of his eyes had an indescribable feeling. "So?" Su Li's thick eyebrows raised slightly. "So, I'm naturally the great teacher." According to the background introduction of Huai Caoshi's story, the great teacher was a great title that was inherited by a certain family. This family of unknown origins helped the Huai family establish the Hibiscus dynasty, and for more than 700 years, they have been hiding behind the scenes to support the royal family's rule over the vast star region. Every great teacher naturally became the teacher of the empire's emperor, so the title of great teacher gradually became an actual position. This kind of existence was definitely amazing, especially when he knew that the former great teacher had taught Li Pifu and Feng Yu, the pair of brothers. Sula no longer doubted this point. He had thought that the current great teacher might have 3 heads and 6 arms as thick as thighs, but he didn't expect that when he really met him, he would still be severely shocked. "All right, I admit that I'm not a guest." Sula took a deep breath to calm himself down. His finger that was stroking the trigger relaxed, but he was ready to pull at any moment. He intimately pressed the muzzle of the gun between the beautiful face's eyebrows and said with a slightly hoarse voice, "I seem to have to admit that you seem to know that I was coming and have been waiting for me. But the problem is, do you know who I am?" The entire empire is looking for you. Great teacher Fan smiled and replied, but other than His Majesty and Xiaoshi, probably no one knows your true identity. But if others don't know, how can I not know? Please try to be concise. Sulu gradually calmed down. He twisted his lips and pressed the muzzle forward without hesitation. The great teacher frowned because of this action. He then stood up, as if he wasn't worried that Sulu would pull the trigger at all. He waved his hand and said, "You are Nasri's son, so you should be Jian Shuair's half-brother. Based on this relationship, you should also call me uncle. Is it popular in the Federation to point a gun at one's uncle's head and shout kill? Well, if we don't start from my poor sister or from my poor father who died in the hands of an old man, Nasri and I are brothers. I am the disciple of the sect leader." Does the Federation have such a cute title? Listening to the middle-aged man in front of him talking nonstop, Sulu suddenly felt as if all the sounds in the room were being absorbed by the black cloth that was everywhere. He couldn't hear anything at all, but the words were clearly transmitted into his mind. There were too many plots and clues in a few simple sentences. It was so complicated that even his logical brain was a little confused. Wait, this is a little too complicated. You have to let me sort it out first. Sulu reached out his left hand with a headache, indicating for the other to stop. Oh, the relationship between the great families has always been very complicated. If you're interested, you can study the history. The great teacher continued excitedly. Sulu helplessly moved the muzzle of the gun down a little and blocked the great teacher's mouth. With an extremely serious expression, he said, "Let's start from the beginning. You said that Jian Shuair has to call you uncle. Does that mean that her mother is your elder sister or younger sister?" Logically speaking, the great teacher, who should be incomparably honorable and serious, was now squeezing his extraordinarily beautiful face, ignoring the cold muzzle of the gun in his mouth, and vaguely explaining, "I said that she is my elder sister." "So your elder sister is the former great teacher's younger daughter? Then what are you?" Sulu thought of the story that Huai Chaosher had told him and asked in confusion. The muzzle of the gun subconsciously moved away. "She is the younger daughter, and I am the younger son. This relationship is very simple. The former great teacher is my father, and my elder sister is my father's daughter. Isn't it natural? So, Jian Shuier and Huai Chaosher are half-sisters." Sulu opened his small eyes wide and came to an incredible conclusion. The great teacher looked at him and nodded. He spread his hands and said, "Jian Shuier made His Majesty wear a green hat. Otherwise, why would he go crazy whenever he saw Jian Shuier? But you don't have to worry too much about the incestuous relationship between you and Xiao Shi. She and Jian Shuier are half-sisters. You and Jian Shuier are half-sisters. And you and Xiao Shi are half-sisters." Sulu felt a headache coming on. The great teacher was focusing on the main point, so he asked, "Then the current great teacher of the empire is Jian Shui's uncle and also Huai Caoshi's uncle? I am very proud to have two nieces who are the most outstanding in their respective fields," the great teacher said with satisfaction. He waved his arm again, causing the thin coat on his body to flutter in the wind, revealing his bare thighs and a corner of his underwear. Sulu didn't expect this important person to have such a strange habit of dressing. The words he wanted to say were stuck in his throat. He silently thought about these complicated things, and his feelings were indescribable. Of course, he knew that he wasn't the great teacher's son, but it seemed that the empire insisted on this, so these complicated relationships involved him. "I don't think you waited for me just to tell me a story." He narrowed his eyes, not looking at the middle-aged man's thighs. He shrugged and said, "Actually, I don't even know how you guessed that I would be able to escape and enter the great teacher Fan Manor. I heard that Nasri died. You inherited his legacy, so of course you were able to escape successfully." The great teacher smiled and said, "Several decades ago, when I was still young, I ordered him as his brother-in-law to find a way to take me to the Federation to play. Only then did he create that little blue thing. Although he didn't keep his word and didn't take me to the Federation, I thought that since you had that little blue thing on you, how could the Empire's surveillance catch you? As for why I guessed that you would come to the great teacher Fan Manor, the reason is very simple. The great teacher completely ignored his pistol and naturally turned to pick up the teacup on the table. His thin clothes fluttered like an immortal, and his two thighs were a shocking sight. Student Huai Fuchai will go completely crazy when he hears the names Li Pifu and Nasri. If you want to live, or even go back, of course you have to find someone to help you. But you're alone in the Empire. Who can you find? The great teacher's legs were bare. He smiled and said, "After all, we are relatives. Although we don't interact much, we still have to visit each other occasionally." Chapter 625. It was another long paragraph, with the tone of an early Schiller script. Sulu vaguely understood what this relative of his was trying to convey. Due to the vast relationship between them that spanned across the Federation and the Empire, this Imperial Master was willing to help him, but he was not willing to put too much effort into it. In other words, he did not have many good methods to deal with the wrath of the Imperial family. This paragraph also mentioned some things that happened decades ago. The great teacher had clearly wrongly attributed Su Li's ability to escape the surveillance of the Imperial chip to the small blue device, not knowing that he had the ability to extract the chip from the back of his neck. What Su Li was thinking more about was that if the little blue device was the uncle's invention, then the image of the former master's pocket emitting blue light as he traveled around the Federation in her mind was naturally not real. It seemed that imagination was not the truth of history after all. "If you are willing to help me leave the Empire, I will be very grateful." He slightly raised his chin, unwilling to look at the middle-aged man's naked legs. After a moment of silence, he continued, "I don't have a complete understanding of the things that happened back then, but I believe that since your father could enter the Federation on a spaceship alone, he must have a very impressive spaceship. That spaceship is indeed very impressive." The great teacher lifted his thin shirt and scratched his smooth thighs in an indecent manner. Then he lit a cigarette and took a deep breath. "But I don't know where it is. Besides, although the universe is vast, who knows how many Imperial warships are hidden in it? How did you get out?" Sulu was silent again, guessing how much of what the great teacher said was true. He tightened his grip on the gun and then loosened it. Lowering his head, he said, "That star map?" The great teacher blew out a mouthful of light blue smoke and frowned his good-looking eyebrows. He said self-deprecatingly, "If I had a spaceship and a star map, I would have run to the Federation to play by myself." "Do you know what a star map is?" The middle-aged man's inhumanly handsome face suddenly flashed with a hint of emotion. He held the cigarette in his mouth and gently exhaled the words with the smoke. "The Pifa might know a little, but he doesn't know where the star map is. Our Majesty, Student Huai Fu Cha, knows where the star map is hidden, but until today he does not know the true contents of the star map. As for the other big shots in the Imperium and the Federation, they know nothing at all. In the entire universe, only I know what that star map is, and only I know where it is." Master Fan held the cigarette between his index and middle finger and gently brushed his lush white hair. The smoke entered his hair and lingered for a long time before slowly dissipating. It was like a nebula in the sky, showing a sense of vicissitudes at an unbearably slow speed. Sulu was still silently holding the pistol, aiming at his head. He listened quietly and didn't say anything unnecessary. He played the role of a quiet listener very well. "Because the star map originally belonged to our family." The slightly mocking smile on the master's face gradually disappeared, and he said in a low voice, "It passed from my father's hands to my sister's hands, and your father, Nasri, sent the bracelet back to my niece. It can be considered to have returned to the hands of our family." Su Li's eyes slightly froze. He remembered the bracelet he saw on Jian Shue'er's jade wrist. The bracelet was engraved with ancient letters and lyrics. He was shocked to find that the important star map, which had never appeared in historical records and was only silently sought by big shots at the level of military god Li Pifu and Lady Tai, had always been in Jian Shue'er's hands. But there was something wrong with this matter. If the bracelet that hid the star map was passed down by Master Fan of the Imperium, why was it engraved with the ancient characters of the Federation? After hesitating for a moment, he raised his question to the beautiful middle-aged man in the smoke. Why is the ancestral bracelet of Master Fan of the Imperium engraved with the ancient characters of the Federation? The great teacher laughed cheerfully. The air he exhaled dispersed the smoke in front of him. The thin coat on his body fluttered uneasily. He raised his leg and stepped on the stool beside him. He praised himself and said, "This is also what I have always wanted to prove." Master Fan stared into Su Li's eyes and said with a charming smile, "At the very beginning, there was no Federation, and there was no Imperium. Both sides came from the same place in the universe, and I have to narcissistically come to a conclusion that our family should occupy a very important place in this period of history." The inference was not complicated, and the conclusion was not narcissistic. Instead, it was very logical. However, there was no shock on Su Li's face. Instead, there was some indifference. He shook his head and said, "Many historians in the Federation are doing research in this area, but in front of the flames of war, this kind of experiment is not very meaningful. Because my ground is higher, the Imperium has to believe what I say," the great teacher said calmly. Su Lu silently agreed with the great teacher's statement. There is a great calamity in the history of the Federation, but what is a great calamity? Have you ever dug up a prehistoric relic underground? Master Fan waved his arm and said disdainfully, "Only you poor mechanical citizens brainwashed by broken computers would not conduct in-depth research on these matters." What do you mean by not very meaningful? I have evidence to prove that both sides are relatives. That is enough. The Federation's current research also believes that the Great Calamity is a disaster for the prehistoric civilization. This point coincides with your thoughts. Sula looked at the excited great teacher and said with a shrug, "All right, the Imperium might be a branch of that prehistoric civilization, and our families might be relatives. But where is your evidence? Is the bracelet on my beautiful niece's wrist not evidence? First, you have to show evidence that she is your niece. Look at this face of mine." Master Fan raised his head and forced his face, which could be described as peerlessly beautiful, to come before Su Li's face. Think about Jian Shue'er's face. Where can you find such excellent genes? That does make some sense, Su Lu said with a shrug again. But don't forget that your princess is not very beautiful. There's still a lot of evidence in numerical units. How can there be the same astronomical units and dating methods that are so outrageous in different universes? Be it the Federation or the Imperium, as long as the big shots in power are willing, they can start a comparison work that involves all aspects of human society. Master Fan said sarcastically. Master Fan said mockingly, "It's a pity that what should have been the warmest and most exciting reunion in the history of mankind was directly turned into countless massacres by those greedy mineral merchants of the Federation." The middle-aged man opposite him looked like a licentious playboy, but after all, he was the most mysterious and honorable great teacher in the Imperium. Whether it was his psychological inclination or his position, of course, he was on the Imperium's side. Sula had no intention of refuting his ridicule. Why am I so interested in Schiller? Not only because his popular novels in the middle period of his life seemed to me to be the best way for humans to pass the time and survive the hardships of life, but also because I feel that from his works, I can clearly see the similarities between the Imperium and the Federation. There is no one in this world, no one with a brain that can come up with so many plots that require different life experiences, insights, and even extreme insights to write. According to my request, the Imperial Intelligence Agency collected a large amount of Schiller's works. The more I read, the more I feel that the person who can write so many scripts and novels can't be the same person. Sulu listened to him in silence, feeling a little strange. Regarding this question that had troubled the Federation's Literature Research Institute and the folk celebrity gossip fans for countless years, he suddenly thought of something. Could it be that Schiller really did not exist and was not a sock puppet of one of the five, but was it written by an old thing? Schiller is not the same person. Great teacher Fan raised his head slightly, his gaze passing through the smoke and the black cloth to look at the white courtyard outside, the green trees, and the high sky. Or rather, those books were not written by the same person. He was just a narrator. Sulu was still silent. He originally thought that tonight's visit to the great teacher fan manor was ridiculous. But after the conversation, he realized that the owner of this white courtyard was indeed not an ordinary person. Shouldn't you put down your gun? Although we are not related by blood, you still have to call me uncle. The great teacher suddenly changed the topic. What kind of uncle is this? Sulu thought silently in his heart. However, in the Imperium, it was not a bad thing to have such an influential uncle. His father, who had died in a mining accident, seemed to have benefited him greatly. He only hoped that his mother and sister in the underworld would not mind that he had randomly recognized a relative. He put down his gun. This makes me feel much better. I can continue talking about my research over the years. Great teacher fan looked at him with an amiable smile and said, "My hobby since childhood has been literature. After obtaining 6 bachelor's degrees from the Imperial University, I finally chose to focus my life on comparative literature research. Comparative literature research between the Federation and the Empire. Yes, I'm the only one in this department. From the head of the department, to the lecturers, to the students, I am the only one. I believe that in the entire universe, I am the only one in this field. It is absolutely unique." The middle-aged man smiled very proudly. Every generation's great teacher was a stunning talent, a figure who was close to a god in their own field. Sulu had long acknowledged this fact, but he really did not expect that this generation's great teacher fan seemed to be a youth, a middle-aged man, or perhaps an old man who was intoxicated by literature. I have written countless unpublished papers to prove that Schiller's novel scripts have many texts that are too similar to each other. In the form of folklore, they are circulated within the Imperium. To prove that 2 societies came from the same civilization, what kind of similarity is the most important? That is the similarity of cultures. Great teacher fan pursed his lips and raised both of his hands as he spoke loudly. His thin jacket slid down his arms and piled up to his shoulders. Paired with his bare legs, he looked like a fanatical religious priest. According to the distant and almost blurred legends, although my ancestor was the biggest war oligarch, he was also the person who hated war the most. I'm also the same. My hobby is literature, peace, and love. So please allow me to temporarily imprison you in the name of literature, peace, and love, the most precious things in my life." As his voice fell, the gradually dissipating smoke dissipated even faster. Su Li's pupils suddenly constricted. His right hand, that was still holding the gun vigilantly, was just about to raise when several thick bolts of blue lightning broke through the smoke and struck his chest fiercely. Chapter 626. The electric arc struck Su Li's chest, and the powerful impact instantly caused his knees to soften, causing him to fall to the ground. At the same time, an irresistible numbness surged and occupied every muscle fiber in his body, causing his body to tremble violently. He could no longer raise his right arm that was holding the gun, and the index finger that was pressing on the trigger was twitching violently. A crisp gunshot rang out, instantly breaking the silence of the night sky of the great Master Fan Manor. At the same time, the pistol fell to the ground powerlessly. If it were the old Sulu, he definitely wouldn't have any ability to move after being struck by such a powerful electric current. However, at the cost of his meridians shattering and using death as a bet, Sulu forcefully recovered the true chi in his body. Su Li's realm had received some kind of strong increase, faintly entering into another realm. He didn't completely collapse. His knee heavily smashed onto the stone floor, creating a shattering sound that would make one's heart tremble. It was unknown whether it was the stone or the knee that had shattered. Su Li's suddenly bright eyes were filled with disbelief and anger. A scorching current surged violently behind his waist, resisting the invasion of the electric current with great difficulty. It was almost impossible for him to raise his right arm and point his finger at the great teacher's beautiful face that was filled with boundless excitement. There was still half a meter between his finger and that face, and there was only air between them. However, the great teacher's pupils suddenly shrank, and he squeezed out a scream of panic from his lips. With a kick of his feet, his entire body flipped over in an extremely sorry state. With a chi sound, an invisible force shot out from Su Li's fingertip, slicing through the air and arriving before the great teacher in an instant. The sharp force cut through the thin coat that was fluttering in the air. The great teacher, who was crying out in a strange manner, staggered and fell to the ground. His right hand drew a strange arc in the air and formed a hollow shield in front of his body. With a muffled bang, the hollow fist seemed to have grasped an invisible force, shattering upon contact, causing a few wisps of smoke and dust to fly up from nowhere. The electric arcs that shot out from the walls of the room continued to attack Su Li's body. He looked at the other party with grief and indignation, and his body trembled violently a few times before finally falling heavily to the ground, unable to get up again. Master Fan slowly opened his right hand and looked at the edge of his palm that had been shocked red with a pale face. He had not expected that Su Lu, who had been hit by several military electric currents, would still have the ability to fight back. With lingering fear, he silently sighed with emotion. The bloodline that his father had excavated in the Federation back then did indeed have incomparably strong genes. He lowered his head and looked at the tear in his clothes. He couldn't help but pat his chest to comfort himself. Then he lifted the lower edge of his wide and thin coat with both hands. His bare thighs bounced up in a dazzling manner, breaking through who knows how many layers of black cloth in front of him. He rushed into the white courtyard and shouted, "Everyone come out. The first thing is done. The next thing is tomorrow. Remember to double the thickness of the steel plate." The white-haired housekeeper walked out of the darkness with a frown on his face. He bowed and said, "Master, although the palace is used to your running amok, isn't this a bit too big of a commotion? Also, will we, the ones who do the actual work, be hanged? With me around, who dares to touch you?" Master Fan tugged at the hem of his thin coat and said proudly, "Remember, you are participating in the occurrence of a major historical event." "Fine." The old housekeeper raised his hands helplessly. Thinking of his master's earlier orders, he said awkwardly, "The alloy prison cell has been prepared for a long time. There is no need to temporarily thicken the steel plate, right? If it is any thicker, then it won't look like a room anymore. It will look like a large piece of metal." Master Fan sighed and turned his head to look at Su Lu, who was being dragged out by the servants. He looked at the unconscious youth's face, full of anger and unwillingness. He smiled bitterly and said, "The young people these days are much more powerful than our generation. If we don't double the thickness, I won't be able to feel at ease." "Why?" Su Lu rubbed his red and swollen palm and glanced angrily at the alloy wall with faint palm marks. He confirmed that with his own strength, there was no way he could destroy this room. Who knew how much alloy that evil and sinister fellow had used to create such a thick wall? For literature, peace, and love. The great teacher's voice rang out, sounding particularly righteous. "You can stay here in peace until the end of the war. That would be for the best." "Why?" he shouted in grief and indignation. After confirming that the great teacher did not seem to want to kill him or hand him over to the Empire's royal family, Su Lu became more and more confused. They had just been reuniting with each other, discussing their relationship, and thinking of a way to leave the Empire. Why did the great teacher suddenly turn hostile and lock him up? "Don't worry, I'm not a schemer. The reason why I could guess that you would come and have a way to imprison you is because I've read too many books. I know that the Federation has a saying with the same meaning. There is nothing new under the sun. I've read too many books, experienced countless lives, and experienced countless complicated stories. So I can guess what you want to do. I also know what you should do." After a moment of silence, the great teacher smiled and said, "Everyone has their own historical mission. Student Su Lu, have you ever thought about what your historical mission is?" The words were very calm, but when they landed in Su Li's ears, he felt that the great teacher's voice had a hint of frenzy and excitement. He looked helplessly at the alloy walls around him. It was futile. The Empire's control of planet Tianjing continued. Any family that dared to violate the ban and allow flying vehicles to enter the atmosphere would face the most vicious attacks. The outer space of the planet was filled with the silhouettes of battleships. Countless battleships were withdrawn from various star regions and distributed to a few large space bases in the star system. Huai Chaoshi walked on the grassy path of the Imperial Palace. She raised her head and narrowed her eyes to look at the clear and white sky. It was early in the morning, and the heat of late spring and early summer had yet to arrive. The air was extremely cool, but her mood was not like that. The Federation's fleet had already entered the Empire Star region. Although they were still extremely far away from planet Tianjing, although the Federation had never attacked planet Tianjing, although the Emperor had already drafted the strategic plan of exchanging space for time, as the successor of the Empire and the god in the hearts of the soldiers, a heavy sense of responsibility and urgent anxiety had already pressed down on her shoulders. Her personal battleship had already been prepared for an expedition. Tonight, she would embark on a space journey to the battlefield. However, a few months had already passed, and that person had still not been caught. This was like a thorn that pierced deeply into her heart, casting a layer of strange and indescribable color on this unknown expedition. Your Highness, according to your wise instructions, tens of thousands of colleagues from 4 departments have worked tirelessly to investigate the mechanical equipment and household electronic devices that have appeared in the market in the past few months. Finally, we found a few target devices. These devices all have some modifications that do not conform to the common electronic standards of the Empire. One of them is a pirated video player that is currently selling like hotcakes. Huai Chaoshi walked out of the underground palace expressionlessly. Listening to the report of this subordinate of the Intelligence Bureau beside her, she knew that this fellow was probably not used to pleasing nobles. She did not care about the detestable parts of his words and only listened attentively. Check it out. After saying this, she sat in a military vehicle and thought silently for a long time. Suddenly, she opened her mouth and asked, "What time is it in Rio?" 9 o'clock. It's almost time. It was extremely rare for Huai Chaoshi to frown slightly, revealing a troubled and even slightly fearful expression. Su Lu was on the run in the Empire alone and could actually escape for several months at a time. The chip monitoring system that covered all the streets and alleys could not find a trace of him at all. Huai Chaoshi directly deduced that Su Lu was able to do this without a doubt because of that amazing Nasri. And to know how Nasri did all this back then, there was probably only one place in the entire universe that could give the answer, and that was Master Fan Manor. However, Huai Chaoshi did not want to go to Master Fan Manor. Although the beautiful and almost demonic old man inside was her closest uncle, she still did not want to go. In this universe, the only one Huai Chaoshi respected was her father, and the only one she was willing to admit as her opponent was the Federation's war godly Pifu. However, the only one she was wary of, and even a little fearful of, was that Master Fan uncle. This was because she thought that this uncle was sick, very sick, the kind that read too many books and often did not act according to common sense. He was so crazy that it made people scratch their heads in confusion. Not to mention the relationship between generations. The Baijin royal family had always worshipped Master Fan Manor as some kind of transcendental existence according to the blood oath of the distant past. Towards Master Fan's madness, she could not hit or scold him, so she could only be wary and fearful, and had the impulse to avoid him at all costs. However, she had to leave at night, and she would not be satisfied if she did not catch Su Lu, so she could only muster up her courage and enter that white courtyard. Master Fan Manor. Huai Chaoshi sat by the table, holding a teacup and sipping small mouthfuls. Her eyes scanned the surroundings vigilantly, worried that she would see her uncle run naked into the rain and shout for joy again. Fortunately, it was not raining today, but on that sunny day 10 years ago, he seemed to have run naked once. She furrowed her brows and suddenly turned around. Her short hair fluttered, and a cold and ruthless expression suddenly appeared in her eyes. The heavy alloy door closed silently behind her, and the room was now a prison cell. "Uncle, what are you up to again?" Huai Chaoshi suppressed her anger and slammed the teacup on the table. She shouted at the surveillance equipment installed somewhere. "I'm going to war tonight, and I do not want to be forced to listen to some Schiller script test by you." After a long silence, the great teacher's complacent laughter came from outside the room. "My dear niece, I did not expect that imprisoning you would be so much easier than catching Sula." "You caught Sula?" Huai Chaoshi frowned. "But why do you want to imprison me?" Chapter 6:27. "What are you up to now?" Huai Chaoshi's brows furrowed tightly as she listened to the voice that came from somewhere in the dark room. She was at a loss as she forced out a cold voice from between her teeth. Her Highness, who had always been calm, confident, and proud, did not notice that she had repeated two meaningless sentences in such a short amount of time. Master Fan, who was standing outside the room with his thighs bared and proud of himself, ignored her and left while humming a tune. She did not know where he went. Huai Chaoshi felt as if a bullet had been fired, but it had landed on a pile of mindless cow dung. Her expression became extremely ugly, and after a moment of silence, she walked towards the wall on her left. She took a deep breath, and the thin body under her military uniform trembled slightly. With a light snort, she slammed her arm into the wall like a heavy hammer. Smoke and dust rose, and the dust fell, revealing the cold and threatening alloy inner wall and the faint imprint of a palm. Huai Chaoshi frowned as she looked at the wall in shock. She gently rubbed her wrist and wondered how thick the wall was built by the madman. She had hit it with all her might, but it did not break the wall. The building did not even tremble. She was about to embark on the journey to resist the Federal Army at night. She did not have the time to wait for that madman to calm down. In fact, in this absurd predicament and the fact that she was imprisoned on Tianjing, Her Highness had forgotten how to write the word calm. The heavy dust remover easily lifted her slender wrist and slammed her against the door. She grabbed the hard modern-style metal flower stand and violently smashed it against the wall again and again. The entire room was filled with flying debris like a hail of bullets and terrifying loud noises that rang out from time to time. Master Fan was lying on a chair in the white courtyard outside the specially made prison room. His bare thighs were spread wide open as he drooled over the armrest. He held a teapot in his hand as he listened to the sounds coming from the room and looked at the smoke and dust coming out from the alloy wall. He said angrily, "Did you see that? I told you that the young people nowadays are too vigorous and too beastly. I told you to double the thickness, but you didn't believe me. If the alloy thickness is still the original plan, not to mention my niece, this terrifying female monster, I'm afraid that even Su Lu won't be able to contain her. But it's not a good idea to keep smashing like this. Firstly, it feels a little dangerous. Secondly, such a loud noise will attract some people's attention," the white-haired old butler said respectfully. "That's true." Master Fan retracted his leg and thought for a moment. He put down his teacup, lit a cigarette, and said leisurely, "Turn on the high voltage for me. Also, tell the people inside to avoid any accidents." In the gloomy room, Huai Chaoshi was still silently throwing a tantrum. All the objects in the room that could cause damage to the walls had all become weapons in her hands. She valiantly slammed them against the alloy wall. Then, like waves crashing against a black reef, they turned into white foam and scattered everywhere. Just as she was about to grab the last set of pair with table and chair in the room, a tired and helpless voice suddenly sounded from the dark corner of the room. "Don't smash it. According to my judgment, we may have to rely on this set of table and chair to eat prisoners' meals for a few days." Huai Chaoshi's fingers that touched the surface of the smooth wooden table slightly stiffened. She narrowed her eyes and looked over. Looking at the guy squatting in the corner like a distressed beggar, she remembered that Master Fan had said that he had caught this person. The room was very quiet. Sulu slowly stood up along the wall. His face was a little haggard, and his dyed brown hair was a little withered yellow. He looked like he had just recovered from serious illness, but also like he had been starved for countless days. For some reason, seeing that the other person was also inexplicably imprisoned here, Huai Chaoshi's mood calmed down a lot. She felt a lot more balanced, and her narrowed eyes gradually relaxed. The two of them didn't speak. They silently looked at each other in the room for a long time. The pursuer and the one being chased on the road of escape had to accept the fact that they were now both prisoners and locked up together. "Hello." Sulu was the first to break the silence, forcing a smile. Huai Chaoshu lowered her chin slightly and replied, "Hello, long time no see." It was a very simple, calm, and even plain greeting between two people in this kind of relationship. However, it was precisely because they were people with such temperaments that the absurdity was actually natural. Outside the prison, someone informed them that the wall had been connected to high-voltage electricity and asked His Highness and Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu to pay attention to their personal safety. After that, there was no more sound. Using a floating hair that was burned to ashes, Huai Chaoshu confirmed that Master Fan Manor wasn't lying. She stopped her actions of destroying the queen. According to her inference, since Su Lu couldn't escape, the possibility of her being able to break through the wall was not high. What kind of lock can't even be opened by you? Or did you forget to open the toolbox? Huai Chaoshu gently brushed the dust off her military uniform and sat in the chair to ask a very important question. After saying Shu Hai joined hands to escape, she had long confirmed that Su Lu had inherited and even surpassed Nasri's mechanical talent, so it was very difficult to believe that there was a lock in the world that could stop him. "I'm prepared. I brought the most commonly used tools and equipment." Su Lu sat down on the other side of the table and narrowed his eyes at the alloy door not far in front of him. After a moment of silence, he sighed and said, "It's just that the lock used for this alloy door is a large alloy rod." "You mean the most primitive kind of door lock?" Huai Chaoshu asked with confusion. "Correct. The mechanical education I received since I was young is that the most primitive tools built according to the simplest laws of physics are the least likely to break. The tools mentioned here also include locks." Time ticked by. The two of them sat across from each other at the table, not saying a word. The soft light above their heads shone down. They didn't know how much the sun outside the room had shifted. They didn't know what the person on the other side of the table would do next. They also didn't know how long it would take for this dark and strange situation to end. Even now, these two most powerful experts of the younger generation still didn't understand how and why the great teacher had captured them. A plate of fruit and a few glasses of water appeared on the transmission table on the alloy wall. Sulu saw that Huai Chaoshu's face was gloomy and didn't seem to have any intention of doing anything. He sighed in his heart and took them and placed them on the table. At this time, an ultra-thin scroll of light unfolded on the wall. A voice that sounded particularly crazy at this time appeared in front of the two of them together with a pair of white legs. Without waiting for the great teacher outside the room to speak, Huai Chaoshu suddenly stood up and said angrily and gloomily, "My subordinates are still waiting outside the mansion. Everyone knows that I'm here. I don't care what's wrong with you and why you've locked me up, but you can't keep me locked up forever. Otherwise what?" On the screen, the great teacher's charming face flashed with a trace of embarrassment and anger. He shouted loudly, "I indeed forgot about this problem, but can I keep you locked up forever? Don't forget that this is the great teacher Fan Manor. Don't forget the blood oath. Without my permission, who the fuck dares to barge in? For more than 700 years, not a single emperor has dared to break this rule. Do you think your father dares?" Sulu, who had been carefully guarding against Huai Chaoshu's sudden rage, quietly listened to the conversation between her and the great teacher Fan. Although he didn't know what the blood oath was, he could roughly guess that it was some kind of agreement between the great teacher Fan Manor and the imperial family. Knowing that the imperial family didn't dare to casually enter the great teacher Fan Manor, although he was also one of the prisoners, he still calmed down a little. Then he thought about how the great teacher Fan Manor had said that for more than 700 years, not a single emperor had dared to enter the great teacher Fan Manor without permission, but he just happened to enter last night. It could be said that he was extremely daring, and he couldn't help but feel a little proud. Fuck, back then my sister wanted to divorce him, but he refused. Did he think that this daddy wouldn't dare to take revenge? The great teacher on the screen thumped his chest loudly. Huai Chaoshu painfully held her forehead, clenching her left fist. She helplessly said, "How could the Holy Emperor allow a divorce? Besides, this is already something from countless years ago. Why do you still hold a grudge? This is a matter between husband and wife, and even a daughter like me can't do anything about it. Don't tell me you want to take revenge on the Empire over this matter. I implore you to quickly wake up. I still have to hurry to the front lines." The great teacher fan ignored her stern questioning. He silently thought that the people of the Empire had always been used to forming full mecha-tactical units, but the Federation had only gradually changed their tactical concepts after the successful development of the MX 2 years ago. It was completely conceivable that Huai Chaoshi, with her terrifying combat ability, and a group of beast-like wolf Feng mecha would bring heavy casualties to the federal forces on the planet's surface. Unless Madman Li faced her directly, there would be only a sliver of a chance. But what's more important for you two youngsters is not your role on the battlefield, but your status in your respective countries and the influence you may have on this universe in the future. Su Lu, who had been silent for a long time, finally opened his mouth and said, "I'm very afraid that you would compare me with the princess of your country, but I hope you can get to the point. I hate war. My family hates war the most. I love literature, peace, and love." Grandmaster Fan raised both of his hands in excitement on the screen and said loudly, "If I can lock up the two most dangerous enemies in the universe, who will definitely have the most important positions in the future, and make them friends, then this war that is destined to last for many years will definitely be greatly reduced in cruelty and even peace." Naive mental patient. Su Li's expression was blank from shock, and he subconsciously said softly, "Crazy immature child." Huai Chaoshi was still holding her forehead in pain as she cursed in a low voice. "I'm not naive, and I'm not crazy." Grandmaster Fan stared at the camera very seriously and said, "If you two die in this war, or become truly irreconcilable enemies of life and death, this matter will really be very difficult to resolve, so I have to do my best to keep you alive and get along peacefully. Your peace, perhaps in the distant future, will be the peace of the universe." Hearing this, Huai Chaoshi put down her hand that was covering her forehead. The flames in her narrowed eyes seemed to want to burn down everything in the world. She stared at the familiar and crazy face on the screen, and her tone was extremely cold. She said coldly, "Don't forget, you are a citizen of the Empire. You imprisoned me here, and what will happen to the war on the front lines if you lose? The history of the Empire should not pay the price of your insanity with blood." "We are not citizens of the Empire," Grandmaster Fan calmly replied outside the room. "From the moment you came here, you are citizens of the Empire," Huai Chaoshi coldly rebuked. "Don't forget that your blood and the blood of the royal family have long been inseparably mixed together. I have the blood of Grandmaster Fan's family in me, but your mother is also a member of the royal family." "That's right." Grandmaster Fan was silent for a long time before he said, "Living here, I am a citizen of this place. I am a citizen of the Empire, but His Majesty and you should both know that the comprehensive strength of the Empire and the Federation is too different. Even if we use the vast universe as a strategic space to retreat in exchange for a chance to breathe, how far can we retreat? In the end, the Empire will not be able to win this war. It has been decades. When has the Federation's invasion not been repelled by us?" Huai Chaoshi raised her clear eyebrows slightly and replied slowly and with great strength. "The Federation has never fought a war before, so their army was a pile of shit at the beginning. However, the war has trained them. The federal forces that have passed through the space channel have become stronger each time. In fact, in the last war, Li Pifu and his disciples had already seized the absolute victory." Grandmaster Fan's expression gradually turned desolate as he said faintly, "Now that Nasri is dead, who can go to the headquarters of the federal forces and cause a huge explosion?" Huai Caoshi's eyelids drooped slightly and then lifted up. They were inexplicably bright. She said calmly and confidently, "Me? You can't." Grandmaster Fan said firmly, "Because you are not a citizen of the Federation. You are not Li Pifu's brother. You are not him." Huai Chaoshi was silent. Sulu was also silent. He was somewhat unsettled by the mention of the uncle's name and the huge explosion. Was the Federation's failure last time really because of the uncle's betrayal? Time passed bit by bit. Just like the dew on the glass on the surface of the pear, Wood Table slid down slowly and disappeared into the wood grain. The Grand Master on the light screen got rid of his previous desolate expression. With a hint of a playful smile, he said, "If you can't be friends, then get married." This sentence was like a chain of thunder, hitting Su Lu and Huai Chaoshi so hard that they raised their heads in shock. They looked at each other speechlessly, and 2 lines of tears silently flowed down from their hearts. "Su Lu, you should have read Schiller's crazy, infatuating ancient knight novel. You should know that everything in the world is like a shadow woven from bubbles. Only love is real. Xiaoshi is a little older than you, but there is no problem with an older sister falling in love with a younger brother. As a loyal fan and the best researcher of Schiller's plays, I think you should know that since Jian Shui'er is your sister, your best choice is her. Of course, Xiaoshi is not as pretty as her sister, but I think this cell will give you plenty of time to cultivate your feelings. Xiaoshi, seriously and without prejudice, think about my suggestion. Sacrifice your love to save the entire universe." After saying this, the light screen slowly pulled up. The Grand Master once again floated away, leaving this secluded space to the young man and woman with strange expressions. "Just now, he said that I'm not as pretty as my sister. Who is this sister he's referring to?" To Su Li's surprise, Huai Chaoshi did not angrily pick up the pear wood table and launch the most terrifying attack in the universe. Instead, she sat quietly on the chair and asked such a question. According to him, Jian Shui'er is your half-sister from the same mother but different fathers. That is to say, Jian Shui'er is Nasri's daughter and your half-sister? Su Lu shrugged. He did not want to admit it, but he also did not want to clear up this troublesome relationship again. He was surprised to find that Huai Chaoshi could actually immediately determine who Jian Shui'er's father was. It seemed that the affair between the Empress and the uncle was not an absolute secret that no one knew. Huai Chaoshi narrowed her eyes and asked him, "What is this eightfold symphony?" Su Lu woke up and thought of a famous boring plot in Schiller's night novel. Looking at the cell that was very similar to the plot and Her Highness across the table in a neat military uniform, he was immediately dumbfounded. He sucked in a breath of cold air and cursed. What a fucking lunatic! He has always been a lunatic. Huai Chaoshi said expressionlessly. Su Lu looked at her delicate facial features, and his fingers trembled slightly. He thought to himself, if you've seen Schiller's Eightfold Symphony, you definitely won't be as relaxed as you are now. He warned with extreme seriousness, don't eat fruits, don't drink water. Chapter 628. After learning the brief content of Schiller's play from Su Lu, the cold flames in Huai Chaoshi's eyes burned brighter and brighter, as if they wanted to melt all the ice mountains that had accumulated for thousands of years into blue flames. But strangely, she didn't turn her anger into any concrete action. Instead, she sat silently on the chair. After a long, suffocating silence, she suddenly took off her military cap, rubbed her slightly curly black hair, and wiped off a few drops of sweat from her forehead. She looked forward and narrowed her eyes, asking, imprisoning us in a room and using an aphrodisiac, does that mean that in the eyes of that lunatic, I don't have the charm of a woman at all? Su Lu slowly and strenuously turned his head to look at her delicate side profile. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak for a moment. He never thought that the powerful Princess Huai Chaoshi was seriously thinking about the content of the aphrodisiac instead of how to escape. George Carlin once wrote a famous joke with a sarcastic tone. Even if a woman is on the battlefield, when faced with the whistling missiles, she is most likely most concerned about whether the outline of her eyebrows is beautiful or not. But the powerful princess actually had a similar reaction at this moment. Su Lu couldn't help but be shocked. It seemed that no matter how powerful a woman was, she was still a woman. And women, this wonderful creature, must have come from another parallel universe. He would never be able to understand it in his life. If you weren't always expressionless, hiding your face under the shadow of the military cap, I think anyone would have to admit that you would at least be considered delicate. Su Lu didn't explain that the aphrodisiac had nothing to do with her feminine charm. It was purely because it was a classic scene in Schiller's play. The great teacher, A middle-aged fanatic for literature would definitely design it according to the original. He paused for a long time and said sincerely, "But the problem is, it's really hard for me to see you as a woman." "I understand." Huai Chaoshi put the military cap on the table and replied expressionlessly, "It's hard for men to see me as a woman because they are more like weak women in front of me." This was true. In a vast universe, it was hard to find a male animal who could look down on you and was qualified to protect you. Su Lu silently thought to himself, and then he recalled that Shang Qiu had once said something similar. Only now did he realize that all the women who had appeared in his life were actually such fierce and powerful existences. Time passed steadily and monotonously. Outside the prison cell, it should have already entered the night. In this long night, there was no food, no water, no television, and no internet to pass the time. There were only two young men and women who had no feelings for each other. In this awkward environment, the speed of time passing unconsciously slowed down. "What kind of man do you like?" Sula got up and left the shallow pear blossom chair. He walked to the bottom of the scroll-like light screen and looked up. He asked casually, just like those adolescent girls who were hugging a pillow and hiding in bed asking their best female friends. "Me? I never thought about it." Huai Chaoshi narrowed her eyes and stared at Su Li's back. As a woman, she must have thought about this question. Su Li didn't turn around and said to himself, Huai Chaoshi's previous performance already showed that her heart wasn't a biological pervert. Then, she must have the psychological process that a normal girl should have. They were both soldiers who were in a state of absolute hostility. There were no feelings between men and women at all. However, after several battles and escaping in the sea of mulberry trees, it was inevitable that there would be some feelings of sympathy. In their respective life domains, there were very few equally powerful existences. Therefore, Huai Chaoshi used indifference and calmness to hide the pride and loneliness of an expert in her heart. Su Lu used silence and cheerful smile to hide the inhuman feelings that had once appeared in his heart. Especially for Huai Chaoshi, there had never been someone who dared to probe into her private matters like Su Lu. There had never been someone who had the qualifications to have an equal conversation with her. After a long period of silence, Huai Chaoshi narrowed her eyes and replied, "When I was young, I seemed to like the palace music teacher. He had a pair of blue eyes, very white skin, and a tall and thin figure. It was as if he would be blown away by the wind." Could it be that the biological process of love in this princess body was a simple compliment? Su Li's lips moved, and he almost laughed out loud. He never would have thought that the powerful and terrifying genius Huai Chaoshi would actually like this kind of pale artistic youth. Of course, you can't be like that guy outside who has the hobby of running around naked, and you can't be as crazy as him. Huai Chaoshi's eyebrows were tightly knitted as she quickly added. Su Lu took out the tool he carried with him and inserted it into some kind of spring in the alloy wall. He gently twisted it and casually asked, "What happened to that music teacher later?" There was no later. Huai Chaoshi returned to her usual expression and coldly replied, "There was also no story that you Federation people want to hear the most. You should still be alive and well right now." Su Lu shrugged. He had already guessed this ending. A young princess falling in love with her own music teacher was indeed a very common scene. However, since that music teacher had a pair of blue eyes like the sea, he was definitely not a noble, let alone a member of the royal family. Naturally, this story had no later. "What are you doing?" Huai Chaoshi watched him pry open the alloy wall and frowned in confusion. "I'm making that light screen unable to work. In Schiller's play, the trapped male lead blocks the stone hole, thus making the evil person with the hobby of voyeurism unable to endure and find a way to escape." Su Lu carefully moved the tool in his hand to avoid triggering the high voltage installed in the wall. He explained, "You can think that I'm playing along with that crazy music teacher, but I think this is indeed effective. At least we won't be disturbed." He walked back to the table and sat down. He lowered his head and organized the tools in the box. Suddenly, he thought of something and shook his head. "I think I'm wrong. He's your uncle, so he shouldn't have such a perverted hobby. Besides, we're not related by blood. Even if he is a pervert among perverts, it's meaningless. Huai Chaoshu did not reply. The two of them sat on opposite sides of the pale pear blossom table and began to be silent again. One was the princess of the empire. The other was the hero of the Federation. It was not easy for them to chat in such an environment without risking their lives. However, it was impossible for them to become true friends through conversation according to the great teacher's naive idea. How could they not be enemies when they loved each other on opposite sides of the river of hatred? It should be early in the still dark morning. The two people in the cell sat in silence for a night with helpless emotions. No matter who it was, they all had extraordinary abilities and extraordinary mobility that ordinary people could not hope to achieve. However, that master only used the simplest method to trap the two of them in a death trap. I'm really stupid, really. Huai Chaoshu, whose short hair was messy, suddenly broke the silence. She looked at Su Lu with narrowed eyes and said with a smile, I actually forgot the simplest method to solve this problem. Su Li's eyes also narrowed, because he sensed great danger from Huai Chaoshu's smile. The reason the lunatic outside imprisoned us is very simple. He needs me to be close to you. Huai Chaoshu said concisely. If I kill you, there will be no reason for this crazy thing to continue. I will naturally be able to leave. Chapter 630. Su Lu stared at her clenched fist hanging by his waist. The muscles on his back contracted until he felt a burning pain. His mind was highly focused, but his reply did not stop at all. He said mockingly, Idiot, that lunatic locked you and me up because he's just a mentally ill middle-aged artistic man trying to influence history and get rid of the delusion of war. If I die, he'll lock you up for life because the effect is the same as locking us up alive. With a loud thud, the only light pear blossom table in the room finally shattered into countless pieces. Huai Chaoshu stared at the large crater under her feet and the reflection of the cold alloy at the bottom of the crater. She clenched her fists tightly in anger. At this moment, she should have already boarded a battleship and left planet Tianjing, rushing towards the border star regions at the fastest speed possible to lead her most loyal Mecha Division subordinates to battle the Federation's army. However, she was now imprisoned by a lunatic and was unable to escape. Furthermore, she was forced to be locked up together with a great enemy of the Federation. What made her feel the most humiliated and furious was that her lunatic uncle had actually thought of such a disgusting and filthy idea. Because of one thought, countless thoughts were born. She clenched her fists tightly and stared at Su Lu with narrowed eyes, not listening to his analysis. Su Li's eyes gradually narrowed, feeling the oppressive feeling in the cell that made it harder and harder to breathe. Facing a powerful opponent that was gradually approaching, although he was not completely fearless, he maintained his normal tone and expression, even calmer than usual. There's only the two of us in this cell. If you kill me, you'll only have a cold corpse to keep you company. That won't be a good feeling, he suggested in a seemingly serious manner. I've seen many corpses since I was very young, Huai Chaoping said indifferently as she raised her chin slightly and took a step forward. But you don't have the experience of cleaning up corpses, Su Lu replied. The current temperature is suitable for people to take a walk by the river, but it's not suitable for keeping corpses. Corpses will rot in a very short time. Have you seen a giant? That's when the internal organs of a corpse are inflated after they rot. He gestured a certain distance with his hands and said seriously, When the time comes, my leg will be swollen like this. The veins on it will be exposed, and the black and smelly blood will flow everywhere. Huai Chaoshu waved her hand to stop him from explaining in detail. With a hint of mockery, she replied, Do you think I'm one of those noble ladies who run in the foggy forest holding up their skirts and screaming when they see little rabbits? After a moment of silence, Su Lu said, No, it's just that based on our interactions these days, I'm sure you have mysophobia. Huai Chaoshu's eyes narrowed even more. She stared at him for a long time without saying anything. She was like a powerful god whose halo had suddenly been dispelled, revealing her most fatal weakness. If I kill you, even if my uncle continues to lock me up, I think you will take your body away and burn it to ashes or feed it to the dogs." Her voice was still calm, but the meaning of her words was gradually becoming more and more vicious. It was probably because Su Lu had seen through her misophobia, which made her very angry. "If you haven't forgotten, I've just destroyed all the surveillance equipment in this room, leaving only a one-way light screen." Su Lu used 2 fingers to hold a few data cables and patiently tried to persuade her. "The surveillance is broken, but I still have to deliver food. If I don't take it, the outside will naturally know there's a problem." "What problem? We're on a hunger strike." "I believe that the crazy great teacher has a very high judgment of our survival ability. He won't pay attention to us for a few days, and these few days are enough for my body to rot into a pile of rotten meat full of flies and maggots crawling everywhere." Su Li's narrowed eyes gradually relaxed, and a bright light appeared in his pupils. He smiled as he described the various filthy and tragic scenes after his death, but he didn't feel disgusted at all. "And I have to remind you, everyone knows your ability. As long as you're in the cell, who in the great teacher fan manner would dare to open the cell door and drag my body out?" By this time, this conversation about the speed of decomposition and the princess misophobia had been going on. Huai Chaoshi had already walked in front of Su Lu. The woman's face, which could be considered pretty, flashed with a coldness. A powerful and suffocating aura rushed out, seeming to make the thick alloy walls of the cell shake uneasily. Under this kind of violent pressure and the threat of death, Su Li's face finally turned slightly pale. Soon after, his incomparably tyrannical expression turned calm. His narrowed eyes became brighter, and his thin lips were tightly pursed. Whoosh! Huai Caoshi's expression was cold. She lowered her waist, raised her elbow, and smashed her right fist towards Su Li's face without any fancy moves. However, it was this simple punch that seemed to have smashed a hole in the air, a hollow. Endless gushing power followed this passage that had been created out of nothing and rushed towards Su Li's cheek. In an instant, a strong wind blew, blowing until the eyelashes on Su Li's single eyelid couldn't stop trembling. Su Li's right hand was also trembling. His entire body was trembling, but naturally it wasn't because of fear. Huai Caoshi's pupils violently constricted in the next moment because she found that her powerful fist was blocked by a wall. It was a thick and solid wall that was constantly trembling and moving. Every time it trembled, it absorbed a little of her strength and weakened a little. That strange repulsive force made her feel a faint sense of fear for the first time in her life. The wall was Su Li's hands that were blocking in front of her face. His right hand twisted, sticking close to Huai Caoshi's right wrist, and then like a sharp blade, it slid over. Where the palm arrived, the military uniform on Huai Caoshi's right arm was peeled off piece by piece, and amidst sizzling noises, it turned into countless soft pieces of tattered cloth. Huai Caoshi's pupils constricted. She sensed that the palm contained a power that didn't seem to be inferior to her own, and endless doubts appeared in her heart. She didn't understand how this Federation man in front of her could become so much more powerful than before after disappearing for more than half a year. Right now, there was no time for this imperial princess who had never lost before to think. She narrowed her eyes, capturing that palm that was as fast as lightning in front of her. Her right shoulder suddenly pushed back, and instead of retreating, she pushed forward. Almost at the same time, her left hand formed a semicircle around her waist, and the knuckle of her middle finger fiercely and incomparably sharply smashed down towards the empty space in front of her. As expected, if her sharp strike didn't hit that point in the air, then Su Li's tyrannical palm blade would have quietly left her right arm in a semicircle and chopped at her neck. However, there were no ifs, and there were no buts. Her sharp strike directly hit Su Li's originally unfathomable sneak attack and fiercely struck his wrist, emitting a bone-chilling sound of collision. Su Lu had indeed successfully fooled her after pretending to be weak for such a long time, and he had found the best opportunity to launch a surprise attack. However, even under such a dangerous situation, her mind still didn't waver in the slightest. Just like how the spirits in the forest could smell the scent of smoke from 1,000 miles away, she could also smell the hidden danger from who knows where. Moreover, she didn't hesitate to smash down towards that most dangerous spot. Schemes and tricks, opportunistic techniques, they were all existences of nothingness in front of powerful strength. Difficult knots couldn't block the king's sword, and fatal dangers couldn't block the empire's princess's smash. The smash that seemed to be a gamble actually reflected Huai Caoshi's astonishing combat strength and experience. This could only be attributed to talent, just like the similar talents that Su Lu and Mad Manly had. No one could imitate or learn from them. The two most powerful young people in the Empire and the Federation were silently engaged in a life and death struggle in this strange prison cell. They were not like beasts, but more like machines. After missing her attack, Huai Caoshi unreasonably took another step forward. Her right hand moved like lightning along Su Li's left arm, and her thumb pressed down on the vital point below his ear. Her left arm turned into an iron rod, and with a gust of wind, she followed Su Li's palm and struck below his ribs. If this strike landed, who knew how many of Su Li's ribs would be broken? It was even more likely that the alveoli in his lungs would be shattered in an instant. However, after all, she was facing Su Lu, the Su Lu who had experienced the miserable experience of having all of his meridians shattered. Through his powerful willpower, he was resurrected and even improved. She was facing Su Lu, who also possessed talent that others couldn't hope to match. She was facing Su Lu, who, for the first time, fought with the mentality of a weakling in a head-on battle. Moreover, she was going against her nature and using countless words and expressions to confuse the enemy. Shude, the 10 stances that Uncle Feng Yu had taught him since he was young had long been integrated into his blood. His bones had become an inseparable part of his muscle memory. He had found an extremely rare opportunity, an opportunity that could possibly defeat the insufferably arrogant Huai Caoshi. All of his spirit and strength were mobilized. All of his muscle fibers were crazily squeezing and rubbing together. He never thought that he could knock down Huai Caoshi in one strike. He even predicted that Huai Caoshi would be able to avoid his hidden second strike. As a result, his brain didn't go through this process at all. He directly relied on his intuition and instincts to suddenly raise his left knee and push it against the inside of his opponent's thigh. At the same time, his right arm that had just swung out horizontally behind his shoulder, avoiding his opponent's right arm and smashing towards Huai Caoshi's forehead. Huai Caoshi fell. This was the first time in her dazzling and undefeated battle career that she had fallen. In the final moment when life and death were about to be decided, or perhaps it was better to say in the instant when both of them perished together, her left arm forcefully shifted the angle of attack, smashing into the edge of Su Li's treacherous right knee. Then, she inconceivably raised her arm like lightning, blocking Su Li's right arm under her armpit. However, she couldn't stop her opponent's berserk strength, breaking who knew how many of her ribs that were of the same thickness as a normal person's. Her body fell heavily into the crater on the ground. The muffled sound shook up a few strands of inconspicuous dust. However, she immediately supported her body and maintained a sitting position. Blood seeped out from the corners of her lips. She stared at the Federation man not far away with unprecedented vigilance and killing intent. That Federation man also fell. From the looks of it, his injuries weren't any lighter than hers. However, for some reason, when Huai Caoshi saw that fellow leaning against the wall and coughing out blood nonstop, she felt the true meaning of the word terrifying for the first time in her life. It wasn't just because he was already quite powerful to begin with. Now, he was even more powerful than before. Instead, it was because in this short and dangerous battle, this Federation man exuded a cold feeling of indifference towards life and death. Chapter 631. Sula stopped coughing. He coughed up blood, and he coughed up blood with a joyful smile. His back slammed heavily into the wall, shaking off the cement and plastic layer, revealing the cold alloy material underneath. He coughed up blood incessantly, clutching his aching lower abdomen that was about to go numb. He sat on the ground with his legs spread apart in an ungraceful manner, leaning against the wall. He stared at Huai Chaoshu in the pit, but there was no fear in his eyes. There was only boundless brightness, and within that brightness, there was an uncontrollable joy. He had expended a great deal of energy to set up this opportunity, and it had indeed seriously injured Huai Chaoshu. However, Huai Chaoshu's strength still exceeded his expectations. He never thought that at the last moment, Huai Chaoshu's left arm would actually be able to block his knee strike in such a short amount of time, and then clamp his fatal punch under her armpit. What he found most inconceivable was that when his right arm struck Huai Chaoshu's ribs under that intense pain, the other party was actually strong enough to clamp down on his right arm for an instant. In that instant, when he lost control, Huai Chaoshu's leg, which had been nailed to the ground like a nail, lifted up and kicked him in the lower abdomen. He was also seriously injured, but so what? Huai Chaoshu, this combat genius who had shocked the universe in her adolescence, the Empire's military idol who had never lost, still fell in front of him, battered and exhausted as she fell into the pit that he had created. No matter how strong the enemy was, in the end, she was still only one person. Originally, her face would pale, she would vomit blood, and her ribs would break. Even the sound of breaking was no different from that of a normal person. Confirming this point was very meaningful to Su Lu. It was a positive meaning that made him laugh. Actually, cough, cough, just now cough. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, breathed heavily a few times, and looked at the pale-faced Huai Chaoshu in the pit. His eyes slightly narrowed, and said, "What I really wanted to say just now was, why did you kill me?" Su Lu dared to face Madman Li, who was invincible in the Federation. Without blinking, dared to charge into the Medellin building with a bunch of guns, dared to single-handedly charge into the Empire's defense line to activate the glory of the Charter. There was no need to doubt his perseverance, courage, and the confidence that was deeply hidden under his ordinary appearance and the pride in his bones. Only this kind of person would chase after Zhong Sugu from the Federation to the Empire in a seemingly crazy manner and carry out that petty revenge from morning till night. When he and the old thing cooperated to kill the Empire's fleet and assassinate the butcher Countess Chaoshu, his life finally blossomed with the most dazzling brilliance in that instant. However, just like many of Schiller's tangled literary scripts, just as he was about to be a soul-stirring hero of the universe, abruptly ended in the hands of a peach miasma Mecca and that powerful woman. Since then, facing that woman of the Empire, he could no longer find absolute and firm confidence, let alone the belief that he would definitely win. This kind of feeling was very bad. It was like his orgasm was forcefully interrupted, and before the flower bloomed, it wilted in pain. It was just like the feeling that kept coming from his lower abdomen. It wasn't until this moment that the powerful and terrifying Imperial Highness finally collapsed like an ordinary person that Su Lu finally spat out the stuffy breath in her chest. She spat out that seemingly calm sentence, but in fact, it was filled with ruthlessness. "What right do you have to kill me? Do you have the ability to kill me? I always thought that I was open-minded enough to determine your combat ability, but today it seems that I still underestimated you." Huai Chaoshu slowly wiped the blood dripping from the corner of her mouth, her voice slightly hoarse. "But do you really think that just because you opened your meridians and learned a little bit of true chi externalization, you can be my opponent?" Su Lu frowned as he looked at his swollen abdomen. His thick eyebrows gradually knitted together. He subconsciously thought that if he dodged that kick a little slower, perhaps he would already be dead by now. Then his pupils violently shrank, because from the corner of his eyes, he clearly saw that Huai Chaoshu, who used her hand to support her tottering body a moment ago, was actually slowly standing up at this moment. He knew very well how many of her ribs were broken, and he also knew that the intense pain definitely couldn't be transferred by human will, but she still stood up again. "Perhaps we need to try again and see if I can kill you or not." Huai Chaoshu's face was indeed a little pale, but her hoarse voice was exceptionally calm, as if she wasn't at all affected by the heavy injuries on her body. The human body was the #1 machine, but, after all, it couldn't be a machine. Sula looked at this inconceivable scene and thought of the uncle's words back then. He used the shortest amount of time to calm down the shock in his heart. Supporting himself against the cold alloy wall, he slowly stood up and forced his mind away from his lower abdomen. He didn't think about whether the intense pain meant that his intestines were broken or not, and gently moved his slightly cracked right wrist. Again, Hui Chaosher slightly raised her face, looking at the ceiling of the cell expressionlessly, and took a deep breath. The unique spirit that seemed to be unique to her once again returned to her body, and all the injuries, pain, and anger disappeared. What was left was only power. Sula didn't answer. He just narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists again. According to the calculation of the sounds I heard, the two people in the room should have already fought 3 rounds. Guess who has the advantage? That expressionless niece of mine? No. Although the entire universe knows how strong she is, that Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu is Nasri's son after all. If he can have a third of Nasri's wisdom and shamelessness, plus his original strength, Xiao Shi can't possibly be his opponent. How strong was he originally? I don't know, but according to the speed of his recovery after being paralyzed, he should have passed the legendary level. No one knows what level he can reach in the future. After all, according to the ancient records of the family, the great ancestor who founded the family didn't seem to have broken through this level. Well, that's very painful. Since they're still fighting, it should be a draw. But according to the terrifying battle strength of these two guys, they should have been seriously injured. How can they still fight? I don't know if the bones of these two guys will be fine in the end. Wearing a thin white robe, the great teacher of the Empire straightened his teacup and spread his smooth bare legs. He half reclined on the bamboo chair and looked in the direction of the alloy cell. Heavy crashing sounds came from the sealed cell from time to time. The dust on the walls rustled down. It seemed that the thick alloy walls were about to shake under the impact of the bodies of the two people inside. The great teacher seemed to be casually commenting on the battle in the cell, but the anxiety in his eyes couldn't be hidden. He knew what kind of danger every heavy crash represented. Bang, bang, bang. Dull and terrifying crashing sounds kept ringing out from the prison cell. No one knew when it would end, and when it ended, whether the two of them would still be alive. The great teacher was indeed a crazy person, but he wasn't a bloodthirsty person. Especially in his opinion, the two young people in the cell were not only important figures related to the future peace of the universe, they were also his family. The great teacher lowered his head and looked at the rippling tea in his cup. He was silent for a long time. Master, we can't let them continue fighting like this, right? If they really die, your great dream can't be realized. Also, His Majesty will definitely not care about the blood oath. He will directly send troops to flatten the yard. What are you afraid of? A trace of embarrassment flashed across the great teacher's beautiful and graceful face. As if he didn't want his loyal butler to see his anxiety, he put down the teacup heavily beside him and said loudly, "I'm anxious because I can't see what's happening inside." He waved his arms excitedly. The undefeated princess of the Empire against the brave successor of the Federation's military god. Do you know what this is? This is history happening, and as the only bystander, a middle-aged historian with a conscience, I actually can't record it firsthand. This is an intolerable failure. Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu wiped out all the surveillance equipment. The technical department didn't expect this Federation person to be so amazing in this aspect. Nonsense. Don't forget that he is Nasri's son, the designer of MXD. The great teacher lowered his eyes slightly and said after a pause, "Wait a little longer. If the two crazy people inside don't fight each other to death, open the one-way channel. I want to say something to them." The white-haired butler looked at the quiet streets around the white yard with fear and helplessness. He heard the faint roar of fighter jets and the rolling sound of armored vehicles in the distance. He said sadly, "We can wait, but I don't know if the troops outside and His Majesty in the palace can wait. As long as Xiao Shi's life and death can't be confirmed, the Emperor won't go crazy." The crazy great teacher was as calm as a detective at this moment. He said, "Weighing the pros and cons is what a deformed creature like the Emperor is best at. But the problem is that the two in the room, it seems that it's impossible for them to develop a love story according to your plan. They're really fighting with no regard for their own lives. There's no meaning in keeping them locked up like this. What do you know? The great teacher raised his eyebrows and said mockingly, "Fighting is affection, scolding is love." It's said that the ancestors of my race used this trick to conquer many powerful women. Time passed slowly. 2 days and 1 night had passed since Su Lu entered the Great Teacher Academy, and 1 day and 1 night had passed since Huai Chaoshi entered the Great Teacher Academy. The Empire finally confirmed what had happened, and the entire upper echelon of Tianjing planet fell into a state of panic and unease. They didn't understand why the important figure in the White Courtyard would imprison the Empire's most trusted and dependable princess. They also didn't understand how he had done it. Countless elite troops of the Empire were urgently mobilized into the capital. They silently and sternly headed straight for the slums. The heavy and huge engineering mechas unceremoniously flattened all the buildings within a few square kilometers. More than 100 wolf, Fong mechas and densely packed armored vehicles were anxiously waiting for orders in the ruins of the slums. They heavily surrounded the White Yard. Without the Emperor's personal order, no one dared to attack this yard. The Empire's military could only watch anxiously and use sophisticated equipment to monitor everything in the yard. They didn't know what was happening in the room. They only knew that from time to time, there would be a chilling sound of heavy impact. It sounded like the ringing of a bell, and every sound would cause people to panic. Chapter 632. The religious ascetics of Bermuda liked to ring the bells the most, but even the most devout ascetics did not have enough willpower and stamina to continue this work for an entire day and night. In the cell of Master White's fan manor, Su Lu and Huai Chaoshi fought valiantly for a day and a night in a dark environment without any bystanders. Finally, they stopped. The bell that frightened the Imperial soldiers outside the courtyard came to an end and did not ring again. It was impossible for two people who stood on opposite sides to become friends, as that crazy Master Fancian had said, and it was even more impossible for them to become partners. But it had to be admitted that in terms of battle, they had always had some sort of tacit understanding, whether it was last year's great escape in the sea of mulberry trees or today's confinement battle. It was always so. At that time, a piece of the soft wall that had been hit by the vibration fell off without anyone noticing, making a soft sound on the rubble. The two people, who were fighting fiercely, slowed down the rhythm of their hands at almost the same time, vigilantly watching each other's every small movement, and slowly retreated to the wall on both sides and sat down. This was tacit understanding, but also helplessness. At this time, Su Lu was already a man of blood. His right arm was completely hanging by his waist, soft as if all the bones were broken. As for his face and abdomen, it was even more bruised and swollen. Huai Caoshi's cheeks were as indifferent as usual, but the blood seeping out from the ribs of her military uniform, her fingertips trembling because of the lack of strength, and her right leg dragging miserably as she retreated, all showed that she was also seriously injured. No one knew how fierce the battle in this confined room was. If it were someone else, they would have died long ago. Only Su Lu and Huai Chaoshi, these two people with tenacious vitality, could hold on and keep fighting. But until now, no one was able to kill the other. The strength in their bodies was almost exhausted, and it was difficult for them to bear the high intensity of the battle. Maybe it was just a possibility. At this moment, sitting separately under the two broken walls, the last flames were still hidden in their bodies, waiting to erupt at any moment to burn the most powerful enemy across from them, who seemed like they could never escape. However, the two of them did not move and did not erupt with the last of their life force. It was probably because this cell gave them a strange feeling. They were only separated from the real world by a thin wall. They could break through the wall at any time and throw themselves into the arms of their loved ones and friends who needed them. They should not gamble their lives here. The paint on the wall was still peeling off from time to time, but the two of them didn't look at it. They sat cross-legged by the wall in their usual positions, seizing every moment to recover their strength as quickly as possible. The clear water sprinkled on the dusty ground. Mixed with the smell of blood, there was a faint fishy smell. There was no light in the cell, so it was hard to tell whether it was day or night. The two powerful young men were like wild beasts hiding in their own territories, licking their wounds and accumulating strength, waiting for the next battle. However, their territories seemed to be too close to each other, so close that they could hear each other's breathing and feel what each other was thinking. No one spoke. The passage of time could not be felt in the dark room, and no sound from the outside world could be heard in the quiet environment. However, both Huai Chaoshi and Su Lu were very sure that the outside of Master Fan's manor must be very lively. The entire empire must have sunk into madness. They didn't know what the final explosion of this madness would be like. Su Lu curled up his body and coughed violently, continuously wiping the blood flowing from his lips. He thought with a trace of sadness. Even if he didn't die at the hands of Huai Chaoshi, how could he escape from the encirclement of the imperial armies with such heavy injuries? Your Majesty, we strongly recommend attacking. Inside the imperial palace, a few officers around 30 years old knelt on the ground, their faces full of excitement as they looked at the supreme existence's back. Their foreheads were full of blood. One of the officers cried out with grief and indignation, "Your Majesty, no one knows if Her Highness is safe inside. Master Fan's manor does not have heavy firepower. As long as you give the order, our troops will only need 3 minutes to end the battle and rescue Her Highness. Your Majesty, please make a decision quickly. The army cannot do without Her Highness." The officers once again knelt heavily on the ground and kowtowed until the wounds on their foreheads burst open again and fresh blood flowed out. The Emperor, Huai Fuchai, did not turn around. His face was expressionless. He did not have any negative thoughts about these officers who dared to rush him. He knew better than anyone what kind of prestige the daughter he was proud of had in the army. The great teacher is Her Highness uncle. Would he hurt her? Why attack? The Emperor casually waved his hand and said, "If there really is a problem, she will not be able to come out herself. Do you really think you only need 3 minutes to succeed? We have gathered a mecha brigade and 3 heavy mecha regiments." The officers' backs were already drenched in cold sweat. They clenched their teeth and insisted on their opinion. A group attack will solve the problem. The Emperor no longer spoke with these hot-blooded officers loyal to his daughter. He tiredly waved his hand and chased them all out of the imperial palace. Meanwhile, he came to the railing and looked at the endless night and the smear of white on the horizon. He sank into a long silence. After a long time, this man who truly held the most power in the universe muttered to himself, "It turns out that the family of geniuses is prone to producing lunatics and idiots. But if this problem could be solved so easily, that courtyard would have been solved hundreds of years ago." In the distance, light seeped out from the shrouded slums, illuminating that white courtyard exceptionally clearly. The Emperor frowned slightly as he looked in that direction. He wanted to convince himself that he did not need to worry too much about the daughter he was proud of, but he kept feeling that there was a shadow constantly spinning in his heart. In the early hours of the morning, the night was still dark, but the slums of Jingdo were brightly lit. The mechanical army that had solemnly charged into the slums in the name of a military exercise were nervously waiting for orders on the flattened ruins. The Wolf Fong mecha that reflected the metallic light shuttled back and forth like ghosts, ready to launch a surprise attack on that white courtyard at any time. The slums and pariahs who lived here were blocked far away from the safety line by the police department and the security department. These lower-class people, who worked all day for survival, looked in that direction with faces full of fear. They did not know what had happened. Many of them looked at their homes that had turned into ruins and could not help but begin to quietly cry. At one of the streets, a fat middle-aged woman was squeezing in the crowd and looking in that direction. From time to time, she would fiercely curse at the people who were fighting for space beside her or rudely push away the tall people in front of her. No one noticed that her eyes were filled with deep worry and unease. "Mom, let's go back." Paul squeezed over, sweating profusely. He looked around nervously tugged at the cheap clothes on his mother, and said in a low voice, "It can't be brother. Even if brother is a noble who is wanted, it is impossible to cause such a big commotion. The white courtyard that is surrounded is not an ordinary place." Aunt Susan ignored her son's persuasion and did not turn around to leave. She only looked gloomily at the courtyard in the distance that was almost impossible to see clearly. After a long silence, she suddenly said, "That child has not come back for more than 2 days. I don't know why, but I know that he is definitely in there. Although I know that you're Nasri's son and perhaps have the ability to avoid the chip's monitoring, I still did not expect that you could actually hide from the Empire's search for so long. I'm very curious. Where exactly have you been hiding in this half a year?" In the dark cell without a trace of light, White Sausher's hoarse and tired voice suddenly sounded. Sulu was a little surprised that she would speak. After a moment of silence, he said, "Do you still remember the bet we made on the spaceship? I said that I can escape, but I won't tell you how I did it." The room once again returned to a dead silence. Only the slight flow of the water mixed with gravel on the ground could be heard. It seems that the Security Bureau and the Intelligence Bureau's control of the slums is really very poor. There are too many things hidden in these dark and filthy areas that cannot be exposed. The pariahs have long been accustomed to dealing with the will of the Empire. It is indeed a very good choice for you to hide here. Sulu was slightly surprised. He didn't know if the other party had guessed something, so he naturally refused to answer. But listening to the condescension and contempt in her words, he thought of his dear Aunt Susan and Paul. He couldn't help but shake his head and said, "In my opinion, the dark and filthy place you said is really gentle and benevolent. As for the pariahs you said, they have noble sentiments that you nobles can't compare with. What is the name of the stupid woman who was deceived by you? Susan? It seems that she is the descendant of a low-level noble. It seems that she is really good to you." White Sausher's narrowed eyes glittered in the darkness, not like gems, but like an unsheathed sword. Suli's pupils suddenly constricted. Forcibly suppressing the shock in his heart and the deeply hidden fear, he said in a deep voice, "You can't find them. You underestimate the Empire's ability." Sulu was silent for a long time. His tired and heavily injured body seemed so weak at this moment. He said slowly in a hoarse voice, "Tell me your conditions." Huai Chaosher narrowed her eyes like scimitars and looked at Sulu under the opposite wall through the dark space. After a long while, she said with strong sarcasm, "This is the Empire, and it will be my country in the future. That Susan is my subject. You want me to use my subject to threaten an enemy of the Federation. This is a humiliation to me. I know the thinking habits of you big shots very well. You want to punish Aunt Susan afterwards, which must be in accordance with the law, but in fact, you are threatening me." White Sausher's curved eyes flashed with strong anger. After a moment of silence, she said indifferently, "I don't care about your understanding. If it is threatening, what can you promise me? Just like you think you understand my thinking habits, I also understand the thinking habits of you moral peddlers. Hypocrisy is your label, and guilt is the biggest source of pleasure for you. If I ask you to commit suicide, will you agree?" Chapter 633. A mother and wife falling into the river at the same time, a child with no mistakes, and a large group of mischievous children standing on the two sides of the track, your loved ones tied up on the torture instruments, and White Sausher's mocking and contemptuous words at this moment. These are the most common problems in the world. These problems might make many people feel struggling from the inside out, from the roots of their hair to their toes, endlessly painful. However, for Sulu, these problems were just some extremely boring hypotheses. Don't be in a hurry to refute me with those specious logic. For a moralist, morality is only useful as long as it does not harm their core interests. Once your core interests are threatened, you will not hesitate to begin to play the role of the crying victim's family, unwilling to give up a single piece of flesh, but still wanting to seize the moral high ground. Huai Chaosher coldly waved her hand. In her hand was the life of the slum woman. She wanted Sulu to die by himself. In her eyes, this was just a joke, but this kind of joke was a bit vicious, directly attacking the heart of those moral peddlers. Sulu listened quietly and then slowly opened his mouth to reply as usual, "No, of course I won't commit suicide, but I am not the kind of person you're talking about. As for this, I won't explain." His eyes were bright and burning. Without any emotion, he stared at Huai Chaoshi under the broken wall across from him and said, "If anyone tries to harm innocent Annies, including you, the only response I can make is to use all methods and power to kill the other party and then save them. Kill. Kill him and the entire steel industry of the Empire like a wild beast." Huai Caoshi's eyes narrowed slightly, and she lightly laughed. "I know what you're laughing at. You are laughing at my overestimation of my abilities, laughing at my whimsical thoughts." Su Li's voice was hoarse as he replied, "That is because you don't understand what kind of person I am. If you really force me to go crazy, I will become a dog that salivates fiercely, staring at your calf bone, and no matter the cost, I will pounce on you and viciously bite you a few times. I will bite you until you're covered in wounds and ooze endlessly, transmitting my virus to your body. Don't force me. I will really become a mad dog. Are you threatening me? What right do you have to threaten me now?" Huai Chaoshi frowned and said with a trace of unfathomable emotion. Her highness lamentation came from Su Li's self-description. She had not expected that the young man opposite her, who was known for his steadiness and forbearance in the Federation, would be able to so calmly describe the birth of a mad dog. Furthermore, it really made her feel a chill. This man was clearly in a desperate situation, so why did he still dare to threaten her? If that woman named Susan dies, what can you do? Even if you manage to escape, what can you do? In this universe, other than His Majesty, there is no one I truly care about. No matter how much you kill, it will not make me sad or regretful at all. Or are you going to keep killing people in the Empire, like a violent and stupid terrorist who keeps assassinating nobles and military officers? Maybe. Su Li's eyes were still bright and even burning as he looked at the wall opposite him. That warm little courtyard in the slums, that mother and son who had treated him with the greatest kindness in the world, were now in an unprecedented crisis. If something really happened to Susan and her son, he would not be able to accept it. It's not maybe, it's definitely. If anything happens to Auntie and her son, and I manage to escape this time, I will use the rest of my life to kill all the Empire's nobles I can find at all costs. In those few decades, there will be a calm and patient mad dog wandering your land. I bet you won't be able to catch me again. In fact, if it wasn't for that beautiful bastard outside, you wouldn't have been able to catch me this time either. If you can't catch me, Tianjing Planet will continue to bleed, executing a mother and her son who are not dangerous at all because of anger and forcing me to turn into a rabid dog should do you, your emperor, and your empire no good. After saying this, Su Lu stopped talking. The dark cell returned to silence. Only the long and steady breathing of the two people could be heard. Even if the people you want to kill are innocent according to common moral standards, you will still kill them? That's right. This does not conform to your moral standards. Su Lu was silent. Huai Chaoshi was silent as well. Although I don't think you can escape, I don't know why, but I'm willing to agree to your request and let that Annie of yours go this time. Huai Chaoshi said expressionlessly, "According to what we said earlier, you have to agree to a condition of mine. Of course, this condition has nothing to do with the war between you and me." "Okay," Su Lu replied quickly. The sweat on his back had already drenched his entire body, flowing across his wounds. It was extremely painful. "I have seen your files many times and know what kind of role you played in the Federation. You're not a naturally bloodthirsty and violent soldier. You're more like a boring and righteous youth who places morality above his head. This time, for the sake of two citizens of the Empire, you are actually willing to go against your own principles. It seems like you're really scared." Huai Chaoshi narrowed her eyes and said indifferently, "For a person who has never been afraid of death to be scared to this extent, it is truly rare." Su Lu was silent. Ever since he had confirmed that Auntie Susan could die at any moment, an unprecedented sense of fear had taken over his entire body. Because of this unprecedented fear, he had become crazier than ever. Furthermore, this extreme craziness was hidden in his extreme calmness, and it was clearly transmitted to Huai Caoshi's mind. It was also because she felt this craziness that Huai Caoshi made her final decision. I don't like the so-called tragedies of fate. Those are all dogs hit written by Schiller. He lowered his head tiredly and replied, "My life may not be a comedy, but a good person should always have a happy or peaceful ending." He raised his head and looked straight at the dark wall and the vague figure. He said, "Actually, you're wrong. Many people in the Federation have also misjudged me. Even my closest friends have misjudged me. I am afraid of death. There is no one in this world who is not afraid of death. When I was 4 years old, I was lying in my bedroom, staring blankly at the sometimes gray and sometimes red sky. That day I fell sick. I was very sad to discover that the scenery around me would not change, but we would fall sick. Of course, I don't care if I feel uncomfortable when I'm sick, but the problem is that you will die when you're seriously ill, and you will also die when you're old. After you die, you don't even know what it is to feel uncomfortable." He raised his left arm, which was the only arm he could barely raise, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He lowered his head and said with a smile, "What is death? There is nothing in death. Those little metal toys, the slag in a mine that shines like diamonds, and the little sister who can't speak with a face as cute as an apple. None of them can be seen, touched, or felt. There's only darkness and silence. No, there's not even darkness and silence. I don't know if I have ever existed or done anything. There are no traces to prove that I have ever existed. If I disappear, perhaps there are people who care, but I can't feel their care. Because in death, even, I do not exist. This is very scary. Too scary." Sulu raised his head and said very seriously, "How can you not be afraid of such a scary thing? Those who are not afraid are idiots, or rather, they do not realize how precious it is to have self-awareness. But the problem is that this most terrifying thing is unavoidable. Then what should we do? Continue." Huai Caoshi's eyes narrowed in a weird angle. With a rare smile on her lips, she looked at the man of the Federation who was very different from his usual self. Su Li's eyes narrowed, too, as if he was recalling the past and sorting himself. Subconsciously, he waved his hand as if to drive away the scary prospect, and continued, "Since it is unavoidable, of course, we will have to live more comfortably while we are alive. That is probably the reason why we should enjoy the most pleasure while we are alive." "What kind of pleasure?" Like a cynical subordinate, he shrugged his shoulders, frowned, and quickly dispersed. He said with a smile, "The education rules of human society are too strong and have been deeply rooted in our consciousness. Respect for the old and love the young, loyalty and integrity. These moral views are like a whip. If you touch it, your heart will be whipped. Some people can endure it in exchange for things like money and power, but I don't understand why I have to endure it. I just do things according to these moral requirements of human society. I don't want to be whipped in my life and live with a clear conscience. Isn't that a pleasure? This whip is actually a fire in my heart. When I see those unfair things, those disgusting things, I can't help but burn them. When I burn those things clean, I feel that my eyes are clear and my mood is good. Living like this does not necessarily make my heart strong, but it is comfortable enough. I am afraid of death, and I am not a messenger of justice or a young man. I am just a guy who lives according to his likes and dislikes and the whip of morality in order to seek happiness in life. But if the whip of morality is whipped in the wrong place one day, and I feel that it is unbearable, then I will no longer believe in the placebo of life and become a monster that I don't even know what I will be. The hidden starting point of this state of survival is only to make my life more pleasant. It is the restraint of human civilization for every individual. Back to the whip again. Fine, what I want to say is that this is not selflessness, but the greatest selfishness. Su Li's bright eyes flashed, and he opened his hands and said, "In the end, I have deceived the entire universe. Sometimes it is a bit embarrassing." The prison cell was quiet for a long time. Huai Caoshi's voice, full of emotion, rang out, "If there is more of such selfishness, it is not a bad thing." At this moment, Another voice rang out in the quiet room. So, it seems that our whole family are selfish people. Chapter 634. In the cell that had been silent and dark for a long time, a voice that did not belong to Su Lu or Huai Chaosher suddenly rang out. Naturally, it could only be that master of comparative literature who was crazy enough to carve love and peace on his face. When his voice rang out, Su Lu, who had already spoken a lot, frowned slightly, thinking in confusion that he had already removed all the surveillance equipment in the room. How could that person still hear the voice inside? I'm very surprised, Su Lu. You can actually think like a philosopher and not like those stinky soldiers who only know how to sit on a rock and smoke. This is very good. It will be very helpful for you to accept my great plan in the end. In the dark cell, Su Lu and Huai Chaosher looked at each other through the dark air. Neither of them spoke, as if in tacit agreement. These two young experts might have fought against each other for many years, or perhaps they would bite each other like wild beasts in the next moment. But their attitude towards the crazy middle-aged man from the empire outside the cell was surprisingly unanimous. If possible, they definitely would not mind teaming up and tearing that person into pieces. After not hearing a reply for a long time, the great teacher's desire to chat did not find a channel to express. He was clearly somewhat displeased, but in the next moment, his voice became excited again. You have explained the horror of death very clearly, and that is the end of one's self-consciousness. For life forms with self-consciousness, this kind of end is absolutely unacceptable, just like how human society absolutely cannot tolerate the end of self-existence, which is why they created things like love, marriage, family, and motherly love. Regardless of whether it is the literature of the Empire or the Federation, when it comes to describing and explaining death, there is a huge flaw, or perhaps a gap. Black swamps, withered tree trunks, burning underworld, gem-like piles of eyeballs, forest-like white-bone plains. These are all too poetic, and any kind of color to describe the existence of death is a type of beautification. Of course, I believe that the predecessors of human society cannot have thought about death at a lower level than you and me. It is just that they were unwilling to lead the life forms that needed to be anesthetized into the deepest part of grief due to their collective consciousness as a member of the human race. This kind of approach is indeed very beneficial for human society. The great teacher's voice was just like every time he talked about words like literature, peace, and love. It became a little sharp, and within the sharpness, there was a hint of craziness. The lazy birds in the trees, the flowers in the birds' dark beaks, the beetles crawling out of the petals, the beetles pushing the big dung ball joyfully. When the dung ball rolls over a small pool of water, it rains. The water flows into the small stream, and the big river, and the fish and prawns dance. What is this? He's alive. Withered trees, half-rotted eye sockets, stinking birds, flowers that have turned into black ropes, beetles that are only left with empty shells. There is no cloud and no rain for thousands of miles. The earth is dry. There's not even wind. The streams have long dried up. What is this? This is death. Only by recognizing the horror of death can one truly appreciate the value of life. In this vast universe, everything is fake. Only life is real. War is the stupidest decision. Killing is the most irrational game. So we must stop all of this from happening. The great teacher's voice was excited and persistent. The only thing that can stop all of this is love. Only making love. Only the two of you can make love. The great teacher's exaggerated aria kept echoing in the dark cell. The content of this aria was so strange. The current head of this mysterious family seemed to have really pinned the future of peace between the Empire and the Federation on the physical intimacy between Su Lu and Huai Chaosher. The room was really dark, but Su Lu seemed to see the shock, anger, and disgrace on Huai Chaosher's face. In fact, his own expression was also very strange. "Looks like your uncle has really gone mad," he said to the woman under the woman. He said to the woman under the wall in a hoarse voice, "If your subordinate can't come up with a solution, I'm really worried that he'll fill the room with poisonous gas in the next moment." Great teacher, The fan manor should be surrounded by now. This crazy uncle of mine is under too much pressure and is about to break down. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so excited. Huai Chaoshi replied coldly. Although she and Su Lu could not hear the sounds outside the white courtyard, nor could they see the bright searchlights or the dense mechanical army, they knew very well what the situation was like. I'm not crazy. I'm even more unwilling to let two pitiful and cute young children who are forced to bear the cold pursuit of political interests die, the great teacher retorted loudly from outside the cell. When Huai Chaoshi heard this, she casually scratched her slightly wet and messy hair and said indifferently, "Uncle, you should know very well that the two of us are heavily injured with multiple fractures. It's very difficult to make the two of us suddenly flirt and shake the bed randomly." When Su Lu heard this, his heart was filled with endless admiration. It turned out that this princess, who seemed to only like dealing with mecha violence, had a literary style that he had never imagined. "We need food and medicine." Huai Chaoshi made her request to the crazy man outside the cell. The passage in the alloy wall opened, and a plate of clean water, food, and medicine for external injuries were sent in. Su Lu turned his body with difficulty and took these things down. He looked at the darkness on the other side in confusion. Outside the cell, the great teacher was still using his poetic and sword-like language to comment on life and death, the birth and destruction of the universe, and the attitude that human civilization should have. In a room, Su Lu and Huai Chaoshi listened in silence or did not listen at all. They closed their eyes and took long breaths. Suddenly, really suddenly, without any warning, without any preconditions, the chattering outside the cell suddenly stopped. The inside and outside of the cell once again sank into a deathly silence. After who knew how much time had passed, Su Lu opened his eyes. He looked in confusion at the outside of the heavy wall and then at the opposite side. At the same time, Huai Chaoshi also frowned because this deathly silence had come too suddenly. The two people in the cell knew very well that, based on the personality of the crazy man outside, it was impossible for him to suddenly stop talking at this time. Something must have happened. The problem was that no matter how they thought about it, they could not guess the truth of what had happened. Huai Chaoshi did not think that her father would dare to go against the blood oath and order the army to attack. Sula did not think that there was anyone in this world who could silently control the great teacher, who used love and peace as his title, but was actually crazy and terrifying. More importantly, even if he could control him, it would be impossible to do so silently. After a long silence, Huai Chaoshi suddenly said, "Try the water and medicine." Su Lu was silent for a moment, then asked, "Aren't you afraid that the water and medicine are poisoned, that kind of poison? Are you talking about the aphrodisiac?" Huai Chaoshi raised her eyebrows slightly and calmly replied, "There is such a possibility, so I suggest that you try it first. In your current state, even if you take the aphrodisiac, there shouldn't be any effect." Sulu was silent and looked down at his lower abdomen. The after effects of being kicked by that savage woman a day ago were still there. Although it was not enough to end his bloodline, at least for now, he was definitely unable to make the proper response. The joy of life was helplessness, and the joy of helplessness was probably all in pain and helplessness. He raised his head, wanting to say something, but in the end he did not say anything, because the door suddenly opened. Chapter 635. Earlier, an extremely intense quarrel broke out among the Imperial troops who were anxiously guarding the outside of Master Fan's mansion and had razed the streets of the slums to the ground. The two parties involved in the quarrel were Darcy, the director of the Department of Mobility, and a calm Imperial officer whose face was hidden in the shadows with a calm expression. "Chi Dabing, are you crazy?" "No, Director, as an officer of the Imperial Army, even in the face of such a tense situation, I still won't go crazy. His Highness is still in that courtyard. There is no news of him, and we don't know if he is still alive. You actually want all the troops to retreat. If there is a problem..." Director Darcy pointed at the officer's nose and said in a gloomy voice, "You're just a little major. How can you bear this kind of responsibility?" This Imperial Army officer was called Chi Dabing. He was an outstanding soldier who suddenly rose in the Imperial Army in the past 2 years. During the aristocratic rebellion last time, he showed his strong military skills and strength, which earned him the recognition of the Imperial Army and the new military headquarters. He was temporarily transferred to the Mobility Bureau in the middle of last year and participated in the operation to capture Sulu. It was also this person who almost intercepted Sulu in the underground waterway. Although he failed in the end, he also brought a lot of trouble to Sulu. I know the commander of the Imperial Army admires you, but today's operation is under my command. Director Darcy said coldly. Not to mention, I have a very bad opinion of your past achievements. Chi Dabing was silent when he heard this sentence. He saluted and walked to the broken courtyard wall under the dim morning light. He raised his head and looked at the sky indifferently. He seemed to be thinking about an important problem, but also seemed to be waiting for something important. A few minutes later, the thing he was waiting for finally arrived. Chi Dabing took the light but heavy electronic document from his subordinate's hand. He took a deep breath, and a trace of viciousness flashed across his pale face. He turned around again and walked toward the anxious temporary headquarters. He didn't understand why the organization would take such a big risk and didn't hesitate to expose themselves to tear a hole in the Master Fan's mansion. What exactly happened in the White Courtyard? Who was the one who tore the hole open to let out the person inside? Was the career that he worked so hard for half of his life going to be ruined because of this inexplicable accident? When Chi Dabing walked in front of Director Darcy again, he suppressed the strong sense of unwillingness and sadness. He looked at Director Darcy's face that was distorted by anger and anxiety and said word by word, "Before you repeat your accusation, it's best to read this electronic document, and then I ask you to execute it immediately." Director Darcy frowned and took the electronic document. When he saw the content of the order in the document, his expression changed drastically. He couldn't believe his eyes. However, at the end of the document, there was a black hibiscus electronic seal that had been verified electronically. It was so eye-catching and unquestionable. This was the highest order from the Emperor. Sulu and Huai Chao Shi, who were in Master Fan's house, did not know that a royal document that had been forged through extremely advanced electronic means had already been sent to the dynasty's troops outside the house. They also did not know that the mechanical troops that had surrounded Master Fan's house for many days and could turn into an iron torrent at any moment were slowly retreating according to this order. In the houses and the slums that had been crushed into rubble, an obscure but very important passage vaguely appeared. They stared blankly at the door that opened silently. The door that seemed to be meant to imprison them for the rest of their lives, to drive them mad with endless darkness, and to turn the madman's absurd ideas of peace, love, and literature into reality, had opened so casually, so inexplicably, and without warning. The light of dawn penetrated through the heavy door, and it was as terrifying as a ghost. The contrast between this kind of psychological expectation and the sudden reality would make many people feel at a loss and unable to move. They would hesitate for a long time before they dare to cautiously poke their heads out. Like a herbivore in a cave, they would humbly observe a few times. However, Sulu and Huai Chao Shi both loved to eat meat. The nerves in their bodies were the thickest in this universe. They might not be the two most fearless people in the world, but they were definitely the two most powerful people in the world. In less than a second, two violent gusts of wind sounded in the cell. The two people rushed out of the room without hesitation as fast as they could. Since the door opened, it meant that there was a big problem inside the Master Fan mansion. The current situation was completely different from before. The two people trapped in the cell were fighting nonstop. At this moment, the most vigilant thing had changed. What Huai Chao Shi had to do was to subdue or kill Sulu again, and what Sulu had to do was undoubtedly escape again. However, Huai Chao Shi had the help of countless Empire Army troops, and Sulu only had one person. Rushing from the cell into the courtyard, Sulu, whose arm and lower abdomen were heavily injured, was still a bit faster than Huai Chao Shi, whose thigh was fractured. However, the difference was only a fraction of a second. However, When they entered the courtyard, the two people who should have been running like rabbits and pouncing like tigers were once again stunned. This was because the scene that appeared in front of them was even more shocking than the silent opening of the door. The courtyard under the dim light of dawn was incomparably quiet. There were the sounds of insects in the grass under the trees. There was a recliner on the stone platform, and beside the recliner was a teacup. The hot tea in the teacup was still steaming. However, the great teacher who had trapped them for several days was not in the recliner. The great teacher was in the sky, on the tree. A thick rope hung down from the big tree above. The beautiful, almost demonic middle-aged man of the Empire was hanging upside down at the end, swaying gently in the cool morning breeze. The revered great teacher fan in the Empire was now like a chained-up chicken. His eyes were wide open in shame and anger, and his mouth was stuffed with a piece of underwear. He tried his best to cry out, but he couldn't make a sound. His wide and thin white robe was pulled down by gravity, occasionally brushing against his red cheeks, revealing a pair of bare and well-proportioned thighs and even more bare buttocks and private parts. Sulu, who was in a hurry to escape, froze. He sucked in a breath of cold air. Huai Chaoshi, who was in a hurry to kill, narrowed her eyes. She immediately stopped in her tracks. Sulu didn't think much of it. He was just shocked that such an important person could actually put on such a pathetic appearance. However, for Huai Chaoshi, this absurd scene made her feel extremely alarmed. She knew very well what kind of terrifying person this crazy uncle of hers was in reality. He was actually beaten up so miserably. Who in this universe had the ability to do this? Thinking of a person's name, a name that only existed in her memory in the past of the Empire, Huai Chaoshi suddenly stopped in her tracks. She instantly raised her fighting spirit to the peak, completely ignoring the pain in her thigh. Like a lion, her sharp gaze swept around. Chapter 636. First, I settled the debt. I took 2 days of leave and wrote 2,000 chapters. In total, I owed 17 chapters and 2,000 words. As promised, I would finish it within 9 months. There was no other way out. I would finish it. Then I apologized. Indeed, I've been tormented quite badly recently. Just as I was thinking that I could start to make up for my debt after the wedding, I went to Jiangnan. Jiangnan was good. The scenery was unforgettable. It was just that I went from the north of the Great Wall, which was slightly further. The first night, I asked for leave on the 29th. That wasn't anyone's fault. It was purely my own problem. That night, I was playing and only reached Wuzhen at 6 or 7 p.m. Once we started eating and chatting, it was already late. White Bird brought us a bottle of water and told us to drink beer. Then at night, Blood Red moved 3 more items from the bar. After drinking a few bottles, Mirror Moon Pass's white wine banquet started again. Even later in the night, I actually played poker with White Bird 72 and the other fellows until 2 p.m. So this was all my problem. I did play for an entire day, but I really had no choice but to take leave yesterday. When I woke up in the morning, I had diarrhea. The meeting upstairs had already started, but I was still squatting in the toilet. I was embarrassed by the beautiful editor's phone call. Everyone was waiting for me. It was a really bad feeling. Then there was a serious meeting. It was very important and lasted until 1 o'clock. Then I ate as fast as I could and left as fast as I could. In the end, I forgot my charger. Zhang Xiaohua said that she would send me, but she only had time to see Moon Gate and my back. Only Guan Guan and I left first. He left because of his book friends and love and work. I left because of love and work and book friends. There was not much difference. The main thing was that I wanted to say that I really wanted to go home early. In the end, yesterday afternoon was really miserable. Guan Guan and I switched from a minibus to a taxi to a train. The train ran out of trains, so it was late. We caught it, then changed to the subway. For a whole 5 hours, we ran as fast as we could. In Shanghai's underground space, we could only hear 2 uncles talking. Yuguan was better than me. His flight was at 9 p.m., while mine was at 7 p.m. He took the bamboo and looked at the rebirth office that I recommended. I could only use my phone to read a novel whose name I forgot. The main reason was that I was a little nervous. In the end, when I arrived at Pudong Airport, I found that there was no need to rush at all. I was not afraid of being late because the flight was late again. Then I flew to Tsingtao. As expected, I was addicted to traffic again. When he got home, he was once again ripped off by a taxi. I took a deep breath of Daqing's air and discovered that it was indeed 15 degrees Celsius. I was still wearing my short-sleeved shirt and Qidian Unifying the World t-shirt. And so, the delicate fat cat caught a cold as expected. But it was amazing. When he was writing about these things, his spirit was really quite good. It was much better than when he was writing the novel. Cats, they were really rubbish cats. Finally, I have something to report. Guys, in September, I won your monthly tickets. I'm not being shameless. I'll definitely be updating a lot throughout September, but I'm not going to explode. I'm just making up for what I owe. Don't get me wrong. You can choose not to contribute at all. You can just watch coldly as I write, and you can contribute when you're happy. I mainly need the precious monthly tickets in your hands so that when I make up for my debt, I'll have more of a physiological impulse. Tomorrow, at least 3 chapters. If he went crazy, it might be even more. Chapter 637. Someone was helping him, and that did not include Huai Chaoshi. The hanged great teacher was a mysterious force that could easily open the alloy door. He was obviously not from the Empire. For Su Lu, who had a clear mind and was calm enough, it did not take him too long to come to such a simple conclusion. A naked, middle-aged man of prominent status was hanging upside down in the morning light. The strange scene stunned both of them at the same time, and then they immediately sobered up. However, due to the extreme sense of danger hidden in the darkness, Huai Caoshi's reaction was naturally slower than Su Li's. Both of them scanned the nearest place at the same time, trying to find a weapon. As long as they could pick up a gun, they would definitely pull the trigger at the other party at the first moment. After going through so many things and the extremely dangerous battle in the dark room, they had long confirmed that to each other and to each other's world, the other party was the most dangerous person. To be able to kill the other party, any kind of sympathy between heroes and heroines, and the loneliness of being at the top was bullshit. But unfortunately and strangely, the mysterious person who restrained the great teacher and released the 2 of them from the prison cell did not leave Su Lu with a weapon. The morning breeze blew into the white courtyard. There was not a single sound outside the courtyard, and the ignorant eyes of the morning birds were still half closed. Time. What the 2 of them needed the most at this moment was time. Su did not look at Huai Chaoshi. Squinting his eyes, he saw a piece of paper stuck to the hanged great teacher's head. He reached out his hand and took it down at lightning speed. Like lightning, his legs shot out like lightning, and without any hesitation, he rushed toward the towering white courtyard wall with a hint of determination. He glanced at the piece of paper from the corner of his eyes, and a solemn expression flashed across his face. He did not know the arrangements of the Empire's troops outside the courtyard wall, nor did he know how many dangers awaited him. But no matter what, he was not willing to stay in the same place as Huai Chaoshi and foolishly wait for her to summon the Empire's elite troops to kill him 100 times, 100 times, 100 times. Huai Chaoshi looked at the back of the figure that flipped over the courtyard wall like a big bird. A trace of ruthlessness flashed through his eyes that were narrowed like a new moon. He pressed his right hand on his thigh that was in great pain due to the fracture and shouted loudly. With her legs heavily injured, she knew that she had no way of keeping Su Lu here. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but sigh at that guy's luck. In that desperate struggle, that guy had broken countless bones, but his legs were still intact. Shouting loudly was too much like the reaction of a helpless girl who was robbed in a dark alley. Huai Chaoshi hated this shout very much, but if she wanted to make that guy stay, there seemed to be no other way but to shout. There were a few lines of simple imperial characters on the small piece of paper that the mysterious man stuck on Master Fan's head. It briefly described the situation outside the courtyard wall and wrote down an address. Su Lu knew the story behind this incident very well, but he also found it hard to believe that the Imperial troops outside the courtyard wall had actually retreated. He was even more puzzled that the mysterious man had directly stuck the paper on Master Fan's head. Was he not afraid that Huai Chaoshi would see it first? With the resolute determination to die, to live and die together, or to survive in the midst of death, Sulu leaped over the tall courtyard wall. However, he didn't see the torrent of steel that he had imagined, nor did he see countless cannon barrels that were powerful enough to destroy battleships. He only saw a barren ruin in the night. It turned out that what was written on the paper was true. He could faintly see the lights of the Imperial troops several kilometers away. Looking at the night sky at a 45-degree angle, there were roaring fighter jets that were circling at high speed. It was supposed to be a dead end, but it suddenly became a place of life. Sulu was slightly surprised, but he didn't slow down at all. This was because at this moment, Huai Caoshi's furious roar came from the courtyard behind him. After hearing this roar, the Imperial troops that had retreated to the periphery of the courtyard immediately became restless and moved. It turned out that the ridiculously powerful princess could also scream like a normal girl. A hint of a happy smile flashed across Su Li's face, but there was no trace of smile in his eyes. He stared at the mecha hidden in the forest several hundred meters away. It was a new type of wolf fang mecha that glowed with a metallic color. The micro-engine parts that looked like metal spikes were attached to it. In the dense forest, it looked like the branches of a tree pointed to the sky. It gave off a strong aura of injustice and resentment. The cockpit of this wolf fang mecha was already half open, and there were no Imperial pilots inside. Su Li's hearing was extremely good, so he could clearly hear the low humming sound of the engine in standby mode. The surrounding Imperial mechanical troops rushed toward Master White Fan Manor at high speed, especially the shadows of the dozens of wolf fang mecha. They instantly cut through the air, turning into countless suffocating shadows that quickly closed in. Was this a mecha left for him? Sulu frowned in thought, but there was no time to think further. Stepping on the ground full of rubble and fallen branches of the green trees, he leapt high into the air like a giant bird returning to the forest. With a beautiful flip in the air, he dove into this ownerless wolf fang mech with a whoosh. His back slammed heavily into the seat, causing a sharp pain in those broken bones. His face was pale, but he didn't even make a sound. His fingers quickly swept across the touchscreen, and his left hand pulled on the control stick, quickly pressing the quick trigger button below the stick as fast as lightning, completing his first action. The cockpit door of the wolf fang mecha was forcefully closed, and the hydraulic valve started to creak because of the overload operation. The cannon on the left mechanical arm popped out with a clang. Almost at the same time, the heavy body of the mecha suddenly sank, and the micro-engine at the mechanical knee joint started to hum loudly. Whoosh! A loud and low roar, accompanied by the sound of soil being flipped up, caused the wolf fang mecha hidden in the dense forest to bounce horizontally, dodging two long-range missiles that had just been shot at it. The violent explosion was completely unable to damage the wolf fang mecha at all. With a calm expression, Sulu entered the control order and rushed toward the three Imperial mecha charging at him at high speed. With a flash of lightning, the wolf fang mecha he was controlling instantly accelerated, dragging a few dazzling afterimages behind it, and viciously kicked the stomach of the Imperial mecha charging at the front. At the same time, the sharp spike on the right mechanical arm popped out from under the left mechanical arm and mysteriously pierced into the cockpit of the second Imperial mecha. Having received Huai Caoshi's warning, the first three Imperial mecha to rush over to intercept Sulu were all the most elite pilots of the Empire. Their reactions could not be said to be slow, and the triangular formation they had adopted was also very tight. But unfortunately, just like that sentence that had been repeated countless times in countless novels, the one they had encountered was Sulu. The huge spike on the right mechanical arm was still flashing with terrifying electricity in the Imperial mecha's cockpit. The Imperial mecha that had been kicked away was still retreating pathetically in the air, forcibly adjusting its balance and twisting its entire body in a strange manner. Sulu controlled the left cannon of the wolf fang mecha to open fire. With a simple and direct sound, the bright light of the fire illuminated the dark morning, and the last Imperial mecha was directly blasted to the ground. As this Imperial mecha fell heavily to the ground, the Imperial pilot in the cockpit still could not understand. In such a short distance, how did Su Lu dare to open fire? Could it be that he was not afraid of the sputtering shrapnel, not afraid of the violent explosion after the mecha was destroyed? The people of the Empire still did not understand Su Lu well enough. Perhaps Huai Chaoshu did, but as the strongest mecha fighter in the universe, she was still within the walls of the courtyard at this moment, looking at the mecha before her with a cold and solemn expression, not yet able to board the cockpit in time. For people like Su Lu, Madman Li, and Huai Chaoshu, as long as they were allowed to enter the mecha, they could do many unimaginable and crazy things. Even if Su Lu did not have the simulation system to help him control the mecha right now, when his left hand gripped the cold control stick, his right hand gently stroking the smooth touch screen as he sat in the stuffy cockpit, feeling the powerful vibrations of the heavy metal body beneath him, endless self-confidence and desire for battle would surge into his body, making him stronger than usual, so strong that it would be difficult to defeat him. In the instant that the autocannons fired, the Wolf Fong mecha he was operating retreated at an incredible speed, nimbly escaping the range of the shrapnel. Then, it turned into a gust of wind, retreating in an eerie manner. It broke 3 thin trees, half of the collapsed wall, and fled westward. Chi Dabing was on a small building in the distance, holding an electronic telescope, calmly and coldly observing all of this. The organization's forged royal secret order could not fool the military for too long, so he had to disappear early. However, for some reason, he did not leave immediately, instead staying nearby to watch the mecha he had specifically left behind. He wanted to know what the organization wanted to do. When he saw that figure leap over the courtyard wall, he roughly understood the military's nervousness and the organization's intentions. However, as he did not have any good feelings toward the people of the Federation, he subconsciously wanted to see that guy die. Of course, a Wolfang mecha could not fight against a heavy mechanical army. He had been hiding in the Royal Special Forces for many years, so he was very clear about the combat strength of the elite troops outside Master Fan's manor. Therefore, he could not help but feel that the organization's arrangement was a bit ridiculous. He held onto the electronic telescope, watching the Dynasty mecha charging over at high speed like a cloud of dust. A cold and disdainful smile appeared on his lips, and he began to sympathize with the fate of that Federation person. However, what happened next made him tighten his grip on the telescope uncontrollably. An angry scream rang out in Master Fan's manor, and an intense mecha battle suddenly erupted between the ruins and the overgrown trees. In an instant, who knew how many bullets rained down and how many sparks lit up the surroundings? However, amidst the rain of bullets and sparks, the figure of that Wolf Fong mecha did not fall. It was as sharp as before, fierce and persistent. Chi Dabing put down his binoculars with mixed feelings. The image of the Wolf Fong mech in battle still seemed to be stuck in his vision. He sighed heavily in his heart. That Federation person who had tried to snatch his way away was actually such a fierce man. It looked like that person really did have a 1 in 10 chance of succeeding. He furrowed his gloomy eyebrows, tidied up everything in the room, and walked down the old wooden stairs into the dark underground passage. He walked towards a contact point that the organization had designated. Chapter 638. In the cockpit, Huai Chaoshu looked through the surveillance screen at the explosions in the distance. She looked at the figure of the mecha that was fighting fiercely between the morning light and the flames. It was as unfathomable as a ghost and as unstoppable as a warrior. Her expression was still very calm as she sent clear orders to all of her subordinates in the system. She had never wanted to kill a person as much as she did at this moment. If Su Lu really managed to escape, how furious would her father be? How great of a loss would the Empire suffer because of this? However, she was not worried that Su Lu would be able to fight his way out of the encirclement. Against the heavy mechanical troops that the Empire had prepared for a long time, a single mecha was definitely not invincible. Furthermore, those traitors who dared to forge His Majesty's orders were most likely the trash of the civilian resistance organization. How could they possibly be able to stop the Empire's iron hooves? Furthermore, She was already seated in her mecha and was about to give chase. The intense battle caused black clouds of smoke to erupt from time to time. The mecha groups on the Empire's side were completely unable to stop him, and the densely packed war chariots were even more unable to catch sight of his figure. The whistling rain of bullets from the fighter jets also often only hit the dust caused by the heavy mechanical feet on the ground. The citizens of the Empire who were watching from the street corners in the distance screamed and fled in all directions. No one knew whether those flying rocks and blind bullets would hit their chests in the next instant. Sulu controlled the wolf Fong mecha and ran madly through the streets of the slums. He ran again, ran to the west, and then retreated to the east. In front of him were the black muzzles of cannons, and behind him were the mecha groups that had gathered as if they were facing a great enemy. The whistling fighter jets swept past in midair, and there were enemies everywhere. Even though he had previously successfully taken a path, the end of the path had been sealed off again. Fortunately, the surroundings of the Great Master Fan Manor were the largest slums on Tianjing planet. An area of more than 10 square kilometers had been cleared out by the Imperial armies, and there were countless densely packed houses outside. Millions of people at the bottom of society lived here. Even though the Empire's royal family could treat these people like pigs and dogs, in the end, they still did not dare to use weapons of mass destruction to destroy these people along with the Wolfang mecha. That was why Su Lu had the opportunity to run around in a seemingly confident and arrogant manner. The guns and cannons on the mechanical arms of the mechanical suit spat out beautiful flames. The Wolfang mechanical suit was like a hurricane, mercilessly tearing apart the obstacles in front of it. However, it was unable to control the dense Imperial heavy mechanical army, and the encirclement became smaller and smaller. The dim light in the cockpit shone on Su Li's expressionless face. Ever since he forcefully broke through the space tunnel and assassinated Countess Chaoshi, his life seemed to have become one of constant running and escaping. He was no stranger to this kind of tense atmosphere. However, whether it was Sang Shuhai and Huai Caoshi's escape, or the difficult escape that night under the lake, none of them seemed to be as tense as the situation in front of him. Facing dozens of the dynasty's newest mechanical suits, hundreds of heavy armored vehicles, roaring fighter jets, and more than 10,000 elite soldiers of the dynasty, escaping seemed to have become an impossible mission. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that he was extremely familiar with the mechanical structure and firepower of the Wolfang mechanical suit, in Sang Shuhai's conversation with Huai Caoshi, the mechanical suit under him would have collapsed long ago. What made him even more nervous was that he could clearly see on the radar screen that there was a seemingly normal Wolfang mechanical suit moving at high speed behind him. With just one look, he could confirm that the one inside the mechanical suit that was moving forward in a straight line in the morning sky was definitely Huai Caoshi. If that bitch gets here, I'm not going to live. Su Lu cursed in his heart, somewhat frustrated that Huai Caoshi's heavy leg injury had no effect on her mecha operation. Narrowing his eyes, he stared at the puddle of smelly water behind the residential building in front of him. Gritting his teeth, he pushed the control stick forward, pushing the speed of the Wolfang mechanical suit to the limit, and charged over with a boom. Just as the Wolfang mechanical suit was about to enter the puddle of smelly water, a dense hail of bullets finally struck its tough body. The most lethal of all was a high-speed, cruising electromagnetic missile fired by a fighter jet in the sky. Amidst the dust and sparks of the bullet hitting the tough alloy armor, that electromagnetic missile came from the sky, striking the side of the Wolfang mechanical suit viciously with a whoosh. Hundreds of graphite lines glowing with faint blue electrical arcs shot out in an instant, wrapping around the Wolfang mechanical suit like a tightly woven fishnet. A series of strange metallic sounds rang out, and the sprinting Wolfang mechanical suit abruptly froze in mid-air. Dozens of micro-engines exploded at the same time, and the system was put under a huge load in an extremely short amount of time. Temporarily losing control, the mecha plummeted pathetically into the puddle. The giant mecha that had fallen into the puddle immediately exploded violently. The power of the explosion stirred up a large amount of black and gray sewage, filling the air with a foul stench. A few small shrimps with mud clinging to their limbs leapt into the bushes by the shore, quickly disappearing without a trace. The normal wolf-fawn mechanical suit at the back of the encirclement came slashing over like a sharp blade, but it was still one step too late. It only had time to see Su Li's mecha plummet pitifully into the lake, and then that explosion. The Imperial troops that had rushed to the edge of the puddle began to madly fire bullets at the surface of the water. The rain of bullets made the morning sky turn somewhat red, and steam actually began to rise from the small puddle of water. The cockpit door of the indifferent wolf-fawn mechanical suit by the shore slowly opened, and Huai Chaoshi walked out of the cockpit, arriving at the edge of the puddle. Her expressionless face was slightly furrowed, and she stared silently at the chaotic surface of the water. "Your Highness, that person is dead for sure." An Imperial colonel with a face full of mud ran to her side and reported that wolf-fawn mechanical suit was hit countless times. With such a violent explosion, there is no way he could have survived. This high-ranking officer knew very well what Her Highness was most concerned about right now, so his report was exceptionally concise and certain. Unfortunately, Huai Caoshi's expression did not improve in the slightest because of his confirmation. She stared coldly at the surface of the lake, the wings of her nose twitching slightly, as if she was very disgusted by the foul stench of mud here. "No, he is not dead." Huai Caoshi was silent for a moment, and then opened her mouth to say in a heavy voice, "This Federation person often appears to be hot-blooded and impulsive, but in reality, everything he does is carefully planned and prepared. Colonel Shadow, a puddle of water in the slums, is actually deep enough to swallow a 6-meter-tall wolf-fawn mechanical suit. Don't you think this is very strange?" The expression of the Imperial officer named Shadow beside her changed greatly, and he looked at the surface of the lake in disbelief. He thought to himself, "I saw that mechanical suit explode with my own eyes, so why does Her Highness still insist that this Federation person is still alive? Drain this puddle of water." Huai Caoshi said slowly, "Seal all entrances. Also, I really want to know who left a wolf-fawn mechanical suit for him." "Yes, Your Highness." The officer saluted with a serious expression. What happened later confirmed Huai Caoshi's judgment. After the Imperial troops deployed large engineering mechas to drain the puddle of water, they found tons of stinking household garbage in the muddy pond. They hung up the remains of the mechanical suit that had exploded, and they even dug up several large boxes of heavy weapons that were secretly hidden by a famous gang in Tianjing Planet's underground world. However, they did not find Su Li's body. In reality, the Imperial troops found a total of 17 corpses in the puddle of water after it was drained. It was just that these highly decomposed corpses were clearly the victims of unsolved murder cases in the past. The metal balls tied to their skeletal ankles indicated that their identities had nothing to do with Su Lu. Huai Caoshi did not stay by the puddle of water to wait for the results, because she knew very well that a person like Su Lu would not die so easily. However, she did not return to the palace, nor did she rush to the hospital to treat her injuries. Instead, she walked back to the white courtyard with a lonely expression. An entire battalion of soldiers surrounded the great Master Fan Manor. The heavy firepower that made one tremble with fear was aimed at the courtyard, and it could be destroyed at any time, turning it into a historical relic. With the blood oath between the Baijin royal family and the great Master Fan Manor, without the Emperor's personal order, even the craziest soldier would not dare to act rashly. Even if this generation's crazy great teacher had done such a crazy thing, not a single soldier dared to walk into the completely defenseless great Master Fan Manor. Even Huai Caoshi had sat in the mechanical suit at the entrance of the great Master Fan Manor. The white courtyard was quiet and serene, as if the madness of the past few days and nights, as well as the fierce battle outside the courtyard, had not affected this place at all. Huai Caoshi walked to the two green trees, clasped her hands behind her back, and looked up at the sky. Her face that could barely be described as handsome was filled with an unsuppressible gloom. Her eyes, which were narrowed like a crescent moon, seemed to be able to shoot out angry raindrops in the blink of an eye. The naked great teacher was still hanging upside down in the air, his face flushed. It was unknown whether it was because of his blood pressure or because of the embarrassment of having his precious buttocks and private parts seen by his niece. Huai Chaoshu did not put him down. She narrowed her eyes in silence for a long time, and then asked very seriously, "Just now, did that person come back?" Su Lu was like a cheerful gopher, crawling, running, and crawling in the dark underground water channel. His body was covered in mud and even more disgusting old ruins, but his expression was extremely cheerful, as if he could not help but laugh out loud in the dark underground water channel. To be able to escape and survive like this, of course, it was worth a good laugh. He looked at the light screen of the map on his bracelet, and his thoughts ran quickly, trying to find the most reasonable way. He was too familiar with this slum area that he had lived in for almost a year, even more so than the people of the Empire. He knew where the smelly pond led to, and he had the map of Tianjing Planet's underground water channel in his hands. More importantly, his temperament determined that he had to have a plan before he had ambitions. It was just that there were many unexpected key links in today's plan. Thinking of this, he could not help but narrow his eyes. Those people who had helped him, who exactly were they? Chapter 639. The most powerful life form in the universe was a crustacean called the cockroach, and Su Li's life form had always been as powerful as the cockroaches. The most powerful life form in the universe that was closest to humans was the rat. Su Lu, who was crawling in the dark underground tunnel with a silly smile on his face, really looked like a big rat with black mud all over its fur. Therefore, even if he was alone in the Empire, facing the pursuit of countless elite troops, he could still live well and run with all his might. However, running always required a goal, and his goal was undoubtedly to return to the Federation, to return to his hometown. Originally, he had pinned all his hopes on the possible spaceship in Master Fan's mansion, as well as a certain spaceship that might exist that surpassed the current level of technology. Unfortunately, these somewhat illusory hopes were all torn to pieces by the crazy, artistic middle-aged man, and he even almost lost his life because of it. The illusory hope no longer existed. So how could he go home? Where should he go now? He stopped by a wet sewage treatment pipe and leaned against the mossy wall. After sitting down, he temporarily relaxed, so that the bones in his body that were broken by Huai Caoshu's fist began to express the greatest protest with pain. Even with his terrifying tolerance, he could not help but breathe rapidly for a while before he resisted the urge to groan and let his blurred vision refocus. He definitely could not go back to Aunt Susan's small courtyard. Since the Imperial Royal Intelligence Agency had already investigated there, going back was tantamount to suicide. What made Su Lu even more worried was whether Huai Chaoshu would abide by the non-binding secret room agreement between the two of them and let go of the kind mother and son. His gaze fell on the note in his pocket. Under the dim light, Su Lu once again carefully read the few lines of the Empire's words and a sketch on the note. He fell into deep thought. He knew that this note, which was obviously hastily written and thus appeared to be very unserious, actually represented a key to a door that led to a certain mysterious force within the Empire. But the problem was, until now, Su Lu still did not understand the origin of the mysterious force within the Empire. Were they nobles or commoner rebels? What was their purpose in helping him? According to the Federation government's long-distance analysis of the thoughts of the people of the Empire, it seemed that there wasn't a single class in the Empire that had even the slightest favorable impression of the Federation. What made him even more alarmed was that in the incident at Great Master Fan Manor, this mysterious power was too strong, so strong that he did not dare to believe it. Under the heavy encirclement of countless Imperial troops, that mysterious faction was actually able to silently enter the Great Master Fan Manor and subdue that seemingly insane, but definitely not simple great teacher without alerting anyone. Then, that mysterious faction was actually able to leave behind a wolf fong mech and create a crack in the tight Imperial encirclement. According to Su Li's historical knowledge and analysis, it was impossible for such a strong opposition force to appear in an empire like the Baiyan dynasty. It should be known that the prince had participated in the rebellion of the nobles last year. In the end, under the terrifying dictatorship of the empire, he could only end up with a pitiful ending. There were still many unanswered questions. If that mysterious faction was really standing on the opposite side of the imperial family, why didn't they kill Huai Chaoshi back then? Why didn't they even help him kill Huai Chaoshi? Why didn't they kill the great teacher, instead using such a childish method to hang Great Master Fan naked? Great Master Fan imprisoned him and Huai Chaoshi in the end so that they could sleep together naked. The person who made the great teacher become a pitiful man hanging upside down, this method of dealing with it seemed more like a mockery and revenge for the great teacher's crazy attempt. Yes, it was revenge. Revenge from the standpoint of himself and Huai Chaoshi. In the dark underground waterway, Su Li's narrowed eyes flashed with a ray of light, which quickly disappeared. He closed his eyes and recalled all the details he had experienced since he started to escape last year, especially when he escaped from Maple Lake. It was as if there was a pair of eyes watching him, watching his back, some kind of unbelievable conjecture, some kind of reality that he had been anticipating gradually took shape in his mind. Because of the shock brought by this conjecture, he closed his eyes tighter and tighter until his straight eyebrows were knitted together and his shoulders were trembling slightly. 3 days later, the incomparably terrifying incident that shocked the entire Tianjing planet, especially the millions of citizens in the slums, had quietly come to an end. Perhaps the secret agents of the Imperial Intelligence Bureau were still dutifully investigating every clue, and there were countless armed soldiers carrying out strict checks on the main roads outside the slums. However, to the bottom-level citizens who lived in this long and run-down street, their hearts were numb from years of torment, and there were no longer many ripples in their hearts. For them, that terrifying incident was, at most, a topic of conversation after dinner. Life still had to go on. Those poor people who lived around the Great Master Fan Manor wiped away their tears after receiving the extremely meager allowance. They began to expressionlessly collect the bits and pieces of furniture in their homes and the few valuable items buried in the soil from the ruins of their homes. A young man with a pale face, thin body, and sparse eyebrows walked out of the smoke-filled casino. His footsteps were staggering, and his eyes were lifeless. He did not attract anyone's attention. To the citizens of the slums who were busy making a living, a gambling addict like him who spent day and night in the casino and could die on the streets at any time was not worth wasting a second to look at or sympathize with. This young man spoke with an authentic Southern prefectural accent and awkwardly tried to get close to the street vendors selling breakfast. In the end, he was still unable to get a few bites of food. He could not help but have a resentful expression on his face as he muttered dirty words under his breath. He put his hands into his pockets and walked shakily toward the side of the alley. This annoying gambling addict was Su Li. Although he did not manage to get a hot meal from the vendor, at least he confirmed that he did not come to the wrong place. The address left on the slip of paper was an inconspicuous, run-down courtyard in the alley. After successfully escaping from the stinking pond, he did not think of a way to leave the capital full of soldiers. Instead, he chose to continue to stay in the slums. It seemed to be a risky choice, but in fact, he had thought it through carefully. He was not familiar with the other places in the empire, and this area, which was crowded with millions of slums, criminals, prostitutes, and thieves, could really cover him. From a certain point of view, he was more like a member of the slums than those imperial soldiers who were chasing him. That day in the underground tunnel did not last long. Su Li had always been a person who was good at simplifying complicated problems. Since there was no road in front of him, and the mysterious force left a road, then it was good to simply walk on it. No matter how dangerous the conspiracy was, it would not be as terrible as the anger of the imperial family. Not to mention that the conjecture hidden deep in his heart also needed to be confirmed by contacting the mysterious force. After gently knocking on the door of the sleeping courtyard, after a moment, an expressionless middle-aged woman let him in. Looking at the woman who did not seem to welcome him, Su Li naturally thought of Aunt Susan. There was no identity confirmation, no inspection, and no secret signal. Sulu was led into the depths of the rundown courtyard. He even wondered if the other party knew who he was. Oh, this was not a philosophical question, but a logical question. Deep in the rundown courtyard was an open space, surrounded by randomly built wooden houses, which were very good at blocking the prying eyes of the people outside the courtyard. And the car parts and repair tools placed in the middle of the space were probably able to successfully hide from the detection of the Intelligence Bureau satellites. Outside the wooden house in the front, right was a row of simple factories. From time to time, the sound of motors rotating could be heard, but because it was still early, the sound was not dense. After observing up to this point, Sulu had already confirmed that this was a stronghold that used the car repair shop as a cover. But he still did not know who the owner of this stronghold was. The scene in the living room on the first floor suddenly changed. More than a dozen shirtless big men stared at Sulu, who walked in with unfriendly expressions. These big men were burly and muscular, and their hands were constantly fiddling with heavy firepower firearms that were obviously prohibited. What was even more alarming was the dangerous aura that these people exuded, a fanatical aura that did not take human life seriously. What Sulu cared about was the emotions that these people revealed in their eyes. Disgust, contempt, mockery, cruelty. He was very familiar with these emotions. On the battlefield in the West Woods, he could often see the Empire's soldiers casting the same look at the people of the Federation. It seems that you are very clear about my identity. He stood in the middle of the room and said, and you don't seem to welcome me. But to be honest, no matter where you come from or how you want to cooperate with me, I don't have high hopes for you. At this moment, the man who had been sitting in the chair with his back to him smiled and said, don't worry about our discipline. Although everyone, including me, hates the people of the Federation very much, they are my brothers. Without my permission, no one here will betray you. The man stood up and looked at Sulu with a smile. He continued, also, you don't have to worry about your safety here. As the biggest gang leader in this district, in fact, this slum area is managed by me, and not His Majesty the Emperor. Sulu was silent for a moment before he shrugged and replied, gang leader? This is somewhat unexpected. It seems that the person who wants to talk to me should be someone else, someone above you. Chapter 640. Standing in front of him was a man who claimed to be the underworld emperor of the slums. He was wearing an expensive fur coat, but the upper half of his body was completely naked under the coat. The silky smooth fur and tattooed skin intertwined with each other. Between his eyebrows, there was a hint of coldness and a sense of cruelty hidden deep within. It was very successful in not making those gentle and polite words seem out of place with his identity. There was a dark underworld on both sides of the universe. Sulu, who was born as an orphan in Donglin, was no stranger to the rules of this world. He was clear that in this seemingly bottommost underworld, there would often be some extremely powerful people, and Lin Banshan was one of the most famous representatives. Even in the Federation, which had the protection of the glory of the Charter, no one dared to completely ignore the underworld. Furthermore, this was the Empire's Tianjing planet, the most chaotic and lawless slum. Logically speaking, he should be more polite to this man, but he really wanted to see the person above this person. So his answer was extremely direct and simple, which made him seem a little conflicted and lacking in respect. In the eyes of the burly men holding guns in the living room, Su Li's answer was not only lacking in respect, but also seriously impolite. These men at the bottom of the Empire's hierarchy did not have the slightest good impression of the Federation people. At this moment, they could not help but stand up and curse loudly. They raised the heavy guns in their hands and pointed them at Su Li's head, as if they were about to fire in anger at the next moment. The smile on the face of the underworld leader wearing the fur coat gradually disappeared. His right hand, which was wearing 3 extraordinarily large diamond rings, slowly reached into his collar and gently rubbed the soft and smooth fur and the skin of his chest. Then he shook his head. He did not stop these loyal and bloodthirsty subordinates from impulsively beating up the Federation people. He only reminded them not to use guns and to use some simple violence to let the other party know what was called a heart of respect. The reason he made such a decision was because he was extremely curious. Why did the old man he respected the most value this fugitive from the Federation so much? What kind of confidence did this outlander, who appeared to be the calmest in front of him for the past 5 years, have? Many years ago, on Eastwood Planet, Sulu had a cold gun barrel pointed at his forehead. He had never forgotten that painful, cold, and humiliating feeling. After so many years, he had experienced being pointed at by a gun so many times that he was almost numb. His calm heart could not produce too much tension. A burly man, over 2 meters tall, with a face full of thick brown beard, threw the gun in his hand to his companion. He grinned and revealed an innocent yet cruel smile as he walked toward Sulu. He rubbed his hands, and the joints of his upper body made cracking sounds that made people's hearts palpitate. It was unknown what kind of terrifying strength was hidden in his tight and protruding muscles. When the armed bandits in the living room saw this scene, they could not help but shrug at the same time. They guessed that this thin and pale Federation person would probably be able to hold on for a few seconds. After that, a few bones would be broken. Sulu slightly tilted his head and narrowed his eyes at the burly man who was getting closer and closer. Then he frowned. He could tell that the other party would definitely not be satisfied if he did not break a few of his bones. However, too many of his bones had been broken by Huai Chao-Shi. It was impossible for him to fully recover after 3 days of recuperation in the dark sewers. He absolutely did not have the thought of breaking another bone to comfort the mood of these Empire gangsters. The burly man grinned, revealing a mouth full of yellow teeth that were as big as corn grains. Several traces of malevolence and cruelty flashed in his eyes that were as round as the mouth of a bottle. He raised his right arm and slapped towards Su Li's head with a whoosh. It was a very simple slap, without any fancy movements. This burly man, as the #1 warrior of this gang, had absolute confidence in his own strength. He believed that this slap would make Su Lu fall to the ground no matter how he tried to block it. Who told him to have a terrifying palm that was even bigger than a small table? Looking at the malevolent and cruel expression in the pair of round eyes, Su Li's eyes narrowed even more. He unexpectedly remembered that when he fought with his teammates on the battlefield in the West Woods, he could always see a very similar primitive and savage, bloodthirsty impulse in the eyes of the Imperial Expeditionary Force. This feeling was very bad, and it made him very unhappy. His left arm, which was barely able to lift up, was lifted up casually right before the palm that was as big as a small table was about to hit him. His left thumb and index finger locked onto the burly man's wrist at lightning speed, and his fingertips sank deep into the 2 cartilages of his wrist. With such a simple grab, the burly man's attack, that was full of brute force, suddenly stopped in the air. His thick right arm was stiff in the air, and there was no way for him to move an inch further. The expressions of the Imperial gangsters in the living room changed dramatically. They stood up in shock and subconsciously tightened their grip on the guns in their hands. Sulu silently looked at the shock and unwillingness in the eyes of the burly man in front of him. His shaved eyebrows slightly wrinkled, and he put more strength into his fingertips. His thumbs sank a little deeper, like a nail deeply inserted into a piece of wood, and there was no way to pull it out. A stream of blood slowly flowed out from the deep hole. The burly man only felt a sharp pain, and the strength he was usually extremely proud of seemed to have been completely drained at this moment. His right arm, which had killed countless enemies, was actually fixed in the air by 2 fingers of this skinny guy. The gangsters were all fugitives who had fought between life and death. Knowing that he had met a tough opponent, the burly man did not have the slightest fear. Instead, the most primitive and savage fierceness in his heart was aroused. He howled like a beast in pain and pulled back his right arm with all his strength. Su Li's 2 fingers were like 2 iron nails. How could he pull back? The burly man should have expected this in advance, but no one would have thought that the brute force resistance was only a facade. His empty left hand reached behind his waist and grabbed the handle of the alloy military knife. What was more dangerous was that he suddenly exerted strength in his waist, preparing to lift up his thigh that was thicker than a child's waist. Even if Su Lu could block the sinister attack of the military knife, there was no way he could block this furious kick to his lower abdomen. Su Li's bones were broken, and his lower abdomen was also heavily injured. He was extremely angry that these imperial people once again attacked these places. It had to be known that his injuries were bestowed upon him by that insufferably arrogant highness. What qualifications did these gangsters have to follow in Huai Caoshi's footsteps? With a flip of his wrist, he valiantly twisted the burly man's arm. His two undamaged feet strangely jumped below. The posture that was deeply rooted in his bones and muscles perfectly appeared on the scene. The moment the burly man was about to lift his leg, his left foot had already moved first. It was extremely precise, and it ruthlessly stomped down without reason. The left foot that was wearing a hard bottom leather boot fiercely stomped down on the back of the burly man's right foot. It was as if a large iron hammer was ruthlessly smashing down on a flour plate. A clear and terrifying sound of bones breaking erupted from below. The burly man's complexion immediately became pale. His mouth opened wide, and a cry of pain sounded from between his large yellow teeth. Sula didn't have a desire to listen to a burly man scream like a woman. Immediately after, his body moved forward again, and his knee fiercely struck the burly man's knee joint. Almost at the same time, his body strangely made a similar movement in the air. His right leg drew an arc diagonally outwards, and as fast as lightning, it struck the burly man's waist. The front knee directly deformed the burly man's knee joint, and it terrifyingly twisted backwards. The back knee accurately struck the burly man's right hand that was holding the military knife. The tremendous force caused blood to instantly spurt out from the tiger's mouth. The three precise, fast, and ruthless attacks at close range didn't give the burly man any chance to cry out in pain. The powerful lethality and the overlapping waves of pain made this person fall heavily to the ground like a small mountain. The impact made the floor of the living room tremble slightly, and then he fell unconscious. All of this happened too quickly. The gangsters in the living room didn't have time to react or rescue at all. They could only watch with wide eyes as that thin youth from the Federation moved forward like a demon, leaping sideways and turning his companion into an unconscious lump of meat. What made them feel incomparably terrified was that this Federation youth's close-range combat skills were so powerful that they couldn't find any words to describe them. It was clearly a very simple movement, but it contained such inconceivable power. These movements clearly didn't seem fast, and they were extremely clear, but they always gave people a feeling that they couldn't keep up with his rhythm. Many guns were raised again, and they aimed at Su Lu. However, at this time, these gangsters' hands were slightly trembling, and they couldn't be as relaxed and contemptuous as before. They kept feeling that even if they opened fire immediately, they might not be able to kill this Federation youth who was quietly standing in the living room. It was because he was too quiet. Su Lu slowly retracted his left foot. He didn't look at the burly man's instep that was rapidly swelling like a rotting cake. He withdrew his gaze and quietly looked at the leader of these people, the man who called himself the Emperor of the Empire's gangsters. The building was deathly silent. After a long period of silence, the naked man wearing a fur coat frowned, lit a cigarette, and said, "My name is Muin. All of us here are my brothers. We don't have the slightest good impression of the Federation people, but we live in a world where the strong preys on the weak. Your performance just now should be qualified to win our respect." "Mr. Muin, hello," Su Lu said. "I still really want to meet the person above you. There is someone upstairs, and there was always someone upstairs." A blurry face appeared in the shadows of the second floor. Muin followed Su Li's gaze and looked upstairs. When he saw that face nod, he couldn't help but frown and make an inviting gesture. "My name is Voss. I'm currently leading the underground resistance. From the day I was born, my life's mission was to lead the oppressed and bullied lowly and commoners to use all means possible to resist the bloody rule of the Empire's emperor, to overthrow this backward government formed by warmongering maniacs and shameless nobles. and to seek a more free, peaceful, and prosperous future for the 87. 4 billion people in the 47 star systems of the left sky star region. In the past 20 years, our cause has suffered unprecedented setbacks. Millions of brave warriors, armed with crude weapons, resisted the royal family's battleships, cannons, and mechas, but after paying a price as high as a river of blood, we still couldn't find any hope of success. Until your appearance. In the dark room on the second floor, the thin old man sitting on the high-backed chair slowly turned around. The wrinkles and yellow-brown spots on his face made his originally white skin look extremely ugly. Chapter 641. Maybe it was because of the spots on his face and his pale skin that he didn't want to see people, or maybe it was because of the age that made the old man afraid of the wind and the light. There was only one dim light in the quiet room on the second floor, giving off a gloomy and rainy feeling. When the old man appeared in front of him, Sulu wasn't too excited. Instead, he was slightly disappointed. Even if the old man was the leader of the Empire's underground resistance organization, VOS, because the old man might be the person he was looking for, but he might not be the person he was looking for. This sounded a little complicated, but it was actually very simple. He now needed the help of a force that could help him escape from the Empire. The underground resistance organization was undoubtedly one of the best choices, but this leader of the resistance organization with spots on his face was not that person. But when the old leader of the resistance organization in front of him said this sentence, Su Li's expression didn't change, but his heart was fiercely shaken. Until you appeared. This kind of sentence usually appeared in mythological scripts. The human who endured humiliation and resisted the evil forces experienced countless calamities and finally found a young man with a strange bone next to a garbage dump. Holy light fell from the sky, shrouding the young man's fresh, refined, and radiant face. Graceful and sacred music sounded, and white doves flew in the sky. The old man holding a crutch cried and said in a trembling voice, "I thought there was no hope for the human race. Until you appeared in front of us sinners." Sulu couldn't help coughing violently, and his unhealed abdomen throbbed with pain. Tens of billions of people at the bottom of the Empire's resistance to overthrow the Empire's rule. What did it have to do with him? He was very clear about his own ability. He was not Lipifu. Even if he was the Federation's military god Lipifu, he was afraid that at most he could only destroy the Empire's dynasty. So he didn't understand what the old leader wanted to say. So he kept silent and listened quietly. The Empire's royal family, on the one hand, used butchers like Keaton to carry out bloody massacres to suppress. On the other hand, they hypocritically made some improvements to buy people's hearts, such as the classless education plan on Libenstar. I have to admit that Emperor Fuchai is an excellent ruler. However, as an emperor, he represents the collective will of the royal family and the great nobles. Even if there are some internal conflicts between them, because of these improvements, this objective fact cannot be changed. Improvement is alms. It is to reward the slaves with a few bowls of food so that they can work more efficiently and actively for the slave master. But the slaves are still slaves. The only difference is whether they can eat enough. I know that there is a sentence in the Federation's charter that all men are equal. Although I don't have any good feelings for you invaders, I have to admit that this sentence is very powerful. Perhaps this sentence is common sense to you, but it is the goal that we strive for. I don't want to be a slave. Mu-In and the others don't want to be slaves either. No one wants to be born a slave. Leader Worth's expression became extremely solemn, and his mottled old face shone with the hot-blooded radiance of youth. When I was young, I didn't understand why those with white skin should be the lower class, and why those beautiful girls with black eyes were the nobles. This is the color that the Creator painted on our bodies. Can we rely on this to determine whether we are high or low? Sulu listened silently, feeling the strong resentment in the old man's words. When he thought of the Federation, he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. There had never been such racial discrimination in the Federation. Even in the Tai dynasty, there had never been such an ugly phenomenon. Today, although most of the people in the Federation had black hair and black eyes, people with brown hair and purple eyes were not rare. However, they had never heard of discrimination. On the contrary, they were very popular in daily life and in love. No one is willing, so we have to have a revolution. Leaderworth continued in a powerful voice. Only a revolution can re-establish order and fairly distribute resources. However, to achieve true fairness, Emperor Fuchai must make him and his ministers spit out all the wealth, sweat, and blood that they have exploited from the people at the bottom for countless years. For the dynasty, this is equivalent to suicide. A regime is like a biological body. It's natural to be afraid of death. Who would commit suicide? If the reforms are carried out to the end, the awakened people will demand more fairness and cross the bottom line of the royal family. I think our great Emperor Fuchai will definitely tear off his hypocritical mask of benevolence and reveal the ferocious beast's kiss. But this violent beast is now wearing an admirable coat of gentleness. Many people are confused, and the companions who insist on walking on the path of revolution are becoming fewer and fewer. The old man in the chair let out a deep and sad sigh. All these years, I have been thinking about how to walk on the path of revolution and how long we can walk on it. However, I found that the future is getting bleaker and bleaker. At least for our generation, we have lost all opportunities. His gaze fell on Su Li's body. The old man's somewhat cloudy eyes suddenly had a trace of extremely complicated emotions. This emotion had a trace of hope, 2 traces of shame, 3 traces of hesitation, and 4 traces of guilt. Even the age spots on his face began to dim and intertwine with light. I have only met one person from the Federation in my life. The old man looked at Su Li quietly and said with great emotion, "You are the second. It is also because of your appearance that I discovered that there seems to be a new fork in the path of revolution. There seems to be a new possibility for the future of the left sky galaxy." After listening silently for a long time, when the topic involved himself, Su Li finally broke the silence. After thinking for a moment, he said calmly, "This is the second time you have mentioned me. Perhaps I can vaguely guess what you and your resistance organization want to do through me. But have you ever thought that for the people of the Empire, even those lowly people you want to protect, cooperating with the Federation is betrayal?" Su Li raised his head and looked into the old man's cloudy eyes seriously. "No matter how history develops, as long as you make this decision, in the history books of the Left Sky Galaxy, you will forever be a traitor. Although I detest the title of the Empire, I have to admit that I'm a person of the Empire." Leader Voss suddenly smiled. A dim light reflected from his eyes, carrying a relaxed and determined expression. For a person of the Empire to make the decision to cooperate with the Federation government is more difficult than you think. The old man slowly raised his right arm and said calmly, "It is very difficult to convince the soldiers downstairs to cooperate with you. But the real difficulty is convincing yourself." Su Li often preached to himself in his heart, as if he was talking to himself, so that he could walk more firmly on this difficult path of life. However, he really did not like to listen to others preaching to him. But for some reason, in this dark room today, listening to this old man who had been in charge of the underground resistance organization for God, knows how many years reminiscing about the past, and talking about these political struggles, he did not feel too conflicted. Instead, he felt a little emotional. It was probably because this old man sitting in the chair, in a sense, was somewhat similar to him. In order to practice what he thought was right, he would do anything at all costs. "Just tell me your conditions," Su Li said after a moment of silence. Old Voss took out a paper document from the drawer with trembling hands and slowly pushed it in front of him. Su Li quickly skimmed through it under the dim light. Frowning slightly, he shook his head and said, "Weapons support, protection of the sea route." "Mr. Voss, I don't know if these conditions are too much, but they're definitely not something that a colonel like me can decide. If you can send me back, I will transfer this document to President Pabre. Also, I reckon that there will definitely be a closed-door discussion at the Parliament Hill." "No, you have to agree to these conditions before we can discuss the follow-up details." In just a moment, the old and respectable leader of the resistance organization, who was full of a sense of martyrdom, turned into a cold and sober businessman. He stared into Su Li's eyes and said indifferently, "I didn't hesitate to become a traitor who is cursed by thousands of people. We, the brave soldiers, endured the humiliation to cooperate with you invaders. If you're not even willing to show this bit of sincerity, how can I accept it? First, we are not invaders. Second, you can choose not to cooperate with us." Su Lu replied, "Third, you said that you have only met 2 people from the Federation in your life, so perhaps you don't really understand the way the Federation operates. Such an important cooperation agreement can't be decided by a colonel like me." No. Old Voss waved his hand to stop Su Li's conversation and said with a playful smile, "Although I have not lived under the rule of a democratically elected government, I know very well that human society is always similar. Any procedural democracy and procedural justice can be abandoned as long as there are enough benefits. And what we are sending to the Federation is exactly enough benefits. As for the validity of a document that you, Colonel Sulus, sign, I am not worried." Voss extended a trembling finger and said slowly, "As President Pabre's trusted aide, the successor of war god Li Pifu, and an idol of the Federation, as long as you sign this agreement, there are probably not many politicians who would dare to find procedural problems to overturn it." Su Lu was silent for a moment and said, "I can sign the agreement, but after returning to the Federation, I can also pretend that none of this happened." Old Voss smiled and looked at him. After a moment, he said leisurely, "I know all of your past files and those amazing stories. I know that you are not such a person." Su Lu was speechless. Could it be that the word "good person" was so obviously engraved on his forehead? He couldn't help but sigh and say, "Placing a secret agreement that may involve the lives of hundreds of millions of people on my personal moral integrity. Although I have to admit that I'm a little proud. Isn't this too childish?